December. The weather in Xingqing finally welcomed a rare clear day. The cold wind was bitter, yet not so harsh as to be unbearable. Ding ding ding. The annual graduate entrance examination preliminaries had just ended, and a large crowd of candidates poured out from Xingqing University. After preparing for so long, they could finally relax. People all around were talking about the rare good weather and where they should go to unwind. Hey, the weather is great today. We've been preparing for the exam for months. Xu Teng want to go relax together tonight. A roommate called out to Xu Teng, who was standing dazed by the roadside. The man beside him, his expression weary and his eyes unusually deep, waved his hand. Forget it, you go. I still have to go back and prepare a topic for my graduation project. All right then, but you really should learn to balance work and rest. Xu Teng only smiled and said nothing. While everyone headed in the direction of various entertainment venues, Xu Teng became the only one moving against the flow, walking along and muttering to himself. The lightsaber experiment can move into the next stage. I've already solved the issue of materials that can withstand the impact of plasma energy. According to the theory provided by the system, it should be possible to confine the plasma into the shape of a blade. But shaping the blade itself is difficult. If I'm careless, it could easily spiral out of control, so I have to be extremely careful. In his roommate's eyes, Xu Teng was a weirdo. He did not play games, did not like entertainment news, and did not even watch TV dramas. His greatest daily pleasure was to keep an eye on the latest scientific achievements published in various authoritative journals. Dozens of pages of English reports, all kinds of experimental procedures, and even the most rigorous sets of experimental data within. Xu Teng read every word with full concentration. At the time, his roommate standing beside him was stunned, having thought he had finally come around and learned to read novels, only to discover it was a set of rigorously compiled experimental data. Everyone could not help thinking, with such a rigorous attitude, why would someone like Xu Teng end up at a small second-tier university like Xingqing University? As your roommates, the pressure on us is really enormous. To this, Xu Teng only gave a simple explanation: food poisoning made me miss one of the comprehensive science exams. Their expressions at that moment were truly a sight to behold. Good grief, they had come to a second-tier university because they had gone all out. He, however, had ended up here only because his performance had been limited to 3 exam subjects. The gap between people, they realized, could be this vast. Even before night fell, the roommates had already started to sink into emo moods. From then on, none of them ever asked what Xu Teng was up to anymore. They would not ask. To ask was to invite a blow to one's self-esteem. Splash! He cupped cold water in his hands and washed his face. The icy water shocked Xu Teng's nerves awake. He looked at the haggard figure in the mirror. Xu Teng sighed softly. Everything about scientific research is good except that it is a bit exhausting. Xingqing University was only a second-tier institution. Unlike top universities, here the ranking of grades and distribution of various scholarships were permeated with personal relationships at every turn. Xu Teng was not good at handling interpersonal relationships. Thus, the highest tier of scholarships had never had anything to do with him. Now that he was already in his senior year, his name was also absent from the list of recommended candidates for postgraduate study. He had gone to ask his teacher about it once, and the teacher's answer had been impeccably fair. Judging from your grade ranking and scholarship records, you are not that outstanding. The answer was so flawless that Xu Teng did not even know how to respond. The exam date was approaching, and the topic for the graduation project had also been put on the agenda. In the dorm, discussions among his roommates about jobs grew more and more frequent. Compared to going out to work odd jobs, Xu Teng preferred research. To walk the path of scientific research, he first had to gain admission as a graduate student. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Black technology system is binding to host. 30, 50, 100. Binding complete. First black technology unlocked lightsaber. Blueprints have been fully issued. Host, please check. System. Black technology. Stunned by this string of voices, Xu Teng's first reaction was to suspect that his roommates were deliberately playing a prank on him. Although he rarely paid attention to entertainment news, he did keep an eye on certain futuristic science fiction films because the wildly imaginative technologies in those movies could always spark inspiration. And among them, the lightsaber, a weapon from the Star Wars series, was truly known by almost everyone. From its appearance, it resembled a cold weapon, yet it was different from traditional blades. Once activated, a lightsaber could practically slice through anything, from soldiers' armor to blast doors, even modern tanks and fighter jets. As long as the lightsaber had a chance to activate, what awaited them was devastating damage and their ultimate reduction to scrap. Yet now, for an object that existed only in movies, he was being told that its blueprints had been issued. There was no way Xu Teng would believe that. But when he turned around, he realized his roommates had long since left. He was the only one in the dorm, so this was not a joke. In the moment that Xu Teng froze, a massive surge of blueprint information flooded into his mind. The materials for the lightsaber, its activation states, and how to confine plasma into the form of a blade. At this moment, Xu Teng finally stopped doubting. This is real. His expression shifted from bewilderment to total stupefaction and then into unrestrained ecstasy. A weapon of future technology now came with complete blueprints, and judging from them, it could actually be realized with the current level of technology. If nothing else, this was a lightsaber. Owning one was the dream of countless men. Moreover, according to the description given by the Black Technology system, once he completed the lightsabers manufacture, new Black technologies would be unlocked. One after another, those Black technology products that existed only in movies might be brought into reality. This was the beautiful dream of many who loved scientific research. Just then, the class group chat notification chimed. In the class group, a message from I Love Big Watermelons popped up. The topics for the graduation projects have been released. Everyone pick one, and remember to contact your supervisor. After carefully browsing, Xu Teng found that there happened to be a project on high-temperature resistant materials, a perfect topic for a lightsaber. If a material could confine plasma, it would certainly withstand extreme heat. So Xu Teng opened a private chat with I Love Big Watermelons. Monitor, if I do a really good job on my graduation project, will it help with the graduate entrance exam? I just asked. The teacher said it definitely helps and can leave a good impression. As for the details, I don't really understand. You can look it up online. Thanks, Monitor. No problem. After closing the chat with I Love Big Watermelons, Xu Teng opened a QA website and posted a question. I chose a high-temperature assistant graduation project. If I managed to develop a lightsaber, could I win an outstanding thesis award? Would it help my future graduate entrance exam? Not long afterwards, several answers appeared beneath his question. Were you serious, OP? Is it the same lightsaber I'm thinking of? Amazing, has the pretentious level of online questions risen this high now? Teacher, student, what are you doing? I only asked you to do a high-temperature assistant project. OPA lightsaber is high-temperature assistant, that's not wrong. Everyone upstairs, be serious. If OP really manages to develop a lightsaber, forget an outstanding thesis, forget the entrance exam. University professors would probably come seek him out in person and beg him to enroll. What are you talking about, my esteemed academician? Thus, for the entire month after posting his question, Xu Teng's life became a strict shuttle between 2 points. He was either in the dormitory poring over books and reviewing for the postgraduate entrance exam, or in the laboratory preparing experiments for his graduation project. Fortunately, over the past 4 years, Xu Teng had studied diligently, so the time required for exam revision was not too great. Most of his days were still spent in the laboratory. During this month, the lightsaber experiment had finally advanced to the next stage. Next, he only needed to resolve the problem of constraining the shape of the plasma. Once that was achieved, the lightsaber that had existed only in films could become reality. The phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID reading Mom, Xu Teng hesitated for a moment, then accepted the call. Son, how did the preliminary exam go today? It went all right. The questions weren't particularly difficult. I've heard that there are more and more university graduates nowadays, and many students from even top-tier universities can't find a good job. You must work hard. Otherwise, in the future, it will even be hard for you to find someone to date. I understand, I will. Don't worry, I'll do my utmost on this exam. After hanging up, Xu Teng let out a quiet sigh. Back when he took the college entrance exam, both his parents were away on business. To save time, he had gone to a nearby shop for a quick meal. Who would have thought there was something wrong with the ingredients? No sooner had he finished eating than he suffered food poisoning. The shop owner's face turned ashen with fright on the spot, and he immediately called for an ambulance. When Xu Teng woke again, it was already deep into the night. Thus, he had missed the afternoon comprehensive science exam. After the results came out, his family urged him to repeat his senior year, since his scores for the remaining 3 subjects only qualified him for a second-tier university. If he repeated the year, his college entrance score would surely exceed this one, giving him a much higher starting point. But Xu Teng refused. At the time, he thought, even at an ordinary second-tier university, through hard work, he could still enter a better school later. Who could have guessed that the list of students recommended for postgraduate study would make him thoroughly understand how harsh life could be? So, if I can successfully create a lightsaber for this graduation project, I should definitely be able to earn an excellent thesis award, right? Murmuring to himself, Xu Teng flipped through the thesis document he had compiled. The Black Tech system only provided a series of blueprints and theoretical knowledge, more like offering a solution to the problem. Everything still had to be verified personally by him. The current lightsaber dossier was a document that Xu Teng had typed out word by word. For each difficulty encountered in the experiment, he had supplied corresponding experimental data to validate and detail the process of resolving it. Finding the email address his thesis advisor had provided, Xu Teng sent the entire document out. Zhang Ying was a disciple of Jiang Ying, a renowned domestic scholar in thermal control materials. In that cohort, Jiang Ying had accepted only 2 students in total. Jiang Ying had once said, "I have to conduct experiments regularly, so I don't have the energy to mentor many people. Those who bow to you as their teacher naturally hope to learn something genuine. For those who truly wish to learn, I dare not teach them perfunctorily. Two students are just right. In the 3 years that Zhang Ying followed Zhang Ying, he gained more than at any other time. Not only in terms of the knowledge he acquired, but even in his future academic attitude towards students, he became almost identical to Zhang Ying. At Xinjiang University, he was known as a harsh graduation project advisor, and very few students chose him. Most people wanted to pass their graduation project easily and not have their thesis bounced back again and again for revisions. Late at night after finishing his work, Zhang Ying opened the list the class monitor had sent over. While other advisors each had 3 or 4 students under his name, there was only a single line: Xu Teng. Xu Teng. Zhang Ying had some impression of this student. He never skipped class and always listened attentively. When others were either sleeping or playing games during lectures, he alone from start to finish kept a notebook open and took notes with utter seriousness. Ding. You have new mail? Zhang Ying opened his inbox and found that the message was precisely from Xu Teng. He should be first communicating with me about the general framework and structure. The moment Zhang Ying clicked open the email and saw the thesis title inside, he was stunned. On the importance of high-temperature materials in the manufacture of lightsabers. High-temperature materials. Lightsabers. Hey, I only gave you a topic on high-temperature materials. How did you leap all the way to lightsabers? And the lightsaber you mentioned, was it the same kind of lightsaber he was thinking of? In that instant, Zhang Ying seriously suspected that he had not expressed his project topic clearly enough. Perhaps his description of the topic had puzzled the student who chose it, making him wonder how high-temperature materials could possibly be linked to lightsabers. Although Zhang Ying rarely followed entertainment news, he had at least heard a little about the futuristic high technology depicted in films. Especially lightsabers. Owning such a glowing blade would undeniably make you the most eye-catching person in the world. For a long time, Zhang Ying had secretly sworn that when he grew up, he would definitely build a real lightsaber. But the moment he became Zhang Ying's disciple, he realized it was impossible. The confinement of plasma would generate vast amounts of heat. Setting other issues aside, merely finding a material capable of withstanding that heat was at the current stage impossible. At least in his view, it was absolutely impossible. Nonsense, sheer nonsense, Zhang Ying muttered, somewhat angry. All he had asked was for the student to complete a graduation project. Yet the student seemed to be treating him like a fool. Xu Teng, is it? I'll remember you. Even so, during those 3 years under Zhang Ying, he had learned that one must always read any thesis before making a judgment. For looking back through the history of science, many major theories had been discovered in exactly such ways, continually refining the current framework of technological development. Lightsabers, huh? Back then my dream was to build one too. Opening the document and casually flipping a few pages, Zhang Ying began to grow serious. For judging from the data in Xu Teng's document, everything seemed in fact possible. Putting away his earlier contempt, Zhang Ying took out pen and paper to verify the contents. Materials can be tested this way. I didn't expect it. This method really is feasible. So the problem of plasma confinement can be transformed into this kind of question. This young man's data is extraordinarily rigorous. I can't find any flaws at all. During 4 years of university, many students were not truly serious about their studies. That meant that if someone tried to fabricate a thesis, any advisor could see at a glance the severe discrepancies in the data, the complete mismatch between claims and results. Key inconsistencies would stand out immediately. Yet from the document Xu Teng had sent, the experimental data was clear, and the theoretical logic from beginning to end was entirely coherent. Even the difficulties encountered during the experiments and the modes of thinking he used to solve them were spelled out with crystalline clarity. Zhang Ying even went online to run a plagiarism check on the thesis, which came back completely blank. This meant that every experimental method and line of reasoning in the thesis had been created independently by Xu Teng. Many of them he had never even heard of, as some of the data already derived were beyond his understanding. But I am Zhang Ying's disciple, he muttered to himself. At that moment, Zhang Ying was consumed by a single question. Am I truly worthy of being Zhang Ying's disciple? Zhang Ying fell into deep doubt. Clearly, it was his own graduation project assigned to the students, yet judging solely from the conclusions in the thesis. As a renowned scholar-teacher, Zhang Ying's student, he found himself unable to comprehend his own student's graduation thesis. It wasn't just because the data was fabricated, it was because it was too profound with formulas and ideas that even he could not conceive. So this is what it means to be a genius. It turns out that this kind of despair I have not experienced since leaving teacher Zhang Ying is now being felt through my own student. Back when he was following teacher Zhang Ying in academia, the proud Zhang Ying was thoroughly crushed by a genius senior sister. That was when he realized the vast distance between ordinary people and geniuses. Later, after being reassigned, he arrived at Star City University. This seemingly ordinary second-tier university made him feel that this was the most genuine level of human capability. Yet the result. The so-called academically strict teacher Zhang Ying was caught off guard by a graduation thesis tonight. I must show this to my teacher as surely he will be able to see the difficulties within this work. After regaining his composure, Zhang Ying realized the value of this paper. If all the academic problems can be validated by the teacher, then it signifies that the value of this thesis is immense. Even if the light sword cannot ultimately be manufactured, the high-temperature materials mentioned in the thesis and the ideas for confining plasma each hold significant economic value. High-temperature materials can be applied in aerospace various weaponry, as well as tanks and submarines. And the implications of confining plasma go without saying. With this thought, Zhang Ying became completely excited. No. If I send an email, the teacher might not see it right away, but it's crucial to call him. Looking at the time, it was already 3 in the morning. Is it so late already? To verify some data in the thesis, Zhang Ying spent a considerable amount of draft paper, and before he knew it, several hours had passed. Gritting his teeth after sending the email, Zhang Ying still decided to make the call. Because the teacher had once said, research knows no time. If there's significant experimental results, you must notify me immediately. Beep, beep, beep. 20 seconds later, the call was connected. Teacher, I just discovered a thesis of great value. I have already emailed it to you, and I hope you can take a look. Alright, I'll take a look now. Thank you for your trouble, and I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Teacher Zhang Ying was aware of his student Zhang Ying's character. A diligent and hard-working student, compared to those true geniuses, he compensates with effort. This was also why Zhang Ying was willing to take Zhang Ying as his student. Looking at the time, it was past 3 o'clock. If it weren't for something particularly important, he wouldn't disturb my rest. As Zhang Ying understood, Zhang Ying was a renowned researcher of high-temperature materials in China with a significant portion of domestic aerospace materials developed by him. In the scientific community, he was a top scholar and the leader of the Lonka Metal Research Institute. As a top scholar, what mattered most to him was the progress of scientific research in the country. Many research projects were initiated by him. Despite his great reputation, Zhang Ying was very kind in his dealings with others. Whether a genius or a hard-working student, he always treated them with the same attitude. Thus, ordinary papers rarely caught his attention. Being awakened at 3 in the morning by a student to review a thesis was a first. Let me see what kind of research you have. Opening the email sent by his student, a large title appeared before his eyes. On the importance of high-temperature materials for manufacturing lightsabers. Zhang Ying was stunned for a moment, doubting whether he had read it wrong. He remembered that when Zhang Ying first joined him, his first question was, Teacher, if I study hard, can I create a lightsaber? That was the first time he had heard of a lightsaber. Later, he specifically searched for it and found that the lightsaber was a fantasy weapon from a famous series of films. Although it was a cold weapon, it was the most advanced cold weapon in the universe. Zhang Ying did not want to discourage him, just telling him to study diligently. After that, Zhang Ying never asked again, but one could tell from his disappointed expression that the young man had finally come to terms with reality. And now what lay before him was exactly such a paper about lightsabers. Let me see. Zhang Ying wouldn't have the guts to find a random paper at 3 in the morning to fool me. Flipping to the next page, Zhang Ying's expression began to turn serious. It seems. It's not just nonsense. He flipped a few more pages and discovered that one of the data proposed in the thesis perfectly matched the ultra-high temperature issues faced by the new generation of aerospace materials. If Zhang Ying didn't know that his student Zhang Ying was earnest and serious, he would have begun to suspect that someone had leaked the latest technological advancements. This problem is indeed difficult to solve. From the experimental data, the issues faced are almost identical to ours. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Ying was stunned, because on the next page there happened to be a solution to this problem along with the latest experimental data. Zhang Ying widened his eyes and carefully read it again. Indeed, the problem is as stated, but the approach described in the thesis is completely opposite to ours. Can this really work? As researchers venture further, their perspectives become higher, viewing problems from a scientific standpoint. The initial thought that arises is usually impossible. Because this approach had been suggested by someone on Zhang Ying's team, who even attempted to solve it. Yet half a month later, reality told him it wouldn't work. Could it be data fabrication? No, I need to calculate. The earlier drowsiness had completely vanished, and Zhang Ying's mind was filled with whether this approach was feasible. As more and more draft paper accumulated, the calculations drew closer until the final answer appeared. Zhang Ying was stunned. Because this approach theoretically was completely feasible, he did not understand why the students in that team had not figured it out, but the final result would not deceive. So this method can indeed be used to study the problem of ultra-high temperature materials. Then that means lightsabers are indeed feasible. After a brief moment of confusion, Zhang Ying fell into immense joy. Because this paper not only addressed the research question of ultra-high temperature materials, it also elucidated how to control plasma and how to transform its unstable state into a developable one. And plasma is directly linked to nuclear fusion projects. If all of this is proven feasible, it would indicate that this paper could elevate the technological level of the Dragon Kingdom. The economic and technological value behind it is simply immeasurable. Zhang Ying, you have stumbled upon a tremendous treasure. At this moment, Zhang Ying was unaware of the immense impact this paper would have on the country. It was sent shortly after 3 o'clock, and now it was past 7. The teacher still had not replied, and this unusual silence had largely proven the authenticity of the paper's conclusions. Could it be that the teacher fell asleep suddenly? After all, Zhang Ying is over 60, and her spirit isn't as good as it used to be. Ding ling ling. Zhang Ying's phone rang, and he saw that it was a message from the teacher. Teacher. As soon as Zhang Ying uttered these words, he heard Zhang Ying's urgent voice. Where did you find this paper? Is it from an international scientific journal? When Zhang Ying realized the value of the paper, she began to speculate about the identity of the first author. The name Xu Teng was in Chinese characters, and she recalled that she did not know anyone named Xu Teng. Could it be an overseas Chinese? If that's the case, then the author must be abroad. If foreign researchers learned about it, Xu Teng would never return to the country. It seems this research paper is indeed genuine, otherwise the teacher wouldn't be so excited. But then he thought this is just a graduation thesis. The world of geniuses is indeed frightening. Zhang Ying replied with a complex tone, Teacher, this paper is not published in an international journal. It was written by one of my students. Oh, as long as it's not from an international journal. Wait, something seems off. Zhang Ying paused for a moment and asked uncertainly, You just said it was written by one of your students. Yes, teacher. I remember you seem to be supervising undergraduates, right? If the teacher remembers correctly, this paper is a student's graduation thesis. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. With forward-thinking logic and precise experimental data, I would believe this paper was published in the authoritative international journal Science. I was even thinking about how to contact the country to recruit this person, but now you tell me it's your student, my disciple, a bachelor's graduation thesis. Are today's undergraduate graduation theses this profound? No, just a few days ago, the students I supervised were still complaining that reviewing undergraduates' graduation theses was simply unbearable. So it's not my problem. Rather, this student is simply a genius born for scientific research. The older generation of researchers hopes that Longhua can produce a new generation of scientific leaders. In an instant, Zhang Ying became choked with emotion. Zhang Ying, this student must be retained. In a few days, I will call someone. Oh no, I will come personally then. This paper concerning plasma issues involves nuclear fusion, which is not my specialty, and I still don't understand it. I will send it to them shortly to see if the theoretical possibility exists, and also, you must keep this paper safe, but must not be leaked. Teacher, rest assured I will take care of it. Zhang Ying knew the teacher's character. She was often composed. This was the first time he had seen her speak so much. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ying immediately contacted high-ranking officials. The Longhua Metal Research Institute and the Longhua Academy of Sciences are among the leading scientific research institutes. The leaders of every discipline hold extraordinary positions. When significant results are achieved, they can directly request a meeting to discuss the importance of the experimental results. Zhang Lao, are you sure we need to convene the heads of major research institutes to lead this now? Absolutely, this paper is worth it. Upon hearing Zhang Ying's resolute answer, he immediately picked up the intercom and issued the command. Let's do as Zhang Lao says. We will hold a meeting in an hour. Receive. An hour later, in the Longhua Academy of Sciences, several elderly gentlemen dressed plainly walked in. What is this meeting about? I was doing experiments in the lab when I received the order to hurry over. Me too, I've never had such urgency before. Oldly, do you know what's going on? I heard it's about a paper. A paper? The questioner was astonished. Emergency meetings among the academies were usually to discuss significant research achievements. Specifically, it was to discuss scientific and technological achievements and to determine the general direction for further research in the meeting. But this time, because of a paper. What kind of paper could have such allure? The elderly present understood that papers only provide theoretical data, and scientific experiments are never perfectly aligned with theory. The experimental process may show deviations and even lead the experiments in another direction. Hey Lao Fong, have you finished reading? It's my turn now. Only then did everyone notice Fong Yi's unusual demeanor. Those engaged in scientific research all have tempers. If real results cannot be produced, no one will be convinced. Even if you are a renowned scholar, it doesn't matter. In past meetings, Fong Yi has always been the one to criticize. The most famous remark is, let's have something real, don't just talk about theory on paper. Show me some experimental data. But this time the habitual critic in meetings was utterly silent. Staring at the paper on the computer screen, without blinking, his breathing gradually became heavier. This meant that the paper Fong Yi was reading was of a high standard, even a groundbreaking piece of work. Because for the academicians present, it was already rare for any scientific achievement to make their breathing heavy. Old Jiang, from the experimental data and ideas provided in the paper plasma can indeed be contained, and even a light sword can definitely be created. Fang Yi looked up, breath quickening. At this moment, Jiang Ying, sitting beside him, nodded steadily, her emotions not changing much. At such an old age, still looking like someone who has never seen the world. The others nearby widened their eyes, wondering what was happening. The one who usually loved to criticize was not attacking this time. From his tone and demeanor, I seemed to see belief. Old Fang, what exactly does this paper say? Let me have a look. Yeah, why has your breathing become quickened? You used to love criticizing, now you're not criticizing, which feels like something is missing. And what you just said, a light sword is not something from movies. Why do you say it can be created? While everyone was questioning Fang Yi, Jiang Ying directly turned on the projector to display the paper. For the next half hour, the sound of inhalation echoed continually in the meeting room. My heavens, this paper is of epic-making quality. Fang Yi pretended to be calm, then scoffed. TCH, a bunch of old men who have never seen the world. No wonder the professional critics have stopped criticizing at the meeting. For everyone, this topic is truly beyond critique. Although the theme of the paper is the creation of a lightsaber, the underlying value encompasses several disciplines. Jiang Ying, who is the first author of this paper. We must find him, and we can't let talent slip away. That's right, scientific talent has always been the most lacking resource for any country. After being stunned, many academicians began to speculate about the identity of the first author. From the logical reasoning and rigorous experimental data, it was evident that the person who wrote this paper must have been browsing scientific papers for a long time. Conversely, one could infer that the author's age should not be very old. They had never even heard of Xu Teng's name. As top researchers of the older generation, they were familiar with most renowned scholars. If Xu Teng was not in their memory, it meant he was at least a generation younger than them. Over 40 is considered the golden age for scientific research. It's uncertain whether this paper has been publicly published or not. A public publication would increase exposure, and for any country the value of this paper is significant. If by any chance a scientific talent in their golden age were to be poached by someone else for a high salary, it would cause significant scientific losses for long country. Just as everyone looked at Jiang Ying with expressions of worry and anticipation, she finally spoke. The author has not yet publicly published this paper. Not yet publicly published, thankfully. The many academicians felt relieved, as this was good news. After all, this paper is different from traditional theoretical papers. It almost lays out all the experimental steps and how to solve encountered difficulties. It also involves new technology. Once long country advances the technology further, it won't be too late to publish this outdated technology. So who is Xu Teng? From the paper, it is clear that he must be someone who frequently conducts experiments. He is probably a doctoral student from a top university. Wow, a doctoral student can produce such a paper, it's truly astonishing. At this moment, Fang Yi also joined in the guessing game. If he is just a doctoral student, I don't think that's possible. He should be a talent being heavily trained in some project. That's a reasonable point. When Fang Yi, the professional critic, stopped criticizing, everyone felt that something was missing from the meeting. It was quite unusual. Jiang Ying observed the discussions around her. A golden age of 30 to 40 doctoral student, a talent being heavily trained in some project. One must say that you are just old men who have never seen the world. What era is it? Can't you be bolder in your guesses? Seeing Jiang Ying's complicated expression, the crowd was dissatisfied. Old Jiang, hurry up and speak. Don't act like we haven't seen the world. Exactly, am I wrong? Could a doctoral student have such a level? He must be a scholar heavily nurtured by some project. Fang Yi reverted to his usual critical demeanor. This feels right. The others discreetly glanced at Fang Yi. TCH, what era is it? Just because you act like you haven't seen the world, you don't believe it. And 30 to 40 years old, and a top university doctoral student. This paper was written by an undergraduate student to apply for an excellent graduation thesis. By the way, this undergraduate student is actually one of my students' graduates. Jiang Ying's first two sentences left everyone in a daze. An undergraduate wrote this. Moreover, it was only to apply for an excellent graduation thesis. What does this mean? Are the standards for excellent graduation theses now this high? I have only spent 1 or 2 months in the lab focusing on the current experiments at hand rather than staying for years. How is this different from the undergraduate graduation theses I have heard of? Regarding Jiang Ying's last statement, everyone tacitly indicated they had not heard it. Your student. Pa, shameless, you haven't even seen the person yet, and already start pulling connections. Not to mention whether the other party will eventually choose you. Professional critic Fang Yi stated that he was just here for a meeting today, but he was greatly shocked. He swallowed hard and said, so, what school is it? Oh, just an ordinary second-tier university. Jiang Ying glanced at Fang Yi expressionlessly. This person often opposes me, always likes to raise counterarguments, asking me to present real lab data and specific experimental processes. As a result, the two often found themselves at odds, their faces flushed. Today it was finally a serious lesson for him. An ordinary second-tier university. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? Just saying you look like someone who has never seen the world. Look at your discomposed appearance. Not only Fong Yi but the others were also stunned, gasping in disbelief. For researchers, the most important thing is time. The younger the age, the more active the thought, and the stronger the creativity. The possibility of inventing something for the new era and proposing new theories increases. If he is an undergraduate, that means he is only in his 20s. To reach such a level at such a young age, they were envisioning someone in their 30s or 40s. This means he would have an extra 10 to 20 years of experience in scientific research. Everyone present, even those who had not yet met Xu Teng, felt the urge to recruit him. Your disciple's student? Sorry, I have never heard that phrase before. Which school is he from? Oh, Xingqing University. As she spoke, there was a loud bang, and the door opened. Everyone turned to see Fong. He had already left the conference room. What's going on? The others took a few seconds to react and finally understood. He had rushed out to snatch someone away. Damn, the shameless old thief taking advantage of us to steal a talent. This trick is truly underhanded. I must go too. Thus an intriguing scene unfolded. Meetings that usually last 7 or 8 hours without a break ended immediately upon hearing Xu Teng's school name. Moreover, their goal was to go directly to the school to recruit him. If Zhang Ying knew about this scene, her jaw would drop in shock. I thought I had seen it all in my life. But the truth is I have never seen anything like this in my life. Looking at the empty conference room, Zhang Ying finally reacted and immediately called Zhang Ying. Just after Zhang Ying finished the call, Zhang Ying's anxious voice came through. We are heading to Xingqing University immediately. You must keep an eye on Xu Teng and not let him run around. Listening to the already muted phone, Zhang Ying fell into a wry smile. She had never seen a teacher like this before. At Xingqing University, in the conference room. During this time of year, the principal Luo Sheng is always quite busy with various meetings. For instance, severe crackdown on thesis fraud incidents. Any discovered cases will be dealt with sternly. For example, random checks on graduates' theses must ensure randomness, selecting outstanding theses without favoritism. After 3 hours of meetings concerning graduation theses, Luo Sheng felt overwhelmed. All right, that concludes the meeting regarding graduation theses for today. Let's move on to the next topic of the meeting. At this point, all attendees straighten their backs slightly. Xingqing University is merely a second-tier institution qualified to admit graduate students, but not to enroll doctoral candidates. Although the school's discipline development has been relatively rapid in recent years, Luo Sheng still feels unsatisfied. He hopes to elevate some second-tier disciplines to first-tier status. At the same time, he aims for the school to apply for first-tier status in the near future, establishing eligibility to enroll doctoral candidates. Luo Sheng cleared his throat and said, according to comparisons of some authoritative information, several of our second-tier disciplines have shown promising development in recent years, and we plan to apply for first-tier status. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound interrupted him. What was that noise? Luo Sheng furrowed his brow, wondering if there was construction happening nearby. The rumbling continued. The noise was harsh and piercing. Everyone heard it and exchanged bewildered glances. Only Zhang Ying looked a bit dazed. Having stayed up all night over a paper, he was still groggy during the morning meeting, his mind not fully engaged. But now he recalled the teacher saying to him, "We will be there soon." He had thought they were coming by high-speed train. To his surprise, the rumbling noise was from an aircraft. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Luo Sheng's expression turn blank, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable, muttering, "Who is so bold as to come here in a plane?" Another teacher gazed outside, murmuring, "Principal, that plane is armed. It's a Wuji armed helicopter." The Wuji is a combat aircraft designed specifically for the battlefield. The first reaction of all the teachers present was, "Is our principal Luo in trouble?" No, even if the principal were in trouble, the vehicle entering the school should be one carrying prosecutors, not a Wuji. Even more absurdly, it wasn't just one Wuji, but 5. Luo Sheng had also seen 5 Wuji. Then I can relax, it can't be me thereafter. I'm not important enough. In this entire conference room, in the highest authority, if they're not looking for me, then who are they looking for? No. One of the teachers is a renowned scholar in high-temperature resistance. Luo Sheng turned his gaze towards Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying appeared utterly astonished, his face reflecting, "Who am I, where am I, and why am I witnessing such a scene?" Meanwhile, students in class also looked up in shock at the sky. What the hell? Why is a Wuji here at our school? What's going on? Why is there a helicopter? This is a major weapon on the battlefield. It's a national asset. The plane's arrival at our school indicates something big is happening. A big event. Could it be that the principal is involved in embezzlement? Another military enthusiast pondered for a moment and said, to be blunt, the principal's embezzlement wouldn't warrant this level of response. The arrival of a Wuji is a bigger deal than that. Then what could it be? If it's not a terrorist attack, then it must involve someone of significant importance. After Luo Sheng anxiously waited in the meeting for a few minutes, The sound of orderly military boots echoed from the footsteps. It was clear this was a group of well-trained troops. Bang! The conference room door swung open. A group of people entered led by a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze and a dark complexion dressed in civilian clothes. His first impression was that of someone with a commanding presence, someone who had been on the battlefield. Behind him were several elderly men with white hair and excited expressions. The leading middle-aged man asked, "Who is Principal Luo?" Luo Sheng immediately stood up and replied, "I am." "Good. For the time being, none of you are allowed to leave, and you are also not permitted to send any messages. The surrounding networks have been blocked." "I understand." Facing this middle-aged man who had been on the battlefield, Luo Sheng's presence felt a bit diminished, like a quail, indicating he comprehended everything. As long as they weren't here to arrest him, everything would be manageable. However, this situation seemed too grand for just him as a principal. After analyzing the circumstances, Luo Sheng asked nervously, "May I inquire about the situation?" The middle-aged man turned to look at Luo Sheng, his expression calm as he said, "Don't be nervous, it's just a drill. However, if you really want to know, that can be arranged. Just know that it might take some time." "Take some time." "Goodness, I merely probed a little, and the consequences are this severe. It must be some significant experimental achievement. But we are just an ordinary second-tier institution with no qualifications to enroll doctoral candidates. There's no major project underway. Who could be orchestrating this?" At that moment, several elderly men behind were peering around, and one elderly man with white hair suddenly brightened as he recognized someone, quickly walking over and asking, "Zhang Ying, take us to him quickly." "Is it really him?" "No, they are asking him to lead them." "Could it be a student?" "No, absolutely impossible." Luo Sheng thought that such plots were only found in dramas. This is real life. How could such ridiculous things happen? "Teacher, you arrived so quickly." When Zhang Ying left the conference room and reached the teachers, everything felt like a dream. "We will be there soon." So this soon meant they had already sent the Wuji. Indeed, it was very soon and quite surreal. "Enough with the small talk. I just want to ask, where is Xu Teng? Wasn't I supposed to have you keep an eye on him?" "The principal sent me to the meeting. I had no choice." Zhang Ying only dared to mutter softly in his heart. "The second lab is not far from here. I'll take you there." Xu Teng had clearly indicated the lab's location in his paper, which is how Zhang Ying knew where Xu Teng was conducting his experiment. "Let's go, hurry up. If we're late, it will be too late." The other elderly men immediately urged upon hearing Zhang Ying's words. "Hey Fong, is someone I've set my sights on. You can't just take him. I don't care if this promising talent must come to me. I haven't seen such a genius in a long time." Zhang Ying fell into a daze once more. Fong, the head of the nuclear fusion project at the Dragon Academy. He glanced at several others nearby. Goodness, their identities were all academicians, practically half of the Dragon National Academy. Now Zhang Ying finally understood why a Wuji had arrived at Xinjiang University and why there were groups of soldiers armed with firearms all around. A crowd of people marched toward Laboratory No. 2 in a grand procession. Among them were several elderly men with white hair, yet they strode with vigorous steps, as if flying. "Old Fong, I'm telling you, I discovered Xu Teng first. By all rights, there should be a sense of order. First come, first served." Before Fong could speak, the others around him voiced their dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by first come, first served? This isn't buying vegetables." "Exactly, science values precedence based on achievement, and we must also heed the opinion of the person involved. Old Zhang, listen to the opinions of those around you. Everyone feels the same. So stop thinking this is solely because your student discovered him first." "Humph." Zhang Ying watched the scene of several leading scientists vying for the young man, a twitch forming on his face. "So it wasn't that no one paid attention to you. It was that you hadn't met their standards. Look, just one paper had brought several academicians from their labs to come and see Xu Teng in person. And along the way, they never stopped trying to claim him. Even before meeting him, Xu Teng had already shown Zhang Ying the true heights of genius. Some people were indeed at a level he could never reach in a lifetime of effort. "Teacher, this is Laboratory No. 2. Zhang Ying pointed to the lab at the end of the corridor. Hearing this, Fong immediately stepped forward, and the others quickly reacted. They had all read the paper, judging by the experimental progress, the lightsaber project had reached its most critical stage. The acknowledged plasma material had already been fabricated. The next step was to constrain it into the shape of a sword, stabilize its form, and ensure it could be properly activated and deactivated. Witnessing the birth of a product born of future technology was a moment of profound excitement. The door was slowly pushed open, and Zhang Ying and the others filed in quietly, trying not to make a sound. The experiment had entered a critical phase where disturbance was most taboo. A single minor error could lead to a result that was 1,000 miles off. At that moment, the experiment had reached its most crucial juncture. A faint blue light emanated from the hilt, slowly converging together. Its shape was unstable, tangled like cotton. Had it failed? The thought had barely surfaced when the light blazed brilliantly, instantly forming the shape of a sword. A faint disturbance was visible in the surrounding space caused by an excess of released energy. The next second, the energy fluctuation vanished completely and the form stabilized. A series of ripples spread through the air. Only the ethereal blue light remained before them. It was a success. Joy lit up the faces of those nearby. They had truly created it. Zhang Ying's vision blurred as he recalled the first question he had asked when he became Zhang Ying's disciple. Teacher, do you think a lightsaber can really be made? Back then his teacher's gaze was profound. Study diligently, and you'll know if it's possible. At the time, Zhang Ying believed his teacher meant that with hard work, he could one day achieve what he desired. Later he realized his teacher meant that the more he learned, the less he would indulge in such fantasies. And now he was witnessing the dream of a lifetime materialized by the student he mentored in a graduation project. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zhang Ying couldn't help but exclaim, tears welling in his eyes. The lightsaber was only part of it. What truly stood out was Xu Teng's age. How old could he be? Just over 20. In the decades to come, his name would likely be etched into the annals of all science. It was then that Xu Teng noticed nearly 10 extra people in the lab. There were middle-aged men with piercing eyes, his graduation project advisor, and most notably several white-haired elders. Especially those white-haired elders who looked at him with blazing intensity. Who are you? Xu Teng had a vague guess that these elders were researchers likely of high status. Fang Yi from the Dragon Academy of Sciences. The rest are just ordinary old folks. Don't pay them too much mind. Fang Yi was always the quickest to speak. After all, the young man before him had even built a lightsaber. Plasma also had a significant connection to nuclear fusion, so he needed to make a good impression first to lay the groundwork for his recruitment plans later. Dragon Academy of Sciences. Xu Teng's mind took a moment to catch up. Wasn't that the highest-level scientific research institute in the Dragon Kingdom? Every person there was a true scientific talent. Given that the people beside Fang Yi must also hold high positions. With this reasoning, Xu Teng understood. He guessed that the thesis he had submitted to Zhang Ying last night had caused quite a stir, prompting these leading figures in science to come early this morning. Little Xu, was the material for this lightsaber hilt also developed by you? Zhang Ying asked, holding a rectangular blue piece of material. Fang Yi frowned as he overheard. Old Fox calling him Little Xu right away. There's definitely some cunning to that. Yes, I developed it half a month ago. Half a month ago. Zhang Ying couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. According to the paper's timeline, Xu Teng had started the lightsaber project a month ago. Half a month to develop the material for a lightsaber. Half a month in an unremarkable second-tier university lab. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhang Ying would never have believed it. But the fact was undeniable. I'm old, so old. Could you explain the specific process? Zhang Ying marveled at the ideas and methods mentioned in the paper, and now being on-site, he had the perfect opportunity to seek clarification. No problem. Once Zhang Ying opened that door, the others also took the initiative to ask questions. In science, precedence was based on achievement. Even if one was younger, possessing skills others lacked could still make them a teacher. Little Xu, how did you get the plasma to form such a stable state? Initially, my idea was to confine it within a certain space. Following that concept, I built a device similar to an air compressor. But it failed. Later, I thought of making it flow only within a specific space. These were academicians from major science academies, even key leaders of certain projects. Over the decades, they had taught countless individuals. Many more yearned to receive their guidance. Now in laboratory, no. 2. These elders continuously posed their doubts to the young man before them, Xu Teng, who was only in his 20s, eagerly awaiting his answers. The lightsaber was now in Zhang Ying's hands. The long-cherished dream had become reality. Zhang Ying looked at the lightsaber, then at Xu Teng beside him, and couldn't help but sigh. It was all too surreal. Why can't a student like this be recommended for graduate studies without exams? This doubt suddenly surfaced in Zhang Ying's mind. Just then Xu Teng turned and asked him, Teacher Zhang, do you think my paper has a chance to be rated as an excellent thesis? That would help me a lot with my graduate school entrance exam. It has certain benefits for my graduate studies. As soon as Xu Teng finished this sentence, the surrounding people fell silent. At that moment, Zhang Ying remembered that the title of the email Zhang Ying had forwarded to her was, Teacher, will this thesis have a chance to be selected as an excellent graduation project? At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. What a terrible school this is. If it weren't for this thesis, they would have never known what kind of genius had been buried. Someone was able to create a lightsaber that only existed in movies within a month. The research on materials that can withstand extreme temperatures can provide some insights in this thesis, and even experiments on nuclear fusion can be inspired from it. Yet there isn't even a list of candidates for graduate studies. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Zhang Ying and Fang Yi, along with the other leading scientists, would not have dared to believe this was the reality. Xiaosu, I will go find Principal Luo for a talk right now. Fang Yi, known for his sharp tongue, was already indignant. Even Jiang Ying, who usually had a good temper, couldn't hold back any longer, and the group immediately expressed their desire to confront Principal Luo about the matter. In scientific research, it is best to avoid personal relationships. The graduate list clearly shows bias. The middle-aged man who came along frowned and summoned his subordinates to give them some instructions. He then turned to comfort everyone. I have already instructed my subordinates to investigate this matter. In due time, we will provide Xiao Su with an explanation. In fact, everyone present knew that whether or not he could get into graduate school was no longer important for Xu Teng. The value of that thesis is significant, and now with the successful creation of the lightsaber, its worth has been elevated to another level. A thesis without a physical object to study and one supported by a physical object are two entirely different natures. The key is, everyone sympathized with Xu Teng. Xingqing University, even if one were to speak highly of it, is merely a second-tier institution. How could such a grave mistake be made? Jiang Ying approached the middle-aged man and said everything in this laboratory must be taken away. The data inside is crucial and cannot be disclosed. The middle-aged man listened attentively and eventually nodded, indicating that everything would be done. Being in a high position, he understood the importance of experimental data. Not only the experimental data, but all files related to Xu Teng must be extracted separately, and even some key traces must be erased. This would prevent individuals with ulterior motives from taking advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, in a small conference room, Luo Sheng sat upright, glancing nervously at the dark-skinned man, beside him beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just moments ago, the dark-skinned man in military attire had called him out individually, stating that he had something to inquire about. The other teachers in the conference room witnessed this, looking at Principal Luo with an expression that confirmed their suspicions. What's wrong? Why am I feeling nervous? I haven't embezzled anything. As the principal of Xingqing University, Luo Sheng was indeed an honest official, dedicating all his thoughts to the development of the school, which was why Xingqing University had experienced rapid growth in recent years. What happened with this year's graduate list? The dark-skinned man across from him spoke. Graduate list? Luo Sheng was taken aback. He truly had no knowledge of it. A few minutes later, the dark-skinned man swiftly entered the conference room and whispered a few words to the middle-aged man. Everyone has already clarified that Principal Luo was not aware of the graduate selection process. It was entirely handled by the vice principal. Due to receiving some small gifts from others, Xu Teng's name was removed. For someone of Xiao Zu's caliber, this is their loss. Jiang Ying immediately chimed in. That's right, I also agree with what old Fong said. Xiao Su, our Lonka Metal Research Institute, has a project on high-temperature resistant materials ongoing and needs talents like you to join. The other few were dumbfounded. How did Jiang Ying, who had always been considered the most honest, manage to transition the topic so smoothly? We clearly hadn't discussed this. Fong, he couldn't hold back any longer. Xiao Su, I believe young people should engage in more challenging experimental projects such as nuclear fusion. One idea mentioned in your thesis is very suitable for the project we are currently undertaking. Old Fong, what do you mean? Are you saying our high-temperature resistant project lacks challenge? Old Jiang, how can you say that? I never said that. I was just considering from all angles that Xiao Su is more suited for the nuclear fusion project. You clearly mean that. No, I don't. Seeing that the two were getting a bit carried away with their argument, the others finally stepped in to join the fray. Xiao Su, the young people in their project groups are too few. They are mostly older. You might as well come to Jing University. After research, you can stroll around campus when you are tired. As long as you can come, we will immediately offer you a professorship. Xiao Su, I tell you what they have at Jing University, we at Huaqing can also offer you. Not only that, but we also promise you a house right near the school. Once you achieve results in research, we also have several millions in bonuses. The Dragon Kingdom has always placed great importance on scientific research, especially with the resource allocation favoring Jing University, and Huaqing University money flows like water. Projects worth billions, dozens of billions are applied for one after another. For scholars with research achievements, the bonuses are always generous. Fong Yi and Jiang Ying were stunned. How did we not think of this aspect? It seems that being young really has its advantages. Just a little conversation and they grasped the key points. A professorship can be offered just like that, and even houses around the school are casually promised, especially accompanied by bonuses. They exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes we can't let them succeed. Xiao Su, we can offer you everything that Huaqing and Jing University can. Although from an external reputation standpoint, our Lonka Research Institute does not have the same fame as these two universities. However, anyone truly pursuing a path in scientific research knows that our strength is the strongest. Xiao Su. At that moment, Xu Teng was lost in the repeated calls of Xiao Su. He had considered the impact of the thesis he sent out, but he never expected it to create such a significant ripple. Should I really become a professor? Although the system provided him with detailed blueprints for lightsaber construction, he had clarified all the questions within them. Yet in the vast ocean of scientific research, what he learned was only a part. He should not be arrogant or complacent. After pondering for a while, Xu Teng spoke, I truly appreciate the care of all the elders, but the deeper I delve into research, the more I realize my own shortcomings. I still want to progress step by step. I wish to attend Huaqing University for my master's degree and move upward step by step. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding noise vanished, and everyone looked at Xu Teng, even the middle-aged man revealing a look of admiration in his eyes. What is the greatest fear of researchers? Stagnation, being unable to heed the opinions of others and believing that their research level is already unparalleled in the country. There is no need to study as seriously as before. Over time, with the advancement of technology, the knowledge they possess has become outdated. Such situations are rare among the older generation of researchers, as the technological level of Long Country was once lagging and they understood that falling behind would lead to being beaten. However, today's youth have not experienced such painful times. Many are overly ambitious and focus more on fame and fortune. If they had research skills like Xu Teng, they would be looking down on others. But Xu Teng is not like that. In the face of such favorable conditions, he calmly said, I am truly grateful for the care of all the elders, but the deeper I delve into my research, the more I realize my own shortcomings. I still want to take slow, steady steps forward. Listen, this is the attitude one should have in science. If everyone were like Xu Teng, who would dare to look down on Long Country? Good, this is truly great. Jiang Ying's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at the young man before her, growing more fond of him. Not only is his research level top-notch, but his attitude towards learning is also first-rate. Who doesn't like a person who is both talented and virtuous? It's just that as people age, their eyes tend to get sandy. Even the notorious critic Fang Yi fell silent at this moment. There's no way to criticize such a young talent. Not only did he refrain from criticism, but he also felt somewhat regretful that Xu Teng did not choose to join the Dragon Science Research Institute. After all, this means one less strong assistant for future experiments. Alas, it's a pity that Huaqing University got him. Fang Yi sighed. Xu Teng, don't worry. As long as you want, Huaqing University will always welcome you. Then it'll trouble my mentor to arrange it. Xu Teng's calling him mentor greatly pleased Su Wei. Seeing that things had been settled, the others refrained from saying much. They only quietly pulled Xu Teng aside for a few whispered words, hinting that graduate students do not necessarily always have to stay in their own laboratories. After producing research results, if you think of us, do come to the lab to visit. Xu Teng quickly agreed, I will definitely come, and I will need your guidance then. Xu Teng holds a great deal of respect for these senior researchers. If it weren't for them paving the way, life in Long Country would not be as good as it is today. A middle-aged man called over a dark-skinned man and casually instructed him. He then turned to everyone, saying the helicopter has been arranged and can take off at any time. Jiang Ying turned to Zhang Ying and said a few words, then instructed, this time you have made a great contribution, and I will definitely report it to the higher-ups. As a teacher, this is what students should do. Teachers also need to pay more attention to rest. Jiang Ying waved her hand to bid farewell. At this moment, Fang Yi also stepped forward and sincerely told Zhang Ying, if you ever discover another student like Xu Teng, be sure to contact me. After saying this, Fang Yi gave Zhang Ying a phone number, indicating that he must not forget it. Zhang Ying could only nod stiffly and smile. A genius like Xu Teng is not something one can encounter just by chance. The odds are even lower than winning 5 million in the lottery. The group then exited the meeting room, all of whom were leaders of the experimental projects. Time is tight. If not for matters concerning Xu Teng, they would hardly leave the laboratory. Xu Teng followed Su Wei to report to Huaqing University. It has already been decided there is no need to stay at Xingqing University any longer. Based on his current level, there are no teachers left who can guide him. In the small conference room, Luo Sheng felt uncomfortable, and through the window, he could see the troops and the helicopters. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. One day, Xingqing University will encounter such events. Especially the question posed by that dark-skinned officer earlier. The tone was calm, but the implication behind it was already quite clear. From start to finish, the questions pertained to the graduate school entrance examination. Is there any practice of receiving gifts to replace others on the list for graduate school recommendations? Do you know about the quotas for graduate school recommendations and whether you were involved? Initially, Luo Sheng was bewildered by the questions. Given the uniform you are wearing, shouldn't you be asking about matters within the military? Isn't it the education department that should be inquiring about graduate school recommendations? Facing the questions from the dark-skinned officer, Luo Sheng was at a loss for words. Because this time the graduate school recommendations were entirely beyond his control. After being straightforward, he did not make things difficult for Luo Sheng, simply saying, just sit here and don't move around. Luo Sheng nodded in agreement. Move around? Even if you want me to move, I wouldn't dare. Could this incident be related to the graduate school recommendations? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a major issue could not possibly be connected to the graduate school recommendations. After the initial confusion, he recalled who the old men who came in earlier were. They were all leaders of research projects, each capable of representing a technological field of long country. This time several had come. From their expressions, it was clear they were here to find someone. Our Xingqing University, merely a small second-tier institution, is fortunate to have several leaders personally visit. Luo Sheng was anxious for half an hour like this, until he heard a rumbling sound were they about to leave. The several elders, supported by others, slowly boarded the helicopter with a few waving goodbye to each other while still conversing. Among these elders, the most notable was a young man. He boarded the plane with a certain elder, and the number of security personnel around him was clearly more than those around the other elders. At this moment, a red dot shot towards Luo Sheng, a sniper. Luo Sheng was startled and quickly stepped away from the window, not daring to open it again. Boom boom. The sound gradually faded, and the personnel originally guarding the door quickly went downstairs. Ding. His phone notified him of a new message. Luo Sheng opened it to see the vice president has been dismissed for abuse of power. In his lifetime, it was the first time he had seen such a hasty notification, almost making him think it was fake. If it weren't for the official document being marked with a red header, and if the person sending the message wasn't his superior. He remembered that this time the list for graduate school recommendations was precisely under the vice president's purview, coupled with what he saw a young man following a few elders onto the helicopter. My God, wife, come out and see the divine, Luo Sheng murmured. The journey from Xingqing to Kyoto spans over 1,500 kilometers. Along the way, Xu Wei continuously engaged with Xu Teng on academic matters and proactively sought his opinions. The pilots in the cockpit were astonished. They were merely executing orders without knowledge of the specific mission. However, the deployment of a troop along with armed helicopters indicated that the mission was undoubtedly of a classified nature. He initially thought the person waiting for him would be an elderly individual similar in age to researchers like Xu Wei. Instead, he encountered a young man who appeared even younger than himself. The driver kept murmuring to himself, there are always greater talents beyond us. As Xu Teng dealt with Xu Wei, he speculated on what type of task the advanced technology would assign next. The lightsaber is classified as a cold weapon. In terms of weapon categorization, hot weapons will always surpass cold ones. Thus, the next mission is likely to involve hot weapons. Ever since the creation of the lightsaber, Xu Teng realized that science is truly vast and boundless, emphasizing the importance of making the most of every day. The sound of the engine gradually quieted down. Xiaosu, we have arrived. In January, Kyoto's temperature is low. Even on sunny days, the wind can be quite uncomfortable. Outside stood a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined and gentle aura. Teacher, you are here. He then smiled at Xu Teng, saying, this must be Xiaosu. I entrust Xiaosu to you. Any request he has must be addressed immediately. Remember, no matter what the request is. Rest assured, teacher, I will handle it well. That's good to hear. Xu Wei turned to Xu Teng with a smile, saying, Xiaosu, I still have experiments to attend to, so I will take my leave. Take care, mentor. Yun Sheng, a student of Xu Wei, was valued for his meticulous and earnest nature, eventually securing a position as an academician at Huaqing University, effectively the second-in-command at the institution. During his 3 years of graduate study and 3 years of doctoral study under Xu Wei, Yun Sheng encountered numerous prodigies. However, these talents were obedient and earnest in the presence of true scientific giants. Only by traversing more paths can one truly understand the nature of this world and from the heart earn respect for these elder scholars in research. Xu Teng, however, shattered Yun Sheng's perceptions. This was someone who had prompted their teacher to rush from the laboratory for a personal meeting. The moment he received the news that morning, he was bewildered, almost doubting whether it was a new round of information fraud from strangers. Throughout the journey, Yun Sheng, as the second-in-command, acted like a tour guide, diligently showing Xu Teng around much of the campus. Xiaosu, your dormitory is arranged for you. You will have it all to yourself with the best facilities. Xiaosu, this is the school cafeteria. You can enter the faculty's exclusive cafeteria just by swiping your student card. Xiaosu, the library is over there. If you need any materials, just let me know, and I will have someone bring them to your dormitory. Xiaosu, I have arranged a separate laboratory for you. If you have any needs, just let me know, and I will handle the paperwork. Dean, you really don't need to do this. I can explore on my own. Xu Teng checked Yun Sheng's profile. Having a dean personally guide him through the campus and meticulously explain the various buildings felt a bit overwhelming. Xiaosu, why are you saying that? Calling me dean feels a bit formal. We are under the same mentor, so just call me senior brother. Yun, senior brother. That's more like it. Sitting in the position of Dean, Yun Sheng was adept at reading people, and sensed that Xu Teng felt somewhat uneasy, so he no longer insisted and lightly patted Xu Teng's shoulder. Xiaosu, I will take my leave now. If you need anything, just let me know in a timely manner. Sure, thank you, Yun, senior brother. Don't mention it, it's no trouble at all. Watching Yunsheng drive away, Xu Teng called upon the system but received no response. It seems there are some prerequisites needed. Xu Teng suspected that the tasks assigned by the advanced technology system were related to the knowledge he had acquired. Previously, when the system had not yet been unlocked, he had been focused on scientific papers regarding plasma beams. Forget it, I won't think about it, or I'll just make good use of this time to recharge. In the days that followed, Xu Teng led a simple life. Library, cafeteria, dormitory, a routine of 3 points in a line. Over a month passed in this manner. During this time, Yin senior brother did not frequently disturb Xu Teng. The question he asked most was, Xu junior brother, have you encountered any problems? Everything is good, Yin senior brother. Out of curiosity, Yunsheng specifically checked Xu Teng's library visit records. It turned out that on average he spent at least 12 hours a day in the library. At that moment, Yunsheng finally understood. The gap between him and geniuses was not merely talent, it also encompassed perseverance. I realized for the first time that the disparity between people can be so vast. Ding ding ding. Son, I heard the results of the postgraduate entrance examination have come out. How did you do? Was today the day the results were released? During this past month, Xu Teng had been completely immersed in the library of Huaqing University. It must be said that the collection of books here is rich, and there are many people striving alongside you. In such a conducive learning environment, it is indeed easy to lose track of time. I did alright. I got into the graduate program at Huaqing University. As long as you did well, it's fine, and not getting into a particularly prestigious university is no problem, as long as you put in effort. Wait, what did you just say? I got into the graduate program at Huaqing University. I didn't mishear, did I? That's right, exactly that. The sound of celebration could be heard from the other end with a noticeably higher pitch. How could you state such exciting news so calmly? Are you still in Xingqing? You must throw a celebration when you come back this time. Xu Teng glanced at the chicken leg in his bowl and then at the books beside his seat. I'm quite busy here at Huaqing, and let's celebrate when I come back later. Alright. I will listen to you this time. Xu Teng was not someone who enjoyed lively gatherings. There was no need to throw a celebration. The most important thing was to produce research results. After hanging up, Xu Teng scrolled through his social media. Living up to the starlight, living up to the journey, Huaqing graduate student, I have finally arrived. All the comments below were filled with blessings. Congratulations. Deng Xiannu is impressive. I'm at nearby Jing University. Oh, let's have a chance to exchange ideas together. I heard the food at Huaqing is quite good. Can I come over for a meal sometime? Was that Deng Yi? Xu Teng had some impression of this girl. During the monthly exam in high school, she was always second place, while he consistently ranked above her. He didn't have many impressions of her, only knowing she was a strong student and quite pretty, rumored to be the campus belle. Looking down, Deng Yi had not replied at all, so he decided to offer his congratulations. After all, the postgraduate entrance examination was quite challenging. If it weren't for that paper on lightsabers, Xu Teng wouldn't have had such an easy time getting into Huaqing. Congratulations. Let's discuss academic issues together when the opportunity arises. Before he could put down his phone, Deng Yi replied, are you also at Huaqing? Yes. How come the reply came so quickly? This time it was Xu Teng who was surprised. Looking at Deng Yi's social media updates, he noticed a flurry of comments below, none of which had received replies, and he thought she must not be online. Never mind, let's focus on having a good meal first. The system should be releasing new tasks soon, and I still have some subjects I haven't fully grasped. After the lunch break, I still need to go to the library. At this moment on the other side, Deng Yi was happily calling out to Huang Ling while having a lavish meal, while Xu Teng actually took the initiative to message me. He said he is also at Huaqing University and invited me to discuss academic issues together when we have time. I got it, but could you please not shout so loudly? Everyone around is looking over. Huang Ling tugged at Deng Yi's sleeve, advising her. Coming to her senses, Deng Yi noticed that everyone was looking at her. She stuck out her tongue apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I'm just too happy right now. Oh, I couldn't hold it in. Deng Yi first saw Xu Teng's name shortly after entering high school. In the first test of her freshman year, Deng Yi secured second place, while Xu Teng took first. At that time, she looked at the class rankings and encouraged herself, next time I must surpass you in my grades. The second time, she again came in second with Xu Teng first. No way, next time I absolutely won't let you surpass me again. After experiencing countless tests, Deng Yi finally understood that she and Xu Teng were not on the same level. If grades were to be classified, Xu Teng was a genius, while she could only be considered a top student. The strong always admire the strong, and over time Deng Yi began to admire Xu Teng. Several times she took the opportunity to ask Xu Teng questions, and he patiently explained everything to her each time, even asking if she understood in the end. These details especially touched Deng Yi, who even fantasized about whether the top two students in their class would create a beautiful story together. However, Deng Yi later discovered that Xu Teng treated every student who came with questions the same way. That day her mood suddenly soured. But after coming to terms with it, Xu Teng became even more attractive in her eyes, and over time, everyone secretly referred to him as the male god. Some bold girls wrote love letters to Xu Teng, but he merely replied blandly, "High school is a crucial period, you should focus more on your studies." After that, everyone realized that Xu Teng excelled in both academics and character, but he had no interest in romance. "I will definitely catch you in university." Deng Yi secretly vowed to study harder, hoping to enter the same university as Xu Teng in the end. However, she later heard that Xu Teng suffered food poisoning and missed a comprehensive exam, going to a second-tier school instead. On the day the results were announced, all the classmates were shocked. "What a pity, I didn't expect such an accident to happen." Indeed, even geniuses can have setbacks, but with his abilities he will surely be able to get into a good graduate school. Well, that's hard to say. University is very different from high school. "Hey, what you're saying is too much." When you used to ask the genius questions, he explained patiently every time. "That has nothing to do with it, I'm just stating the facts." Deng Yi, who was usually good-natured, was angry for the first time in front of everyone. Others just had one comprehensive exam they didn't take, unlike some who finished all their exams, but still scored lower. After that, Xu Teng seemed to have disappeared. "Hey, don't be like that, it's been so long, and you're still thinking about Xu Teng. Look at you, your hands are all greasy, and you're still typing replies." Huang Ling had never seen Deng Yi like this. During the 4 years of university, Deng Yi was always referred to as a goddess by others. Not only did she have excellent grades, but she was also fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall, making her the object of pursuit for many boys. But throughout those 4 years, Deng Yi's reason for rejecting others was always, "I don't want to date yet." Only now did Huang Ling realize that Deng Yi did not want to date. Rather, she had someone in her heart. Today, the two of them came out to celebrate, and Deng Yi didn't reply to anyone else's messages, only to Xu Teng differently. "This is the first time someone has taken the initiative to invite me. How should I respond?" Seeing Deng Yi's cautious demeanor, Huang Ling couldn't help but laugh. "Then just invite him directly, saying you're unfamiliar with the surroundings of Huaqing University, and ask him to show you around." "Isn't that too direct?" Huang Ling pouted. "Come on, if you're not a bit more direct with Xu Teng's personality, do you think he would understand? Maybe after dinner he'll just forget about you. He probably has his mind solely on research." "That's true. I think your reasoning makes a lot of sense." "Then hurry up and do it." After being pushed by Deng Yi like this, Huang Ling also became interested. It had been so long since they last met, Xu Teng must have changed a lot. The two huddled together, and Deng Yi quickly wiped her hands and typed, "Do you have time the day after tomorrow? I'll be reporting to Huaqing University then, and am not familiar with the surroundings. Could you show me around?" After sending the message, the two directly stared at the screen, guessing how long it would take Xu Teng to reply. Beep, beep, beep. Just after finishing lunch, Xu Teng picked up his phone and opened the message. "Not familiar with the surroundings." The key is that I'm not familiar either. Recently, Xu Teng had been focusing on studying various knowledge in preparation for the system's upcoming tasks. I should just be honest, otherwise if I lead him the wrong way it would be awkward. "I'm not very familiar with the surroundings either. I've been reading in the library lately." Right after sending the message, the other side replied, "Then where do you usually eat? In the cafeteria? Then how about this, the day after tomorrow I'll come to Huaqing University, and you can take me to the cafeteria. I heard Huaqing University is quite big, and I'm not sure I can find a cafeteria." "It's big, and you can't find the cafeteria?" Xu Teng furrowed his brow, feeling that this statement was a bit strange. But he couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it. "Okay, just contact me then." "Okay, satisfied." JPG. At this moment on the other side, Li Guangdao was feeling annoyed while scrolling through videos on his phone. When Deng Yi posted her update on social media, he saw it immediately and even commented with blessings below. Now it had already been 15 minutes. He had scrolled through 30 short videos in a row, yet he still hadn't received a reply from Deng Yi. Especially just now, when WeChat chimed, he thought it was a reply to his message. Upon checking, it turned out to be Deng Yi replying to Xu Teng. "You're a college entrance examination failure. Why do you still, until now, hold a place in their hearts?" When Xu Teng suffered food poisoning and went to a second-tier school, he was overjoyed to hear the news. 4 years have passed, and he actually got into Huaqing's graduate program. "Clearly, I'm also a graduate student from Jingda, just next to Deng Yi's school, and I was here first." Li Guangda, as a wealthy second-generation heir, excelled academically and was a prominent figure in school. In the realm of romance, he had never faced failure even with those referred to as goddesses by his classmates. As long as Li Guangda put in a little effort, the girls would come to him. Although he frequently changed girlfriends, it didn't matter much. Many girls, having heard of Li Guangda's playboy reputation, were still willing. Except for one special girl in high school, Deng Yi. Not only was she academically gifted, but her figure was also alluring. Yet no matter how hard Li Guangda tried, he couldn't catch Deng Yi's attention, and the distance between them only grew. This troubled Li Guangda greatly, and later he realized it was due to Xu Teng. But what did Xu Teng know? He was merely a bookish fool hardly worthy of the title elegant and courteous gentleman that they bestowed. The day the exam results were released was Li Guangda's happiest day. A highly regarded academic actually failed. He ended up at a second-tier university, and even though it was due to food poisoning, the outcome remained unchanged. Just when Li Guangda thought he finally had a chance, he saw the good-natured Deng Yi publicly getting angry on Xu Teng's behalf, leaving him sour enough to lose his teeth. In the following 4 years, Li Guangda hardly heard any news about Xu Teng, guessing that the former academic prodigy had fallen from grace and was too embarrassed to speak up. When he saw Deng Yi's updates on social media, he was overjoyed. The opportunity had finally come. Hucking University and Jingda were right next to each other. As long as I put in some effort, Deng Yi would surely. He began to dream, only to be met with Xu Teng's message, "I'm also at Hucking." Why? How can he? An unremarkable second-tier student, how could he end up as a student at a top-tier university? It must be fake. He's definitely doing it on purpose, unwilling to lose face. As long as I can expose Xu Teng's hypocrisy, Deng Yi will notice me. Right, I can start by checking the thesis. Before graduating, undergraduates usually choose a supervising teacher to guide their thesis. Though it's called guidance, the thesis largely depends on the student. All graduates' theses can be found on the respective official websites, and it's possible to gauge a student's level from their thesis. Whether there was any falsification in the experimental data. When Li Guangda typed Xu Teng's name on the official website, he was stunned. How can it be blank? Could it be that my computer lost connection? No, the social media app is still logged in. I can even hear the message notification. How can it not be found? Is there a problem with the official website? Li Guangda typed his name on the official site, and immediately his thesis popped up. That's right, let me try again. Blank. Refreshing again, still blank. No, this isn't a problem with the website, nor is it a network issue. So, a bold thought emerged in Li Guangda's mind. Xu Teng must have a problem. After the shock, Li Guangda was ecstatic. Haha, Xu Teng, you really are that kind of person. The persona you built in high school was all an act. I've finally caught you in a trap. Oh, just wait, I will definitely ruin your reputation. In 4 years, Li Guangda had never heard of anyone whose thesis couldn't be found. Even those who were key talents nurtured by the school, even if they went abroad to hold academic talks, would certainly leave their theses on the official website. Xu Teng was merely a graduate of a mediocre university. Compared to those academic prodigies giving speeches abroad, he was nothing. Thus, the only reason for not finding a thesis is that Xu Teng had not completed one at all. It's even possible that a related paper encountered academic issues and was thus blocked. Such a person claims to be a graduate student of Hucking University. What are you even worth? Hucking University Library. Xu Teng was flipping through textbooks related to research on firearms, sensing that lightsabers are cold weapons and that the system he received was actually a black technology system. It certainly wouldn't always be cold weapons. The next one would likely be firearms. At this moment, a bespectacled chubby guy sitting next to Xu Teng was puzzled, glancing frequently at the book in Xu Teng's hands. Everyone is here to learn. Why is what you are studying so different? I am still looking at the industrial design standards, and your textbook seems to be about firearms. The key issue is that while the Hucking library is large, does it really have such books? Why have I never seen them? Young man, you look quite young, probably just an undergraduate. Are undergraduates this impressive now? I remember back when I was preparing for graduate school, I nearly wore myself thin. And the textbook in your hands is completely unrelated to grad school. This book is probably something only researchers specializing in firearms would read. Those kinds of people are either older or look quite aged, with the key characteristic being that they are balding. Xu Teng in front of him was not only too young, but also had a full head of hair. Why would there be someone so pretentious in the library of Hucking University? Ding, new weapon design blueprint, the energy explosion gun, has been fully distributed. The shorter the development time, the more rewards received. Oh, this time, there will even be rewards. Unlike the last time when the lightsaber was provided, it seems that the more black technology is completed, the higher the level of the system unlocked, and the final black technology obtained will be increasingly unimaginable. From the history and establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, the journey has been quite challenging. Initially on the battlefield, due to outdated weaponry, many hardships were endured. Many veterans even froze to death on the battlefield. The more he learned about history, the more Xu Teng wanted to invest his efforts in research. The reason is simple: just to reach a moment where the level of research can be sufficiently improved. Boldly proclaiming entering the territory of the Dragon Kingdom is prohibited. Surprisingly, a new research project has already been released, so there's no need to stay in the library any longer. Closing the book, Xu Teng opened WeChat and messaged Yun Sheng. Brother Yin, for the new project I've decided, I need to request a batch of new materials. As soon as the message was sent, it was instantly replied. As long as you say the word, the materials will be delivered immediately. I will send you a materials list shortly. Please fill in what you need. In the past month, Yun Sheng had been anxious. He had been waiting for Xu Teng's response, hoping he would say, "Brother, the project has started." Now he finally received it. "All right, brother, I can return those textbooks I borrowed from you." The textbooks Xu Teng had on firearms were all borrowed from Yunsheng. "Leave them in the library. Oh, I will send someone to collect them shortly, still in the original spot, right? Okay, I will call someone immediately." The related textbooks cannot be kept in the library. At this moment, the chubby guy who had been stretching his neck to sneak a look at the messages was stunned. The WeChat avatar of the person chatting was very familiar to the chubby guy. Once while organizing an event, he had added a relevant school leader. And this WeChat avatar and name happened to belong to Dean Yunsheng, who in terms of authority was on par with the vice president. But those around called Yunsheng brother. From the chat, it seemed that the elder brother respected this younger brother greatly. The chubby guy was petrified on the spot, finally understanding the phrase "the clown" was actually me. Just as the chubby boy was dazed, Xu Teng had already packed his belongings and left. Looking at Xu Teng's retreating figure, the chubby boy glanced at the book in his hand and suddenly felt how vast this world was. "Despite my hard work, I have started losing my hair. Yet a casual young man around me can effortlessly surpass me." "Oh, you forgot to take your book." Just as the chubby boy stood up to retrieve the book, a staff member hurried over and interrupted. "I'm sorry, but I need to take this book. It doesn't belong to the library." Turning to see the serious expression on the staff member's face, the chubby boy swallowed hard. It turns out that some people's books aren't even from the library. It turns out that there are some books I can't even look at. Damn, I'm exhausted. The world should just end. At the moment the staff member took the book, the chubby boy felt his body go limp, slowly sinking back into the chair. "Mom, from start to finish, have I always been a useless person?" Xu Teng was unaware that with his small gesture, the chubby boy sitting beside him had his Dao heart shattered. He was still examining the energy gun provided by the system. The principle of the energy gun is pulling the trigger releases volatile energy gas into the conversion chamber, where the gas is ignited by energy from the weapon's power source. Then the ignited gas passes through the narrow space of the energy gun's activation module, transforming into a powerful particle beam. A crystal prism focuses the particle beam and transmits it to the correction chamber, where the particle beam is powered up into its final energy form. Therefore, the key issues the weapon needs to address are how to get the energy gas into the chamber, how to ignite it, and how the particles will gather when passing through the crystal prism. Now Xu Teng was different from before, having gained experience from the lightsaber and the knowledge he had recently crammed. From the principles, Xu Teng could see the problems that needed solutions were evident. This was only the theoretical aspect. When it came to actual experiments, a series of unforeseen issues would arise. The greatest discrepancy between experiments and theory lies here. The system only provides blueprints. When problems arise in experiments, one must solve them personally. If an ordinary person were to think of these issues, they would be furrowing their brows in worry. But Xu Teng was different. The more challenging the research, the more excited he became, as if his blood was ignited. "The challenge is quite significant. It's interesting. I should finish filling out the material application form first. Although the system hasn't set a time limit, there should be an underlying time constraint. Otherwise, it wouldn't say that the shorter the time, the greater the reward. I need to fill out the application form quickly so that the project can start early." After returning to the dormitory, Xu Teng began to brainstorm, carefully filling out the materials on the application form. Having a private dormitory was indeed convenient, but no one would disturb him. The only downside was that the room felt a bit large. After 2 hours looking at the densely packed materials, Xu Teng frowned and said, "Why have I written so much material? This is only part of it. I hope it won't be rejected when I send it out." Just then Yunsheng's message came through. "Su Shitty, have you finished writing the material application?" "Yes, I'll send it to you now." "Okay." After reading the message, Yunsheng felt something was off. He looked at the message from different angles before finally realizing what was wrong. Wasn't it Xu Teng who filled out the material application? Logically, the one who should be humble is the one asking for something. Why am I, the dignified dean of Hucking Academy, being so humble? No, I must stand firm. Even if the junior brother is a student favored by mentor Su Wei, it shouldn't be like this. File transmitted successfully. Downloading. Hey, it downloaded in seconds again. Xu Teng felt a hint of something being off. Was his senior brother always staring at his phone, ready to reply instantly? File opened. Regarding the development and research of the energy gun, as well as the display of the schematic. Although it was a rather plain title and statement, it remained striking. I really can't refuse something that seems so plain, yet is actually so impactful. Yunsheng had had the fortune of roughly glancing at Xu Teng's graduation thesis. Just the title alone made one's blood boil. And now this energy gun in the application form was not a traditional live ammunition weapon, but rather used advanced thinking to utilize volatile gas as energy. Can gas also be used as energy? For the first time, Yunsheng felt a tinge of doubt. He had seen many things growing up. But if we're being honest, he had never seen anything like this. If a student under him submitted such a report, he would have scolded them mercilessly. Yet here was Xu Teng, who could potentially make the lightsaber a reality. He dismissed any thoughts of it being impossible. As he examined the schematic step by step, his expression changed from confusion to realization, then to shock, and finally turned into excitement. From the schematic, it was clear that Xu Teng could completely create the energy gun. Compared to traditional firearms, the energy gun could operate in any extreme environment, high heat, freezing cold, or sandstorms. The power of ordinary firearms is fixed, but the energy gun is different. By adjusting the energy output button at the back, one can regulate the power level, allowing control over the energy gun's effectiveness. The most crucial issue remains the firing rate. The energy gun would fire much faster than conventional firearms. This means that if the energy gun can be created, it would be an absolute king in the realm of firearms, capable of ruthlessly crushing all others, ensuring complete firepower dominance. Damn. Looking at the schematic, Yunsheng instinctively let out a curse. Who said Su Shidi needed to be humble? With this schematic, shouldn't I, Yunsheng, be the one feeling humble? At this moment, Yunsheng suddenly recalled a joke he saw online. If I create a lithography machine, will the country reward me with a house? What are you talking about, my esteemed academician? Just then Xu Teng's message came through. Senior brother, there's quite a lot of material this time, and I still need to supplement a large amount of it. Will it be difficult to get approved? Yunsheng immediately typed a reply. What are you talking about, my Su Shidi? It will definitely be approved. Then thank you, senior brother. It's nothing, just a minor issue. After replying, Yunsheng immediately picked up his phone and called his mentor Su Wei. Hello, it's Yunsheng. Oh, it's you. Stop right there, you've added too much of the dosage, and it needs to be redone. After shouting, Su Wei said impatiently. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy. Su Shidi, there's a new project. He just provided me with the material application form. What? The sound of a chair being knocked over came from the phone, followed by hurried words. Hurry, I'm free right now. Let me see his project and material application form. Yunsheng. In the end, I still misjudged. Before Xu Teng arrived, I was always the exemplary student in your eyes. After Xu Teng came, aside from news about him, every time I tried to talk to you about anything else, you would only reply in the lab busy. Though he grumbled inwardly, his hands obediently transmitted the document. Yunsheng's credentials were insufficient to apply for the materials on the same day. Only the person he was speaking to on the phone, his mentor Su Wei, had the authority. At that moment, the students besides Su Wei were still curious. Just a moment ago, their teacher's mood had been irritable, but after answering the call, he became agitated and somewhat excited. Mentor, what's going on? I don't know, but it looks like there's a new scientific breakthrough. A result that can excite the mentor must be no small feat. Naturally, look at the mentor's expression. Huh. Following the tone of that remark, the others turned their heads and were stunned at what they saw. Su Wei was excited, wasn't he? His hands trembling like that. It had to be excitement. Over the past month, Su Wei had privately asked about Xu Teng's whereabouts countless times. The answer he received most often was always the same: spending all day in the library. Looks like he's catching up on knowledge. Catching up. In most cases, researchers don't spend their time in libraries. The place they frequent most is always the laboratory, because there is always a discrepancy between experimental data and theoretical knowledge. Unless when he is about to embark on a new project, one he has never set foot in before, he would first cram all kinds of knowledge in the library. Only then would he have a direction. But Xu Teng's direction was far too advanced, leaving Su Wei utterly astonished. He had never imagined that in real-life firearms could use volatile blaster gas as a raw material. From the schematic, it boasted immense power, rapid firing speed, and suitability for combat in various extreme environments. Even the energy beams below were clearly labeled with types. One was a particle beam with a strong lethal capacity against human bodies, and most crucially, a note added: difficult to block with a lightsaber. Ever since Xu Teng produced a physical lightsaber, his creation and thesis had been classified as top secret by Dragon Country. A dedicated research team had been formed to study it. Through development, they discovered that the lightsaber could block bullets. The energy of this weapon was something even the lightsaber could hardly block. If it struck a person, even wearing armor, would likely result in death. The other was a plasma beam, which was more effective against machines and armor. Wasn't this essentially saying that whoever it hit would explode? Teacher, junior brother Su hopes the materials can be approved soon. He's waiting to experiment. Look how rare it is to find someone so young, talented, and passionate about scientific research. Su Wei then thought of Yunsheng's recent experiences. Essentially no scientific achievements, mostly appearing in the news for university management and development. How disheartening. Why were the senior and junior brothers so different? Approved tonight without fail, and he'll have someone personally deliver the materials. Junior brother Su says this is only part of the research materials. The next phase will have more. Give him whatever he asks for. Got it, just as I thought. The teacher would definitely comply with every request junior brother Xu made, so the boasts I made in front of him wouldn't fall flat. Everything would be smooth sailing. Learn more from Xiao Su. You've produced no significant scientific results over the years. And remember, meet all of Xiao Zu's demands. Most importantly, you. Seeing this, Yun Sheng felt a flicker of anticipation. Though in the teacher's eyes junior brother Xu was the best, he still acknowledged me. If you have nothing to do, don't bother Xiao Su. What he's working on you wouldn't understand anyway. If he needs an assistant, you might consider joining. Yun Sheng. Sob in the teacher's eyes, am only qualified to be an assistant. That night an urgent email was sent from Su Weiss' inbox with the project lead's name specially marked. It was approved within 10 minutes, faster than when Su Wei himself applied for a project. That same night after Xu Teng had gone to sleep, trucks rolled into Huaqing one after another. What's going on? Why are there so many trucks? They all have government plates. No idea what they're transporting. Probably some major experiment. If only I could join. Hey little fatty, why that expression? When the little fatty returned from the library in the afternoon, his roommate noticed something off about his mood. If one word had to describe it, it would be soul-crushing blow. Nothing. I just thought of something unpleasant. Even now, the little fatty hadn't snapped out of the fear of being dominated by Xu Teng. He had only glanced at a chat message, yet why did it feel like he had crossed an entire era? The gap between people could truly be this vast. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Xu Teng was accustomed to rising early. The morning breeze cleared his mind. Opening WeChat, he saw that Yun Sheng's message still had no reply. Junior brother Xu, all the materials you need have been prepared. The lab is exclusively for you. If you need an assistant, just let me know. Of course, the same goes for subsequent materials. Just say the word, and they'll be arranged immediately. Senior brother Yun was quite reliable. He just wondered about his research skills. If the opportunity arose, he might need his help with some things he didn't understand. Thank you, senior brother. As for assistance, just assign me too. Don't worry, junior brother, I'll make sure everything is set. Oh, senior brother Yun was up this early too. I just sent a message and he replied instantly. I trust your arrangements, senior brother. At that moment, Yun Sheng, with his disheveled hair, almost teared up reading that. It wasn't for nothing that I set the message alert to the loudest, afraid of missing any word from junior brother. Indeed, the most heartwarming was still junior brother Xu. Since the materials had arrived, it was time to start the blaster gun project. When it came to research, Xu Teng was always tireless. Some time ago, Yun Sheng had mentioned that the lightsaber he developed had entered a new phase of research, producing physical prototypes for continuous testing. Hearing this news, Xu Teng felt genuine relief. For a researcher, the most triumphant moment is when their creation is recognized and widely promoted. This was a moment of pride for every researcher, and Xu Teng was no exception. Yet, judging by the results, the blaster gun was superior to the lightsaber. If the blaster gun could be mass-produced successfully, Dragon Country's military technology would undoubtedly leap forward significantly. The moment he stepped into the lab, Xu Teng habitually silenced his phone. Just at that moment, Deng Yi sent a message. I've arrived at Huaqing University. Do you have time now? At this moment, Deng Yi donned a white long dress, her face adorned with light makeup, standing against the sunlight, her silhouette rendered ethereal by the glow radiating youthful beauty. In fact, before coming here, Deng Yi had already prepared a strategy. The moment she received the acceptance letter, she was overjoyed. Huaqing University was the dream school for most students. How could she not take the time to understand this school, well, given that she would spend 3 years here? The more she learned about the school's history, the stronger her sense of belonging grew. All her plans were disrupted the day before when Xu Teng took the initiative to leave a message on his moments. If he was also at the same school, then there was no need to ask how familiar she was with it. The moment she did, she would stutter. Without a legitimate reason, Deng Yi knew it would be difficult to arrange a meeting with Xu Teng, unless she truly intended to discuss academic matters with him. Everything went as smoothly as planned. One word: success. To this end, she had even carefully timed her arrival to catch the early bus. Guessing that Xu Teng must have woken up by this time, as he had always been an early riser in high school. However, she ended up waiting for 10 minutes. No way did he not get up. Should I call him? No, that's not good. Xu Teng doesn't fall for that kind of charm. Then should I find an excuse to ask him an academic question? But that wouldn't work. How could a first-day graduate student ask someone about academic issues before even starting? Wouldn't that make her seem a bit foolish? No, I'll just send him another message. Otherwise, waiting like this will surely take up the whole morning. Deng Yi was well aware of how formidable the academic prodigy Xu Teng was. If presented with a sufficiently enticing academic question, he could become completely absorbed in the classroom. No, he was probably in the lab now. Looking up, she saw a handsome young man walking over with a smile. Hello, are you having trouble finding your way? Deng Yi politely replied. Thank you, I'm waiting for someone. And summoning her courage, she opened the chat box to send a message. Are you at your dorm now? The young man walked away, and Deng Yi vaguely overheard their conversation. Why are you back? Someone else has a boyfriend and is messaging me to hurry along. Oh, no insults. No, the messages were exceedingly polite. Damn, why haven't I encountered such a good girl? Deng Yi's face flushed. He's not even my boyfriend. If he were, I would have converted to Buddhism that very night. In the office, Yun Sheng was watching the 3 students across from him. You all know why I called you here, right? The other 2 nodded in acknowledgement, while the chubby student Tang Haiba appeared deep in thought. Among the 3, only Tang Haiba found the situation somewhat absurd. This was because Yun Sheng had announced that the lab needed assistants and was only hiring 3. Originally, others thought it was to assist some academic big shot, and they flocked to inquire, eager to sign up. But when Yun Sheng informed them that it was merely to assist a graduate student, the messages in the group fell into an eerie silence. This was Hucking University, where the graduate students who made it in were top-notch. After working so hard to get in, they hoped to achieve something, yet he wanted them to become someone else's assistant. Are you sure you're not joking? If it weren't for Yun Sheng's status, many would have cursed right there. Although Yun Sheng later offered a series of rewards and made some promises, still few were interested. Research never stops, and time does not rewind. No one wanted to waste their precious time on this. Except for Tang Haiba, who was an exception. Yesterday at the library, he had witnessed a remarkably young yet astonishingly talented individual. The key was that he had even messaged Yun Sheng, and the current dean's tone was quite humble, even a bit flattering. The books he was looking at were ones Tang Haiba couldn't even touch, and there were dedicated people to collect them. That night, he saw a convoy of trucks bringing things and all going into a separate research lab. The next day, Yun Sheng was recruiting assistants in the group. If everything had nothing to do with that young person, Tang Haiba wouldn't have believed it. Thus, Tang Haiba took the initiative. This move made the others directly suspect whether Tang Haiba was of sound mind, as he seemed like another graduate student who couldn't produce results and just wanted to waste time. The other 2 actively inquired of Tang Haiba. They knew his character and were certain he wouldn't do something so foolish. When things seem unusual, there is bound to be a reason. Thus, Tang Haiba did not elaborate. After all, everything could be deduced. He merely said, if you trust me, you can give it a try. After all, it's just an assistant position, and it probably won't waste too much of your time. As a result, the 3 of them approached Yun Sheng. Since it's like this, I won't say much more. You all should sign this agreement first. Another agreement to sign. The 3 exchanged glances, reading doubt in each other's eyes. It was likely some labor compensation agreement. However, upon seeing the title, the 3 were utterly stunned, as it boldly read confidentiality agreement. What the hell? This? Dean, you must be mistaken. Only Tang Haiba's eyes brightened. Not mistaken, or if you want to join the experiment as assistants, you need to sign this first. The 2 turned to look at Tang Haiba, and now they finally understood what he had meant. Though they believed Tang Haiba, they still faced ridicule when they made this move. For example, there were jokes about the 3-year tour at Hucking University. No matter where you go, there will always be slackers. As long as I mix in quickly enough, no one will realize I've been slacking off. But Dean Yun's actions clearly indicated that this experiment was very different at a level even they couldn't imagine. After the 3 signed the confidentiality agreement, Yun Sheng let out a sigh of relief. He had finally found assistants. As for Xu Teng's experimental project, Yun Sheng indeed wanted to be an assistant and take a look. However, the work was simply too busy. If it weren't for that, he would have wanted to participate in the project. Yun Sheng patted the 3 on the shoulders. Come with me. 10 minutes later, the 4 stood at the door of the laboratory. Unlike ordinary labs, this one had a heavier security presence, and even a few military personnel could be seen. Once you enter, it'll be the people inside who manage you from then on. Just remember, you've signed a confidentiality agreement. Everything inside cannot be disclosed. I can only give you one piece of advice: learn well from him. Even if it's just a little, it will be enough for you. Rest assured, Dean Yun, we understand. The 3's eyes glinted with anticipation. As the door opened, a youthful figure appeared before them. The expressions of the other 2 were somewhat surprised. With only him in the laboratory, it indicated that everything here was under his control. So young, and yet fully responsible for this project. In comparison, I could only become his assistant. Yet he had already begun to lead a project that required a confidentiality agreement to proceed. So this is the world of geniuses. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have never known that the gap between people could be so vast. Only Tang Haiba was visibly excited. The figure before him was too familiar. The shock that day was immense. After he left, I couldn't even casually flip through his teaching materials. Turning around, I thought him not bad. The 2 of them are already dumbfounded, much like I was initially. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xu Teng turned to see Yun Sheng entering with 3 students. Junior brother Xu, I've brought the people you wanted. Thank you, senior brother. I must say Yun Sheng is quite reliable in getting things done. I originally thought it would take more time to find assistants. How is your project, junior brother? Yun Sheng held a position of authority, yet his path had always been in research. He was still very eager about the development of new technologies, often fantasizing about achieving great results one day. However, the longer he sat in the position of dean entangled in trivial matters, the more he understood that his research path had basically come to an end. Now, even if he were to participate in research, he no longer held that pure mindset. He was quite curious about Junior Brother's project because Junior Brother always brought unexpected surprises. The last time, it was a lightsaber turning something that existed only in fantasy into reality. This time, it was an energy weapon filled with a touch of science fiction. Who would have thought that the firearms used by those around were real bullets, and making bullets curve was a challenging technology? Xu Teng took a big step forward using gas to create bullets that could be fired quickly with great power. This imagination truly impressed him. At the beginning, it was just a foundation. But overall, there is a rough idea in place, and it should go relatively smoothly. As he spoke, he pointed to the gun-shaped object on the table, rugged, full of wildness, and imbued with a violent aesthetic. Aside from Tang Haiba, the other two were completely stunned, glancing at each other, as if to say, is all of this real? Am I not seeing this correctly? Yun Sheng was the dean of Huaqing University, with real power, and many students both admired and feared him. Everyone who knew about his life story understood. Yun Sheng was a student of the current research giant Su Wei, who had once seriously engaged in research under him and had produced many results. Later, he transitioned to the position of dean and had rarely engaged in research since. However, others had real skills, unlike certain managerial leaders who only knew how to manage and were clueless about academic matters. It was often people like Yun Sheng who garnered greater respect from students. Others could engage in research while managing people, excelling in both fields. Even many girls commented behind Yun Sheng's back, gentle and refined, erudite and knowledgeable. Even as he aged, he remained an attractive dean. Yet in this small laboratory, if I didn't mishear his tone earlier, it was respect, wasn't it? How old could this young man be? Even students under Su Wei, a famously esteemed academician, had to respect him. Now the two realized that Yun Sheng's remark before they entered, learn well from him. Even learning a little is helpful. This was not mere flattery, but an incredibly genuine piece of advice. Tang Haiba found the expressions of the two in a daze somewhat amusing. TCH, where's the surprise in this? Just yesterday in the library, I saw books I didn't even have the qualifications to touch. Not only were there dedicated people to organize things, but it even halted my mindset. The rest was unimportant. Yun Sheng understood Xu Teng well, and surprisingly, he mentioned already having a rough idea, so the overall process would likely be smoother. If that were the case, the subsequent process would indeed be relatively smooth. A good trait of researchers is that they tend to be straightforward. They directly state their needs and openly discuss any difficulties. For them, every day is precious. Going in circles not only wastes time, but can also lead to misunderstandings. All right, Junior Brother, if you have any questions, just contact me. If you need any materials, I'll get them to you immediately, even by air freight, to meet your needs. So it was him. I heard that a convoy covered with rain cloths entered Huaqing University last night, and even military personnel came in to prepare all night. All this was to meet his requirements. The joy on the faces of the two was about to overflow. Turning to look at Tang Haiba, his words contained so much information. All right, I will trouble Senior Brother in the future. No trouble, no trouble. Yun Sheng saw that the task was completed and turned to the three, instructing, in this laboratory you will do whatever Xu Teng says. There's no need to question him, understand? Understood. The three replied loudly, expressing their firm determination. All right. With a wave, Yun Sheng left. The remaining three looked at Xu Teng with fervent eyes. He was indeed a big shot. Although he looked young, he must have achieved significant accomplishments in areas unknown to them. Everything here was specially approved for Xu Teng alone. If they were in other places, they might wonder if Xu Teng had some powerful figure behind him. But this was Huaqing University, one of the top universities in the country, and Yun Sheng himself was a person of authority with teachers behind him standing at the forefront of research. Thus, there was only one possibility: his research capabilities were enough to astonish the entire Long Nation. Being besides Xu Teng, the value behind him was simply immeasurable. The three began to secretly rejoice. Those who had been thinking of leeching off the big shots laboratory had just missed a golden opportunity. My name is Xu Teng, just call me by my name from now on. Okay, Senior Brother Xu. The three responded in unison, quite attuned. Such a big shot's leg to cling to, and you still want to call him by name. Just call him Senior Brother. Rubbing his brow, Xu Teng didn't dwell on it and directly arranged their tasks and positions. When doing research, it is actually divided into many small projects and processes. During the previous lightsaber project, Xu Teng was pressed for time and wanted to quickly complete his graduation project, becoming a workaholic and personally handling everything. But now with assistance, he didn't need to personally oversee those non-core projects. It wasn't due to mistrust. Rather, Xu Teng understood that the three of them would definitely be unable to handle core projects given their current level. Those secondary projects, following the steps he provided, were more suited for them to handle, as research is much like eating, it must be approached gradually. The three, having divided their work tasks, picked up the project title, to see energy weapon. Blast energy gun. What is this thing? Although the three of them have not yet found their own path in the field of research, but they still possess basic knowledge. Being accepted into the graduate program of Huaqing University indicates they have genuine capabilities. As for the gun, it seems there is nothing particularly special about it. Just as they thought this, they picked up a rough introduction and were stunned. This must be a sci-fi product. Can someone like me really join such a team? And a gun that doesn't need bullets. Even with their preparations, the three of them were left speechless in astonishment. Nowadays, firearms are all real bullet guns, and their power depends on the kinetic energy of the bullets fired. To some extent, the larger the gun, the greater its relative power. But what about now? The design roughly explained in the original diagram indicates that this is a type of weapon that uses volatile blast energy gas as its primary material, breaking the concept of traditional solid projectiles and replacing them with condensed light energy pulses, which can also change color depending on the type of particles. If they were not standing in the laboratory looking at the gun body that was gradually taking shape, they might think they were dreaming or that Xu Teng was joking with them. I recognize every word on the file, but why do I not understand what they mean when combined? Don't say anymore. I feel like a total fool. Is this really something I am involved in? Can I really do this? I'm just a little graduate student. Yet far away, Xu Teng was unaware that just the principal diagram had nearly shattered their resolve. The differences between people began to amplify in the research room. After experiencing a setback, Tang Haiba recovered the fastest and turned to look at the two who were muttering. Am I really just a useless person? Seeing the doubtful expressions of the two, Tang Haiba nearly burst out laughing. Is this it? He stepped forward and patted their shoulders, comforting them. Don't think so much. Let's follow Senior Xu and do our research well. In the future, for other key projects, we might have our share. That's right, this is an excellent opportunity. The blast energy gun, just looking at the blueprints, is exhilarating. The three of them began to take Xu Teng's task seriously. Sometimes when tired, they would glance at the tireless Xu Teng and feel a surge of pride. To be able to research alongside someone as promising as Senior Xu is truly a great blessing. Releasing gas into the conversion chamber has some difficulty. If the airtightness is poor, the gas will dissipate immediately, but if it is too airtight, new problems will arise. The blueprints provided by the system are merely theoretical. To truly solve the issues, they must continuously explore and improve the imperfections through experimentation. Turning around, they saw the three standing together looking at Xu Teng with a mix of admiration and awkwardness. What's wrong with you? Although the three had been called over by Yun Sheng to serve as assistants, Xu Teng did not carry any air of superiority. He patiently resolved any issues that arose. It's getting a bit late. Xu Teng did not understand what they were trying to say when he heard the little chubby one's stomach rumble. Oh, it's time to eat. No worries, everyone, go ahead. You don't need to ask me about such trivial matters in the future. Everyone's physical constitution is different and research is mentally taxing. If blood sugar is too low, it will affect cognitive ability. Eating on time is also crucial for research. Senior Xu will head out now, and don't forget to eat too. Go ahead. One by one, the three bid farewell. After a morning of setbacks, their respect for Xu Teng had reached new heights. In research, capability takes precedence regardless of age. Why do I always feel like I forgot something? Xu Teng stroked his chin, gazing at the prototype of the blast energy gun. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. I've arrived at Huaqing University. Do you have time now? This message was sent by Deng Yi at 7 in the morning. Before long, another message arrived. Are you in your dorm now? 10 minutes later, the third message. I found my dorm. Remember to contact me when you're done. Didn't we say we'd have lunch together today? Oh no, so that's what it was. No wonder Xu Teng felt like he had missed something and couldn't recall it. It's already 12:30. He probably hasn't eaten yet. Xu Teng quickly typed, I've been busy just now. Shall we have lunch together? The message had just been sent. Sure, I haven't eaten yet either. So quick. This speed reminded Xu Teng of Yun Sheng, who always replied to his messages immediately. So shall we meet at the entrance of the Zijinjuan cafeteria? Okay, sounds good. After sending the message, Xu Teng realized something felt off. Previously, Deng Yi had mentioned it was her first time at Huaqing University and that she wasn't very familiar with the campus, which has more than 10 cafeterias. Can you find it? You won't get lost, right? For some universities, getting lost is a real possibility. Because some people are truly terrible at navigating, as long as the place is big enough, new students entering the school may really find it hard to locate areas. Seeing the message, Deng Yi's heart tightened. Oh no, did I expose something? No, if it were someone else, it would have indeed exposed something. But Xu Teng is not that kind of person. Deng Yi typed, I'll ask someone else to find out. I have a strong sense of direction. Good. See you later. Xu Teng didn't have many hobbies, research being one, and the other was a love for food. Huaqing University has plenty of cafeterias, but after trying them all, he still prefers the Zijinjuan cafeteria for its affordability and deliciousness. If we're talking about money, Xu Teng is not lacking. When Su Wei recruited him to Huaqing University, the promised housing and funds had already been fulfilled. He has a house outside the campus that belongs to him. He went to see it, and it has 4 rooms and 3 living areas. In this area, the house's value is over 10 million. But Xu Teng is unwilling to move in because it is too far from the lab. He feels that living in a separate dormitory is spacious enough, let alone a 4-room, 3 living area house. The reward for developing the lightsaber project was over 1 million, all of which is in his own account, and he has no interest in using it. His primary concern remains research. The campus card that Yunsheng gave him is sufficiently funded. Yunsheng once mentioned your campus card can be used anywhere in Huaqing University, and as long as you are on campus you can swipe it for anything, and the card will never run out. Xu Teng didn't take it seriously. He was fine with just enough for food and accommodation. Why worry about those things? His biggest dream is to advance the technology of Long Country. Thinking of this, he arrived at the entrance of the Zijinjuan cafeteria. At a glance, he saw Deng Yi standing at the entrance wearing a long dress and light makeup exuding a youthful aura. It was lunchtime, and the flow of people at the canteen entrance was quite substantial. Deng Yi was the epitome of beauty. Even standing in an inconspicuous spot, she attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention during mealtimes, especially at the entrance of the canteen. "You scoundrel, are you still looking?" The man being pulled by his girlfriend's ear murmured, "No, I just thought she looked a lot like a girl I know." "Oh, then you must tell me who this girl you know is." Deng Yi, standing nearby, kept stretching her neck to look at the crowd. "I hope I'm not late." No, if Xu Teng were late, he would have asked me about it. "Hey, isn't that the girl you saw this morning?" The other guy asked, tugging at his friend's sleeve. "That girl? She was waiting for her boyfriend there this morning. Why is it that some people lead such different lives? Would such a beautiful girl really wait for someone? Enough already, my mouth is full of lemons. Let's move a little closer and see who she is waiting for." Alright, I'm a bit curious too. Just as the two were walking over, Deng Yi looked over, her eyes brightening. She then took the initiative to walk towards them. "Wait. She came over on her own. Could it be because of me? Don't say it might actually be true." Before he could finish his sentence, Deng Yi joyfully exclaimed, "Xu Teng, you finally arrived." The smile on their faces instantly froze, and both felt foolish. Turning around, they saw a refined young man walking up smiling. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Not at all, not at all." Xu Teng noticed the expressions on the faces of the 2 boys were somewhat stiff and turned to ask, "Are these your classmates?" "No, they're not." Deng Yi observed carefully, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, it's you. Thank you for this morning." The boy's expression normalized instantly. "It's nothing new. I thought you were lost back then. If Xu Teng had been there this morning, I would have indeed been lost." The boy glanced again at Xu Teng, who was standing there in a daze. The refined young man gave a very comfortable feeling, and the most crucial part was that being in front of him, one would subconsciously feel a certain emotion. It was that indifferent demeanor facing you. It seemed that no matter how many awards you had won, it meant nothing in front of him. The boy didn't know why he felt this way and couldn't help but sigh. "Your boyfriend is quite special." After saying this, he left without asking any further questions. Just envy. Who wouldn't like Deng Yi, who was both beautiful and talented? Staying here would only plant a lemon tree in your heart. Deng Yi's face flushed, muttering, "If only Xu Teng were really my boyfriend." "What are you talking about?" This sudden question startled Deng Yi. I didn't say anything." Her fingers nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothes, as if her inner feelings had been exposed. In fact, Xu Teng had been paying attention to what Deng Yi and the boy were discussing. Initially, he was daydreaming about how to solve the issues of ceiling and gas, but as his stomach growled, his thoughts quickly shifted. Should we pour the sauce of the spicy beef onto the rice balls? And do we need to add a small portion of soy sauce duck? Then let's go in. Deng Yi followed Xu Teng, recalling how in high school, she would often get tired from doing problems and would look up at his back. She had once thought that she must go to the same university as him, but after the college entrance exam, she heard that he had an accident and he disappeared for 4 years. Now they finally met in the same university in one of the top institutions in the country. The boy's words made Deng Yi start planning in her heart. Xu Teng probably isn't dating anyone, right? If not, then shouldn't I start? No, 4 years can change a lot of things. He might already be dating, and I wouldn't know. I should wait for a good time to ask him properly. Xu Teng led Deng Yi left and right. The number of students around began to dwindle as they ascended to higher floors. After all, this was a university, and some canteens were divided into areas. There were windows for students to get their meals, as well as windows for teachers. Those of higher ranks like Yunsheng could choose to eat at their designated professional windows. Xu Teng, who frequently ate here, was already quite familiar with the place. The most useful part of the campus card Yunsheng gave him was precisely this. It allowed him to enjoy better-tasting meals. And he'll have a portion of spicy beef and a small portion of soy sauce duck. Okay. The ants serving the meals recognized Xu Teng. One day, Yunsheng came to inspect the canteen, scaring the leaders into thinking there was a problem with the food lately. When Yunsheng arrived, He emphasized one thing: if someone comes here with a special campus card in the future, be sure to meet their requests. The leaders nodded in understanding, while also curious about what kind of student would require the Dean Yun to personally emphasize this. The next day, the aunt serving meals met Xu Teng, who held the special campus card, and her trembling hands were completely cured. "Young man, once you finish eating, if you want more, come find me for a refill, no extra charge." "Thank you, auntie." Turning around, Xu Teng saw Deng Yi's astonished expression. "What's wrong with you?" I was just lost in thought just now." The difference in the dining hall and the attitude of the meal-serving aunt were notable, and the campus card Xu Teng held was completely different from the one in her hands. In fact, these differences could already demonstrate that Xu Teng's identity was not the same as hers. But this was Huaqing University. Did we not agree that you are also a graduate student of Huaqing University, and we both entered the same year? Why was our admission process and journey so different? Did you really pass the entrance exam? It couldn't be a special admission, could it? But I haven't heard of seniors being specially admitted to graduate school. Oh, then what do you want to eat? Just order, the food here is quite good. By the way, today it's my treat. Upon hearing the last sentence, Deng Yi broke into a smile. The result of eating the same meal was similar, but the process was different. The person paying changed, and the mood would change. Just then, Deng Yi felt hungry. Glancing at the excellent-looking meal Xu Teng had ordered, she turned back to the aunt and smiled. "Auntie, you'll have the same as him." "All right." As the same meal was handed out from the window, the aunt said with a smile, "Little girl, you are really beautiful. You two are simply a perfect match together." A blush crept onto her cheeks as Deng Yi softly replied, "We're not together yet." The aunt said in her seasoned tone, "It's fine. I've seen this young man come to eat alone all the time. You should seize the opportunity. Over time, he will naturally be yours." Deng Yi stared in shock, then her face lit up with excitement. "Auntie, you're truly a great help." Returning to her seat, Deng Yi saw Xu Teng skillfully soaking rice balls in beef sauce. The white rice balls mingled with the thick sauce, and taking a bite released a fragrant aroma. The boiled beef was exceptionally tender, not tough at all. The cafeteria's beef was particularly smooth in texture. Deng Yi's initial words were swallowed back as she suddenly felt hungry at that moment. Xu Teng looked up at her puzzled. Come on, you can do it, Deng Yi." Just then she noticed the cafeteria lady glancing over, sending an encouraging look her way. "How did you spend your 4 years in university?" Xu Teng, not understanding why Deng Yi was nervous, thought for a moment before answering. "It was quite simple. I attended classes diligently, completed my assignments, and in my free time I read the latest research journals." It was indeed similar to what I had imagined. Deng Yi felt relieved. It was good that she hadn't been in a relationship. The corners of her eyes curved upward, forming a pleasing arc. Her appetite returned, and the dishes before her looked enticing. She took a bite of the marinated duck. The spice level was just right, and it wasn't tough. "Why are you suddenly so happy?" Xu Teng found Deng Yi's change in mood a bit strange. However, he didn't pry further and focused on the meal in front of him. "Huaqing University is truly a place of hidden talents," Deng Yi exclaimed after taking a bite of her meal. "What's wrong?" Xu Teng shot her a questioning glance. "I joined a big alumni group yesterday, and today everyone in the group is discussing 2 things. Continuing to sip her soup, Deng Yi elaborated. "The first thing is that a fleet of trucks entered Huaqing University overnight, and the items on the trucks were covered with heavy cloth. Some students who were out at night were startled by the sudden arrival of these trucks, thinking that unrelated persons had entered the campus. Just as one was about to call the police, he discovered that a convoy of troops was following behind, leaving everyone dumbfounded." Seeing Xu Teng's bewildered expression, Deng Yi was surprised and asked, "You didn't know?" "I went to bed early yesterday." Yun Sheng's arrangement for a separate dormitory was quite quiet, with plenty of trees and excellent soundproofing. Meanwhile, Xu Teng's sleep quality had always been quite good. Once he fell asleep, it was hard for him to wake up. Well, then it was probably something that happened after you fell asleep. "What about the second thing?" Xu Teng, having finished most of his meal, began to take on the role of a professional sidekick. "The second thing is that Director Yun personally recruited assistants in the group this morning for the laboratory. At first, classmates thought it was another research bigwig needing assistants, and many signed up. Who knew that later Director Yun clarified that he was recruiting assistants for graduate students. As a result, everyone fell silent. Many stopped speaking. Later, it was heard that 3 students voluntarily signed up and actually went to become assistants." Xu Teng fell silent. Connecting the dots, he understood why the materials arrived so quickly. They were all transported by trucks, and even the military was involved. Brother Yun was truly an exceptionally reliable person. Previously, he had said that if anything was needed, just tell me, I would even arrange for a plane to bring it over. This statement seemed to not be mere words. Huaqing University is indeed not an ordinary school. Just as I entered, I witnessed such a grand spectacle. Now the group is going crazy with discussions. Then why didn't I receive any news?" Xu Teng asked in confusion. You probably didn't join that big group. Big group. That's right, I invited you, just click to enter. Clicking on WeChat Huaqing Graduate Student Discussion Group. Apply to join. Join successfully. Another instant join. Xu Teng felt a hint of strangeness. Whether it was messages to Yunsheng or Deng, they were all replied to instantly. Now applying to join the WeChat group was the same. Welcome to new members. This message just popped up before being instantly pushed away by the next message. The world is big. If you ask me, the person recruiting assistants this morning must not be a graduate student. Have you ever heard of a graduate student needing to recruit other graduate students as assistants? Heaven arranges the biggest. I was originally skeptical too, but you must know the message was sent by Director Yun himself. He never jokes. The world is big. Why wouldn't Director Yun joke? I don't know either. Come on, Director Yun is from a research background. Anyone who comes from a research background would not joke about matters related to research. I'm just a little kitty. Can everyone stop discussing these two matters separately? What if the equipment that was transported in by trucks last night and the recruitment of graduate students as assistants today are one and the same? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, leading to an awkward pause. While reading the messages, Deng, he seemed to have discovered a blind spot and looked up at Xu Teng. Could it be related to him? This thought suddenly popped into her mind. No, it shouldn't be possible. How could that be? Back in high school, I learned about him. He just had slightly higher scores, not to the point of being so outrageous. Transporting equipment overnight. At least this must involve a significant research project. The world is big, but didn't 3 people become assistants? Just ask them, wouldn't that clarify everything? Tomorrow I'll definitely not play games. My roommate is one of them. I asked him, and he kept grinning at me. I suspect he has been subjected to an embarrassing experiment, as he has been laughing since he returned, his mouth nearly splitting from it. The world is big. If you don't want to speak, then don't. Why post jokes in the group? Tomorrow I'll definitely not play games. It's not fair. I'm being serious. Heaven arranges the biggest. Actually, my roommate is the same. You see me drifting, count me in. The atmosphere fell into an odd silence again. If they weren't undergoing an embarrassing experiment, that would mean their intelligence was normal. When people are happy, they laugh, and if they keep laughing, it means they are continuously happy. So, stop. I can't think any further. Following this line of thought, everyone would feel they had lost a lot, losing it all really. See, everyone in the group is going crazy discussing this. I really don't know what's going on with those 3 who became assistants and are still laughing. Deng, he looked up at Xu Teng. She noticed Xu Teng was looking at her with a strange expression. What's wrong with me? Deng, he touched her face, suspecting if there was something on it. The project of the energy cannon is confidential. Those who signed the agreement cannot utter a word outside. Xu Teng did not expect that the newly applied project would stir up such a huge wave. After all, this was a top university, a place many students dream of attending. Instead, he accidentally became part of the gossip. Seeing so many people guessing his identity in the group, Xu Teng felt a strange sensation. I am clearly right beside you, yet you do not know. Have you finished eating? Xu Teng asked. I've finished eating. Deng, he had an excellent figure which she maintained by controlling her food intake. In the choice between eating and maintaining her figure, she chose the latter. Do you have anything else to do? Deng, he was momentarily stunned by Xu Teng's question, seemingly having nothing else to occupy her mind. While she was in a daze, Xu Teng added, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Leaving already? Just like that? Xu Teng, holding his tray, explained, I've been quite busy lately. Well, connect again next time. Deng, he nodded blankly. She then saw Xu Teng walking away without looking back. It was only then that she remembered something. As a research talent, Xu Teng operated under the premise that everything had been previously agreed upon. For instance, if you said to meet, it would only be for a meal. He genuinely just met you for a meal, and afterward, he would return to the lab to continue his research. This was also why Deng Yi was drawn to Xu Teng. His untainted heart remained unchanged. Watching Xu Teng's departing figure, Deng Yi sighed. I can only find another opportunity to ask him out later. After all, we both study at Huaqing University. It's convenient to find him. Unlike the 4 years of university, where one might completely lose track of others' whereabouts. Ding ding ding. New WeChat message. Hi, you must have arrived at Huaqing School, right? Who is this? After a moment of looking at the profile picture, Deng Yi remembered the person's name, Li Guangda. He came from a wealthy family and was a true rich second generation. In high school, he was quite active, performed well academically, but the atmosphere was not good. It was said that he changed girlfriends frequently, and he had even initiated a greeting with her. Out of politeness, Deng He had simply replied, but they had no further contact afterward. In essence, he was a classmate she wasn't very familiar with. The moment she sent the message, Li Guangdao replied instantly. I'm from the nearby Peking University. I've been in Kyoto for a few years now, and am quite familiar with everything around here, and I know a bit about your school too. He paused here. A few seconds later, seeing that no message had come through, Li Guangdao frowned, and typed, you must have just arrived not long ago, right? How about I extend my hospitality and treat you to lunch? Lunch. Dang Yi was not the type to fall for tricks easily. Her family background was also decent. She genuinely had no interest in someone like Li Guangda. I just finished eating. Finished eating. In that moment, Li Guangda's imagination ran wild. Previously, Dang Yi had mentioned in her social media posts that she had a chance to meet with someone. It was likely that this meal was with the two of them together. The more Li Guangda thought about it, the angrier he became. Xu Teng was just a bookworm, no, even more like a thief. He just hadn't seen the deeper aspects of him and was fooled by his superficial demeanor. How could an undergraduate who couldn't even be found in the graduation thesis enter Huaqing University as a graduate student? I must expose him and make you realize all of this. Let me tell you a secret about Xu Teng. Dang Yi originally did not want to engage with him. They weren't very familiar and his reputation was not good. There was no need to get close to someone like him. But upon hearing Xu Teng's name and that there was a secret, Dang Yi's interest was piqued. You go ahead, I'm listening. Seeing this message, Li Guangda became even angrier. What does it mean? When I talk about other things, you act indifferent. But when it comes to Xu Teng, you perk up. Xu Teng didn't enter Huaqing University through the regular examination. Dang Yi had felt this during lunch as well. It wasn't the cafeteria staff who served the food. The lady serving seemed quite familiar with him, stating she often saw him. The key point was that the campus card he held differed a bit from hers. Everyone's graduation thesis can be found online. I specifically searched for yours. Do you know what I discovered? Dang Yi instinctively replied, couldn't find it. Right, exactly, couldn't find it. Li Guangda's words stunned Dang Yi. There are several reasons why a thesis wouldn't be accessible on the official website. The two most apparent reasons are that the data in the thesis was fabricated or plagiarized, and various unethical academic practices have been detected leading to its being blocked. Alternatively, it could also be that the author simply never completed it. It's even possible that he never finished his graduation project. But could these two situations occur with Xu Teng? Absolutely impossible. If they did, how could Xu Teng have such a significant distinction at Huaqing University? Thus, I believe Xu Teng must have entered Huaqing University through some improper connections. How could a student who barely made it into a second-tier university have their graduation project untraceable online and claim to have gotten in through exams? Xu Teng probably doesn't even realize that I found out his secret. Let him bask in his glory for a few days. A person like him shouldn't even be at Huaqing University. If connections can get you in, what does that mean for all of us who diligently study? It's simply disheartening for all the underprivileged students. He finished typing everything he wanted to say. Li Guangda felt incredibly pleased inside. Such matters should be made clear, and Dang Yi might not even understand if he beat around the bush. Now Dang Yi would definitely realize what kind of person Xu Teng is. Surely she would see through it all. When Dang Yi read that long string of messages, she understood. Li Guangda was simply the sort who looked down on others. They were both from the same high school. How could he not know about Xu Teng's performance in high school? He would know about the food poisoning incident that made him perform poorly in the college entrance examination, right? He was purely trying to disgust others. Stepping on the once brilliant Xu Teng to make more people believe him, this type of petty person would indeed feel a sense of accomplishment. Such people Dang Yi had seen countless in her over 20 years of life. Have you finished? Finished. Li Guangda still replied instantly. He believed that as long as an intelligent person like Dang Yi understood, she would recognize his worth. Rich with decent grades, and from the nearby Peking University, there would definitely be many opportunities to meet in the future. You are truly disgusting. Li Guangda was stunned for a few seconds. Did the other party send the wrong message? This was a bit different from what he had imagined. Don't you know Xu Teng's high school results? He was always the top of the grade back then. You didn't even surpass me. What face do you have to criticize others? Also, he did poorly because he only took 3 subjects. What are you even worth to criticize in front of me? The key point is to disgust others. You even specifically searched for someone else's thesis. Have you never considered that the reason his thesis wasn't released is due to another situation? Scram. Dang Yi never had a good attitude towards those who tarnished her friends' reputations, especially those who took the initiative to come to her. Did you even understand? This message was sent out, but was rejected. Staring at the red exclamation mark, Li Guangda's expression twisted in rage. You dare to delete me? Li Guangda stared at the red exclamation mark, still unable to accept reality. He knew that with Dang Yi's intelligence, as long as she said half of it, she would understand what he meant. Paper blocking is nothing more than an issue of academic integrity or incompleteness. As for whether there would be another kind of problem blocking, Li Guangda had never considered. Because he believed Xu Teng was unworthy. University is not high school. If you fail the college entrance exam, does that mean you will definitely rise in university? Who do you think you are? Did you write the stories of the Brothers Grimm? If so, then don't blame me. Li Guangda had 2 purposes. One was to make Dang Yi stay away from Xu Teng, and the other was to tarnish Xu Teng's reputation. Jingda University and Huaqing University are next to each other, and there are many overlapping connections between them. After all, when there are no classes, students often stroll around the neighboring school. By coincidence, Li Guangda also knew the graduate students from this year's Huaqing. Did you find the information I asked for? Brother Li, I've searched the notice board for a long time and couldn't find the name Xu Teng you mentioned. Are you sure? There really isn't one. Could it be that Xu Teng was lying? No, that was impossible. Li Guangda wasn't very familiar with Xu Teng, had heard that name most often on the high school ranking lists. The first place has always been Xu Teng. A person's character doesn't change easily, and Xu Teng had no reason to lie to his classmates Deng Yi in such a public manner. It would be entirely meaningless. From Deng Yi's reaction earlier, she should have already met Xu Teng. But how could Xu Teng not appear on the graduate admission list? No, that's not right. It should be said that not having Xu Teng's name is the normal situation. The admission lists of top universities may seem like just an announcement, but for the group applying for graduate school, it is a matter of great concern. What would happen if someone who was admitted could not even find their undergraduate thesis online? Report. That's right, it means reporting. Others would say, how could someone who has never even had a thesis get into a top university's graduate program? Isn't that just bullying students from humble backgrounds? All right, Xu Teng, I didn't expect your connections behind you to be so well thought out. If I hadn't discovered this by chance, I would have been deceived by your seemingly honest appearance. All right, I understand. After saying this, Li Guangda directly transferred 500 yuan to the other party. This is your hard-earned money, thank you. Brotherly, this is too embarrassing. I didn't do much, just checked a name. Take it what you investigated is very important to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a message came through on WeChat. The other party has accepted your transfer. So, Brotherly, is there anything else you need me to do? Shui Yong had long heard that Li Guangda was a rich second generation and generous, but he didn't expect the other party to be so generous. He had only checked the published graduate list and asked around if anyone had heard of Xu Teng. In total, he spent just an hour. After telling Li Guangda the final result, he received a transfer of 500 yuan. Earning this money was really too easy, so easy that Shui Yong was starting to get addicted. After pondering for a moment, Li Guangda sent a message. Actually, I need a little help from you. Brotherly, please don't be polite with me, feel free to use me. Shui Yong seemed to see big piles of cash raining down on his face. In the laboratory, Xu Teng was deep in thought over the design blueprints in front of him. The issue of airtightness has been resolved, and next is how to turn all this into a powerful particle beam. The condition for transforming into a particle beam is to have the volatile gases excited by the energy of the weapon's power source. Excitation is a tricky problem. If the energy is not handled properly, excessive energy could cause the gun chamber to explode. From a distance, Tang Haiba and the others trembled at Xu Teng's back. Since becoming Xu Teng's assistants, they felt beaten down every moment. The person in front of them not only had greater talent than them, a better imagination, but even a stronger ability to focus. Sitting in one place, he contemplated the blueprints for hours without moving. The three of them truly could not do that. Why do I feel like since becoming assistants, the number of times we've been beaten down has increased? I thought it was just me feeling that way. Never did I expect that true genius is something we must look up to in this way. Only Tang Haiba's mindset was slightly more stable, because that day his parents comforted him for an entire day, allowing him to accept that he was indeed an ordinary person. Even so, today he almost had his Dao heart shattered. Because the words of Dean Yun, the entire laboratory listens to Xu Teng alone, were not casually said. After participating in the project, the three of them finally understood. This is not a research project of others. In other words, the Xu Teng in front of them is the leader responsible for the entire project. At such a young age, I became his assistant and learned about the terrifying nature of the world. Stop. This thought cannot be pursued any further. Tang Haiba immediately cut off his thoughts. If he continued, he would be like the other two, starting to doubt life again. Osu's senior brother has moved. He hasn't solved this problem again, has he? Before going to lunch, the three assistants noticed that the experiment had immediately entered its first challenge. That is, when introducing gas into the gun chamber, the sealing of the explosive energy gun is an issue. Too tight or too loose will have a certain impact on the gun chamber. In the threes, understanding such a problem usually takes a week or even longer to solve, because experiments have to be conducted repeatedly, recording data, making comparisons, testing separately under different conditions, and finally finding the correct answer. But in fact, when the three returned from lunch, they found that Xu Teng's experiment had already entered the next step. What sealing issue? Wasn't that a thing of the past? In that moment, the three of them self-doubted. Did we just go have lunch, or did we pass through a time tunnel? Since when did research become such a simple thing? A problem could be solved just by having lunch. And from the situation on site, it seemed that this new problem would also be solved. This new problem was clearly more difficult than the sealing issue. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint blue light began to appear, initially as a small point, then expanding. With a bang, it hit the test plate in front. A small black hole appeared on the special plate. Is this a success? The three looked at each other excitedly. Though the trio had not resolved the core difficulties, they were still laboratory assistants who had participated in the team's development. Within the project, there was a sense of involvement. Something capable of overturning the theory of firearms had now taken a significant stride forward, inevitably evoking a sense of glory from the depths of their hearts. The azure glow extinguished, and the black hole on the special plate continued to hiss remnants of energy burning away. Senior brother Xu, you made a prototype in just one day. Senior brother, you're truly incredible. If you count the hours, it hasn't even been 24 yet. I must say, senior brother is simply awesome. He finished the finished product in a single afternoon. The three exchanged glances, catching the unwillingness in each other's eyes. Good heavens, on the surface everyone was an assistant, but behind the scenes had they already started competing, and right in front of senior brother, utterly disregarding their camaraderie as fellow disciples. It's all right, though there are some differences from what I anticipated. Tang Haiba immediately chimed in. I imagine senior brother is also pleased with the research progress. Xu Teng turned his head and glanced, speaking softly. I feel it's still a bit slow. Tang Haiba. The other two. They wanted to complain, but couldn't find the words to start. Clearly it was the same research, yet being with senior brother Xu made everything seem so much easier. Senior brother, how did you just solve? Tang Haiba wanted to inquire to glean Xu Teng's method of resolution. But when it came to asking the question, he suddenly didn't know how to phrase it, because they weren't even aware of what problem had been encountered this time. Damn, another wave of frustration. Senior brother had already solved the problem, yet we don't even know what the problem looked like. Xu Teng glanced at the three, saw their sparkling eyes, and let out a sigh. After solving the chamber sealing issue, the next challenge is how to ignite the energy within the barrel. The key difficulty here is how to ignite the gas. Regarding this problem, I initially had several ideas. One was to use a regular ignition method, providing a flash point, and gradually test the flammable temperature range of the gas. For that, faced with Xu Teng's meticulous explanation, the three were initially baffled. Because from an overall perspective they were just there to coast along, it was hard for slackers to pose constructive questions on key issues. Their own definition from the start had been leave the simple problems to us and don't waste senior brother's us time. They hadn't expected Xu Teng to genuinely explain the problems in detail and provide insights. But now they understood. Xu Teng truly didn't mind. If you genuinely wanted to learn, he was willing to teach with all his heart. Many university professors didn't have Xu Teng's patience. This lecture lasted half an hour. After a series of analyses, I ultimately decided to use the second method. Fortunately, the final result also told me that this plan was indeed effective. After speaking, Xu Teng looked seriously at the three. They exchanged glances, communicating silently with their eyes. Did you understand? To be honest, I actually did understand. What about you? The other two looked at Tang Haiba, who was also stunned. The originally coasting trio believed they would never grasp such profound issues. But after Xu Teng's explanation, they were astonished to discover. It seemed not that difficult. Even we slackers could understand. Doesn't that mean that in the future we could solve core problems too? No, I mustn't get arrogant. Regardless, it's all because senior brother Xu teaches so well. So the three spoke in unison. Senior brother, thanks to your explanation, we really did understand. Really? In that case, there's still extra material in the lab. I've demonstrated the process for you once. Follow the schematic I drew and try to build it yourselves. All right, senior brother. The three eagerly found the materials in the corner. Following the blueprint, they assembled the pieces together. I think we can make it. Don't say it, but I have that confidence too. After hearing senior brother's explanation, I reviewed it in my mind again and found the original difficulties weren't that hard. Oh, I was thinking the same. So it's like that for everyone. It seems our IQs aren't low, just temporarily blocked. Just thinking that I can also make a simple version of the energy blaster feels really satisfying. An hour later, the three stared at the materials before them, which had made no progress, utterly stumped. Brain, I've learned it's not that hard. Heart, yes, I've thought it through again. If I follow the steps, I can definitely make it. Hands, what the hell are you talking about? I don't get it at all. Admit the gap between yourself and others. Gurgle. Their stomachs growled again. The three exchanged a knowing glance. Senior brother said that if we're hungry, we can go eat without asking for permission, right? I remember senior brother said that at noon. So how about we head to the cafeteria? Agreed. After thinking it over, eating is the easiest thing. Let's bring a portion for senior brother too. Okay. The three looked back at Xu Teng, who was busy again, and felt a crushing blow. At a dormitory in Jing University. Brotherly want to go out and have fun tonight. Forget it, I'm not in the mood. Li Guangdao waved his hand in refusal. His roommate leaned in. Oh, why is our brotherly in such a bad mood today? Usually you're out enjoying yourself at night. Another day. Seeing that Li Guangdao was genuinely uninterested, the roommate said no more and went out with the others. Li Guangdao's phone lit up with a new message. Brotherly, the news about Xu Teng has been spread out. Was it sent to all the groups? Yes, how could I dare not do my best on something you've instructed brotherly? That's good. You have a new transfer. Shuiyong opened it and saw 50,000. My god, Li Guangdao was really generous. Brotherly, you've given too much. Despite his joy, Shuiyong still flattered Li Guangdao. After all, the task wasn't that much. He had just found a few underlings applied for over a dozen accounts and periodically stirred up trouble in major chat groups, saying that a student named Xu Teng had come to Tsinghua University through backdoor connections. How could the school allow such a student to exist? All in all, it only took a few hours. Now the name Xu Teng was spreading in every group. He paid the underlings 500 each, which meant he earned over 40,000 in a few hours. Li Guangdao was indeed a money god. It's fine, you deserve it. He'll come to you again if there's something. All right, I guarantee he'll complete Brother Li's tasks. Both parties were very pleased with each other. When a single person speaks of something, it draws no attention. Yet when a group begins to accuse someone in an organized and targeted manner, the tide of public opinion turns against them. After Li Guangdao spent 50,000, Shuiyong intensified his efforts. Xu Teng's name began flooding various social groups at Tsinghua University. Have you heard? There seems to be an issue with this year's graduate student quota. Just say it outright. It's that Xu Teng, right? I've seen his name in many groups already. What do you all think? What else? Just lie back and watch. I checked just now, and it's true. His name isn't on the official graduate admission list. I searched for his paper too, and there really isn't one. So did a graduate student named Xu Teng get in through the back door today? Not necessarily. If there's no information at all, maybe he doesn't even exist at this school. Otherwise, what level of influence would it take to erase all traces? If he's not from our school, what's the point of smearing him? I think it's impossible. He must be a student here. Amid the heated debate, someone suddenly shared a video. Whoa, everyone check this out. Someone anonymously reported Xu Teng from our school online. They clicked the video, which showed a caller with a voice modulator. The core message: Tsinghua University admitted a graduate student named Xu Teng, but his name wasn't on the official list. Strangest of all, no papers could be found. Everything was blocked. If this is true, it's truly disgusting. Indeed, for our school to have such a situation. I've lived long enough to see it all. Some in the group lurked silently while those speaking out were indignant. It's a disgrace to be classmates with someone like this. Just then a new message interrupted the flow. This is slander against Xu Teng. He's not that kind of person. Oh, you say so, so it must be true. Do you have proof? Even with this, someone still tries to whitewash him. Disgusting. Deng Yi, watching the group messages, trembled with anger. From the sequence of events, she could guess that Li Guangdao was behind it all. Everything was stacked against Xu Teng, and Li Guangdao had money. Spreading public opinion was easy with enough funds to hire bots and stir the pot. In academia and research, zero tolerance was shown toward those who faked their way into graduate programs. Faced with such evidence, even if a few remained skeptical, most would choose to believe the narrative Li Guangdao had meticulously crafted. Tang Haiba and his two companions, returning with their meals, also saw the messages. What do you all think? Just a bunch of clowns. If it weren't for the confidentiality agreement, I'd tear into those bandwagoners online and show them my keyboard isn't made of dough. An anonymous report. Interesting. Seems like the person behind it wants to leave themselves an escape route. Tang Haiba snorted. Escape route. Impossible. When the mastermind decided to smear senior brother Xu, there was only one path: a dead end. Indeed, who would have thought that the three biggest scandals at Tsinghua these past 2 days were all orchestrated by the same person? In a few days, we'll see the final outcome. For now, let's not bother senior brother with this group chatter. Let him focus on his experiments. Exactly. That's an energy gun, a revolutionary weapon. Who are those attacking senior brother in the group compared to that? The three entered quietly. Xu Teng remained motionless, lost in thought once again. Senior brother, we brought you food. Tang Haiba spoke softly. Xu Teng didn't respond. They exchanged glances, set the meal on the table, and returned to their stations to continue tackling the energy ignition problem. What seemed simple even after Xu Teng's detailed explanation remained elusive. Truly, the mind and hands were always in two different states. Xu Teng was deep in contemplation, oblivious to his surroundings, not even hearing Tang Haiba's call to eat. Now the issue is controlling energy output. Reasoning backward, if output is low, the ignition energy should be lower. Correspondingly, to link it with the knob, the energy's excited state must be divided into parts, so the later scale should also measure total energy. I tried that just now, but a new problem arose. His pen kept sketching on paper, mapping the current problem against the previous state. As the pile of draft papers grew, the night deepened. The calculations are correct. According to this blueprint, I should be able to control energy output this time. A hum filled the air. The azure glow activated again, the 10th experiment. With a bang, a small azure beam shot out, striking the test plate. Xu Teng quickly adjusted the knob. As it turned smaller, the energy diminished. Good. Now let me try a higher energy setting. He slowly turned the knob, but this time, a muffled explosion. The gun chamber burst open again. Sigh. Still not working. Growling from his stomach interrupted his thoughts as he prepared to sit down. Checking the time, it was 2:30 a.m. Turning around, he found the lab empty. Time flies, it's already this late. A lunchbox sat on a nearby table with a note attached. Senior brother, this is your meal. It's probably cold by now. Don't worry, there are some instant snacks nearby. Chocolate instant noodles, sausages, and an egg. Forget it'll call it a day. Exhausted and hungry, Xu Teng couldn't hold on any longer. After eating a bit, he lay down fully clothed on the folding bed nearby and fell asleep. At 6:30 in the morning, the sky had just begun to lighten slightly. The door of the research room was slowly pushed open from the outside. Tang Haiba, what time do you think senior brother will return last night? I can't say for sure, he probably won't leave before 1 or 2 o'clock. Sai, encountering a genius who works so hard really makes one feel despairing. Tang Haiba, who had the lights on, smiled and said, on one hand it's despair, on the other it just urges us to keep pushing ourselves to improve. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, staring in one direction. What's wrong? Oh, has senior brother already arrived? The two of them entered the laboratory and saw Xu Teng, who had been awakened, looking completely dazed. Did senior brother not return to the dormitory and sleep in the lab instead? This is a bit shocking. The three of them, with their somewhat confused brains, were no longer sleepy. Senior brother, you directly slept in the lab. Xu Teng rubbed his slightly sore shoulder and said, I saw it was too late last night, so I just decided not to go back to the dormitory. By the way, thank you for the chocolate you left yesterday. Tang Haiba immediately responded, senior brother, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? What do you want to eat? I can go buy it for you. Damn it, I've been outpaced by a sycophant again. Why is it that I'm never as skilled as he is? No need, I'll go myself, it's a hassle for you. It's no hassle, no hassle. The three spoke in unison, exchanging discreet glances. Xu Teng wasn't used to having others bring him breakfast. After sleeping in the lab all night, not only was he uncomfortable, but his head also felt a bit foggy. In the morning, the air was fresh, and taking a walk was just right for stimulating thought. Did you finish that part 1 explained to you yesterday? Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately drooped their heads and whispered, not yet. Then hurry up and get to work, you need to digest it well. Oh, okay. The higher the ranking of schools in the country, the better the atmosphere. No matter what time you wake up, you'll find someone already up somewhere. At 6:40, it wasn't too late. However, the flow of people in the school gradually increased. Anyone serving of fried dough sticks, a bowl of mung bean porridge, and a serving of dumplings, please. Sure. Last night, I didn't eat, just casually managed a little late at night. Waking up after a good sleep made me a bit hungry, so I added a bit more breakfast. Young man, why didn't you come for dinner last night? I was doing an experiment and lost track of time. A young man, meals should still be eaten on time for a healthy body to support your experiments. Mum. The golden fried dough sticks were still steaming, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The mung bean porridge had a few extra spoonfuls of sugar added, or after taking a sip, it warmed my stomach and the sweetness was just right. This is the flavor I love. As I slowly dipped the golden fried dough stick into the mung bean porridge and was enjoying it, my phone rang. Looking at the contact, it was senior brother Yun. Senior brother Yun. Xu Teng hadn't finished his sentence when Yun Sheng's urgent voice came through. Su Shitty, you're not in any trouble, are you? I'm fine, what's wrong? I replied while drinking the porridge. The slurping sound of Xu Teng drinking reassured Yun Sheng. It seems Xu Teng really was okay. 10 minutes earlier. As soon as his phone was turned on in the morning, Yun Sheng received reports about something initiated by several people together. The letter was filled with signatures, and at a glance there were at least dozens. Reported a graduate student's admission. Looking at the title, Yun Sheng was a bit puzzled. After all, the list for admission to graduate school is always announced to the public through the official website. In this regard, Huaqing University wouldn't do anything that was fair and just. After all, so many eyes are always watching. If any issues arise and people write about it, relevant personnel will certainly be dealt with. With the power of the internet becoming stronger, even a single comment can drown someone. Curious, Yun Sheng began to read on. The reported person, Xu Teng, has no relevant thesis materials found on the official website, and not even on the official list does this person appear. Xu Teng. Could it be a case of sharing a name? Following the report, there were screenshots attached. Yun Sheng looked closely and saw the library's entry and exit times along with a comment from a social media post. I'm also enrolled in Huaqing. In the end, even the chat records between Xu Teng's mother and others were pulled out. My son said he got into Huaqing graduate school. In a while, when he comes home, I'm planning to hold a celebration for him. At this point, Yun Sheng completely understood. Xu Teng wasn't a namesake, it was this Su Shitty under him. When he opened the group he had joined, he saw that many students were tagging him. Dean Yun, are you not going to explain this? So Huaqing also has such dealings. It's really fallen. If I hadn't seen the complete evidence, I would have thought it was someone else's fabrication. Hey, enough already. If there's no thesis found, why can't you consider other reasons? Just because the official site doesn't list a name, why can't it be a special talent? Have you gone foolish from studying? What's so special about a second-tier student? Do you still want to wash this away? What do you mean by me washing it? It's obvious someone is deliberately targeting Xu Teng. Can't you see that? At this moment a message popped up. I've already hired a lawyer. Please tell Li Guangdao that if he doesn't stop, he should be ready for a lawsuit. Who is this girl? She's so fierce. Wasn't she just defending Xu Teng yesterday? I heard her name is Deng Yi. Yunsheng felt both shocked and angry upon seeing these messages. He was shocked that someone was spreading rumors about Xu Teng behind his back. After all, Xu Teng was a student who had created a light sword and was now working on an energy gun, and such a student had always garnered the favor of academicians. What were they even? He was angry because from what Deng Yi had said earlier, it was a person named Li Guangdao who was deliberately targeting him. All right, Li Guangdao is it? Just you wait. No matter what kind of power you have behind you this time, you will understand what a heavy blow from the official side feels like. But before that, Yunsheng hurriedly called Xu Teng, fearing that he might encounter some issues. There are some people starting to spread rumors about you in the group, but don't worry, I'll handle these issues. Oh, Xu Teng replied while swallowing a piece of fried dough stick. Then I won't delay you, it's time for Su Shitty to have breakfast. As soon as he hung up the phone, Xu Teng picked up his phone to look at the messages in the WeChat group he had joined yesterday. Spending the whole night in the lab had led to unexpected developments. Xu Teng wanted to see what exactly had happened that was important enough for Yunsheng to personally call in the morning. When I opened the group, the chat was being flooded with messages. Rumors said someone had organized a joint complaint letter and submitted it to Dean Yun. I also saw on short video platforms that someone had recorded a video to report him. Honestly, counting my undergraduate years, these past few years at Huaqing University are the first time I have seen such frequent incidents. In 2 days, 3 campus-shaking events occurred. I asked my roommate who works as a graduate assistant what he thought. Guess what he said? Most people would support the whistleblower's right. He did not. He merely said, a bunch of clowns. Let them be punished. Amazing. Did working as someone's assistant turn his wits to mush? Probably not. This morning I woke and found he was gone. I have never seen him start experiments so early. He must have been provoked by something. After a few minutes, Xu Teng understood. Someone from an unknown source had assembled chat screenshots and a series of so-called investigative proofs claiming his admission to Huaqing University for graduate study involved illicit manipulation. A second-tier university. What could there be of consequence? They could not even find his graduation thesis. Fortunately, his family seldom goes online and remain ignorant of what is unfolding. Otherwise, his parents would surely call to ask. Xu Teng ate his bun slowly, his mood as calm as a still, well, even on the verge of amusement. The thesis was hidden because the theoretical knowledge behind it was astonishing. Classified material is not something one can locate at will. As for the missing name, it was because Xu Teng did not enter by ordinary channels. He was specially recruited through an exceptional path. Such special recruitment carries confidentiality. How could it appear on official websites? Xu Teng had no wish to engage with such gossip. It would be a waste of time. Moreover, senior brother Yun said he would handle it, so all matters could be left to him. After breakfast, Xu Teng strode toward the laboratory. The control of energy output has been resolved. Next, we must test its characteristics under various environmental conditions. News on the internet, of course, spreads fastest. Many people scrolling short videos came across an anonymous clip accusing Xu Teng. My heavens, top universities do things like this. We were promised academic integrity. How did it become a place paved by money? Thankfully, I did not apply to Huaqing University, or I might have gone there. To the commenter above, as if merely signing up guarantees you'll pass. I am curious, if this person does not appear on the official admissions list, why are they so certain he must be at Huaqing University? There are library entry records, but what puzzles me more is how detailed the information is and how quickly it spread. It feels as though someone deliberately set out to target Xu Teng. Typical persecuted victim rhetoric, they present so-called evidence, yet still deny it. Attempts to whitewash will not stand. Huaqing University's official account began to be inundated on short video platforms. What a rotten school. Good thing I didn't apply. My father said he'd give me $1 million just to see if we could report the school. Sigh. Everyone has turned like this. Meanwhile, Dean Yun convened an emergency meeting. A group of teachers were summoned at dawn, an unprecedented affair. At the meeting, Yunsheng's face was sullen, and no one dared to utter a breath, fearful of being implicated. The official account must issue a statement. Each major group must urgently release documents emphasizing that we will deal with this matter sternly. A round-faced, ruddy-cheeked teacher agreed. Indeed, for students who enter through connections, we will take strict measures. Before he finished, Yunsheng shot him a glare. Who told you he entered through back channels? I will be frank with you. There is more I cannot say, but there are things I can disclose. Xu Teng was specially recruited under exceptional circumstances. The thesis being hidden has its reasons. This time our target is the rumor mongers. Although we do not know where they obtained their information, I can reveal this serious handling will go far beyond mere expulsion. All the teachers present were dumbfounded. They had not misheard. The implication was that the online claims contained truth. But the reasons were utterly different from what they imagined. It was not about backstage dealing, but because. Best not to dwell further. People of that sort were not subjects for casual curiosity. One careless step might cross inexplicable red lines and end up offending those one ought never to offend. The meeting adjourned, and people filed out with divergent thoughts. Yun Sheng had seemed to say nothing, yet somehow had said everything. At that moment, the official account simultaneously released a statement. Recently, we received complaint documents. The school takes them seriously and has launched an immediate investigation. We will handle the matter sternly and provide a satisfactory response to all. No sooner had the announcement been issued than Shui Yong forwarded it to Li Guangda. Li Guangda opened it and examined the standard red-headed document, an official seal. Brotherly, everything went smoothly. The official document is out. They will issue a notice at once. Xu Teng cannot escape this now. I am still curious how he managed to anger you, brotherly. Oh, he rubbed him the wrong way. In high school, he was merely a bookish dullard. He failed the Gaokao and went to a second-tier school. And now he still puts on airs. So irritating. Serves him right. No one should show off in front of brotherly. Oh, what an affront. Li Guangda basked in the adulation. A notification arrived. You have a new transfer. Shui Yong clicked to receive. You have received 10,000 yuan. Alas, it was a little less than last time. Still, it was acceptable. After all, they only needed to wait for the official document. It had not taken much effort. Shui Yong sighed. It was getting harder to make money off the gullible. Brotherly, you are truly generous. I knew following you was the right decision. Do well. If good opportunities arise, I will not forget you. I promise, I promise. When the official document appeared, all the commentaries swung the same way. Heavens, could it be? Someone really did get in through back channels. Told you it was a rotten school. To the commenter above, you boast, but to be honest, I am no longer regretful. It turns out I couldn't get in because my connections were inadequate. The onlookers who were initially just enjoying the spectacle began to take action following the official statement. That brother is likely in deep trouble. He never expected anyone would dig up his information. I must say that kid with backing is indeed impressive. They managed to uncover all of this. I remember someone was defending Xu Teng yesterday, claiming that he had hired a lawyer. Perhaps she was also blinded and could not see through such a person. Ever since the report was made, Deng, he had been keeping an eye on the relevant information and daily developments. She could confirm that Li Guangdao was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, everything was indeed unfavorable for Xu Teng. The papers that couldn't be found after failing the college entrance examination, he entered a second-tier school, and Xu Teng's name was not even on the list published by Huaqing School. If it were someone else, they would have long suspected Xu Teng's reasons for being able to study at Huaqing. But that day, seeing with his own eyes, there was a different meal ticket window and a different student card. All the differences along with the unfavorable news made it clear that it was not simply a matter of using backdoor connections. Based on the information, it seemed he had entered through a route unknown to everyone. These unfavorable surface messages had an alternative interpretation. That is protection. The moment this thought emerged, Deng, he was also taken aback. Isn't Xu Teng just a slightly better student? According to his claims, nothing outstanding happened during his 4 years of college. How did he become someone needing protection? However, from various perspectives, this was indeed absurd. Despite believing in Xu Teng, Deng, he even sought out a lawyer planning to sue Li Guangda. After consulting with the lawyer, the answer received was that it was a thankless endeavor. There was no detailed evidence to prove that Li Guangda's actions were slandering Xu Teng. If she went ahead with it, there was even a possibility of being countered. In the end, losing money was a minor issue. There was a chance of being forced to publicly apologize. No, Xu Teng is definitely not that kind of person. There must be a way out. Compared to Deng Yi's troubled situation, Shui Yong was basking in glory. Brother Yong, you've certainly made quite a profit these past few days. Not at all, not at all. Shui Yong was modestly chatting with his underlings on social media, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from rising. He made 50,000, but only gave 5,000, letting the 5 underlings below him split it. The final 10,000 was only given 1,000. In just one day, he merely used his network to send messages in the group and kept an eye on the official red-headed documents. He ended up earning 54,000. He truly understood why he should hang out with the rich second generation. These people spend lavishly. It was Shui Yong's first time experiencing the ease of making money. Brother Yong, are you coming out for a meal tonight? A meal, eh? Shui Yong frowned. They just wanted to take advantage of him. He wasn't someone like Li Guangda. Maybe another time, if similar matters arise in the future, I'll call you. Upon hearing this, the dissatisfaction in the hearts of his underlings vanished instantly. Brother Yong, please remember me. Brother Yong, I'm your long-lost brother. We must earn money together. Brother Yong. The messages in the group never stopped, all flattering Xu Yong. No one wanted to miss out on an opportunity to make money with just a tap of a finger. Knock, knock, knock. Let's talk later. Someone is knocking at the door. With the roommates absent, Xu Yong went to open the door and was stunned as soon as he opened it. Yun Sheng stood outside with the class monitor and several teachers looking serious and staring directly at him. Do we have class today? Xu Yong's first reaction was that he was caught skipping class, but he quickly realized that there were no classes today. So what does this mean? I haven't done anything wrong. Especially under the watchful gaze of the stern Dean Yun, Xu Yong felt a chill run down his spine and said after swallowing hard. Dean, why are you here? Are you Xu Yong? After hesitating for a moment, Xu Yong admitted. Yes, I am. Well, then you need to come with us. Come with you. What's going on? At this moment, Xu Yong was completely baffled. I really haven't done anything. Dean, did you catch the wrong person? Grabbed by several hands, Xu Yong still wanted to resist a bit as he genuinely didn't understand what was happening. Caught the wrong person. Yun Sheng snorted. Haven't you been spreading some messages online? Don't you know yourself? Spreading messages. With a loud crash in his head, Xu Yong understood. Before Li Guangda had him spread the news, he had been worried about issues and specifically searched for information. The result was indeed, as he said, the papers that were blocked and the publicly admitted list had no names. Everything favorable was tilted towards them, and in fact the official website had just released a red-headed document. It's settled this time, it's really settled. But Dean Yun's arrival turned everything into a beautiful dream. Because the official investigation was not about Xu Teng but him. This indirectly indicated that Xu Teng indeed did not enter through the back door, but through another means. A way they never even considered. Xu Yong stiffened and glanced at Yun Sheng, taking a deep breath. It was too late to say anything now. He could only confess, honestly hoping the punishment wouldn't be too severe. Perhaps it's just a warning. Pressed down, Xu Yong began to encourage himself to think positively. At that moment, the students outside the dormitory watching the spectacle were all stunned. They had seen the official red-headed document as well. How long had it been? The official had taken action, and yet it was Xu Yong who was taken away. I have a major announcement to make. Shortly after the official issued the notice, they took action. It was even Dean Yun himself who came to handle it. But do you know who it is? Who? Xu Yong, not some so-called Xu Teng. Oh, interesting. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be mistaken. Some in the group expressed disbelief. TCH, I saw it with my own eyes but can't be wrong. Just wait for the document to come down. The situation twisted and turned. Those who were initially disinterested began to prepare to watch the spectacle online. They thought it would surely be Xu Teng who was dealt with, but so soon the official acted, and it wasn't Xu Teng. Doesn't this indirectly imply that the rumors in the group were fabricated by someone? That Xu Teng who was not on the official admission list must have some significance. While everyone in the group was guessing, Xu Yong had already confessed everything. Xu Yong nodded affirmatively. There are chat records on the phone. You can check them to understand the process. We will check the phone, but let's first discuss how to handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Xu Yong became nervous. However, he thought to himself that it wasn't a big deal, though in the end, he would just receive a reprimand. This expression was indeed quite irritating. Yun Sheng snorted coldly. Do you think this matter is easy to resolve? Xu Yong turned to Yun Sheng, expressing his confusion. All right, just wait. This time, even expulsion would be considered a light punishment. Expulsion? What the hell expulsion? Director Yun, I was wrong. Give me another chance. Xu Yong was completely panicked. As the investigation deepened, the authorities immediately released a statement. Upon receiving the report under the leadership of Director Yun Sheng, we swiftly acted to investigate. Through collecting evidence from the involved students, we discovered that this was an organized and premeditated slander. In response, the school stated that it would handle the matter seriously. The main involved student, Xue, would definitely face expulsion after discussion. The incident is still undergoing deeper investigation. Before the statement was released, someone in the group said that Director Yun had taken Xu Yong away, while others questioned the accuracy of this information. Others maintained a skeptical attitude, quietly waiting for the official statement from the school. As a result, it hadn't been long since the last statement was released, only a little over an hour. The turning point of the incident came too, quickly surprising everyone. It was not Xu Teng who was punished, but the mastermind behind it was exposed. Heavens, I've never seen such a swift official response in my life. Moreover, the one punished was another person. It was clear that he was expelled. Now I seem to understand a bit why my roommate said they are a bunch of clowns. It looks like there will be further developments. I just don't know how many people will be involved. I felt something was off from the very beginning. Messages were being sent in the group, and there were also short videos on the platform. No matter how you looked at it, someone was using funds behind the scenes to act as a puppet. I initially thought it was people of justice using money to defeat others, but it turns out there are bad people among the crowd, trying to evade responsibility and frame Xu Teng. To be honest, if this is how it is, isn't Xu Teng. Everyone knew what was implied by the upcoming words. Xu Teng was a protected individual, and to achieve that level of protection meant that his value far exceeded that of everyone present. With the release of the official statement, a large-scale apology scene began to unfold in the comments. Xu Teng, I'm sorry. I didn't expect there to be bad people among the crowd. To be honest, Xue's power is indeed a bit frightening. I heard from others that all groups at Hucking are slandering Xu Teng. Not only that, but the short video platform is doing the same. It's no wonder he deserves it. Those who spread rumors should be punished like this. Expulsion is already a light punishment. If it were me, I would sue him for defaming my reputation. Looking at the official statement, isn't it hinting that there are others involved? Well, just wait. I must say the speed of Hucking's official actions is indeed fast. I think you're focusing on the wrong point. Didn't you notice the significance of the blind spot character Xu Teng? The happiest person was still Deng Yi. She hadn't expected the official statement to come down so quickly. The latest official statement was released just an hour later. Moreover, just as the first statement said, they truly handled the involved students seriously, giving the most severe punishment, expulsion. Should I submit the evidence I have as well? The Xue mentioned in the statement was someone she didn't know, but she knew it must be Li Guangda, who was specifically spreading rumors at Hucking University. The mastermind behind it all was still Li Guangda. Forget it, it shouldn't be necessary. If Director Yun managed to find Xue, then Li Guangda behind the scenes could certainly be unearthed. He'll just wait. At this moment, Yun Sheng was caught in a dilemma. Through the chat records and everything Xue Yong had confessed, he had already understood the entire process. Li Guangda, after seeing Xu Teng's contact with a girl in his social media posts, became jealous and went to search for Xu Teng's papers and various information. Finding no evidence of Xu Teng being admitted to Hucking University, he arranged everything. The key point was that Li Guangda was not a student of Hucking, but a student from the neighboring Jingda. Yin Sheng did not have enough authority to deal with Li Guangda, and he didn't know much about Xu Teng's identity. Just then his phone rang. Seeing it was Su Wei, he thought, here we go. Has Xu Teng made any progress in his research recently? Su Wei's unchanged inquiry made Yun Sheng feel a bit down. All of you are your students, why do you favor Xu Teng? The project has only been underway for 2 days, there probably hasn't been any progress yet. Su Wei seemed a bit dissatisfied. Xu Teng is your junior. How can you be so indifferent? This project, after all, can overturn traditional firearms. Teacher, I know, but my junior has encountered some trouble. Trouble? If he needs materials, he can just apply for them. What's the trouble in that? It's not that kind of trouble, it's that someone is slandering him. Slandering? Su Wei's tone began to rise angrily, saying, tell me what is going on. The academician is quite busy. He generally pays attention to research-related achievements online. Regarding these life-related news, Su Wei doesn't care. So he was still unaware of the rumors about Xu Teng in recent days. After Yun Sheng's explanation, Su Wei understood completely. Li Guangda, What if he's a student of Jingda? They'll call their principal right now. Su Wei was furious. Xu Teng's lightsaber had now become the top choice for the Dragon Kingdom's secret military. In terms of cold weapons, it must be said that the lightsaber has completely won with a crushing advantage. As for the energy gun they are researching, he has also seen it. It is the pinnacle concept of traditional firearms. Such a scientific genius is quietly contributing everything for the country. But what is Li Guangda? A clown-like thing stepping out to spread rumors saying that a second-tier school is qualified to study at Hucking University. What have you done? Expel him, he must be expelled. Li Guangda was feeling very anxious. When he woke up in the morning and saw that statement, he felt utterly refreshed. All the justice in the world would be upheld, and I am here to deliver justice upon you, Xu Teng. Next, he only needed to wait for the subsequent statement. But just an hour later, a new official announcement was released. This was the fastest official statement Li Guangda had ever seen. The result, however, was unexpected. Did I see it wrong? He still couldn't believe it. The statement indicated that Xue Yong had been expelled from school and the matter would be dealt with more severely. Who would be dealt with? Who else would be punished? With that thought, cold sweat broke out on Li Guangda. Xue Yong was his contact. He was the mastermind behind all of this. Whether it was publishing short videos or sending messages in the group, he had orchestrated it all. There was only one purpose: to bring Xu Teng down. Yet from the statement, it seemed he was the one being brought down instead. His relationship with Xue Yong was merely one of financial interests. Having been expelled, would he shield himself? Absolutely not. In fact, he would likely disclose everything at the first opportunity to mitigate his punishment. Damn, Xu Teng, why is it you who isn't being punished? After failing the college entrance exam, you went to a second-tier university, proving you were never a remarkable student to begin with. What did you even do during your 4 years in college? Your thesis doesn't deserve to be hidden. Why should you take all the good things for yourself? The one admired by Deng, you should be someone like me. What are you even worth? Li Guangda began to feel restless. If the official statement was released, it would surely be dealt with severely. Those who were not dealt with afterward would surely come looking for him. No, don't worry, I'm not a student of Xu Teng. I'm from Peking University. Why would they come after me? I didn't do anything wrong. Who would have thought that the hidden thesis was of this kind? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Li Guangdao was lost and thought the door to the lab was knocked on. When he opened the door, he was stunned to see a stern-faced elder standing outside with deeply furrowed brows. Good day, Dean. The elder waved his hand, interrupting what Li Guangdao was about to say. You are Li Guangdao, correct? Yes. A bad premonition arose in Li Guangdao's heart. Come with me. The dean's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. It's all right, everything will be fine. There are still some connections at Peking University. I heard one of the deans is a family friend. If something happens, a call to the family, and pulling some strings will surely yield results. I didn't do anything wrong, but it's not my fault that Xu Teng's thesis was hidden and couldn't be found. With such thoughts, Li Guangdao followed the dean, weaving left and right until they finally arrived in front of an office. Looking up, he saw the principal's office. Why would he come here? In that moment, Li Guangdao realized the implication of Shui Yong's expulsion. Knock, knock, knock. A commanding voice came from inside. Come in. Principal, I've brought him. After the dean stepped aside, Li Guangdao finally reacted, looking up at the elderly man with white hair, his eyes filled with terror. It seems you already know why you were called here. That's fine. I won't beat around the bush with you. Principal, this isn't my fault. Oh, not your fault. The principal, sitting at the head of the table, was almost laughing with anger, pointing at himself. So, is it my fault then? No. Not that either. Li Guangdao didn't dare to meet the principal's gaze. So it's not the dean's fault then? No, it's not. With a slap on the table, the principal angrily said, then tell me whose fault is it? Investigating others without permission, stirring up public opinion online, and even contacting people from the neighboring school to spread rumors. Tell me whose fault is it? Li Guangdao, frightened, lost his train of thought, shouting it's Xu Teng's fault. He shouldn't have hidden the thesis, he shouldn't. Before he could finish, the principal angrily said, shut your mouth. Having a student like you, I truly feel embarrassed. From today onward, you are no longer a student of Peking University, you are expelled. Furthermore, after a pause, the principal coldly snorted, prepare yourself for a lawsuit. What? Li Guangdao was so frightened he stuttered. Not only was he expelled, but he might also be sued by the very individuals involved. Oh, by the way, I should tell you that it's not Xu Teng suing you. You don't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as him. The one suing you this time is Dean Yunsheng of Xu Teng University. And don't think that your connections make you powerful. Those connections mean nothing in front of Xu Teng. Li Guangdao was completely stunned. The reason the principal could say such words was undoubtedly due to an investigation into him. His connections and how he managed to get into Peking University were surely thoroughly investigated. How long has it been? I haven't even had lunch yet. What kind of person have I provoked? Li Guangdao stood frozen in place, unable to move. Before lunch, Xu Teng University released a statement. Upon Shui's confession, everything was orchestrated by Li from an external school. The main reason was Li's dissatisfaction, leading him to use money to create various hype online to slander others. Students take this as a warning. University is primarily a place for academic research, not a breeding ground for all sorts of malfeasance. As soon as the statement was released, it was immediately shared in various WeChat groups. Wow, I'm genuinely shocked. Is the official speed really this fast? In just one morning, 3 statements were consecutively issued. The behind-the-scenes players couldn't even last a morning. I'm quite curious, which school does the external student refer to? Heavens, everyone go check. The neighboring school also issued a statement. Quick, share it to the group. Then another document with a red header was shared in. Upon receiving news from Xu Teng University, we quickly launched an investigation and found that Li from our school used online hype to slander student Xu. And it was discovered that Li bought an undergraduate thesis with money and utilized connections during the graduate entrance exam. Thus, we have decided to expel Li from school. Damn, what a shocking reversal. Accusing others of academic issues only to find out he bought a thesis and even used connections during the exam. This wave is what you call self-inflicted harm. Impressive. It's astounding that such talent exists in the world. The involved Xu Teng didn't even appear yet. These 2 clowns have already been taken down. It's simply absurd. Everyone, are you really not curious about Xu Teng's identity? This sentence piqued everyone's interest. A college student without a thesis, a name that did not appear on the official admission list. All of this became evidence for others to attack. Yet in the end, the official statement stood by his side. Do you think it's possible that everything that happened recently at Xu Teng University is related to him? Don't say it actually could be possible. If it really is him, while thinking deeper, it's simply shocking. At that moment, the 3 members of the experiment group were constantly exchanging ideas. While the matter has been resolved so quickly, this is the first time I've seen such a prompt official response. 3 statements in one day, it's simply amazing. The most crucial part is that senior brother didn't even step in. Tang Haiba cast an envious glance at Xu Teng. People are doing experiments in the lab, and the school will step in to resolve everything for you. What is meant by influence? This is influence. If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, who would dare to believe it? It sounds like a joke. If only one day I could have seen your brother's influence. You? Forget it, don't even think about it. You need to have seen your brother's strength first. This is truly reality. A single sentence shattered all my fantasies. The three exchanged glances, remembering how senior brother had explained the steps to stimulate energy yesterday. When they heard it at the time, their minds told them they had learned it. But until now, all three had yet to pass that hurdle. Xu Teng had already produced the energy scale he could control last night, and now he was working on new steps. In comparison, the gap was simply not a small one. Chasing after senior brother's strength. Forget it, maybe in the next life. If I hurry, I might be able to do it, but I need to find a bed to lie down on and have a good dream. Senior brother, it's mealtime, shall we go eat? Tang Haiba was always the most proactive one, reminding Xu Teng from all angles. You all go ahead. Okay. Just as the three turned to leave, someone walked in. Yunsheng. Hello, Dinyan. Yunsheng nodded, his footsteps unceasing as he walked inside. The three couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. At a similar age, they were still planning for their future graduation, trying to find ways to get closer to people like Dinyan. Yet Xu Teng could make Yunsheng take the initiative to approach him, with all kinds of privileges opening up for Xu Teng, even calling him junior brother. The key point was that senior brother seemed to imply that everything revolved around junior brother. Yunsheng, once a research talent, knew that Xu Teng would not care about the news online. If he were to explain, it would be that they deemed it beneath them to waste precious time elsewhere. As long as it didn't affect the ongoing experiments, why worry about the rest? However, as senior brother, Yunsheng could not swallow this anger. After all, he was proud of his precious junior brother. Junior brother Xu, we have already clarified the two who slandered you. One is a student from our school, the other is a student from the neighboring school. Both have been expelled, and regarding the main instigator, we are prepared to help you sue him for defamation. Junior brother, what do you think? Xu Teng looked up and said, thank you for your trouble. Not at all, this is what I should do. Officially, they were both taught by the same teacher, truly brothers. As the party involved, junior brother could brush it off, but senior brother would definitely not let this slide. Who dared to slander junior brother online? I really don't know where they got their courage. When Yunsheng heard that Li Guangda had also been expelled, he finally felt a sense of relief. He had anticipated that reporting to junior brother would undoubtedly receive a cold response. Looking at Xu Teng's serious expression, Yunsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Junior brother is indeed someone born for research. This determination I truly cannot compare. Following Xu Teng's gaze, a simple energy cannon was fixed on the experimental table. Without a shell, it was haphazardly pieced together with parts the barrel pointing at a nearby test board. From here, one could see a small hole that had been broken through the test board. Not bad, it seems the progress of the experiment is quite fast. It's already. Wait a minute. Yunsheng realized something was amiss. It had only been the second day since the project was approved. What is going on? That small black hole must have been created by this gun. The materials had all passed through Yunsheng's hands. He reviewed them one by one. If memory serves right, the test board was mixed with rare metals. Coincidentally, the characteristic of this rare metal is its hardness, and there was nothing in the entire lab capable of penetrating the test board on its own. So, seeing that simple energy cannon suspended up, a bold idea popped into Yunsheng's mind, and he asked in an uncertain tone, Junior brother, that board wasn't pierced by this gun, was it? Yes, it was. Yes. Junior brother accurately confirmed my thoughts. In an instant, Yunsheng felt a bit dizzy, nearly unable to stand. He remembered what he had said on the phone with teacher Su Wei an hour ago. How is Xiao Zu's experiment progressing? Teacher, aren't you being a bit too impatient? It's only been 2 days. What can be accomplished in 2 days? Junior brother is probably still assembling the gun. Not necessarily. You are definitely underestimating Xiao Zu's research progress. Although Yunsheng did not directly refute the teacher's words, he still felt unconvinced. What can be done in 2 days? Just successfully getting the gas into the chamber would be good enough. After watching it on site, what can be done in 2 days? I can already penetrate the test board. Even so, Yunsheng still found it hard to believe and cautiously asked Xu Teng, Junior brother, can this gun fire a shot? Fire a shot. Looking at Yunsheng's eager expression, Xu Teng nodded. Of course, but senior brother should still be careful. This is only the simple version. Don't worry, senior brother is the most careful when firing a gun. Xu Teng adjusted the knob to the lowest setting, aimed the barrel at the test board, and carefully made some adjustments. All right, senior brother, you can try now. Sure thing. Yunsheng rubbed his hands together, looking excited as if he had returned to his childhood. He aimed the barrel at the test board, focused his eyes, and pressed the trigger. A ghostly blue light began to gather at the muzzle. He could feel the vibrations of the gun through his fingers, and the imagined strong recoil was absent. The entire process was very calm. When the ghostly blue light reached a certain level, with a bang it shot towards the test board. The originally hard test board trembled for a moment. In the next second, a black hole appeared. Damn! The sudden appearance of the black hole startled Yun Sheng, and he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. He was well aware of the strength of the test board. The rare metal used inside is actually applied to armor. As long as the rare metal reaches a certain level, it can even withstand missiles. The reason for choosing this type of rare metal as the test board for the energy weapon is largely due to the repeated tests conducted among existing firearms. Ultimately, it was discovered that no firearm could penetrate the test board. Even small firearms like the Desert Eagle and the powerful Beretta 92F left only a tiny scratch on the test version. Yun Sheng had thought that the energy weapon would be powerful. However, he had never imagined it to be so strong that it created a small black hole in the test board. Junior Xu, did you just say the power of this gun is set to the lowest level? Yes. Xu Teng's response was always simple and direct. But Yun Sheng was no longer calm, his face turning bright red. Junior, don't joke with me. The minimum power of this gun can directly penetrate the test board. Do you know what the metal in this test board is meant to withstand? That is armor designed to defend against missiles. Yun Sheng's voice involuntarily rose as he emphasized a very important matter to Xu Teng. Defend against missiles. I really didn't expect that. Just last night I was shot through with one bullet and thought it wasn't made of solid material. It seems that Xu Teng still underestimated the power of the energy weapon. Junior, I remember there are two models of this energy weapon, right? Yes, there are two models. Yun Sheng had seen the principal design and remembered it clearly. One is specifically for shooting at people while the other targets shields and such. Right, which model does yours correspond to? Yun Sheng forced himself to calm down. After all, using a gun designed to breach shields to destroy the test board shouldn't be something to fuss over. As a disciple under Su Wei, he had already seen quite a bit of the world. Stay calm and composed, he needed to maintain his image in front of his junior. Is this a particle beam weapon? Yun Sheng tilted his head, displaying a face full of questions. If you speak so professionally, I can only pretend I don't understand. It's one that has a strong lethality against people. The other model, the plasma beam energy weapon, hasn't been designed yet. That one is specifically meant to combat armor. Yun Sheng, are you serious? The minimum energy activation can destroy a test board designed to withstand missiles, and you tell me it's specifically for killing people. The plasma beam weapon hasn't been designed yet. That one is specifically for dealing with armor. Do you have a different understanding of armor and people? Yun Sheng expressed his confusion even though he was a student of Su Wei. After witnessing so many situations, he still didn't understand. Is your concept of armor and people from a distant future? Do you also have a fear of insufficient firepower? Researchers in Longhua, especially in the field of weaponry, generally have a fear of insufficient firepower. The firepower of individual weapons is always maximized. Junior, why don't we go eat first? Xu Teng glanced at the design drawings hesitantly and said, all right, let's go eat first. Because the next design encountered difficulties. Although the system provided the blueprints, the specific experiments still needed to be solved by themselves. Gas conversion and energy activation. These were resolved by Xu Teng within the past 2 days. This is also the reason he could create a simple energy weapon. However, the operating conditions for the energy weapon must be able to handle all extreme environments, whether it's scorching heat or extreme cold. As long as you can pull the trigger, the ethereal blue light will always emerge. But regarding temperature, Xu Teng truly had no solution. Only when the food from the spoon entered his mouth did Xu Teng's thoughts return. The crispy roasted duck brushed with spicy sauce was simply amazing. Indeed, eating is also a very important thing. At this moment, Yun Sheng finally realized. Throughout the journey, just now, he had only been thinking about Xu Teng's words. The other model of the plasma beam energy weapon hasn't been designed yet. What does it mean when a single statement can leave you dumbfounded? This is it. I still need to report the situation to the teacher. I haven't informed him about the follow-up issues yet. Just as Yun Sheng picked up the phone, Su Wei called directly. Generally, Su Wei wouldn't call Xu Teng because he didn't know if he was conducting experiments. For researchers, the most taboo thing is to be interrupted during experiments. Once inspiration is interrupted, it is hard to continue. But Yun Sheng was different. He was definitely an administrative staff member, wasting the potential of a good researcher. It's very common for a teacher to call a student teacher. Yun Sheng had just started to speak when he was interrupted by Su Wei. How is Xu Teng's situation? Has it been resolved? Usually when I call you, you say you're busy. It's rare for me to call and you immediately ask about Junior Xu. Indeed, the same teacher can treat students differently. It's resolved. The 2 main involved have been expelled, and the school has issued a statement. The truth has been made clear to the students. That's good. How can my student be bullied like this? Isn't this just slapping my face? It seems that when I was misunderstood in the past, you were never this proactive. Yun Sheng secretly complained as he dared not say such words in front of his teacher. Once a student, always a student in his eyes. Little Sue, how's it going? It felt quite sour. Hearing Su Weiss address Yun Sheng's face turned a bit unnatural. Why have I never heard you call me little Yun? He's just across from me eating. Good, pass the phone to him. Yun Sheng directly handed the phone over. Teacher is looking for you. Oh. Xu Teng, who was seriously dealing with the roasted duck, paused his hand and took the phone. Is the roasted duck really that delicious? Yun Sheng wondered if he didn't realize how ridiculous his energy weapon was. Compared to what you made, this roasted duck is nothing. Thinking this way, Yun Sheng became a bit excited. The teacher still didn't know how outrageous the energy weapon was. From Xu Teng's description, this was still the least powerful model. Little Su, don't take those people's words to heart. Oh, I didn't pay attention to it. Good, that's the attitude a researcher should have. Su Weiss' praises for Xu Teng were always endless. How's the progress of your experiment recently? It's okay, quite fast. I made the simple version. No worries, don't rush the progress. It's okay if it hasn't been completed yet. Su Wei paused for a moment. Oh, as a research leader, he certainly knew how the general progress of experiments looked. What progress could be made in 2 days? However, just now it seemed like he missed something. Xu Teng seemed to have said something. Little Su, I didn't hear clearly what you said just now. It's okay, quite fast. The part after this sentence. I made the simple version. Su Wei. Within the next 3 seconds he realized. Su Wei. I was merely asking casually, yet who would have thought you actually created a simplified version? Projects typically take months or even years to commence. But I have never heard of a project making such significant progress in just 2 days. Could it really be due to my age that my thinking can't keep up with the younger generation, not to mention the astonishing speed of the experimental progress? He had seen the blueprints for the energy blast gun, and even if he led the team, it was impossible to produce a simplified version in less than a month or 2. Revolutionary products often require the most time because there are no reference items available. Meanwhile, existing products are the easiest to replicate. Simply applying the template and making slight improvements. Caught off guard, Su Wei carefully asked, so how is the experimental outcome? It should not be very powerful, right? Su Wei thought to himself. It's alright, I suppose. That alright made Su Wei breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, the experimental level was within my understanding, just a bit faster in progress. Isn't there a test panel? I know about this, that was approved by Su Wei himself. The density of the rare metal materials is exceptionally high. Once mixed into the armor to a certain extent, it could even defend against missiles. At that time, sending this test panel to Xu Teng's laboratory was intended to test whether the power of the energy blast gun was truly as exaggerated as described in the schematic. Small firearms shouldn't leave scratches on it. If the simplified version of the energy blast gun could leave a scratch, that would be quite impressive. Did it leave a scratch? It went straight through. The two spoke in unison. The atmosphere instantly became awkward, falling into a dead silence. After a moment, Su Wei gasped and uncertainly asked, Su, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. It penetrated. Penetrated. The 3 words echoed in Su Weiss' mind. Really? Is it true? Coming back to his senses, Su Weiss' voice trembled with excitement as he fell into a state of exhilaration. It's true, his senior brother Yin also witnessed it. Xu Teng spoke flatly, not quite understanding why the other was so excited. You've seen the schematic, didn't it clearly state the power of the energy blast gun? Although the test panel you mentioned is impressive, it certainly can't compare to the energy blast gun, even if this is just a simplified version. Have Yun Sheng answer the phone, and I want to speak with him. Yun Sheng pouted, while junior brother Su is addressed as such, I am directly called by my name. Yun Sheng, is what your junior brother said true? Did you see it with your own eyes? The situation was so shocking that Su Wei found it hard to accept. Yes, teacher, I indeed saw it, and even conducted an experiment myself. Then go to the laboratory now and conduct the experiment again for me. Okay, Yun Sheng, what is this for? You turn on the video and operate it from the side. I want to see it with my own eyes. If the simplified version of the energy blast gun has such power, then the complete version would surely be extraordinary. As researchers, nothing excites us more than the emergence of new technology. Being a witness is something that excites Su Wei. Yun Sheng turned to look at Xu Teng. It was he who created the energy blast gun. Without him present, it would inevitably cause a slight unease. Then let's go together. Anyway, the roast duck has already been finished. What Xu Teng should be most concerned about now is the progress of the energy blast gun. Alright. In the laboratory, Tang Haibao and the other two were boasting to each other. What do you think if the energy blast gun is developed in the future, can we also have our names associated with it? That should be possible, though after all we are part of the same team. But the term team feels a bit unreal to me. Senior brother Su alone could constitute a team, and compared to him, we seem to be slacking off. The other two fell silent upon hearing this. From the current situation, Tang Haibao's words were indeed not wrong. The core issues were resolved by Xu Teng. Various large and small issues were also solved by Xu Teng. If we were to evaluate the usefulness of the 3, it would look like we were merely serving tea and water, handling some trivial difficulties. It's not that the three of them weren't working hard, the gap was just too significant. Whoosh. The laboratory door opened. A person hurriedly walked in holding a phone, with Xu Teng closely following behind. Director Yin, you've arrived. Director Yin, hello. The three of them felt a considerable gap in status compared to Xu Teng quickly standing up to greet Yunsheng. Yunsheng waved his hand to signal them to sit down. Teacher, we have now arrived at the laboratory. Good, conduct the experiment of the energy blast gun again. All right. Yunsheng quickly pulled Xu Teng to sit down. The simplified version of the energy blast gun was not inferior in power. The gun still had many fixed brackets, and there were several buttons on the outside in black and yellow. After witnessing its power, Yunsheng truly dared not touch anything recklessly, fearing that one wrong move might result in a mishap leading to dire consequences. While Xu Teng was engaged with the energy blast gun, the trio of onlookers displayed their true nature. What do you think? Who is Director Yin calling? From his address, it seems like it's a teacher. A teacher? To be a teacher of Director Yin, their status must be quite high. At least an academician, right? Academician? The three gasped. An academician is the highest honor in scientific research in Long Country. Those who earn this title are not only recognized for their research level, but also must have made significant and outstanding contributions in their field of study. Out of over 1 billion people in Long Country, only 1697 have been awarded the title of academician. Having a mentor's name under an academician is a kind of glory. But for Xu Teng, these people hurriedly want to witness his experiment. This is such importance. The three were left dumbfounded. They knew Xu Teng was impressive, but they didn't expect him to be this remarkable. Their imagination simply wasn't rich enough. However, following this line of thought, the three of them are now conducting experiments alongside Xu Teng, regardless of how much effort we've put in or what experiments we've conducted. Just this qualification alone, once written into the records, could allow them to boast for a lifetime and impress many people. The three exchanged glances, their eyes shining. It must be said that following senior brother Xu was indeed the wisest choice. Those who had refused in the group had no idea what they had missed out on. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This is the sound of the energy blast gun charging. A ghostly blue light gathered at the muzzle. The longer the time, the more energy accumulated. Finally, a beam of light shot towards the testing panel ahead, and a black hole emerged in front of everyone. Whoa. The three exchanged glances, and if they heard correctly, Director Yin's teacher had just inadvertently uttered a curse. Though Xu Wei had already prepared himself, he was still taken aback at this moment. Ordinary firearms could only leave scratches, but the energy cannon shattered it with a single shot. The first thought that crossed his mind was, the test board we sent over, could it be fake? No, that's not right. There's no way something personally inspected could be counterfeit. After forcing himself to calm down, Xu Wei became excited again. If the simplified version is like this, just how powerful is the complete version of the energy cannon? It could probably take out a tank with heavy armor in one shot. Xiao Su, great indeed. Xu Wei, as a member of the older generation, had come through those difficult days. He had slept in cow barns, gone to the countryside, and experienced times when food was scarce. For them, witnessing the technological advancement of the Dragon Nation was thrilling, and the fact that there were younger generations to succeed them was even more exhilarating. He couldn't help but choke up. This left Yunsheng utterly confused. What the heck? The teacher is crying. The trio beside them was also stunned. Was that test board really so impressive? Why did I not feel that way? That board was shot to pieces by Senior Xu last night. It looked as fragile as a piece of paper. It turned out this was our illusion. The test board wasn't bad, but our Senior Xu was just too strong. Even from several meters away, the trio still heard a choked sound. So, should we pretend we didn't hear anything? If the renowned academician knew that we heard his emotional choke, would it make graduating tougher for us? Although Xu Teng also heard it. No, based on Senior Xu's status, even if he heard it, it wouldn't matter. Maybe he would even encourage us, but we... The atmosphere became a bit heavy. The three looked at each other, and they could see the meaning in each other's eyes. Shall we go out? Good suggestion, let's sneak out. Xu Wei eased up, and then asked Xiao Su, I've seen your blueprints. There are 2 types of energy cannons on them. One is designed to cause harm to people, and the other is specifically for machines. The one you are designing now is for people. Xu Teng's answer remained so simple. The clear response left Xu Wei momentarily stunned, doubting whether he had misheard. Yunsheng understood this feeling very well at that moment, because at first he also thought there must be something wrong with his hearing. After verifying multiple times, he finally calmed down. It wasn't that they hadn't seen similar scenes before, but they had never encountered a scene like this. The things designed by Xu Teng always exceeded the realm of imagination. Teacher, you didn't hear wrong. This energy cannon is indeed for people. For now, it's still a simplified version. Oh, by the way, what we just tried was the lowest energy type. Yunsheng circled around the energy cannon with his phone in hand to let Xu Wei see more clearly, explaining in detail to ensure he understood. Xu Wei was completely stunned. Ever since he first encountered Xu Teng, he realized that there always seemed to be a slight gap between them. Xu Teng came from a world of the future, while Xu Wei's thinking could only conceive of things from this world. Okay. Now Xu Wei couldn't express anything else, continuously repeating that one word. As the person involved, Xu Teng felt no other emotions because having obtained the blueprints, he understood just how powerful the complete version of the energy cannon could be. Shooting through a tank with heavy armor is not a difficult feat. In fact, it goes far beyond that. Under the threat of missiles, the energy cannon, which overturns traditional firearms, is basically invincible. Adjusting the energy to its maximum, causing the hit target to instantly vanish from the world, is not impossible. If that can't be achieved, the Black Technology System doesn't even deserve that title. Xiao Su, you won't be able to make the energy cannon immediately, right? Xu Wei asked carefully, but his expression was full of anticipation. Not quite yet. Hearing this, Xu Wei inevitably felt a bit disappointed. But it won't be long now. Here it comes. Sure enough, it was the familiar feeling. So Xiao Su, what problems have you encountered? When he asked this, Xu Wei was still hoping for a moment, thinking that this young man finally had some challenges to face. Conducting experiments is never an easy task, and encountering difficulties is perfectly normal. So at this time, consulting your seniors is indeed the right thing to do. Come on, ask me. As your senior, I will definitely speak freely and will not hold back. Xu Teng noticed and spoke earnestly. I do have some issues I need to consult with you, teacher. The crystal prism, but the key now is that the energy cannon needs to be usable under various extreme conditions, yet the crystal prism cannot remain stable in all these extreme conditions. I conducted experiments, and when the evaporated gas reaches a certain level, it directly explodes in the gun chamber. So how should I balance these conditions? After Xu Teng said all of this, Xu Wei was dumbfounded. He indeed came with the aim of solving problems at first he could understand and was deep in thought. But the more he listened, the more wrong it felt until the last phrase. How should I balance these conditions? He felt uneasy inside, but still had to maintain a smile. Although I am an academician, I am not researching this theory. Moreover, part of the schematic you gave me, I couldn't understand at all. Now you ask me how to balance it. To be honest, Xiao Su, I really don't know either. Just as Xu Wei was caught in a dilemma, Yunxing noticed. Teacher, you still have experiments to conduct, right? Ah, yes. Xu Wei immediately reacted, realizing that students can sometimes be reliable. Xiao Su, about what you said, I need to think it through. When I have an answer, I will let you know. Okay. Just as Xu Wei was about to end the video call and sneak away, Xu Teng said, Teacher, I still have one more thing. This sentence made Xu Wei tense up. If you ask another question, I still won't be able to solve it. Teacher, we now need to use the subsequent materials. Oh, I've already filled out the material application form. Just this matter. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. You give the material form to Yunsheng, and I guarantee he will deliver it as quickly as possible. Thank you, teacher. Not at all. Xu Teng asking for materials is always cuter than Xu Teng asking questions. The research on the energy cannon was about to enter its next stage, testing under extreme temperatures. A multitude of material documents were submitted to Yunsheng. Cryogenic chamber. Separation equipment. Each piece of equipment was marked with the planned quantity. The estimated materials roughly added up to tens of millions. Senior brother Yun, the next phase of the experiment requires these materials. Can we get them sooner? If it were anyone else asking, Yunsheng would surely reply, just wait, we still need to go through the experimental approval process. But the current Xu Teng is a person with many privileges. Yunsheng casually brushed his hand over the materials list and said, It's no big deal, leave it to me, it will arrive by tomorrow. Special approvals are always the fastest. Xu Teng nodded, not to mention anything else. His senior brother was indeed quite reliable. Every time the materials and personnel were always in place. Senior brother Xu, I'm off now. Senior brother, take care. If there's anything needed in the future, I might have to trouble you again. Not at all, it's no trouble whatsoever. At this moment, the trio of slackers happened to slip in, having finished their call. If they didn't come in now, they would be considered absent. Yunsheng, who was heading out, looked at the three with a serious expression and said, Do your best, don't let junior brother Xu down. Just a moment ago, they were so humble, yet now they became serious in front of us. Tang Haiba immediately flattered, Rest assured, Dean, we will certainly do well. In the 2 days spent with senior brother Xu, we have learned a lot. A lot. Yunsheng, who was about to leave, turned around and asked Tang Haiba earnestly. Then tell me, what exactly have you learned here? Tang Haiba's expression stiffened. He had awkwardly flattered at the wrong moment. I'm not senior brother Xu. How could I be so amazing? What can you learn in 2 days? I haven't even fully understood the schematics. It's always like that. Brain, I understand. Hand, you understand nothing. Tang Haiba. That's the right attitude. One must be pragmatic. If you haven't learned anything, you haven't. With a proper mindset, everything will improve. Yunsheng comforted Tang Haiba by patting his shoulder. The two around them nearly burst out laughing. Serving you well. Deservedly so. Before they could finish their amusement, they heard Yunsheng continue. Don't set junior brother Xu as your goal. You will never reach his level in your lifetime. People must have self-awareness. Geniuses are not like you. What? But, Dean Yin, did you ask about your humble demeanor in front of junior brother Xu? Because the materials hadn't arrived, yet the following experiments couldn't proceed. Xu Teng decided to take a walk around Hucking. After all, it had been over 2 months, and he was still unfamiliar with Hucking. Most of the places he had been to were cafeterias. Just as he opened his phone, a new WeChat message popped up. The school has just issued a statement. It definitely won't be to investigate you. Haha, the school issued another statement. A Xue has already been expelled. I just asked a lawyer, and if you were to sue him, you would definitely win. I have good news for you. Haha, another statement has been issued, this time from the neighboring school. I knew it must be Li Guangda's doing. You probably don't remember him, but he was our high school classmate, rumored to be a rich second generation, but he has a bad reputation. Looking at Deng Yi's message, Xu Teng fell into deep thought. It seemed she had been paying attention to this matter since the incident occurred. She even consulted a lawyer in detail for his sake. She was clearly more invested in his affairs than Xu Teng himself. I should invite her to dinner at least once, even though she hasn't helped much. At this moment, a new message notification appeared. Do you have time now? Yes. Why was the reply so fast? This time it was Deng Yi who was surprised. Is the experiment finished? Not exactly, we're still missing some things. Then shall we take a walk around the school? Sure. After agreeing on the time and meeting place, Xu Teng immediately got up. In truth, throughout all this, the actions of Li Guangda and Shui Yong hadn't affected his mood at all. He hadn't even paid attention to everything those two had done. Because Yun Sheng had told him to leave everything to him. Xu Teng felt very reassured by his senior brother's promise. But an outsider worrying about him like this and not meeting with someone who invited him out was indeed a bit rude. The materials still hadn't arrived. Taking a stroll around the campus might spark some inspiration. The test of extreme temperatures wasn't easy. Xu Teng had a premonition that he would be stuck at this hurdle for a long time. Senior brother, are you going out? Are you three coming along? In the laboratory, Xu Teng's ideas took precedence. They had just heard that a new batch of materials was on the way. Taking this opportunity to relax was also good. Forget it, we won't follow senior brother. Tang Haiba expressed his understanding. After all, they were two different kinds of people from Xu Teng. If the dean saw Xu Teng wandering around the school, he would surely know that there were problems with the experiment, taking the opportunity of the material's absence to take a breather. But if the slacker trio were seen by the dean, there would be no way to explain. From the experimental perspective, they would always have problems they couldn't solve. The other two instantly understood. Senior brother, we won't go. We still haven't solved yesterday's problem. Exactly, it's better to pay more attention to research when around this senior brother. Xu Teng nodded. Just as he left, the three began whispering among themselves. What do you think senior brother will do? He's probably going to the cafeteria. Isn't that where he goes the most? I think it's something else. Tang Haiba said mysteriously. Like what? Do tell. Do you remember the person in the group who said they would hire a lawyer for senior brother? I remember. I even checked her space. She's definitely the campus belle, and calling her the school beauty wouldn't be an exaggeration. So think about it, everyone was talking about senior brother in the group yesterday, but someone came out to speak for him, so today's talk. The rest remained unspoken. The group exchanged ambiguous expressions and knowing glances. I really envy senior brother having the dean backing him up, and even contacts with academicians. Yes, the most crucial part is that there's a girl supporting senior brother from behind. Don't say that, oh, I feel like I'm growing lemons again. When will I ever have such treatment? Just after Tang Haiba said this, the two looked at him with expressions that said, don't joke with me. Ahem. Don't look at me like that, I didn't mean it like that. I meant, when will I be able to find a girlfriend? As soon as he finished speaking, the two pointed at the schematics and said in unison, how about the explosive energy gun? Help? Not long after starting school, Deng Yi caught the attention of others. The reason was simple, her striking beauty. Even without makeup, she remained captivating from every angle. Such individuals often become dazzling presences. Thus, just one day into the semester, rumors began circulating in some research rooms about a new high-achieving beauty. Many started to inquire about her through her roommates, discovering that she was still single. A group of people erupted in celebration. The better the school, the more intense the academic atmosphere, and the heavier the workload. Many struggled to manage their emotional states. Thinking she was still young and had time, she didn't rush. But in the blink of an eye, urgency struck. Unexpectedly, that very night, a heartbreaking scene unfolded. In the group chat, Deng Yi openly supported Xu Teng, someone they had never met, declaring her intention to hire a lawyer for a lawsuit. What is going on? Didn't she say she was single? Sai, why does it always seem like some people make others envious? This is outrageous. I finally decided that Deng Yi would be my next target. Why must I endure such a blow? It's alright, everyone, don't worry. Deng Yi will soon realize what kind of person Xu Teng truly is. Soon after, a series of official statements followed. When the first statement was released, everyone assumed Xu Teng would be the one under investigation. Some even planned to treat their roommates to a nice lunch merely for one reason: happiness. When the second statement came out, the audience was left dumbfounded, as it implied that Xu Teng might be a significant figure they needed to look up to within the university. It's okay, there's still hope. Isn't he just a graduate student? Among us who isn't the same? If we all hold the same status, then competition will surely arise. By the time the third statement was released, the onlookers were completely taken aback. Because the influential figure behind the scenes was from the neighboring school, which could handle matters seriously. This meant that although others appeared to be graduate students, their true identities were a mystery. This is it, I haven't even started, and I've already faced heartbreak. It sounds like everyone is in the same boat. Dang, why does fate have to treat me this way? Forget it, I just want to know who exactly is Xu Teng. By the way, have you seen Xu Teng? I haven't seen him either. Meanwhile, Xu Teng was unaware that he was being remembered by many alumni, having only been diligently working in the lab. He hadn't even stepped out of the lab, yet countless alumni had already etched his presence in their memories. If there were a list of those who must be punished, Xu Teng would undoubtedly be at the top. Hey, over here. Deng Yi waved to Xu Teng in front of the statue. Xu Teng approached, smiling. Did you wait long? No, I just arrived too. I was busy with experiments and hadn't seen the news. Thank you for what you did for me. A smile blossomed on Deng Yi's face, and the autumn weather didn't seem so chilly. Actually, I didn't do much. Sticking out her tongue, Deng Yi smiled. How about we take a stroll? Sure. Oh, what does it say on the statue behind you? Oh, this. Turning around, Deng Yi looked for a moment and said, it's a list of people who made outstanding contributions in modern and contemporary times. Suddenly remembering something, Deng Yi added, maybe before long you'll also be up on this wall. Me? That's unlikely. Even with the existence of advanced technology systems, with the development of light swords, and having Dean Yunsheng as his senior brother, even academician Su Wei as his mentor. His papers were shielded for protection, and he wasn't on the list of admissions for top universities, having been recruited a month early through special means. Such achievements, if placed on any graduate student, would be boast-worthy. Yet Xu Teng did not grow arrogant. The further he went, the more he realized his shortcomings. For instance, the experiments with explosive energy guns had entered a new period of difficulty. He even lacked ideas, as extreme temperatures made it challenging to protect the crystal prism. Seeing Xu Teng in deep thought, Deng Yi did not disturb him. Exceptional individuals always gravitate toward those even more outstanding thanks to her upbringing. In terms of family background, Deng Yi was not at all inferior to Li Guangda. This is why she was not particularly impressed by the identity of rich second-generation heirs. What I've had since I was young. What's so special about that? Instead, those who continuously strive forward attracted Deng Yi even more, whether in high school or now. As long as she stood beside Xu Teng, watching him move toward distant goals, that image would grow more intense in her heart. She had a slight inkling of the experiments Xu Teng was involved in. A different cafeteria window, a different campus card, and a name appeared on the statement: Yunsheng. Dean Yun personally led the team to accomplish tasks in the shortest time. Following these clues, it was evident that the experiment Xu Teng participated in required a high level of confidentiality. Looks like I'm in trouble again, but it's okay. With your strength, I believe you'll resolve it sooner or later. Thus, the promised outing for relaxation transformed into him walking ahead, pondering how to tackle the upcoming challenges. The other person followed slowly behind, occasionally tugging him back to prevent him from wandering into the street. From behind, they resembled a couple. Whoa, the person up ahead is Deng Yi, right? Hearing that name, Lu Xuxing suddenly looked up. It really is her. Wait, there's a guy walking in front of her, occasionally pulling her back. Ugh, that action makes me jealous. Didn't they say she was single? How do we explain this situation now? Lu Xuxing suddenly recalled something. She didn't have a boyfriend, but in front of so many witnesses in the group chat, she had threatened to sue someone for slander. Could it be Xu Teng? Xu Teng, the one not on the admission list. It's possible it really is him. After all, he's the one who needs to hire a lawyer. Crying, feeling jealous. No way, I can't be the only one suffering like this. I must share this with the group to make everyone feel as miserable as I do. With a snap, a photo was taken that looked like a couple's photo from any angle. Click to send. Everyone, this is Xu Teng, whom you have never seen before. All I want to say is, don't you think these two look like a couple? What had been a quiet group instantly became lively. Is this Xu Teng? He does not appear particularly remarkable at first glance. Nothing special, you say? Could you contrive to have your paper taken down and have Dean Yun personally step in to handle it for you? And could you cause Huaqing University to issue 3 consecutive official statements on your behalf? No, you can do nothing but stand here staring at the photos and sour with envy. Hey, enough. I'm not the only one envious. No matter how you look at it, the two of them appear as a couple. Aren't you jealous too? Talented, and with a beauty, someone snorted. Shut up, please don't say another word. The 3 slackers from the lab laughed so hard at the group messages they could barely hold their phones. When Xu Teng left, they guessed immediately he must have a date. As for the companion, they mostly suspected it would be the girl in the chat who had spoken up for him. But they had not expected it to be Deng Yi. So the three laughed, and then their mood shifted. Wah, senior brother Su is out on a date while I'm here brooding over a pile of diagrams I can't make head or tail of. You speak so truthfully. I want to cry because I'm the same. From the photo, senior brother Su does not seem to be paying her much attention. From the pictures, she seems to care for him deeply. I heard Deng Yi was hailed as the campus belle of this incoming class. Stop. I am already in tears. As Xu Teng walked, he suddenly felt something amiss. He was not in the lab, and there were other people around him. Turning his head, he found Deng Yi staring at him without blinking. Oh, sorry, something distracted me, I instinctively thought I was back in the lab. Deng Yi understood Xu Teng's temperament. In truth, it was precisely that temperament that had drawn her. Had he been someone like Li Guangdao, no matter how excellent his grades, she would never have spared him a second glance. It's all right. Have you found any inspiration to solve it yet? She, tactful about his experiment, did not press him. Some experiments are confidential and cannot be revealed in detail. There are even confidentiality agreements. Once signed, not even one's closest kin may disclose anything. No. Xu Teng shook his head bitterly. Inspiration had not come. He still could not deduce a way to resolve the crystal prism's behavior at extreme temperatures. Then shall we get something to eat? Deng Yi pointed toward the nearby cafeteria. All right. You treated me last time, but this time it's my turn. Very well. In truth, Deng Yi thought that if they took turns treating each other, it would form a pleasant cycle, an excuse to see him again. Deng Yi's campus card could not access special areas, it only worked at ordinary windows. Even so, it attracted the attention of those around them. The woman walking in front, isn't that Deng Yi? Indeed, tisk, that waist, those legs, no wonder she was hailed as the most striking face among this year's incoming graduate students. Who was the man behind her? They said in the group, it's Xu Teng. Xu Teng. The Xu Teng for whom Huaqing University issued 3 official statements. Deng Yi said she would treat him. Xu Teng, who hired a lawyer. Brother, can you stop repeating yourself? We all know who Xu Teng is. By emphasizing it so many times, you only reveal how sour you are. Don't beat around the bush. Ill admitted him, indeed jealous. It's as if a lemon has been planted in my stomach and sourness drips from my mouth. Please, brother, stop. That image is too vivid. Me too. The two who entered did not make much noise, but their presence caused a considerable stir among those nearby. The enigmatic Xu Teng appeared here for the first time. The cafeteria was always crowded. Many people looked on with curiosity. The top university's protection of Xu Teng was so thorough that some began to privately speculate what remarkable contribution he must have made. Xu Teng himself paid little heed to the extra glances. He only wondered why people kept giving him another look. His gaze was drawn to Deng Yi, who returned with the food. Here, this is what you like. She smiled and set the tray before him. A closer look revealed the sauced duck and pickled pepper beef he had ordered before. The rich beef broth had soaked into the rice, its aroma rising and awakening his palate. You even remember what I like to eat. Xu Teng was surprised he had not asked for anything and only realized what she had brought when she returned with the tray. We ate together last time. I remembered your order. Had anyone else heard that, their thoughts would likely wander elsewhere and their hearts might be moved. But Xu Teng was not like that. He was, after all, a person devoted to research. Well, thanks. He said it, and then focused earnestly on the meal before him. Deng Yi smiled and said nothing. Just as she had expected, he showed no reaction. His full attention was on the food. In that moment, Deng Yi discovered what Xu Teng loved: research and fine food. If she could master both, might she not draw a little nearer to him? She could not help but begin to imagine. Meanwhile, the onlookers did more than emit jealous remarks. Even their stomachs seemed to churn. Look, she smiled. Damn, she actually smiled at Xu Teng, and it was sincere. Truly talented people find each other. The untalented can only stand by and witness it. Stop. I'm about to cry, one of them wailed. Every casual exchange between the two felt like a blow to those nearby. To deny envy would be false. Their jealousy was real. Lu Xuxing had bent over his own meal, could not restrain himself any longer. Lu Xuxing had always been the model, someone else's child, growing up amid neighbors' praise and his peers' admiration. His academic path had been smooth, middle school, high school, and even at Huaqing University. Some achieve by burying themselves in study, while others balance extracurricular projects and still succeed. Lu Xuxing was the latter. He had believed he too would be wholly immersed in scholarship, for he had seen many girls come and go. Until the moment he saw Deng Yi, something in him shifted. A string was plucked inside him. The girl entered his field of vision. Lu Xuxing had seen girls before. There were even some studious girls that made him take a few more glances. However, that was just a fleeting interest with no further developments. In his words, at first glance it was fine, but after a few more glances he felt it was better to spend the time studying. Only Deng Yi was an exception. At first glance, she was quite appealing. Unable to resist, he took a few more looks and found her rather intriguing. Even though he had never spoken to her, she began to leave an impression on his mind. This feeling was quite strange. Despite not being familiar with her, he couldn't help but think how nice it would be to have more conversations. If a relationship could develop, that would be even better. The only thing that gave him hope was learning that Deng Yi was single. However, before he could enjoy his happiness for long, he saw her defending Xu Teng in the group chat, even preparing to hire a lawyer for a lawsuit. This was truly infuriating. Not to mention the two were currently sitting together in the cafeteria, sharing a meal. I need to create an opportunity for myself, though after all Deng Yi is still single, and everyone is competing fairly. As this thought emerged, Lu Xuxing tidied up his tray and casually strolled over to their side. Hi, hello. Hearing the voice Deng Yi looked up from her meal, observing the person before her. Who was he? She didn't recognize him, but still politely replied hello. This person beside you must be Xu Teng. Lu Xuxing politely inquired. Yes, that's right. Xu Teng, who was focused on his food, glanced up upon hearing his name and realized he didn't recognize Lu Xuxing. Maintaining courtesy, he replied, is there something you need from me? There's been quite a buzz at school about you these past few days, and I was just curious about what kind of person Xu Teng is as mentioned in the statement. Oh, Lu Xuxing's words made Xu Teng understand. Within a day, the school had issued 3 statements, and anyone would be curious. After all, a name that didn't appear on the admission list being so protected by the officials must indicate a person of exceptional talent. Actually, I'm just an ordinary student. If it were anyone else, they might take a bit of pride in such a background, especially since their school had made exceptions. They would feel it was a pity not to boast about it. Don't ask. The answer is simply that he is someone the officials have cultivated vigorously. But Xu Teng was not that. He had always maintained a low-profile image over the years. There is always someone better out there. The higher one climbs, the more one understands their own shortcomings. Xu Teng, you are quite humble. With Xu Teng's abilities, he could certainly qualify for the special scholarship. I hope to meet you at the special scholarship selection. Lu Xuxing was not one to act thoughtlessly. Diminishing a friend in front of a stranger would create a bad impression. His only aim was to subtly showcase his presence in front of Deng Yi, hinting that he too had good academic performance, hoping to gain her attention. Xu Teng had some impression of the Hucking special scholarship. To be more vivid, one could summarize it with one term: celestial battles. Those participating in the selection were all genuine academic prodigies. While others were fretting over high scores, they were making significant breakthroughs in their respective fields and even achieving impressive experimental results. The most notable feature was that they carried their presentations everywhere to give lectures. The venues for these lectures were the auditoriums of prestigious schools, and the audiences were students with similar achievements or leading scientists in that field. The world is always divided into various forms. Even among prodigies, there are different levels. Deng Yi frowned slightly as she caught a hint of the underlying message. In fact, it was expected for Xu Teng to be approached by others. Before the official statement, no one knew who Xu Teng was. Even after the official statement, while many had to explain Xu Teng, even if they recognized his name, there were still quite a few who felt a bit unconvinced. Hucking is a top-tier university where one can only surpass others through achievements. To impress others. After Lu Xuxing finished speaking, he closely observed Xu Teng's reaction, eager to see his response. Oh, the special scholarship. I know. If I have time, it would indeed be good to apply. As for me, I will see if I have time when that comes. If I have time, it would be good to apply. If not, then it's fine. The blueprints provided by the high-tech system are always completed one at a time before the next one is given. I don't even know how long it will take to complete the energy cannon. After it's finished, who knows how long it will be before new blueprints are released. Compared to these blueprints, the scholarship is not much. The scholarship merely adds a bit of recognition to one's achievements. Meanwhile, the projects from the high-tech system have been praised even by academicians. There is simply no comparison between the two. Oh, really? So in Xu Teng's view, the special scholarship can only be considered when there's time. Xu Teng spoke the truth, but to Lu Xuxing it came off as excessively arrogant. He didn't understand what he was talking about. To say it can only be considered when there's time, did he truly believe himself to be an extraordinary person? Lu Xuxing, who originally intended to put Xu Teng in his place, accidentally ended up being severely humbled. Damn it, Lu Xuxing muttered. Watching Xu Teng leave in a huff, Deng Yi wanted to laugh. Those who didn't understand Xu Teng's character would think he was looking down on others. But Deng Yi knew it wasn't a matter of disdain. What Xu Teng said was all true. If you think someone is looking down on you, it must be that you are simply too weak. Looking at Deng Yi, who was smiling continuously, Xu Teng asked, is there something that makes you happy? Yes. Deng Yi nodded earnestly. I feel happy just being able to have a meal with you. She was serious about this. It was indeed not easy to invite Xu Teng out. Seeing the smiling Deng Yi, Xu Teng felt a bit shy. You continue eating, I'll wait for you to finish. The other onlookers felt once again hurt. Seeing a beautiful girl smile at someone else was truly envy-inducing. Lu Xuxing was somewhat known by some. He was a somewhat famous academic prodigy at school, rumored to be a strong competitor for this special scholarship. When he approached with great momentum, many expected a spectacular showdown. But now it appeared that he hadn't even had a chance to perform and had already been soundly defeated. Moreover, it was a complete defeat. At this moment, everyone had etched Xu Teng's name into their minds. The dinner was completed under the gaze of everyone present. Xu Teng, however, felt no different in the world of the academic elite. He had never cared about the eyes of others. His mind was solely focused on what needed to be done. For example, finishing his meal. However, Deng Yi felt a bit uneasy as she sensed the lingering gazes of those around them. There was an indescribable flavor in the air. "I'm done eating." As she looked up, she noticed Xu Teng staring blankly at the food in her bowl. He was mumbling something to himself. Spotting the rice ball enveloped in the gravy, he began to connect it to the problems encountered in his experiments. In that instant, it felt as if a line of thought had been opened up. If external protection doesn't work, then why not try from the inside? If the shield inside reaches a certain level, by increasing the power, it should be able to offset some of the energy. As long as it can offset some of the energy, wouldn't there be a balance derived from the resulting mathematical equation? If the balance is achieved, it can protect the crystal prism. Indeed, that's exactly it. The inspiration that had eluded him for so long suddenly appeared in his mind. As he looked up, when Deng Yi met Xu Teng's fiery gaze, everything that had just happened made sense to her. Indeed, he is a talent suited for scientific research. Deng Yi sighed, thinking that if it were anyone else, they would at least try to initiate a conversation to bridge the distance. In Xu Teng's eyes, the interest in research was paramount. Even when away from the laboratory, if the opportunity arose, he would still ponder the problems encountered, hoping to solve them inadvertently. Clearly, that inadvertent moment had arrived. "It seems you already have a solution for the problems you've encountered," Xu Teng said with a shy smile. At that moment, he realized he was having dinner with Deng Yi in the cafeteria, not in the laboratory. "I do have a bit of a thought, but I must thank you for it." "Me?" Deng Yi looked puzzled. "To be precise, it's this bowl of rice in your bowl." Xu Teng pointed to the bottom of her bowl that was now visible. Was inspiration really that sudden? Even while eating, one could come up with a solution. So this is how terrifying an academic elite can be. Xu Teng's image in her mind unknowingly shifted to a new understanding. "So next you probably won't have time to walk with me anymore, right?" Xu Teng smiled apologetically, unsure of how to respond. Actually, the materials hadn't arrived yet. Senior brother Yun had just sent him a message on WeChat. They were mobilizing backup forces to rush over as quickly as possible. However, even so, it would still take until tomorrow. "I plan to go back to the dormitory." "Back to the dormitory?" Xu Teng's statement surprised Deng Yi. "Shouldn't he be going back to the laboratory?" "There are some matters in the laboratory today, so I can only return to the dormitory. If you're willing, you could join me for a walk along the way." Xu Teng's words were not incorrect. Their dormitories indeed had a section that was on the way. "All right then, let's go." Thus, amidst the envious gazes of those around them, the two walked together. At that moment, the group chat was buzzing with messages. "Hey, who said Deng Yi doesn't have a boyfriend? Can we not spread rumors like that?" Exactly. This kind of opportunity only to immediately taste the bitterness of heartbreak is simply too painful. Wow, bro, that's insightful. You summed up all my complicated emotions in one sentence. No, I think your words just expose your usual state of heartbreak. If you haven't experienced heartbreak 10 or 8 times, you wouldn't say such things. You up there, you're really impressive. Seeing the discussion escalate, the person being discussed directly posted photos. One was of Deng Yi and Xu Teng having dinner, the girl smiling while the boy looked at her. The other was a photo of the two walking out of the cafeteria together after their meal. They walked side by side with the girl looking back and smiling at the boy. Even from the blurry quality, it was evident that the girl cared deeply for the boy. A critical hit, it was simply devastating. Whoa, I'm crying. Why, after coming to Huaqing school, must I still be tormented by others? The key is that the girl next to him is not only beautiful, but also academically accomplished, and her eyes are only on him. Why must it be like this for us? Hey. Why isn't the person up there speaking? I suddenly don't want to talk anymore. Life, after all, is just a series of moments of realization. From that moment on, a list began to circulate in secrecy at Huaqing school. The list was called the list of those who should be punished. Strangely, the list only contained one name, Xu Teng. I'm almost there. Deng Yi was taken aback for a moment. How could it be so fast? Huaqing University has a vast campus. Usually it requires riding a bicycle. Even biking to one place takes at least 10 minutes. Walking is even less to mention. But this time the walking time seemed too short. Okay. Looking up, Deng Yi saw a dormitory she had never encountered before. It turned out that the place where one sleeps is also quite special. Then if there's time next time, let's meet again. Sure. No need to say more, as Xu Teng's promises have always been reliable. Then I wish you success in your experiment tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye. Although they claimed it was a walk, all the while Xu Teng was secretly calculating formulas in his mind. As they walked, he had a good idea in mind. Once he entered the room, Xu Teng picked up a sheet of draft paper and began calculating incessantly. The group chat became lively again. Who exactly is this? Isn't it a bit too showy? A few days ago, the materials were delivered by truck, and then the army followed behind. I thought this lineup was unbeatable, but who would have guessed that today helicopters showed up? And not just one, but multiple at once. I was originally an aloof person choosing topics that could make a name for myself. But we still need to adhere to the most basic experimental principles, fill out the material form, apply, and then await approval. But today's situation truly shocked me. It turns out that they directly used planes to transport materials. No more talk. This is definitely another experiment that requires signing a confidentiality agreement. At this moment, the trio still remained peeking at the screen. I don't know when it started, but the three of them developed a habit of frequently sneaking glances. Even though they had signed a confidentiality agreement and couldn't disclose relevant information in the group. However, seeing others in the group constantly guessing who it was, what level this experiment was, and how long it would take for them to participate truly made the trio feel delighted. What you long for is right in my hands. If they knew that this opportunity was something they could have pursued themselves, but ultimately missed out on, wouldn't that be even better? Indeed, the joy between people arises from mutual comparison. The trio had suffered countless humiliations at the hands of Xu Teng in the lab. Just by turning their heads and taking a glance at the group chat, they instantly regained their confidence. What is the joy of peeking at the screen? This is it. The things you can't have. We get to witness the progress of the experiment every day. Even the Dean Yun and the academicians are paying attention. What a pity I can't tell them, or they would know what true joy is. Tang Haibao, what are you laughing about? His roommate had been paying attention to him, and lately he had been acting strangely, always coming back late. But no matter how late it was, he would always be seen with his phone laughing weirdly to himself, as if indulging in a strange habit. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of something happy for a moment. Something happy. His roommate looked suspicious as that expression didn't seem like someone who thought of something happy. After a moment of silence, Tang Haibao tentatively said, "Today I saw an academician choking up in a video." Choking up? An academician? What nonsense is a mere graduate student talking about? It's already impressive enough to have met an academician. You must be crazy. His roommate naturally didn't believe him. Look at you, I'm telling the truth, yet you don't believe me. The time for transporting materials lasted quite long, almost until midnight. Messages in the group kept flying everywhere. After all, there have been many strange occurrences recently, and no one had ever heard of such a huge commotion. Xu Teng, the person involved, was deeply immersed in calculations, oblivious to the changes outside until he fell asleep at his desk. So painful. Xu Teng turned his neck, which had begun to ache. Sleeping at a desk and sleeping on a bed are indeed two different experiences. Ding dong. Opening his phone, he saw he had a new WeChat message. "Junior Xu, the materials you needed arrived yesterday. I personally checked them, and everything is fine. Look, senior brother is as reliable as ever. Thank you, senior brother. I'm heading to the lab now. You got up really early, junior. Compared to senior brother's hard work, none of this counts for anything." Xu Teng said this from the bottom of his heart. He was aware of the experimental procedures. Although he could skip a series of application issues and have the materials transported directly from other places. But the reviewer was Yunsheng. Normally, Yunsheng wouldn't serve as a reviewer. Yunsheng's other identity is the dean, whose role is administrative, and the various mundane matters occurring in the school require his personal signature to proceed. This occupies a large part of his daily work. Reviewing materials is very time-consuming. Many materials need him to personally check their quality to see if they meet the required standards. That night, the transportation of materials was swift. Yet that night, Yunsheng, who was tallying the materials, also had a tough time. Because he had not calculated, it was only before dawn that he finished counting the materials. This is also the reason why Xu Teng would say this. He guessed that the reason Yunsheng could reply instantly was that he had not slept at all. "Junior, you really know how to be considerate." Yunsheng couldn't help but admire him. People at the level of Xu Teng often fall into one of two categories. One is to look down on everyone because their research level has reached a certain standard and they have no desire to communicate with those who are inferior. The other is to treat those around them with a very indifferent attitude. To put it simply, they lack basic social awareness. When someone helps them, they don't say thank you or show even the slightest gratitude. But his junior Xu Teng appears to be in the best middle ground. I hope the junior's experiment can pass the difficulties soon. Yunsheng thought to himself. When Xu Teng hurried to the laboratory, Yunsheng had already left. Senior Yun, what a reliable person. Looking at the neatly arranged materials, Xu Teng began to respect him from the bottom of his heart. Counting and categorizing everything neatly is no easy feat, especially after a whole night. He really didn't sleep at all. I can't let down senior brother's expectations. Xu Teng immediately got into the zone. Last night, he had already calculated several scenarios on his draft paper. The crystal prism would explode under extreme cold and heat. The method is to wrap the crystal prism and provide an inert gas within. Inert gas is a type of unreactive gas characterized by stability and difficulty to excite, establishing a stable passage within specifically for volatile explosive gases to flow through. When volatile gases enter, they won't be affected. And injecting a series of shield-like nanomolecules near the crystal prism could potentially solve this situation. Because the nanomolecules are set to provide cooling effect when the surrounding temperature rises and provide heating effect when the surrounding temperature drops. Maintaining a stable temperature, the crystal prism will not be affected. Thus, the volatile explosive gases can flow steadily and the crystal prism will be fully protected. Then let's start trying it out. Facing the newly drawn blueprints, Xu Teng began to operate. Whoosh! The laboratory door opened and the trio walked in. I told you I was peeking at the messages in the group yesterday, and the whole experience can be summed up in one word: awesome. Haha, me too. People in the group have been guessing who is causing such a huge stir this time. Most people have probably figured it out. It has something to do with the truck transporting materials a few days ago. Right? But they don't know it was us. Haha, we were just watching them guess from the side. I heard someone even made a graphical report on Hucking's recent activities. I saw that too, and I was stunned, because from the report, everything happening was related to Senior Xu. My mouth dropped open in amazement. It was truly impressive. If it weren't for needing to pay attention to the confidentiality agreement, I would have shouted out that Senior Xu is amazing. The first to enter Tang Haiba turned and froze. Oh, what's wrong with you? The two behind him were curious. As they stepped through the door, they too were taken aback. The laboratory was filled with materials, all neatly arranged. Not only that, but every category was meticulously detailed with even little notes attached. It showed how much care the person reviewing the materials had put in. Every single detail was considered. Yesterday, after Senior Xu left, he did not return. This is something the three of them were aware of. Because they had left the laboratory at midnight, it must have been someone else who reviewed the materials. Upon closer inspection, the handwriting looked quite familiar. This is Dean Yun's handwriting, right? It really is. The three had seen Yun Sheng's handwriting since he had been to the laboratory. So, did Dean Yun personally check and tally the materials? No way, but it definitely seems to be. The three exchanged glances, seemingly discovering a major news piece. If this got out in the group, Xu Teng would probably forever hold the top spot on the "this guy must be punished" leaderboard. As a series of commands were issued, the entire base sprang into action. The construction personnel of the Dragon Kingdom hold a world-renowned title, the Infrastructure Maniacs. In other countries, constructing a bridge or railway takes years before one can see what is actually being built. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, it is quite different. A skyscraper or even a railway can be completed in just a few days. Moreover, the staff at the base are elite. 10 minutes later, a perfectly fitting frame for the freezing chamber was completed, accompanied by an automatic operating robotic arm. Since no overall tests had been conducted, Xu Teng could not guarantee that the maximum power explosive energy gun would not have any accidents. Therefore, it was necessary to use a robotic arm to replace manual operation. Even in the event of an accident, there would be no casualties. At this moment, Xu Teng was making his final preparations. The explosive energy gun has 5 scales, and theoretically, each major scale's energy output is twice that of the lower scale. Unlike previous experiments, each scale lasts for 1 minute, followed by a 5-minute interval before proceeding to the next. After all, this is an outdoor test specifically in a field designed for anti-aircraft artillery. The geology is solid and the area is spacious enough for the explosive energy gun to fully perform and record more stable data for analysis. For researchers, accurate experimental data is of utmost importance as it can lead to many unexpected theories. For instance, the famous double-slit interference experiment in physics. Everyone noticed the anomaly in the light segments, which was somewhat awkward to explain with existing theoretical logic, yet no one paid it much heed. It wasn't until Einstein took notice, and after numerous experiments, he proposed the famous wave-particle duality, which earned him accolades and opened new avenues in the study of light. Xu Teng, who frequently reviewed papers, paid close attention to this matter, thus diligently checking whether the equipment placed by the staff was in the designated position and whether the sensors were sensitive. Li Rongxing, who had been silently observing, found himself increasingly fond of Xu Teng. Talented with a nimble mind, humble and respectful of elders, he was even extremely polite to the surrounding staff. No, I can't think any further. If I do. At that moment, Su Weiss' smug voice floated over. TSK tisk, just look at your gaze, it's dripping with envy. Let me tell you, don't even think about it, he is my student. Li Rongxing's carefully organized mindset collapsed in an instant. What do you mean he's your student? Xiao Su is just your nominal student. You're just a mathematician who keeps telling outsiders about it. Are you out of your mind? Do you even understand the schematic? Seeing Li Rongxing stammering from anger, Xu Teng felt a surge of satisfaction. Don't worry about whether I understand, as long as my student understands, that's all that matters. My student. Su Wei, who had to mention my student every 3 sentences, thoroughly infuriated Li Rongxing. With a cold snort, he moved closer to Xu Teng. Xiao Su, the experiment is about to start. Are you nervous? Looking at the explosive energy gun still lying in the freezing chamber, Xu Teng smiled shyly and said, actually, I am a bit nervous because this is the first complete test. Additionally, I must say, in front of so many academicians and weapon experts, I truly cannot boast that the experiment will succeed on the first try. Listen to how nice Xiao Zu's words are. Unlike someone who can only stubbornly say the same thing, the theoretical data is not wrong. It's okay, scientific research is never accomplished in one go. Repeated failures in experiments are the norm, especially since you are only in your 20s, still young, with a lot of golden time ahead. At this point, Li Rongxing could no longer continue, as that smug voice echoed in his mind. After all, my student can understand my student. Damn, what's happening? Have I been brainwashed? Expletives were on the verge of spilling from Li Rongxing's lips. Calm down, calm down. In front of Xiao Su, I must not break character, otherwise I will truly lose the chance to deceive him. No, to take him as a student. Xu Teng's mind was filled with question marks, curious as to why Li Rongxing suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He probably thought of something else. Xiao Su, all the equipment has been installed, and everything is ready. Little Zhang, as the secretary, was quite perceptive as he could sense the situation on site. Li Rongxing and Su Wei, these 2 big shots, purposely handed over all the command authority of this site to Xu Teng. All right, let's start the experiment. Attention, all units, the experiment is entering the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. As Little Zhang's last words fell, the button of the robotic arm was pressed. The mechanical arm slowly extended under the real-time operation of the infrared lens. It gradually touched the trigger. The firing pin struck from inside the chamber, igniting the volatile explosive gas, which flowed along the designated path, transforming into a ghostly blue light as it passed through the activation module. It's coming. Everyone held their breath. Xu Teng had been so honest that the explosive energy gun had yet to be removed from the freezing chamber until now. At a temperature of -20 degrees after being left for so long, even someone as esteemed as Li Rongxing was inwardly pondering whether there would be any issues. Buzzing. The ghostly blue light gathered at the muzzle, finally heading towards the designated test panel. This test panel was slightly larger than the previous one, since the duration was extended to 1 minute, which is not just a few seconds. It's coming, the data is coming through. Everyone curiously leaned closer, especially Li Rongxing, who was eager to see the data. Su Wei muttered from behind, "You're all grown up, what haven't you seen, and yet you're in such a hurry. My student. Hey, why are you pushing me? Step aside." The sensor's pointer spun wildly. The data representing energy values on the chart was pulled to the maximum from the very beginning. My heavens. It's so hot. I've never seen weapon energy values so high. This is the explosive energy gun. Is it really classified as a firearm? That's not the key. A look at the peak, it's still increasing. So this means that the explosive energy gun is not affected at all. In fact, it's even getting more intense. The staff who had been closely monitoring the explosive energy gun's internal data were stunned. This sensor was specifically used to record the internal workings of the gun with nanometer-level precision. It could even detect slight data fluctuations. Even if an ant walked on the explosive energy gun, it would still be able to instantly record the data. Yet now 30 seconds had passed with no reaction. This statement immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all stared intently at the data from the sensor. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. 1 minute. The data was extraordinarily smooth, practically smoother than your airport. Xu Teng felt little reaction to Yunsheng's actions. All his focus was riveted on the experiment. Lower the temperature slightly more. This was the first trial at extreme temperatures. Xu Teng dared not afford the slightest negligence, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the instrument readings around him. Theoretically, no anomalies should arise, but theory rarely dictates reality. In scientific research, outcomes seldom unfold according to textbook timelines. Understood. Even Hua Qing, the otherwise omnipotent dean, stood obediently like a junior assistant. The slacking trio had witnessed this before. He was speaking with an academician, an unmistakable sign. Yunsheng regarded Xu Teng as peer to such eminent scholars. How terrifying! As if they had just glimpsed something profoundly forbidden. Gazing a moment longer might jeopardize their very graduation. The trio cast hesitant, deferential glances toward the scene, only to be met with a sharp warning glare from Yunsheng. Instantly, the slacking trio lowered their eyes, steadied their breath, and silently recited in unison. "I saw nothing. I am merely an ordinary, unremarkable lab assistant. Brother, shall we lower the temperature further?" Yes. Though automated controls could regulate temperature precisely, abrupt cessation was impossible. For this inaugural test, Xu Teng proceeded with extraordinary caution, lowering the temperature incrementally, millimeter by millimeter. Every subtle detail demanded meticulous observation. A touch lower still. The cryochamber's temperature neared sub-zero. Moisture in the surrounding air began condensing visibly. At that moment, the nanomolecular layer activated. Swirling currents of ashen-white vapor surged into action, waging a silent microscopic war at the molecular level. To onlookers, the most striking phenomenon was clear. The plummeting temperature left the firearm's internal components utterly unaffected. Even as frost formed, every part remained perfectly stable. Enough. Hold the temperature here. Yunsheng released the control dial and rose to inspect. Gazing upon the result, he murmured in quiet awe. In certain respects, his junior brother truly surpassed everyone around him. Who could have conceived such an elegant method to thermally insulate gaseous media? Instrument readings remained rocksteady throughout. No anomalies, no fluctuations. One word captured it perfectly: unshakable. Next, we initiate energy excitation to isolate internal pressure from external influence and preserve component integrity. This was merely the foundational step, the barest prerequisite. What followed would be decisive, triggering volatile energy gas under cryogenic conditions. Success would signify a major breakthrough in the prototype's core validation. They could now advance to new testing phases. Everyone present tensed. This experiment held revolutionary implications. As the activation button depressed, an ethereal cobalt luminescence bloomed deep within the barrel. It was Yunsheng's first glimpse inside the weapon's mechanism. Previously, he'd only observed the cobalt light coalescing at the muzzle. Now he watched clearly as volatile blast energy gas streamed through the valve into the chamber. Behind it, the power crystal ignited, sparking like flint against tinder, then channeled the ignited energy through internal conduits toward the crystalline prism. The instant the energy entered the prism, the cobalt radiance destabilized, hissing violently as electrical currents fractured. The luminous sphere pulsed wildly, then dissipated like an unraveling storm. Failed? No, please no. Impossible. Frowning, the trio muttered anxiously. Project members themselves now gripped by palpable tension, hearts pounding in sync with the erratic current. A successful discharge would transcend mere light emission. It would mark a quantum leap forward for Longwa's firearms technology. Even Yunsheng felt a tightening in his chest. Minutes earlier, he had messaged his mentor briefing him on the live experiment underway. Professor Xu Wei replied instantly, "Notify me immediately upon any breakthrough." In truth, this modest laboratory now held the rapt attention of countless minds. Only Xu Teng remained unruffled. According to design, this instability was expected. Nanomolecular mediation inevitably introduced slight propagation latency in the gas. More precisely, the luminescence would accumulate to a critical threshold, then surge forward along the predetermined barrel trajectory. The thought had barely formed when the light obeyed, tracing the blueprint's path through the prism, then converging into final energy storage. Exactly so. Xu Teng now confirmed it beyond doubt. Everything unfolded precisely as modeled, flawless, seamless. Turning to the tense group, he asked calmly, "Who among you wishes to pull the trigger for the first test firing?" The four froze mid-breath. Pull the trigger. Wasn't the experiment still ongoing? Why suggest it now? Wait, pull the trigger. They grasped it instantly. Xu Teng's invitation signaled full experimental success. Indeed, the blast energy rifle required trigger activation to discharge its beam. Thus, cryogenic functionality had been conclusively validated. Their eyes met, alight with eager anticipation. "I believe I should take the first shot." "On what grounds?" "Our contributions are virtually identical." "Virtually identical? Let us recall plainly, I recruited you both. Put differently, without my intervention, neither of you would ever have joined this project." Tang Haiba assumed an air of seasoned authority, deploying blunt logic to sway his two rivals, knowing full well it was irrefutably true. Without Tang Haiba, they would never have stood here. "Fine then. Agreed, only the first shot. Subsequent trials will rotate among us." Tang Haiba's jaw twitched. "Truly, you are singularly gifted at transforming a routine validation procedure into a contested debate." Just as Tang Haiba stepped forward, a hand blocked his path. "By that logic, surely I should go first." The three stared at Yunsheng bewildered. "What on earth are you saying?" "I brought you into this project. I sought you out. Without me, you would never have set foot here." Tang Haiba was genuinely unprepared for this. Regardless of rank, Yunsheng was after all the dean. Should he not uphold that dignity? Was he truly competing with students over who fires first? Yet from Yunsheng's unflinching expression they realized he meant it. Holy, there really are people like this. The man who commands absolute authority outside becomes a petty, stubborn child inside the lab. Listen to yourself. You wouldn't even be here without my consent. Impressive. Even more shameless than I am. Yunsheng triumphantly claimed the honor of pulling the trigger first. With a surge of excitement, he approached the workbench holding the blaster rifle. This was where experiments with black technology were conducted, a weapon that defied traditional firearms with even its minimal setting capable of piercing through test plates. From an experimental perspective, the simplified blaster rifle was already suitable for equipping standard troops. Extreme weather conditions were not something every unit would encounter. Yet he approved of Junior Brothers' approach. The Dragon Kingdom's continent stretched thousands of miles, and many border regions endured extreme climates, either bitter cold or scorching heat. As long as he pulled the trigger and the blaster rifle successfully fired a beam, it meant that troops in those areas could soon be armed with this weapon. Once equipped, the impact would be immeasurable. Taking down enemies with a single shot was no longer an unattainable dream. Even wearing layers of armor would prove futile, because under missiles the blaster rifle was virtually invincible. With this thought, Yun Sheng slowly squeezed the trigger. The same force as before, but a different mood. A familiar hum followed as a deep blue light gathered in the chamber and shot toward the test plate. Another black hole appeared. This meant the blaster rifle's power remained unaffected. So, the extreme cold test was a success. Yun Sheng turned to check the temperature, just above zero, around 10 degrees below. The three slackers exchanged glances and began to cheer. Senior Brother Xu, incredible. Another successful experiment. I never believed such easy experiments existed in my mind, they only happened in movies. But Senior Brother Xu shattered my perception. Enough said. 1,000 words boil down to one: research with Senior Brother Xu never fails. Snapping out of his daze, Yun Sheng came to his senses. The black hole on the test plate was real. The temperature of -10 degrees was also real. Although the blaster rifle needed refinement, it proved that border soldiers in this temperature range could use it. The ideal of taking down enemies with a single shot had become reality. Turning around, Yun Sheng embraced Xu Teng with emotion. Junior Brother, you've succeeded. Another technological triumph. This means our strength will take a giant leap forward. We've endured so long, from being on the defensive to now surging ahead, even surpassing most nations. Junior Brother, you. His voice choked with emotion. He too had been a tech talent, his lifelong dream to contribute to the nation's technological advancement. But he had failed. Even as the enviable dean, he harbored regrets. Many nights he dreamed of his days in the lab. Now finally, he had witnessed it firsthand. Senior Brother, no need for this. More tech products will be designed, and our strength will only grow. Seeing Xu Teng's comforting gaze, Yun Sheng quickly turned away, wiping his eyes. You're right, Junior Brother. I just couldn't hold back, too overwhelmed. The three slackers watched in awe. This lab seemed enchanted. The first time they heard the academicians call the old man, choked up on video. The second time witnessing history with Yun Sheng, they saw another person cry. If this kept up, with all these embarrassing secrets piling up, wouldn't graduation become even harder? Yun Sheng glared at the trio, silently acting as if nothing had happened. They tactfully changed the subject and asked Xu Teng, Senior Brother, can we try too? Of course. Best if you try multiple times. Experiments had an element of randomness, though the design seemed flawless. But Xu Teng wanted them to test repeatedly. This would eliminate chance and ensure consistent results. Me. I should go first this time. All right, you go first. The other two didn't argue with Tang Haiba. Senior Brother Xu had made it clear. Letting them try multiple times implied everyone would get a turn. Meanwhile, Yun Sheng, trembling with excitement, kept dialing his mentor's number. The call connected after just one ring. How did the experiment go? Su Wei hadn't been present, but he cared deeply about the outcome. This experiment on a larger scale could change many things. Succeeded. Yun Sheng barely managed to stammer out the words. Heavy breathing came from the other end, as if digesting something monumental. You? Say that again. Su Wei, a veteran of many battles, was also tensed by his student. We just conducted a low temperature test. The temperature was -10 degrees. Junior Brother Xu did it in front of us. All data autosaved. I saw the energy converge, and then I pulled the trigger. Witnessed the blaster rifle pierce the test plate at -10 degrees. Yun Sheng finally calmed down and recounted everything he saw in one breath. -10 degrees, successful ignition. Su Wei seized on these key words. This meant the simplified blaster rifle was maturing. Its cold resistance was proven. Many border soldiers could now use it. He thought of its fast fire rate, immense power, and adjustable energy. Holy shit. Su Wei was stunned by his own thoughts. When the lightsaber was made, he knew Xu Teng was a rare research talent. He believed that with time the young man would create even more terrifying things, standing atop science and looking down on them all. But he never imagined it would happen so soon. A month and a half in the library, and he designed something like the blaster rifle. Was the library at Huaqing University really the same one he had visited? And the project, approved and launched, how long had it been? Could research really be this easy? 2 days to build a simplified blaster rifle, and today solving the low temperature issue. At this pace, could a week turn blueprints into actual tech products? Su Wei's breathing quickened. Open video. I want to see the scene. Yunxing opened the video as Su Wei requested. The camera was now focused on Xu Teng, who appeared lost in thought. Su Wei let out a sigh of admiration. He had initially been cultivated merely as a talented individual, but now he showed the potential to become a true master. Let me have a word with Xiao Su. All right. Yun Sheng brought the phone before Xu Teng. Those engaged in scientific research often needed face-to-face communication to fully grasp certain matters. Xiao Su, I heard your experiment has succeeded. It has indeed succeeded under low-temperature conditions. I just had seen your brother Yun conduct the first test. Good. I'd like to see it again. Of course, no problem. The three slackers heard the conversation through the video and obediently stepped aside. Compared to Dean Yun, the elderly man on the screen represented the pinnacle of Dragon Kingdom's scientific research capabilities. He was easygoing with Xu Teng only because of Xu Teng's outstanding achievements. The experiment they were conducting was beyond the capabilities of graduate students, doctoral candidates, or even professors. Every time they met, he addressed him as Xiao Su. There was a reason for that. It was a sign of respect. If the three slackers dared to act recklessly, they would surely face consequences. The temperature had been set. Through the screen, Su Wei could see the glass covered in condensation. Ordinary firearms left in such conditions for an extended period would likely be affected. To put it bluntly, they might even be rendered inoperable. Yet the faint azure glow within the blaster's chamber continued to flicker, indicating it was charging. He pressed the button and the azure light converged, growing more pronounced within the chamber. Inside, the gas drove the light to flow through a series of processes. A familiar buzzing sound echoed. It was gathering energy on the verge of firing. A bang followed, and the distant test plate was blasted apart once more. Though he had anticipated the outcome, witnessing it firsthand still filled him with awe. It truly worked. With this single shot, an era has silently shifted. Su Wei on the other side of the screen was stunned, momentarily unable to accept the achievement. But the next second, he was overwhelmed by immense joy. Xiao Su. Excellent. Excellent, ha. A hearty laugh erupted from the screen, releasing emotions that had long been suppressed. Who said we Dragon Kingdom people are inferior to others? Who said we must endure oppression from others now and forever? From this moment on, Dragon Kingdom's technology had begun to outpace other nations. Xiao Su. Is the performance of this blaster stable now? Unlike the others, Su Wei was ultimately a professional. His first thought was about stability. If a barrel burst occurred in frigid conditions, the consequences would be dire. It's not fully stable yet. From an experimental perspective, it's only been a few hours. The testing period should be extended. However, based on the schematic, stability is inevitable. If it holds steady for the first few hours, subsequent tests shouldn't fail. Su Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. Xiao Su would like to study this prototype first. Given the actual situation, the blaster's firing is flawless and the environmental temperature poses no issues. If the research institute can analyze it sooner, we can expedite mass production. There was another reason Su Wei didn't voice. The schematics Xu Teng had provided exceeded their understanding to some extent, meaning they needed more time to decipher them. Though it sounded incredible, Dragon Kingdom's top designers having to analyze a graduate student's drawings, it was indeed the reality. No problem. Xu Teng naturally hoped the blaster could be mass-produced quickly. The sooner it was, the faster the overall technological level could advance. All right, he'll arrange a plane to pick you up shortly. Wait there. A plane. The three slackers had overheard something monumental again. Given the frequency, it was astonishing. A plane had arrived just last night, and now another was coming, specifically for the blaster before them. The thought that the blaster they had tested would soon be studied in major research institutes filled them with excitement. I have to say, I'm more convinced than ever that following Brother Tang was a wise choice. I think so too. Without that recruitment, we wouldn't be where we are now. Thinking of those clueless folks, I can't help but laugh. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Exactly. The trio began imagining the bizarre headlines that would soon appear on the school forum. Why are trucks and planes constantly showing up at Huaqing lately? Is some major secret experiment underway here? As an ordinary student, I envy those involved in secret research. How can I join that secret research? Unlike the trio's excitement, Xu Teng remained calm. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Su Wei suddenly spoke. Xiao Su, how about you come and give us a lecture? Xu Teng was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. He turned and asked again, uncertain. Teacher, did you just say? I said come and give us a lecture. You designed the blaster yourself, you know it best. Though we have all the schematics, theoretical knowledge always differs from actual research outcomes. If you could come and give a direct presentation explaining some experimental issues, I believe it would greatly aid our research. Even from the blaster's results perspective, it could accelerate our mass production progress. Yun Sheng was utterly stunned by the conversation. From arranging a plane to now being invited to lecture the academicians, every step showed how highly Xu Teng was valued. A mere graduate student lecturing academicians. Such a thing had never been heard of. It was utterly absurd. Moreover, there was an underlying implication: the blaster's technological sophistication was so high that even academicians would need considerable time to study it from scratch. Yunsheng began to doubt his own existence. How could technology that even the dean praised be designed after just a month and a half of reading in the library? And those books had been borrowed from Yunsheng himself. In other words, junior brother Xu had independently studied and in a month and a half designed a creation that amazed the highest-level academicians in Dragon Kingdom. Was he even human? He seemed to be from another world. The three slackers were equally thunderstruck. I didn't mishear, did I? Giving a lecture to academicians as a graduate student. I think I misheard too. But my brain tells me I didn't. Here, slap me. Before Tang Haiba could finish, a sharp slap landed on his face. Damn, that hurts. I'm telling you that's revenge. Nonsense, I'm just showing you reality. The pain made the trio realize this was indeed reality, not a dream. Damn, if it were me, I'd brag about it for a lifetime. TCH, this isn't just a lifetime thing. I'd tell my son, my grandson, even carve it into the family tree. Tang Haiba, that's too much. No need for that. Don't pretend. What would you do? Me? I'd erect a monument. I'd have it engraved on my tombstone. Even after I'm gone, I'd find the departed and tell them how awesome I was in life. The two exchanged glances and looked at the third. You're the one who's truly awesome. Xiaosu, what do you think? The tone was almost pleading, as if begging the junior brother to give the lecture. But the teacher wasn't wrong. Having them analyze it alone would take more time. All right, I'll follow your advice, teacher. Xu Teng was also willing to see the blaster analyzed more quickly. Scientific research was always a race against time. Once you took a significant lead, you would continue to stay ahead. Eventually, the advantage would accumulate to an astonishing degree. Good. They'll contact the others now and make the arrangements. Academicians had tightly packed schedules. They were either in the lab or on their way to give lectures. The lecture also required approval, a sufficiently large and secure venue. Not only the blaster, but Xu Teng's safety as its designer was equally critical. No amount of preparation for that was excessive. Xiaosu, you'll come with the helicopter later. It'll be convenient. Yes, rest assured, teacher. As the screen went dark, the entire lab fell into a brief silence. Everyone had underestimated the blaster's significance and the technology behind it. Junior brother, what are your thoughts on this? Yunsheng's mind was still overloaded, echoing with the words, come and give us a lecture to help us better analyze the blaster. Nothing much. They'll just explain what I've been doing. The three slackers and Yunsheng were stunned by Xu Teng's nonchalant tone. It seemed right, yet it shouldn't be. Lecturing academicians as the keynote speaker. What an honor that was. Why could he be so calm? But upon reflection, Xu Teng had created the lightsaber. He had also invented the groundbreaking blaster. Perhaps these achievements were indeed ordinary to him. His life revolved around the lab, always on the path to it. His love for good food could be considered a light-hearted topic. It seemed their junior brother Xu was simply a composed individual. In awe, truly in awe. The four of them looked at Xu Teng with a mix of envy, admiration, and above all respect. Such an honor would have sent any one of them into ecstasy. Yet he remained utterly unfazed. He was even tinkering with packing the blaster for transport. True scholarship should be this pure. Senior brother, let me handle that. You don't need to. Senior brother Xu, is there anything else you need me to pack? Leave it to me. Ooh, I can help too. The three eagerly volunteered, their attitude different from before. This time the three slackers had a completely changed mindset. Without a proper attitude, how could one achieve in academia? We must all learn from senior brother Xu. Yunsheng was stunned as well, then sighed softly. If I had met you earlier, things might have been different. A rumbling sound filled the air. It was the noise of an aircraft. It is not strange to see an airplane. What is strange is that the airplane repeatedly flies towards Huaqing School. This naturally invites much speculation. In previous instances, any movements occurred late at night. With fewer people around during the late hours, visibility decreases. Therefore, while there were some surprised by it, there were not many. But this time it was broad daylight. Not just one airplane, but several with those heavily armed vehicles, which are clearly military. Even those who know little about military affairs could understand. These are specifically combat helicopters. As they gazed at the heavily armed aircraft, everyone looking up was astounded. What the hell? What's going on? Why have I seen helicopters so often these past 2 days? This time is even more outrageous as they directly appeared, armed to the teeth. I thought I came to this university for academic purposes, but so far I haven't dealt much with academic issues. Instead, I've seen countless weapons. Bro, I think you're making a lot of sense because I feel the same way. But have you thought about who this could be? Who? Given the treatment, I would believe you if you told me it was an academician, but that doesn't seem right. Even academicians wouldn't have such treatment. Exactly, look over there. The arrival of the armed helicopters was just one aspect. The other was that a large group of soldiers followed behind. This group of soldiers bore no insignia, but their level of coordination and teamwork was telling. They were at least of a special forces caliber. As the soldiers disembarked, they swiftly set up a perimeter. This signified that from now on the surrounding area was off-limits. So, with the special forces entering and armed helicopters arriving, who exactly are they for? Just as they heard the sound, the trio appeared outside the door. I heard the sound of planes. Isn't that obvious? Others said an airplane came to pick someone up. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Haiba was left dumbfounded. Hey, what's wrong with you? Following Tang Haiba's gaze, it became clear why he was stunned. Because that is not just one airplane. The airplane you mentioned is supposed to be here to pick up the explosive energy gun, but those behind are clearly specialized armed helicopters. The glaring missiles mounted below provided everyone with a sense of security. As long as the opposing side dared to approach, this barrage of bullets would likely wipe them out. Wow, is this the airplane the academician mentioned? I feel like it's quite different from what I imagined. Don't say it's different from your imagination. Seeing these people, I can only think of one thing: I'm overwhelmed. The words went unspoken, but everyone knew what it meant. This indicated that if it weren't for Xu Teng, they would never witness such a shocking situation up close in their lives. Turning to look at Xu Teng inside, who was still diligently conducting the final checks. The experimental conditions of the cryogenic chamber are fine. The airtightness is also fine. The temperature is normal. Oh, and those blueprints should also be taken along with my personal notebook. A blue notebook was placed on Xu Teng, containing many issues that arose during experiments. It was crucial for theoretical explanations. Turning to see Yunsheng staring at him. Junior brother, do you know what is out there? Xu Teng pondered for a moment. I heard the sound of engines. That should be an airplane. Along with a series of sounds, it should be trucks transporting troops. You already knew? Yes, isn't it obvious? No, that's not what I meant. Yunsheng paused. His point of thought was not here. Instead, he wanted to ask, don't you have anything to express about those people outside? I do. After pondering for a while, Xu Teng pointed to the explosive energy gun not far away. Isn't my expression this? Yunsheng was taken aback. Because it indeed seems to be like that. Although outside a vast army was arranged for me, but the explosive energy gun in the cryogenic chamber is already my expression. As a researcher, all I need to do is present my research achievements. As for other matters, they are not for me to consider. At least for now, that is indeed the case. Facing his junior brother, the longer they interacted, the more he realized his shortcomings. Whether in research or other aspects, the other party could always pinpoint the critical issues. Tap, tap, tap. Outside, a synchronized sound of footsteps was heard. These were the people Su Wei had arranged to pick up Xu Teng. In fact, their captain did not know why such a large operation was being conducted this time. But they always followed orders without question. Whatever others arranged, they just needed to execute. Comrade Xu Teng, we received orders to protect a device inside a cryogenic chamber. Oh, it's over there. Xu Teng pointed in a direction. The others followed behind. The captain waved, and a few people from the back joined. Everyone treated the items in their hands with caution, as from the orders this item was a key to the mission. Another critical aspect of the mission was to escort the young man before them to a safe location. When they first received the orders, they were stunned. Because never before had such a young person become the key to a mission. The materials sent to them indicated an age of 22. This age is simply too young regardless of the perspective. For someone dedicated to research, it is even more so. While others are still in the initial stages, this individual carries a part of Longwo's technology and even commands issued directly from above. Comrade Xu Teng, our orders are for you to accompany us into another helicopter. Along the way, we will ensure your safety. Thank you for your trouble. Xu Teng smiled. No, it's no trouble. This is our duty. With a rumble, another helicopter landed. Xu Teng, preparing to walk forward, waved goodbye to everyone. The four were dumbfounded, their expressions still somewhat questioning their lives. Because from this moment on, Xu Teng's name would be forever remembered among a certain group. And this group was of a height they could never reach. Why is it that everyone is of the same age, yet you can shine so brilliantly? With a rumble, as the armed helicopter departed, the surrounding perimeter was also lifted. Whatever troops came from where they returned from whence they came. Everything happened far too quickly. So fast that the surrounding people had yet to formulate any specific guesses before they were gone. So, who exactly is on that airplane? What are they transporting? And who are they protecting? On the other side, Su Wei was submitting an application for a report. I heard you're planning to hold a report meeting. Zhou Sheng, clad in military attire, furrowed his brow. It wasn't that he disapproved of the idea, but the timeline was far too rushed. It's already afternoon, and you're telling me you want to hold a report meeting tomorrow. And you want to invite weapon designers, even academicians specializing in military engineering. If not for Su Wei's earnest tone, Zhou Sheng would have suspected he was being jested with. Could this even be done? Of course it couldn't be done. Did he think it was a simple workers' meeting? Even a full assembly of workers required hours of advance notice. Is it your own project? Have you made a major breakthrough recently? Zhou Sheng inquired. Every academician had their own projects, some crucial, others less so. If a significant project had yielded groundbreaking results, it might just be feasible. No, it's not mine, Su Wei replied calmly. Not yours, and you still make such demands. Zhou Sheng was on the verge of losing his composure. This felt like a prank no matter how he looked at it. But trust me, it will be worth it. Worth it. Staring at Su Wei's smug expression, Zhou Sheng fell into deep thought. He had to admit this man had a way with words. There was always a hidden depth making you curious, yet his reticence stirred a faint irritation. It's a project by a graduate student named Xu Teng. A graduate student's project. Wait, the name sounded familiar. Say that name again. Xu Teng. Zhou Sheng's expression shifted dramatically from nonchalance to excitement. Has he produced another new achievement? See, I knew it. The moment that name comes up, everything falls into place. Don't get excited, let me explain slowly. Zhou Sheng was in charge of military weaponry. Lately, the name Xu Teng had been circulating among the higher-ups. And all because of that lightsaber. Zhou Sheng had believed there was no room for advancement in cold weapons. In modern warfare, they were nearly obsolete. After all, a quick burst of gunfire could solve most problems, rendering daggers and other tools unnecessary. Even if an enemy wore body armor, standing still and letting you strike would only inflict minor damage. That was until the lightsaber appeared. With a flick of a switch and a swing at anyone nearby, it didn't matter what you were. They would simply cease to exist. Specialists tested its capabilities. The armor of a tank was just a single slash away from being cleaved through. Thus, the lightsaber earned another nickname among them, one-slash-sword. Xu Teng had submitted all the blueprints and designs. Over the past month and a half, weapon designers had been tirelessly analyzing it. Word had it they were close to a full breakdown. Zhou Sheng recalled the expert's words, this designer must have decades of experience in cold weapons to create something like this. Moreover, the level of technology involved is staggering. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a thing existed. Finally, the expert added, this must have been designed by an academician. Though I wonder why they chose cold weapons, I must say it's incredibly innovative. Zhou Sheng's expression at the time was peculiar. So much so that the expert couldn't help but ask, why are you looking at me like that? I've worked on weapons for years, my judgment can't be wrong. Tell me who it is, so I can pay a proper visit. Under the expert's intense gaze, Zhou Sheng had to utter a humiliating truth. The designer is an undergraduate student. He made this for his graduation project. Impossible. The expert refused to believe it. Until Zhou Sheng added, he built the lightsaber in just over a month using the school's lab. All to make it in time for the best thesis selection because he wanted to secure a postgraduate recommendation. Damn. Another expert struggled for a long time before finally forcing out those words. Designed in just over a month, using the school's lab, and all for the sake of an excellent graduation project and a postgraduate spot. That was it. As he left, Zhou Sheng gave the expert a consoling look, because the man was already questioning his entire existence. From then on, Zhou Sheng paid close attention to the name Xu Teng. He had heard that a new project was underway. Meeting Zhou Sheng's inquiring gaze, Su Wei said, yes, just as you think, he started a new project. Really? Yes, it's a blaster. Su Wei handed over the schematics. They included the final design and even an estimate of its power. Is this really? Zhou Sheng was stunned. After a single glance, for the technology involved was leagues beyond the lightsaber. More importantly, it revolutionized traditional firearms. The blaster used volatile gas as its energy source. Could gas really be used as the raw material for an energy beam? If not for the designer's name on the document, Zhou Sheng wouldn't have believed it. So with this, does it qualify for a report meeting? Of course it qualifies. No sooner had he said this than Zhou Sheng sensed something amiss. He looked up at Su Wei, his voice uncertain. So you're saying he's already built it? Having a schematic and actually producing it were two entirely different things. The world was full of products that existed only as concepts. Let me see. Zhou Sheng's first instinct was disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. It had only been a month and a half since the lightsaber was completed. The difficulty of the blaster was far, far greater. In terms of engineering, it was a monumental leap. That was until Su Wei produced two videos. One showed a simple blaster breaking through a test plate. The other showed a blaster stored in a cryogenic chamber breaking through a test plate. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even Zhou Sheng, no engineer, began to doubt his own reality. It wasn't that I hadn't seen wonders before. It was that I had never witnessed such a spectacle. Can you arrange the people now? Su Wei smiled at Zhou Sheng. I can absolutely. He'll make the calls myself. And so the situation unfolded. What do you mean you don't have time? Oldly, listen to me, this isn't about having time or not. Su Wei? No, it's not his report meeting. Just a graduate student's report meeting. Oh, come on, what's with that tone? What do you mean I'm joking? Let me tell you, if you don't come, it's your loss. You want me to say the name? Fine, I will. I bet you'll come running once you hear it. Oh, so confident. Then listen closely. His name is Xu Teng. Why does it sound familiar? Think about who created the lightsaber you're all studying. Look at that expression on your face. Finally remembered, huh? Good, see you tomorrow. Tonight. If you come early, that works too. While Zhou Sheng was busy preparing for tomorrow's briefing, Xu Teng had already taken a dedicated armed helicopter to a remote suburban area. Looking down from above, only a few scattered houses were visible, with no landmark buildings in sight. No matter how one looked, it seemed like a rural household secluded deep in the mountains. This is the place. He had to admit the professionalism. The journey was swift and stable without the slightest discomfort. Even during the final landing, he witnessed the pilot executing a casual drift. Sorry for the trouble. No trouble at all. The captain wore an honest expression. If it weren't for researchers like you, our weapons might still lag behind those of other nations. At that moment, the greeter approached Xu Teng and said, Mr. Xu, Academician Xu arranged for me to receive you. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. You can call me Xiao Zhang. All right. Watching Xu Teng leave, the captain casually asked his team, Mr. Xu, that name sounds familiar. Have you seen him before? Another team member wore a thoughtful expression. I haven't seen him, but I have a brother in another department who told me something. What? Recently there's been talk of equipping lightsabers. Lightsabers? He had heard of that. The first time he heard it, he thought it was a weapon with the same name, until some units told him it was exactly the kind of lightsaber he imagined. And it was no longer a sci-fi product, but a reality. The captain's greatest wish was to wield a lightsaber. With that thing, though, a cold weapon, one slash at the enemy would cut through without question. It was simply too cool. I heard the designer of the lightsaber is surnamed Xu, and very young, only in his 20s. At that point, the captain and all the team members froze. Surnamed Xu, young in his 20s, every detail matched. So, the person they had escorted was the creator of the lightsaber, and the cryochamber they had transported earlier must be something even more remarkable. With that, the captain and the entire team suddenly stood up and saluted in the direction of the distant figure. Mr. Xu, your room is ready. It's a single. Tomorrow's briefing is at 9. If you need anything, just let me know. Oh, I don't need anything for now. But, Xiao Zhang, there's something I'm curious about. Please go ahead. Xu Teng was somewhat surprised by the respectful tone. Why does everyone passing by stop and salute me? All along his walk, anyone in military uniform would halt and salute, their eyes following him. He initially thought it was the rule here until he saw a researcher walk by and the soldiers paid them no attention. Only then did he realize it was special to his group. Or more precisely, it was because Xu Teng was in the group. Even the researchers would pause their work and silently gaze at Xu Teng. Their eyes were filled with nothing but admiration, no other expression. As for them, Xiao Zhang chuckled, and Xu Teng noticed that Xiao Zhang's gaze toward him was the same as theirs. This is admiration for you. We all know you designed the lightsaber, and in a less than ideal lab at that. This briefing is also organized for you. I heard that many academicians, upon learning you were the main speaker, immediately set aside their experiments and decided to come tonight. They also say your product this time is something that will revolutionize traditional firearms. Xiao Zhang paused. Why wouldn't we pay our respects to someone like you? Hearing this, Xu Teng was stunned. It wasn't because of the briefing. Su Wei had already clarified the participants from the start. What surprised him was, academicians had set aside their experiments just for him. Was his reputation really that great? And they were coming overnight. Really? Xu Teng couldn't help but be astonished, feeling he hadn't done much, just methodically researched the lightsaber and blaster. When his mentor Su Wei proposed organizing this briefing, he thought it was under academician's name. But now, he hadn't expected this at all. Really? I understand. Please take me to my room. Xu Teng was still in a daze. All right. After navigating through twists and turns, Xu Teng was finally settled. Mr. Xu, if you need anything, just press the button on the table. I see, thank you. Please rest well, Mr. Xu. There's a briefing tomorrow. Looking at the button on the table, Xu Teng took the blaster schematics and booklet from his briefcase. The room was simple, without excessive decoration: a double bed, a table, a few chairs. Ordinary. But because of its setting, it symbolized a different status. 3 months ago, he was a senior, stressed about graduation, torn between finding a job or taking the graduate exam. Back then, with the black tech system, his only thought was to create the lightsaber. That way he'd have a chance at a graduate recommendation. He did make the lightsaber and secured that opportunity, entering the top university in Dragon Nation, even becoming a nominal student of academician Su Wei. In later life, Dean Yunsheng became his senior brother, attending to every need in his life and experiments. No matter what materials he requested, they would be supplied the next day, even personally verified to not delay the experiments. Everything had changed, especially today when he presented the blaster's research results. His mentor organized a briefing in his name. and those invited upon hearing his name were willing to come and see. These 3 months felt like a world apart. At tomorrow's briefing, I will present myself in the best light, because everyone in the audience shared Xu Teng's dedication to the Dragon Nation. It was their efforts that made the Dragon Nation strong today, by explaining everything clearly enabling them to quickly analyze the blaster. He believed it wouldn't be long before the blaster could be mass-produced. To restore the glory of the Dragon Nation is our duty. Xu Teng slowly opened the schematics, examining every detail. A gentle chime rang out. A hand reached out from nearby and silenced it the moment it began. It was exactly 8 o'clock. There was still a full hour before the report meeting. This hour was reserved for Xu Teng to prepare himself. After washing up, he adjusted his suit in front of the mirror. Xiao Zhang had specially delivered the suit late yesterday, reminding Xu Teng to wear it today. A faint trace of dark circles lingered beneath his eyes. He had stayed up late the night before organizing potential questions and key points for his presentation. By 8:20, Xu Teng appeared in the cafeteria. Amidst the bustling crowd, Xu Teng in his suit stood out conspicuously. He was not only young, but also the creator of the lightsaber and the keynote speaker for the upcoming report meeting. A bowl of mung bean porridge, extra sugar, along with a fried dough stick and a tea egg. Coming right up. The cafeteria worker was exceptionally warm, her hands steady as she served him. Xu Teng had noticed a peculiar trait during his time dining at Tsinghua University's cafeteria. Every single worker there had perfectly steady hands. Moreover, his portions were always exceptionally generous. Good luck later. Xu Teng smiled at the smiling face across from him. Thank you. Whispers of conversation drifted from the surroundings. He's even younger than the rumors say. Indeed, quite handsome too. Looking at him, who would believe he's the creator of the lightsaber? I heard he's brought a brand new creation this time. Really? Of course. Why would I lie? They say it can fire bullets faster than traditional firearms using just gas. Holy shit. Gas? Are you kidding me? Of course not. Otherwise, why do you think those academicians rushed here the very same night? I heard several of them halted their ongoing projects just to attend his academic report. To be honest, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe a single word you said. But if it's him, I believe every word. He finished breakfast in 10 minutes. Xu Teng strode into the auditorium, mentally organizing his points as he walked. It was exactly 9 o'clock. Xu Teng, impeccably dressed in his suit, stepped onto the podium. The hall, once buzzing with murmurs, fell into an immediate silence. Everyone's gaze converged on Xu Teng. He was the very reason these people had gathered. Many of the seasoned experts had stubbornly refused to come, claiming their age made even a plane ride unbearable. They insisted their projects were at a critical juncture, leaving no time for such a distant trip. They declared they wouldn't return even if another academician personally invited them, let alone for some graduate student. But a single sentence from Zhou Wen changed everything. The speaker was Xu Teng, and he had created something new called the energy burst gun, a weapon requiring no physical magazines firing volatile gas. All the old experts changed their minds with lightning speed, faster than a Sichuan opera mass change. When did I say I wasn't coming? That wasn't me. Projects can wait anytime. It's not like it's only a day or two. Too old. When did I ever say I was old? Let me tell you, for us in scientific research, my current age is the golden age. Hurry up and get your plane ready. They'll go tonight. No one enforced discipline. Everyone was in perfect accord, their eyes fixed on the figure at the podium. Some skeptical, some expectant, some impassive. For anyone else, even speaking a few words under the scrutiny of so many esteemed figures would make their legs go weak, let alone presenting research findings. But Xu Teng on the podium remained composed, unflinching under the pressure of those gazes. He had already prepared himself mentally before stepping up. Moreover, he had rehearsed the entire process in his mind. It was simply a matter of bringing his internal thoughts into reality once more. Xu Teng cleared his throat, gave a slight bow, and began. I would like to express my gratitude to all the academicians and weapon design experts who have traveled great distances to attend my report meeting. Before taking the stage, Xiao Zhang had briefed him on the entire meeting schedule. 1 hour for the presentation, 30 minutes for audience questions. If there were many questions, the time would be extended slightly. Finally, he would demonstrate the results of the energy burst gun before the audience. My presentation will be divided into 2 parts: an explanation of the schematic principles and the difficulties encountered during actual experiments. I believe everyone has already familiarized themselves with some of the schematics before coming, so I will focus on key points during the explanation, as well as practical issues to note during the experimental process. I will try to maximize the time allocated for questions. The report meeting was ultimately too hastily arranged. Although many academicians and weapon equipment designers had gathered, not everyone could set aside their ongoing work indefinitely. The schematics of the energy burst gun were top secret to the outside world, but accessible to everyone present in this hall. Everyone attending this meeting had studied the energy burst gun schematics immediately. This meeting was not merely to showcase the weapon's power and latest research results. Its purpose, as introduced by Xu Wei, was to enable the audience to grasp the principles in the shortest time and solve upcoming practical experimental issues. Once everything was thoroughly understood, mass production of the energy burst gun would not be a problem. And then all experiments could proceed simultaneously across the country. Only by disseminating the technology among the responsible leaders could Dragon Nation's overall scientific progress take a giant leap forward. Looking at the audience, Xu Teng dove straight into the topic. The term energy burst gun is a general characterization of its rough and wild nature. Traditional firearms essentially use solid projectiles fired by striking to hit targets and cause damage within the body. But the energy burst gun is different. It essentially uses volatile energy gas as its raw material. The advantage is that the energy of the gas can be fully released. The overall process is roughly as follows. Pulling the trigger releases the volatile energy gas into the conversion chamber. There, the volatile gas is excited by energy from the weapon's power source. Then the excited gas passes through the narrow space of the energy burst gun's initiation module, transforming into a powerful particle beam. A crystal prism focuses the particle beam and passes it to the correction chamber, which electrifies the beam into its final energy form. It is precisely because of this that the energy burst gun boasts high firing rate, long range, and immense power. Another crucial feature lies elsewhere. The energy burst gun can be used in various extreme environments, whether scorching heat or freezing cold. Xu Teng explained these fundamentals as clearly as possible. The weapons provided by the Black Technology System were to some extent beyond the limits of current technology. Explaining concepts that defied conventional understanding was no small challenge. The academicians and Design Institute experts seated below listened with exceptional attentiveness. Many were taking notes diligently. Xu Wei leaned toward the person beside him and said, "Didn't I tell you? Coming to hear Xiao Su explain his latest research is absolutely worthwhile." Li Rongsheng's expression was serious as he nodded to Xu Wei. "Indeed, if I hadn't come today, I would truly regret missing this report meeting." Not all academicians and Design Institute experts were convinced by Xu Teng. The creation of the lightsaber was impressive, but it was still a cold weapon. The modern battlefield was dominated by thermal weapons interspersed with space warfare and information warfare, where the combination of multiple tactics was most lethal. Just like the war, when the beautiful country invaded another nation, they used drones from start to finish. Throughout the conflict, the casualty ratio between the beautiful country and that nation reached a staggering level. It was that war that awakened everyone. So this is how war can be fought. The lightsaber as a cold weapon was indeed exceptional, more suited for decapitation and infiltration operations. On the frontal battlefield, charging in with a lightsaber was tantamount to suicide. Therefore, Li Rongsheng, who specialized in thermal weapons, initially felt some resistance upon hearing about this report meeting. But hearing that everyone around him planned to attend and learning about the new thermal weapon, the energy burst gun, he couldn't resist. Because this weapon seemed too much like a product of future technology. Even if modern technology maximized weapon development, it might not be possible to create it. But then, Xu Wei said to him mysteriously, "What you think is impossible might just be your own opinion. After all, wasn't the lightsaber thought the same way before?" So Li Rongsheng came. He brought his critical eye and a determination to find fault with the younger generation during the meeting. He wanted to teach him that there is always someone better and the world is vast. But from the moment Xu Teng opened his mouth to explain the principles, Li Rongsheng's expression changed, becoming solemn. Because he realized that even after studying thermal weapons for so many years, his thinking couldn't keep up with Xu Teng's. While they researched how to make solid ammunition weapons stronger, Xu Teng pioneered a new path, making gas the focus of research. The more he listened, the more his earlier mindset vanished. He even found himself wanting to applaud Xu Teng's thinking and ideas. This was a sentiment only a fellow expert could appreciate, pure admiration. A young man in his 20s achieving such a level, if given another decade or two, he would likely overturn the entire era. It was no exaggeration to say the weapons Xu Teng designed weren't merely advancing Dragon Nation's technology by a few decades. They were breaking away from other countries, ushering in an entirely new era of weaponry. That was why Li Rongsheng had solemnly said, "If I hadn't come today, I would definitely regret missing a collision of ideas that heralds a new era." Well, look whose student he is. Xu Wei began to swell with pride. "I heard that although Xu Teng is your student, you didn't teach him much. I also heard that Xu Teng's lab is at Tsinghua University, thousands of miles away from yours." Who was this spilling everything outside? Xu Wei was a bit displeased and pursed his lips. "And what does that prove? Doesn't it just show that I gave him enough of a stage to let his talents shine? Oh, please, you don't even specialize in thermal weaponry." In response to Li Rongsheng's nitpicking, Xu Wei pursed his lips, choosing not to dignify it with a response. At least in terms of reputation, Xu Teng was his student. At that moment, exclamations of admiration rose from the audience. Praise for the entire principle and for the ingenious solutions to experimental problems. The two stopped their exchange. Looking at Xu Teng on stage, Li Rongxing suddenly asked, "Did you foresee this happening all along?" A hint of gratified smile finally appeared at the corner of Xu Wei's mouth. "Of course, I never worried he would fail. He only ever does things beyond your imagination." The explanation of the schematic diagram passed quickly, interrupted only occasionally by someone asking a question. Those present were either academicians or professional designers from the weapons department. Xu Teng was providing a professional explanation nearby. Understanding it wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in the problems encountered during the experiments. As soon as the QA session began, Li Rongxing immediately raised his hand to indicate he had a question. Sitting beside him, Xu Wei casually glanced at him. Before the report meeting started, he had mentioned wanting to find a tough problem to let Xu Teng experience what it meant to receive care from seniors. But now, his enthusiasm resembled that of a student eager to satisfy his curiosity. "I would like to ask, how can we ensure that the activated gas accurately passes through the narrow space of the explosive energy gun starting template and transforms into a powerful particle beam?" I must say, Li Rongxing truly excels in weapon research. He could immediately identify the obvious problems that might arise during the experiment. It turns out the raw material for the explosive energy gun is gas. If the gas disperses while passing through, wouldn't that weaken the power of the explosive energy gun? This was not even the most critical point. If by any chance the gas fails to activate at the intended location and activates where it shouldn't, the internal components of the explosive energy gun could be damaged, or worse, it might explode. The people around, upon hearing Li Rongxing's question, realized the seriousness and turned to look at Xu Teng, waiting for an answer. With so many experts staring at him, anyone else might have faltered. But Xu Teng was different. He replied earnestly, "As long as we ensure the airtightness of the explosive energy gun meets certain requirements and create a pressure difference that resembles a passage inside, the gas will flow along the designated path. Moreover, the volatile gas will certainly be activated at the corresponding location without affecting the internal components." Li Rongxing's eyes brightened as he instantly grasped Xu Teng's meaning. The audience also understood immediately. Airtightness. This young man truly possesses remarkable skills. I heard he also created the lightsaber. I have studied lightsabers. Without sufficient knowledge of cold weapons, one cannot possibly create such a thing. At that time, I wondered if he only researched cold weapons. Initially, I thought so too, but it seems he has some knowledge of thermal weapons as well. That's not just a little knowledge. I heard he spent over a month in the library before suddenly applying for this project. Spending a month in the library and achieving this level. I might as well go to that library and see for myself. The questioning continued, and most of the questions addressed critical points. For example, when airtightness reaches a certain level, it puts pressure on the components inside the gun chamber. What should we do to prevent deformation? For instance, the energy scale knob at the back controls the energy output of the explosive energy gun. How should we adjust the energy? Xu Teng was always able to explain the questions clearly in front of the numerous experts. As Xu Teng's performance improved, the experts who had come merely to give it a try began to relax their brows, frequently glancing at Xu Wei, who was sitting not far away. Damn, if I didn't know Xu Teng was nominally Xu Wei's student, I might have considered accepting him as my student too. You? How do I remember someone coming to the meeting in a low mood? The dark history before the change of expression was exposed, prompting a forced explanation from the other party. Cough, cough. That was because I was coughing on the plane. However, having such a student is indeed an honor. Many people had this thought in their minds, turning to look at Xu Wei with envy. The latter, under the gaze of the crowd, couldn't help but smile wider. The QA session had far exceeded the scheduled time, yet no staff came to stop it. The number of people raising their hands was also dwindling. At this moment, Li Rongxing stood up once more to ask the question everyone had been anticipating. In your schematic, the explosive energy gun can be used under various extreme temperatures. We are very curious about how you have resolved the issue of temperature affecting the explosive energy gun in such conditions. We also heard you brought samples this time. Could you show them to us? The crowd that had been exchanging opinions fell completely silent. A weapon that only existed on paper and one that had already appeared in reality could not be summarized under the same circumstances. Extreme temperatures are a dilemma that all weapons must face. The effects of thermal expansion and contraction apply to all objects, including components. When temperatures drop to below -10 degrees or even lower, maintenance becomes a constant concern. Especially with the powerful explosive energy gun, any oversight could jeopardize all surrounding allies. All eyes were focused on Xu Teng, and everyone wore expressions of excitement, eager to see the actual object. Xu Teng turned to signal the staff to bring up the explosive energy gun and turned back to the audience. Since everyone is so concerned, let's address this final question using the actual object. Thud. When the frozen chamber containing the explosive energy gun was brought to the front of the stage, everyone in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? The explosive energy gun is directly placed in the frozen chamber. It seems the frozen chamber has been in a working state all along. This young man has some guts. Li Rongxing was also taken aback by the sudden appearance of Xu Teng's frozen chamber. He had seen many hardcore explanations, but this was the first time he had encountered something so hardcore. Su Wei had been watching from the side, and seeing his surprised expression, he couldn't help but think to himself, this is nothing for someone who hasn't witnessed grand occasions. Xu Teng paid no attention to the expressions of the crowd, directing the projection device at the explosive energy gun in the frozen chamber so that everyone could see it clearly on the screen. The primary impact of extreme temperatures is on the crystal prism. If the crystal prism sustains any damage, the subsequent energy transmission will also be affected. The best way to face low temperatures is to maintain the stability of the surrounding temperature. Thus, I thought of filling it with inert gas while injecting nanomolecules. The nanomolecules have been programmed with certain functions that can raise the environmental temperature when the surrounding temperature drops, creating a stable situation. This means that regardless of how much the surrounding environment's temperature may drop, it will not impact the temperature within the gun chamber. Thus, even in low-temperature environments, the explosive energy gun can still fire normally. Everyone turned their attention to the screen on stage where the temperature displayed was precisely minus 20 degrees. 20 degrees below zero. Chen Rongxing couldn't believe his eyes and turned back to look at Su Wei. The man remained as still as a meditating monk, utterly unperturbed. Are you so confident? 20 degrees below zero meant that if you tossed a basin of hot water into the air, it would freeze before it could fall shattering on the ground into scattered silver blossoms. For firearms, it was an even greater ordeal. Ordinary steel would become brittle with cold snapping with a bit of force. Seals would fail, and even tiny components could pop out of place, flying chaotically within the chamber. Every minuscule part could cause the gun to explode upon firing. Then forget about hitting the enemy, just holding it in your hands. Bang, and you might even wound a comrade. If I weren't confident, would I have called you all here? Just look at the expressions on your faces. You're a bunch of narrow-minded old fogies. Though I was just as dumbfounded back then myself. Cough, erase that line. Su Wei said calmly, this kid's talent is something I've never seen before. It's just a little cold, no big deal. Watching Su Wei act like a seasoned veteran of grand spectacles, Chen Rongxing felt deeply unsettled. Then came another lazy remark from behind. After all, he's my student. This bit of skill is nothing. Nothing. Chen Rongxing was tempted to retort, you're a mere academician in applied mathematics. What connection do you have with weaponry? And your student? You probably can't even understand the work Xu Teng is doing. A few days apart, and had already become a show-off. Despite his thoughts, he watched Xu Teng anxiously. Everyone at the scene held their breath, staring intently. Because what they were witnessing defied their understanding. When others tested firearms in low temperatures, they simply placed the weapon inside for a while and went through the motions. But Xu Teng, he had practically turned the cryogenic chamber into a home for the blaster. Word had it that when it was delivered yesterday, it came with the chamber still attached. A full day and night. Kid, you have to admit you're too honest. Even professional gun testers would weep at the sight. But if the blaster could pass the test under these conditions, it would mean that a brand new mature technology had been unveiled among the countless researchers of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, everyone's faces were tense, yet their breaths grew heavy, unwilling to miss even Xu Teng's slightest move. Just a bunch of clueless old men. Su Wei wore a disdainful expression, but he too grew nervous. After all, yesterday it had only been in the cryogenic chamber for a short time, and the temperature hadn't dropped this low. Now not only had the time increased, but it had also reached 20 degrees below zero. Xu Teng donned the specialized rubber gloves for experiments, and slowly reached his hand into the recessed hole, feeling for the blaster's trigger. Silence fell over the entire venue. Click. After the trigger was pulled, a low hum, a faint azure glow began to emerge. Through the real-time feed on the screen, everyone present could see the firing pin ignite a spark, igniting the gas. That sliver of light traveled along the barrel towards its designated path, passing through the narrow space of the activation module, transforming into a powerful particle beam. Then, through a crystal prism, the particle beam was focused and transmitted to the calibration barrel. The calibration barrel electrified the beam into its final energy form, and the azure light converged at the muzzle to its extreme limit. Bang! That was the sound of it striking the test panel not far away. The live camera instantly switched to the front of the test panel, where a small black hole had appeared on its surface. This meant success. The venue fell into utter silence. 3 seconds later, a roar erupted. Beautiful. We did it, haha, we did it. Heaven has eyes. Our ancestors above have been blessing the Dragon Kingdom. We won't be bullied anymore. We have already stood up. The Dragon Kingdom has always had worthy successors. Chen Rongsheng's tense body finally relaxed. Looking at the cheering smiles around him like those veteran researchers who had endured the hardest days, he couldn't help but let tears well up. Su Wei, watching Chen Rongsheng secretly wiping his tears with his sleeve as if by accident, muttered, "Old man, you're so old, you've weathered countless storms. Why are you crying in secret? How embarrassing." Yet he consoled himself, a gust of wind just blew by carrying sand in it. The successful test firing of the blaster was not merely a superficial achievement. Its performance remained unaffected in low temperatures. This meant that soldiers guarding the borders could be equipped with it. Everyone present knew that blasting a test panel to pieces signified immense power. The rare metals within those test panels were primarily used in spacecraft and tank armor. This meant below the level of missiles the blaster was unmatched among all conventional firearms. Could your bulletproof vest be thicker than a tank's armor? Could your heat resistance surpass the temperatures tested on spacecraft? Still so arrogant. One shot, one takedown. Although the Dragon Kingdom prioritized peaceful development, it would not tolerate others trampling on its soil at will. Did you know from the start that this would be the outcome? Having calmed his emotions, Chen Rongsheng turned to ask Su Wei. No, I wasn't sure. Su Wei replied. Huh, not sure. This time it was Chen Rongsheng's turn to be surprised. If you didn't know the outcome in advance, how could you let him conduct this experiment at the report meeting? Because. Su Wei paused, gathering his words internally. If it's Xu Teng, I believed he would definitely succeed. Why? Chen Rongsheng asked instinctively. Researchers always valued results above all. Without results, no matter how elegant the theory on paper, it was all in vain. Because he built a lightsaber in over a month using the school lab, and I recall he was also preparing for his graduate exams at the time. Because he spent over a month reading in the library, eating only when necessary. After that, he embarked on a new project, the blaster. Because he assembled a rudimentary blaster in just 2 days. Because after the materials were delivered, he perfected the blaster within a day, even completing the extreme low temperature test. I'm telling you all this to convey just one thing. Because I believe in him, because he is Xu Teng. The last few words were spoken softly. Yet each word struck Chen Rongsheng's ears with force. He turned to look at the young man on the stage, courteous and polite, with even a hint of shy smile on his face. Indeed, simply because he was Xu Teng, that alone was more than enough. The test results of the explosive energy gun exceeded expectations, leaving everyone on site, from academicians to leading designers in the weapon department, utterly astonished. Having witnessed numerous grand occasions, their hearts had grown bolder, yet they had never encountered a spectacle like this before. After the report meeting concluded, not a single person left. Instead, they all gathered around Xu Teng. The accompanying secretary began to quietly remind the attending academicians. You have a meeting scheduled in 2 hours. If you take a flight now, you can still make it. Not going. It's so tedious. We have meetings every day. I said I'm not going. National level leadership. National level leadership. The academician frowned, his expression shifting to one of sudden realization, as if he recalled such a meeting indeed existed. It's over. Others might cancel, but this one truly cannot. If he dares to flake out, the subsequent funding arrangements could be easily obstructed by any excuse. As he watched Xu Teng explaining, the academician found himself in a dilemma. The accompanying secretary, being quite perceptive, immediately understood. We can arrange for someone to record the entire presentation. Xiao Su has specialized schematic diagrams, and his notes can also be printed out. The academician cast a discreet glance at the secretary, appreciating the young man's insight. Then let's proceed. If it weren't for him managing my research funds, I wouldn't give him this respect. The secretary smiled, indicating that everything you said was correct and that he hadn't heard any of your complaints. Li Rongsheng turned to Su Wei and said, aren't you going to step up and encourage your student? Looking up at the stage, Su Wei shook his head and replied, he doesn't need my encouragement at all. The more time I spend with him, the more I feel. What feeling? Some people are simply born for research. Xu Teng is one such person. Unlike Su Wei, who was theoretical, Li Rongsheng was experimental, specifically focusing on weapon development. The biggest difference between experimentalists and theorists is that theorists often say, I don't listen. From a theoretical standpoint, it is indeed like this. They believe that if you failed to produce results, it's your own fault. The results derived from my theoretical calculations have nothing to do with it. Hence, every time Su Wei and Li Rongsheng met and discussed academic issues, they would almost always end up in a quarrel. If Su Wei were to make such comments about others, Li Rongsheng would definitely retort, students produced by theorists will ultimately only engage in empty talk. However, Xu Teng is the one who turned the explosive energy gun into reality. It's truly impressive. Even he who often quarreled wanted to give a thumbs up to what Su Wei just said. Some individuals truly seem to be born for research. They excel in both theory and experimentation. This often evokes complaints from others. Oh God, tell me, which window did you close for him? I see someone wants to approach Xu Teng. Aren't you planning to ask about some questions regarding the explosive energy gun? People who understand you are often your rivals. Su Wei was indeed correct. He was preparing to approach Xu Teng for a good discussion. As Li Rongxing walked towards Xu Teng, the surrounding crowd automatically parted. Who in attendance didn't know Li Rongxing? He entered school at 3, joined the youth class at 15, and later went abroad for further studies. When he graduated, the United States desperately wanted to keep him. And he left behind the classic remark, this person can equal a master when he returns. If we can't keep him in the United States, then let him die here. But would long country let him go? Those days of hardship are forever etched in national education, a history bought with blood and tears. During that time, every method was employed, and every talent displayed their skills. Eventually, Li Rongxing returned. Various significant national projects were launched one after another. In terms of unforgettable days, and people, Li Rongxing truly couldn't remember many along the way. This was because there were simply too many geniuses, yet few who warranted his attention. Only Xu Teng was an exception. Watching the crowd part with understanding, Xu Teng grasped the situation. This individual was likely the most influential figure in the room, as anyone stepping out from the venue could easily make national-level news. Even they had to make way for the person in front of them. Li Rongxing. The elderly man across slowly extended his hand. Li Rongxing. Xu Teng was taken aback. That name was like thunder in his ears. Sir, do you have any guidance? Alas, I am old and my thinking cannot keep up with you young people. As for your explosive energy gun, what guidance could I possibly offer? Li Rongxing waved his hand. I actually came here with some questions. Please, sir, go ahead. Xu Teng's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. I noticed earlier that during the test, the explosive energy gun was calibrated to the lowest energy setting. The schematic had been sent out to everyone before the meeting. Upon careful observation, everyone could see that Xu Teng was testing at the lowest energy tier. Indeed, as you mentioned, sir. I am merely asking if it would still succeed if the energy setting were adjusted to maximum. As soon as Li Rongxing finished speaking, the surrounding people turned to Xu Teng and stared intently. The -20 degrees in the freezing chamber wasn't so simple. Just because the crystal prism could withstand low-energy impacts without damage did not mean it could handle impacts at higher energy levels. At such temperatures, it was not a matter of 1-1, it was energy continued to rise, it could turn into 1-1 or even 1 superscript 3. At this point, the energy endured by the crystal prism would multiply several times, even dozens of times. As the most critical component of the entire gun chamber, whether it could withstand such energy impacts posed a significant question. Even the slightest damage could disrupt the balance of the entire gun chamber system. In the worst-case scenario, the chamber could even explode. The people around began to ponder. Li Rongxing's question was indeed crucial. Previously, they had been too caught up in excitement thinking that the lowest energy setting had already been proven safe. They had momentarily overlooked the issue of the maximum energy level. In fact, considering the entire border of Long Country, the area at -20 degrees was not uniform. The energy gun at the lowest energy level could already take down a small child with one shot. In traditional firearms, it was already at an invincible realm. However, one must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. What if a heavy armored vehicle comes? The explosive energy gun would obviously struggle to penetrate armor with a single shot. At this point, raising the energy output level became paramount. I haven't tested it yet. Xu Teng lowered his head and spoke uncertainly. Although theoretically it shouldn't be a problem. Li Rongxing frowned. He had often heard this phrase during his debates with Su Wei. But without practical testing, I can't guarantee it so. Xu Teng looked around at everyone. I hope to apply for an experimental base to conduct real testing. Li Rongxing's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and he laughed heartily. Li Rongxing had assumed Xu Teng would attempt to persuade him with theoretical data, a hallmark of Su Wei's faction, hence their frequent heated debates whenever they met. Yet that final remark from Xu Teng resonated deeply within him. This young man, barely in his 20s, possessed a future of truly incalculable promise. The surrounding staff turned their gaze toward Li Rongxing. Though all acknowledged Xu Teng's remarkable contributions, protocol still placed Li Rongxing at the helm. Follow Xiao Su's suggestion. Arrange the laboratory immediately. Understood. Just as technician Xiao Zhang turned to relay the order, Xu Teng called him back. Wait, I'd like to ask, what is the highest specification laboratory here designed to test? Highest specification. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Zhang replied, it's for testing anti-aircraft artillery, but strictly in outdoor environments. Then we'll conduct the test outdoors. Indoor facilities won't suffice. This weapons testing outpost was situated in the northeastern region of Longhua, where dense mountain ranges effectively shielded operations from satellite surveillance. A dedicated hillside nearby had been cleared specifically for testing newly developed anti-aircraft artillery, though recently the site had primarily hosted trials of advanced small arms, and such heavy artillery tests had long been suspended. Xu Teng's proposal to conduct the plasma rifle test outdoors left Xiao Zhang momentarily stunned. As a civilian administrator, he lacked technical expertise in this domain. This rifle appeared utterly unremarkable. Xiao Zhang glanced at Li Rongxing, who gave a slight nod. Very well, Xiao Su. Please wait a moment, I'll arrange it immediately. As Xiao Zhang departed, Xu Teng turned back to the plasma rifle, carefully disassembling the mounting fixtures inside the cryogenic chamber. Xiao Su, what exactly are you doing now? Li Rongxing asked, intrigued. Xu Teng wasn't merely removing the fixtures, he was also partially dismantling the rifle itself, seemingly preparing to install something within. Energy levels are steadily increasing, raising the risk of unforeseen failure. It just occurred to me we must integrate an automatic neutralization mechanism. Should inert gas leakage within the barrel channel exceed a critical threshold, indicating irreversible damage, the neutralization system will activate, redirecting residual energy along a predetermined safe vector, thereby preventing chaotic, uncontrolled emission of cerulean light from the barrel, ensuring no harm comes to personnel nearby. A profound, eerie silence fell over the room after Xu Teng finished speaking. Was this truly a spontaneous insight? Was this young man, barely past his undergraduate studies, scarcely 20-something, really capable of such brilliance? We senior researchers, many with decades of scientific experience, have never conceived of such an elegant fail-safe solution. Noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, especially Li Rongxing's mixture of astonishment, admiration, and faint regret, Xu Teng felt a ripple of unease. Is something wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Surrounded by so many eminent figures all standing mute and staring intently at him, he couldn't help but feel unsettled. To claim he felt no concern would be untrue, yet upon mentally reviewing his words, he found nothing amiss. Nothing at all, just sheer astonishment. Astonishment. A flicker of confusion crossed Xu Teng's eyes. Huh, we're astonished by how extraordinarily well you've done. Young man, you're exceptional. Truly exceptional. Li Rongxing stepped forward and clapped Xu Teng warmly on the shoulder. By his age, he had already accumulated every honor science could bestow. Envy toward younger generations held no place in his heart. Rather, he rejoiced at the emergence of brilliant new minds in Longwa's scientific community, and the brighter their light, the greater his joy. Well, one must consider, who is Xiao Su's mentor after all? Su Wei deliberately edged forward, standing beside Li Rongxing, pride gleaming in his expression. Mentor? Do you even have the audacity? Every senior scientist present exchanged awkward glances. Everyone knew Dean Su specialized in pure mathematics. He likely hadn't grasped the fundamental principles behind Xu Teng's weapon, yet technically Xu Teng was indeed his student. That fact alone was infuriating, made all the more so by Su Wei's smug, self-satisfied demeanor. As Xiao Zhang went off to organize the field test, words spread rapidly across the camp. Given the seniority of those present, the upcoming experiment was neither concealed nor downplayed. Within 10 minutes, the news had rippled through the entire facility. Did you hear? Xiao Su's rifle spent an entire night inside the cryo chamber. Know the temperature? How cold? -20 degrees Celsius. Good heavens, Xiao Su is astonishingly thorough. Most perform low-temperature trials for just half an hour, or at most an hour, as mere formalities. He left it there overnight. But that's not even the most astonishing part. After a full day at that temperature, the plasma rifle activated flawlessly, and its first shot shattered the test plate. I recall that plate contained rare alloys used in tank armor and spacecraft hulls. Exactly, exceptionally tough and resilient. I feel your phrasing carries unintended connotations, someone muttered. And that's still not the most critical point. Seeing everyone lean in their faces, radiating impatience, I silently demanding, spit it out, or you'll suffer discomfort during your next shower. The speaker shuddered involuntarily. He hastily continued, apparently this was only at the lowest energy setting, and the rifle features multiple adjustable power increments. Xiao Su directly requested outdoor live-fire testing from Secretary Zhang. Outdoor live-fire testing. One officer blinked, then realization dawned. Stammering, he said, outdoor facilities are reserved for anti-aircraft artillery. You mean they're using that range to test a plasma rifle? My heavens. The previously animated chatter died instantly, not because the idea hadn't crossed anyone's mind, but because no one had dared entertain it seriously. After all, they lived in the real world. A firearm possessing anti-aircraft artillery-level destructive force. Could it even be called a rifle anymore? All eyes instinctively turned to the white-coat researcher in their midst, seeking confirmation. Ahem. Though I too find it astonishing, the facts remain unchanged. In truth, there's yet another pivotal detail we haven't mentioned. All gazes burned with anticipation, waiting for the next revelation. Today's cascade of marvels had only sharpened their hunger for more. Seconds later, Xu proposed an automatic neutralization system, ensuring absolute containment should the plasma rifle malfunction during testing. And that very concept earned praise from Academician Li himself. Seconds later, praised by Academician Li, the military officers instantly seized upon the significance. At that moment, a shared thought surged through them. Xu is barely in his 20s. If granted time, or if long when nurtured, even a handful more like him, then the entire world would tremble at the sound of the dragon's roar. As a series of commands were issued, the entire base sprang into action. The construction personnel of the Dragon Kingdom hold a world-renowned title, the infrastructure maniacs. In other countries, constructing a bridge or railway takes years before one can see what is actually being built. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, it is quite different. A skyscraper or even a railway can be completed in just a few days. Moreover, the staff at the base are elite. 10 minutes later, a perfectly fitting frame for the freezing chamber was completed, accompanied by an automatic operating robotic arm. Since no overall tests had been conducted, Xu Teng could not guarantee that the maximum power explosive energy gun would not have any accidents. Therefore, it was necessary to use a robotic arm to replace manual operation. Even in the event of an accident, there would be no casualties. At this moment, Xu Teng was making his final preparations. The explosive energy gun has 5 scales, and theoretically, each major scale's energy output is twice that of the lower scale. Unlike previous experiments, each scale lasts for 1 minute, followed by a 5-minute interval before proceeding to the next. After all, this is an outdoor test specifically in a field designed for anti-aircraft artillery. The geology is solid and the area is spacious enough for the explosive energy gun to fully perform and record more stable data for analysis. For researchers, accurate experimental data is of utmost importance as it can lead to many unexpected theories. For instance, the famous double-slit interference experiment in physics. Everyone noticed the anomaly in the light segments, which was somewhat awkward to explain with existing theoretical logic, yet no one paid it much heed. It wasn't until Einstein took notice, and after numerous experiments, he proposed the famous wave-particle duality, which earned him accolades and opened new avenues in the study of light. Xu Teng, who frequently reviewed papers, paid close attention to this matter, thus diligently checking whether the equipment placed by the staff was in the designated position and whether the sensors were sensitive. Li Rongxing, who had been silently observing, found himself increasingly fond of Xu Teng. Talented with a nimble mind, humble and respectful of elders, he was even extremely polite to the surrounding staff. No, I can't think any further. If I do. At that moment, Su Wei's smug voice floated over. TSK tisk, just look at your gaze, it's dripping with envy. Let me tell you, don't even think about it, he is my student. Li Rongxing's carefully organized mindset collapsed in an instant. What do you mean he's your student? Xiaosu is just your nominal student. You're just a mathematician who keeps telling outsiders about it. Are you out of your mind? Do you even understand the schematic? Seeing Li Rongxing stammering from anger, Xu Teng felt a surge of satisfaction. Don't worry about whether I understand, as long as my student understands, that's all that matters. My student. Su Wei, who had to mention my student every 3 sentences, thoroughly infuriated Li Rongxing. With a cold snort, he moved closer to Xu Teng. Xiaosu, the experiment is about to start. Are you nervous? Looking at the explosive energy gun still lying in the freezing chamber, Xu Teng smiled shyly and said, actually, I am a bit nervous because this is the first complete test. Additionally, I must say, in front of so many academicians and weapon experts, I truly cannot boast that the experiment will succeed on the first try. Listen to how nice Xiaozu's words are. Unlike someone who can only stubbornly say the same thing, the theoretical data is not wrong. It's okay, scientific research is never accomplished in one go. Repeated failures in experiments are the norm, especially since you are only in your 20s, still young, with a lot of golden time ahead. At this point, Li Rongxing could no longer continue, as that smug voice echoed in his mind. After all, my student can understand my student. Damn, what's happening? Have I been brainwashed? Expletives were on the verge of spilling from Li Rongxing's lips. Calm down, calm down. In front of Xiaosu, I must not break character, otherwise I will truly lose the chance to deceive him. No, to take him as a student. Xu Teng's mind was filled with question marks, curious as to why Li Rongxing suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He probably thought of something else. Xiaosu, all the equipment has been installed, and everything is ready. Little Zhang, as the secretary, was quite perceptive as he could sense the situation on site. Li Rongxing and Su Wei, these 2 big shots, purposely handed over all the command authority of this site to Xu Teng. All right, let's start the experiment. Attention, all units, the experiment is entering the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. As Little Zhang's last words fell, the button of the robotic arm was pressed. The mechanical arm slowly extended under the real-time operation of the infrared lens. It gradually touched the trigger. The firing pin struck from inside the chamber, igniting the volatile explosive gas, which flowed along the designated path, transforming into a ghostly blue light as it passed through the activation module. It's coming. Everyone held their breath. Xu Teng had been so honest that the explosive energy gun had yet to be removed from the freezing chamber until now. At a temperature of -20 degrees after being left for so long, even someone as esteemed as Li Rongxing was inwardly pondering whether there would be any issues. Buzzing. The ghostly blue light gathered at the muzzle, finally heading towards the designated test panel. This test panel was slightly larger than the previous one, since the duration was extended to 1 minute, which is not just a few seconds. It's coming, the data is coming through. Everyone curiously leaned closer, especially Li Rongxing, who was eager to see the data. Su Wei muttered from behind, "You're all grown up, what haven't you seen, and yet you're in such a hurry. My student. Hey, why are you pushing me? Step aside." The sensor's pointer spun wildly. The data representing energy values on the chart was pulled to the maximum from the very beginning. My heavens. It's so high. I've never seen weapon energy values so high. This is the explosive energy gun. Is it really classified as a firearm? That's not the key. A look at the peak, it's still increasing. So this means that the explosive energy gun is not affected at all. In fact, it's even getting more intense. The staff who had been closely monitoring the explosive energy gun's internal data were stunned. This sensor was specifically used to record the internal workings of the gun with nanometer-level precision. It could even detect slight data fluctuations. Even if an ant walked on the explosive energy gun, it would still be able to instantly record the data. Yet now 30 seconds had passed with no reaction. This statement immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all stared intently at the data from the sensor. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. 1 minute. The data was extraordinarily smooth, practically smoother than your airport. All the staff on site fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, only one thought crossed everyone's mind: is this real? It must be real. Until Xu Teng said, "The experiment results are promising. Prepare for the next calibration test in 5 minutes. Then, cheers erupted. "Su, successful, I can hardly believe it. My God, this is at -20 degrees. And the power of the blaster gun hasn't diminished at all. In fact, it's even more vigorous." At that moment, Li Rongxing interjected, "Another key point is that the interior remains completely unaffected." A true master indeed. He pinpointed the crucial aspects in an instant. Everyone instinctively glanced at the blaster gun still inside the cryogenic chamber. -20 degrees. Just thinking about it sent chills. But for that gun, it seemed like a warm bath. Just then a thought emerged. From today onward, the Dragon Kingdom's classified archives would record a legendary tale about Xu Teng. And everyone recalled his nickname, the blaster gun that takes a warm bath at -20 degrees. All right, there are still 4 more tests ahead. Go get ready. Though his words were formal, Su Wei's crooked grin betrayed his elation. Humph. Li Rongxing let out a cold snort. What was wrong? Xu Teng sensed something odd about the expressions of the 2 senior figures. It was as if they had said everything yet nothing at all. Never mind, he decided. If there were any issues, they would have told him by now. Xu Teng focused on the experimental data chart in his hands. Unlike the staff, Xu Teng wasn't particularly surprised. Both theoretical data and practical tests had shown that the blaster gun's minimum energy output was flawless. And the collected report confirmed this. The sensors on the test panel clearly displayed the energy peak. The gradually increasing peak values indicated no external interference. Meanwhile, the nanoscale sensors inside the barrel remained smooth throughout, proving that from the initial firing pin operation to the subsequent energy transfer, there was no waste. Yet Xu Teng felt something was off. "Xiao Su, everything is ready." Secretary Xiao Zhang ran over, interrupting his thoughts. So soon. Xu Teng realized that the deeper he delved into research, the faster time seemed to flow, almost unbelievably so. "All right, repeat the same procedure." "Understood." Xiao Zhang picked up the walkie-talkie. "Attention, all units proceeding to the second calibration test of the blaster gun. All personnel stand by. Sensor group ready. Test panel group ready. 3, 2, 1. The energy output at the second calibration was theoretically double that of the first. This meant that the volatile blaster gas would react more violently inside the barrel. Under unchanged airtight conditions, internal pressure would surge sharply, subjecting the components to greater impact. All of this would accelerate barrel overheating, which once excessive could cause irreversible damage to the parts. Even at room temperature, this was a severe test for any firearm, let alone at -20 degrees with the cryogenic chamber still running. Can it really work this time? The thought echoed in every researcher's mind. Even Li Rongxing, who had been observing all along, couldn't help but feel his palms sweat. In the field of weaponry, his authority was absolute. Heat and cold, 2 extreme temperature contrasts, posed an excruciating challenge for the blaster gun. A hum filled the air. The muzzle vibrated as a cerulean light gathered to its peak. A bang. The sound of impact on the test panel. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds passed without issue. The pointer on the energy sensor, which had spun wildly at first, instantly stabilized. Unlike the minimum calibration output, the blaster gun didn't go haywire. The overall performance approached stability. Almost there, almost there. Time is nearly up. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the scene. 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 55 seconds. The sensors inside the barrel also showed normal readings, indicating a stable internal environment. 60 seconds. Ding. The preset mechanical arm released the trigger, and everything settled. After 2 seconds, all sensors remained stable. This meant success once again. Haha, Xiao Su, you're incredible. A true genius. This is simply... I really can't believe it. Someone slapped me to see if I'm dreaming. As you wish. A sharp slap rang out. Damn it. You traitor, that's payback. Don't run, take this. The onlookers burst into laughter, a feeling they hadn't experienced in a long time. No, it was more accurate to say it was the first time they felt research could be so effortless. Wait, let me be more precise. It was only when working alongside Xu Teng that research became this easy. Everyone turned to look at him, their eyes filled with respect and joy. In research, mastery knows no age. Winning their admiration was simple. Show them your experimental process, your reports, your results. Any one of these three could earn their respect. But Xu Teng was different. He had excelled in all three. That was why everyone in the base had always regarded him with such reverence. Xiao Su. Truly, I've never seen such talent in my entire life. Li Rongxing had barely finished when Su Wei chimed in. Of course, don't you see he's... Before he could finish, he was forcefully interrupted. Shut up. Oh. Amidst the celebration, only Xu Teng remained unusually calm, for these results were exactly as he had anticipated. In fact, based on the first energy output and the internal environment stability chart, he had effortlessly deduced the second outcome within those 5 minutes. Though it was only theoretical, he was mentally prepared, so everything seemed normal. Yet he still felt something was amiss. The smooth internal environment, the peak external energy values. It was as if something had been inadvertently overlooked. Xu Teng turned to Xiao Zhang and said, prepare for the third energy test in 5 minutes. Understood. In truth, all the researchers present had noticed Xu Teng's furrowed brow. Hadn't everything gone smoothly before? Why did it seem like he sensed something missing? Su Wei turned to Li Rongxing, his eyes questioning. The latter shook his head. He too had no idea why Xu Teng was frowning. Wasn't everything going well? In actual combat, the energy level of a blaster is not frequently switched within a short period, as the deployment of troops on the battlefield requires careful scheduling. This means that for several hours, or even an entire day, the energy level of the blaster remains fixed. A steady energy output has minimal impact on the stability, commonly known as durability, of the gun's internal chamber. Xu Teng deliberately set the experimental interval at 5 minutes, taking into careful consideration the negative 20 degrees Celsius low temperature, the 1 minute sustained overheating, and the 5-minute rest period between experiments. This was all meticulously calculated to push the blaster's test performance to its maximum intensity. Anything less than 5 minutes would be deliberate sabotage. Anything longer would fail to yield optimal results. The surrounding researchers, seeing Xu Teng deep in thought, maintained a tacit understanding, uttering not a single idle word. A nation's hope rests primarily on whether it has a successive generation of scientific talent. Every staff member present could see that great expectations were placed upon Xu Teng. Those who held him in high regard were none other than luminaries like Li Rongxing and Su Wei. Although he had only been there for a day, Xu Teng's earnest approach to research and his personal character had inadvertently won over everyone. There was even an unspoken sense of him taking the lead. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, Xiao Zhang hurried over to Xu Teng, bent down, and said, Xiao Su, the experimental interval has passed. All right. Just as Xiao Zhang turned to instruct the others, Xu Teng said, wait, have someone. Actually, let me first check if there's any issue with the blaster. After I finish the inspection, I'll notify you for the next step. During those 5 minutes, Xu Teng had been studying the data. According to his theory, the internal environment of the gun chamber should have changed. The diagram from the nanoscale sensors should have displayed a slightly curved line. Since the energy output level had doubled, the efficiency of the volatile blaster gas utilization would increase. At the moment of initial ignition, the preceding data curve should have shown a slight upward deflection. Subsequently, as the internal chamber environment reached a new equilibrium, the final stability would be revealed. Yet the uploaded data remained as smooth as the first level. It was strangely bizarre. Although the overall data appeared normal, it still made Xu Teng uneasy. In scientific research, no amount of caution is ever excessive. Think back to when Dragon Country first broke through the blockade of foreign nations. They used abacuses to calculate data bit by bit. If a single error occurred, they had to start over. This legacy has been passed down to the present day. Since the experimental data revealed nothing, the cause must be sought in the blaster itself. The cryogenic chamber was still in operation. The blaster remained frozen. Unbeknownst to Xu Teng, the weapon had already earned the nickname, taking a hot spring in the cryogenic chamber. Nanoscale sensors served another purpose besides recording data. They could be directed to specific locations for internal inspections. As Xu Teng manipulated them, he muttered incessantly, "Firing pin no problem. Conversion channel is normal." The internal inert gas ratio remains stable. The automatic disabling mechanism hasn't moved from its original position. Although the system provided Xu Teng with blueprints, he was the true creator of the blaster. To him, he knew the weapon intimately. Like a husband knows the palm of his wife's hand. He could identify every part without referencing the schematics. Xiaosu, what is he doing? Su Wei was puzzled by Xu Teng's actions. The data indicated everything was normal. Could there be a hidden problem? If there was a hidden issue, Su Wei thought the continuously running cryogenic chamber was the most likely culprit. The kid was too honest. When told to conduct a low-temperature test, he kept the temperature low throughout. Had he not witnessed it himself, it would have been unheard of in his life. Hearing Su Wei's question, Li Rongxing felt smug. You always managed to kill the conversation, and now you're dumbfounded, realizing there are many things in this world beyond your knowledge. A mathematician always boasting about having a student in weaponry. Look at you, inspecting the blaster for hidden issues. As he spoke, he noticed Su Wei's peculiar gaze. Are you stupid? Can't I see such an obvious matter? This remark nearly made Li Rongxing lose his composure in front of everyone. The latter said aggressively, "You're a mathematician so brilliant. Why don't you go inspect it?" Su Wei shrugged nonchalantly. "You know I'm a mathematician. This is weaponry. How would I know?" Seeing Li Rongxing's expression darken, he said matter-of-factly, "What I wanted to ask is, can you tell from the data if there's anything wrong with the blaster?" This question caught Li Rongxing off guard. In fact, every set of real-time data was immediately printed in multiple copies for the senior researchers present. Apart from Li Rongxing, other weapon design experts were also present. Decades of experience had sharpened their judgment. By combining the schematic diagrams and experimental data, they could roughly analyze the experiment's progress. But after reviewing it, everyone summed it up in one phrase: the experiment proceeded smoothly, even perfectly. Even Li Rongxing thought so. However, he couldn't say that in front of Su Wei. Instead, he said, "The blaster was made by Xiaosu. You're a mathematician yourself. Don't you know that if you're unclear about something, you shouldn't meddle in others' expertise?" His words made sense. Wait, was that really the case? Su Wei looked at him skeptically. After completing his thorough inspection, Xu Teng slowly returned to the group. "Let's begin the experiment." "All right." Xiao Zhang turned and instructed the others. "All units prepare for the experiment." The energy for the third level was doubled, posing another challenge to the component's load-bearing capacity. Yet everyone looked at Xu Teng with confident eyes. With him present, success was not difficult. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. 1 minute. Haha, I knew it. With Xiaosu here, all scientific experiments become effortless. Of course, who do you think Xiaosu is? He's the future leader of Dragon Country's scientific research. If anyone else had praised someone so excessively in front of so many experts, they would have been rebuked. But not this time. Xu Teng Xiaosu had become a stable anchor in their scientific careers. Xu Teng, who was originally reviewing the data, perked up at the sound of a few words. Xiaosu is the future leader of scientific research in Longhua. He is the anchor point of our lives. With Xiaosu, our research has gone much smoother. Those who spoke felt it was nothing unusual, as it was merely the truth based on the current situation. As honest people, we express our sincere thoughts. There is nothing wrong with that, right? However, for Xu Teng, the person involved, it was inevitably a bit awkward. The progress was indeed smoother, but being called an anchor point and a leader was quite excessive. He had imagined that influential figures like teacher Su Wei and Mr. Li Rongxing would reprimand them for saying such things. Scientific researchers should believe in science and focus on experimental data. How could they be so focused on gaining favor? Turning around, he noticed. The many big shots wore cheerful expressions, seemingly happier the higher Xu Teng's reputation grew. Especially Su Wei and Li Rongxing with kind smiles on their faces. Well then, don't blame me. Xu Teng turned to Su Wei and said with a smile, "Teacher, I have a question I would like to ask you." "Oh, a question?" Su Wei, smiling, was about to respond when he noticed, "My goodness, what is that thing you're holding?" "That is experimental data, I suppose." Su Wei instantly understood. Seeing him looking refined, it turned out he wasn't as simple-minded as he appeared. However, it is good to have someone with a complex mind. Su Wei felt relieved knowing that this way Xu Teng wouldn't stumble in the future. "But I think this question might not be something I can respond to." "Ahem. Xiaosu, although you are my student, you know that I am not very knowledgeable when it comes to weaponry." "Good, the first goal has been achieved. Next, it was time to divert the blame." Turning to Li Rongxing, he said, "Look, our Li Lao from Longhua is here. He is universally recognized as the strongest human in weaponry. How could an outsider like me dare to flaunt my skills in front of him?" Li Rongxing, who was preparing to watch the fun, felt his smile instantly freeze. He had just been thinking, old fellow, aren't you always bragging that Xiao Su is your student? Now that the student wants to ask you a question, let's see how you respond. Before he could say anything, the question was thrown at the onlookers. You old rascal. Stealing my student, and now. Academician Li, I have a question regarding the experimental data and hope to receive an answer. Look, he used to call me Mr. And now it's Academician Li. This isn't unfamiliar. But since the conversation had reached this point, Li Rongxing had no choice but to take the data. From the identities present, indeed, only he was qualified to guide Xu Teng. Upon taking the data, it was indeed all real-time data from the scene. From the first to the latest third round. The problem was I had seen this experimental data before. When it was printed out, it was basically one copy per person. After consulting with colleagues around, they exchanged opinions and arrived at a unanimous response: perfect, splendid. Was there something I overlooked? The explosive energy gun was created by Xu Teng. When it comes to familiarity, it certainly was not as intimate as a husband knowing his wife. So let's deduce from the schematic. The experimental data is divided into two main parts, and the crucial points can be summarized in two aspects. One aspect is the output sampling of external energy values. The other is the sensitivity sampling inside the gun barrel. Both relate to the energy output of the explosive energy gun, hence connected to energy metrics. Both diagrams displayed stable data. One showed an unexpected peak, while the other displayed a smooth curve. Wait a moment. The smooth curve made Li Rongxing feel a hint of unease. However, he couldn't immediately pinpoint what was wrong. Seeing Li Rongxing frown, Xu Teng understood that the acknowledged big shots were indeed different, although they might not notice immediately. Like himself, their rich experience allowed them to sense something was off. The disparity was likely due to the fact that the explosive energy gun was invented by Xu Teng. Li Rongxing had only familiarized himself with the schematic. Sir, don't you think the sensitivity curve inside the gun barrel is a bit too smooth? Considering the energy metrics, each segment at the beginning of the curve shouldn't be that smooth. Before Xu Teng finished speaking, Li Rongxing realized it and blurted out, the curve at the opening should show an upward trend or even a slight rise in the curve. Indeed, that's exactly right. Sure enough, having rich scientific research experience makes a difference. I hadn't even finished speaking, and you already understood. At this moment, Li Rongxing looked intently at Xu Teng, secretly thinking, this kid is indeed remarkable. Not only did he create the explosive energy gun, but he could also discern hidden issues from such subtle experimental data. Previously, all of us were blinded by the smooth experiments, completely missing this aspect. If it weren't for your reminder, we might not have thought of this at all. Other scientific big shots also began to understand. No wonder Xiao Su had been frowning. I thought the experiment went smoothly. To be honest, I generally think like this. If it weren't for hearing the conversation between Li Lao and Xiao Su, I would have had no idea that there could be a problem with this data. Otherwise, how could it be said that Xiao Su is the future leader of scientific research in Longhua? A god is truly unfair. Others are only in their 20s, and I'm already in my 50s, yet I still feel a significant gap. Who isn't like that? Only Su Wei looked bewildered. What on earth are you all talking about? Why not clarify? This beautiful curve on the diagram possessing such a grand design at a young age. How could it be wrong? At this moment, Su Wei felt that the joys and sorrows of people were so incomprehensible to each other. Xiao Su, what are your thoughts? Li Rongxing finally understood why he needed to check the explosive energy gun. Because when experimental data has unexpected situations, it is often caused by two main reasons. One major category is issues with the experimental apparatus, such as sensor errors or mistakes in the experimental channel. But this part can already be ruled out. The other major category pertains to issues with the explosive energy gun itself. Any part, whether it be the barrel, firing pin, or crystal prism, could be the cause of this phenomenon. No wonder Xiao Su went up to check the explosive energy gun. Thinking of this, Li Rongxing couldn't help but blush. While we were pondering why Xiao Su approached, he had already taken the lead to investigate the cause. Truly, the youth is strong. The scientific big shots beside him were astonished by Li Rongxing's words. Because this was a question directed at Xiao Su. In his memory, this was the first time in his life. Xu Teng was also a bit surprised. The reason he consulted Li Rongxing was partly to gain insight into this phenomenon from his perspective. On the other hand, he wanted to ask how to solve it. Although he had already established a position among many scientific leaders, he never thought of it that way. He simply hoped to communicate more with Li Rongxing to gain valuable experience. But now it seemed his own thoughts were also crucial. After the surprise, Xu Teng said seriously, if no hidden issues are found in the schematic and the physical object, the best way to resolve the problem is through experimentation. Therefore, my suggestion is to continue experimenting. However, from this point forward, all relevant experimental personnel must maintain a safe distance from the energy gun to prevent harm. Xiao Zhang involuntarily glanced at Li Rongxing, who in terms of status had no one above him. The latter nodded at him, indicating they should follow Xu Teng's instructions. He actually listened to a junior's suggestion. Yes. Xiao Zhang relayed the order, and the personnel at the base quickly mobilized. What's going on? The experiment seemed to be quite successful. Why are we suddenly increasing our distance? I heard from Secretary Zhang that there's a slight issue with the curve. Perhaps there's a hidden danger. Hidden danger? The person glanced at the data graph. The curve was so smooth, beautiful. It was richer than my previous girlfriend Ugh. It must have been discovered by academician Li. Considering his many years of experience, he can naturally spot something amiss, unlike us who only find it beautiful. Everyone nodded. Li Rongxing's name was indeed well known. Following his advice was never a mistake. However, a keen observer noticed Secretary Zhang's complex expression. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong? You look quite conflicted. I am indeed very conflicted. Everyone else looked over. If it wasn't academician Li who said it, who could it be? No, wait. Could it be? Actually, the suggestion wasn't proposed by academician Li, but by Xiao Su. Just now he proactively informed academician Li about the strange situation, and everyone became aware. Proactively, personally, that's what made everyone realize. A few keywords again. The crowd was astonished. They originally thought Xiao Su was already impressive. Unexpectedly, he exceeded my imagination. Does academician Li also need Xiao Su to remind him? Secretary Zhang would not lie. Secretary Zhang rushed over from a distance. Xiao Su, everything is ready and the relevant staff have moved to a safer distance. Good, then let's begin the experiment. Turning to Secretary Zhang, he took out the intercom and said all units are ready. The fourth energy scale testing experiment will commence soon. Unlike last time, this time everyone had doubts in their hearts. All the scientific leaders present had expressed their concerns, and as their juniors they felt much more cautious even if they didn't believe it. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. The final results of the experiment were the same as the previous three. But this time no one celebrated. Because when the experimental data was printed, everyone saw that the internal environment of the gun chamber was still smooth. After a moment of silence, Xu Teng asked the staff beside him, is the internal nanosensor functioning normally? He hurriedly adjusted the lens and sent a series of signals to the nanosensor. Everyone turned to watch. This moment put immense pressure on him. Being stared at by so many people made it hard to move. As the lens focused, various pointer parameters kept fluctuating. After a minute, the staff said, confirm the sensors are undamaged and all functions are normal. Everything is normal, the data is correct. Still unable to find the cause. Xu Teng turned to Li Rongxing and said, sir, can you see any issues? I can see nothing. The energy gun has some designs that I still cannot fully comprehend. Li Rongxing shook his head and said, from the experimental results, I couldn't see anything wrong. In fact, everything seems unusually smooth. People around instinctively nodded. It had been stored in the freezing chamber for so long, and even during testing it was still in working condition. The key problem is that as the energy scale increased, visible damage also grew. The area designated for testing the anti-aircraft gun had already shown several pits with a radius exceeding 3 meters. However, since the testing began, the seemingly wild energy gun had remained eerily quiet. It was as still as a statue, hitting precisely where aimed. My child isn't as obedient as it. Is it possible that something is wrong? After hesitating for a moment, Li Rongxing voiced his thoughts. Others turned to Xu Teng as he was the one who understood the most. No, nothing is wrong. There is indeed an issue. If we can't identify the unexpected, let's continue experimenting. All right. After saying this, Xiao Zhang turned to instruct the staff. Something feels off. Oh, I must have overlooked something. Xu Teng began to mentally retrace the steps, repeatedly reflecting on what he might have forgotten. Extreme temperature testing requires corresponding environments. Data recording needs the right sensors. Nanoscale sensors should be calibrated to sizes that won't interfere. The automatic paralysis device is meant to protect the energy gun from losing control. Wait. It seems I understand something. Everyone was watching Xu Teng, who was deep in thought. Do you think the energy gun really has issues? I think it probably does. It didn't. You see, academician Li acknowledged Xiao Zu's hypothesis. However, based on the data at the scene, there really seems to be no problem. It might just be undiscovered. Standing nearby, Su Wei had been in a daze, wondering what they were talking about. Why can't I understand? What is a problem and what is not? He stepped forward to stand beside Li Rongxing, saying, do you think there's a problem or not? Unexpectedly, Li Rongxing smiled and said, I believe there is an issue. Why? Because he is Xu Teng, the creator of the energy gun. This statement was indeed unbeatable, my student. Wait, why am I referring to my student? Why are you smiling so happily? 5 minutes later, the fifth experiment began. Everyone appeared tense because everything would be revealed from now on. If there was an issue, it would definitely show up this time. If there were no issues, the data would still be smooth. Begin. The firing pin struck and dense gas was ignited. Through the lens, everyone could see the turbulent energy surging through. This is too astonishing. Someone gasped. The fifth energy output was incomparably stronger than before. With this shot, even a heavily armored tank would be in jeopardy. The dazzling azure light gathered at the muzzle, even becoming somewhat blinding. Not good. At this moment, someone staring at the internal data of the gun chamber exclaimed. Everyone was focused on the image from the external sensor of the energy cannon, and the output of the fifth scale exceeded all expectations. Even Xu Wei could see from the camera that the accumulation of energy was greater than the total of the previous 4 instances. The crowd was eager to see if the hard and robust artillery position would be blasted open into an exaggerated hole under the continuous output of the energy cannon for a minute. However, just a few seconds into the experiment, staff members gasped in surprise. Everyone turned to look at the real-time footage inside the cannon's chamber. The previous experiments had all shown smooth curves, but this time there was a change. A peak value suddenly appeared in the data at the forefront, nearly matching the height of the external energy output peak. The researchers who had never seen such a situation couldn't help but exclaim. It was not that I couldn't control my emotions, but this sudden anomaly in the data represented many meanings. Xu Teng also turned to look immediately. Did it really appear? It happened a few seconds earlier than expected. The surrounding prominent researchers were equally bewildered. The first 4 experiments had gone too smoothly, although everyone said so. There was still doubt in their hearts. Scientific endeavors often differ greatly from theoretical data. Using theoretical data to predict what would happen in scientific research, especially with black technology, like the energy cannon, truly exceeded everyone's expectations. It really was what Xiao Su predicted. Li Rongxing was surprised. In such a short time, he could discern the difference between the experimental data and theoretical expectations and maintain his own beliefs. He had seen many geniuses, but he had never encountered one so young who believed in his own brilliance. Moreover, he steadfastly held on to his ideas in front of many eminent scientists. If given time, he could truly become the leading figure of a new era in the eyes of others. At this moment, everyone displayed a worried expression. Because the unexpected had truly occurred. Only Xu Wei was gleefully thinking to himself, those self-righteous folks from before must finally be convinced this time. My student could see the problem at a glance while you all needed him to point it out. Rest assured, as long as my student is here, these will not be issues. Many began to look at Li Rongxing as he had the most experience here. He had encountered similar situations countless times throughout his life. The valuable experience of an old researcher is worth its weight in gold. Just as everyone was waiting for Li Rongxing to provide a solution, he quickly walked up to Xu Teng and asked Xiao Su, "What do you think?" The people around showed strange expressions. "We're waiting for you to give orders." "Are you?" Directly asking Xiao Su. Although from the situation on site it indeed seemed correct, yet many prominent researchers were still unable to accept it. Only Li Rongxing did not think this way. "Why are you looking at me? The energy cannon was not invented by me, and I didn't even discover the anomaly." When encountering unfamiliar fields of knowledge, one must naturally be humble and accept. Asking Xiao Su, "What is there to be ashamed of?" Xu Teng was also deep in thought at this moment. The energy output experiment of the 5th time seemed to have exceeded his expectations. The volatile gases inside the cannon's chamber had reached a terrifying utilization rate. The 5th experiment was not merely a simple 5-fold pressure compared to the first experiment. Each output of energy was double that of the previous one. The pressure on the components was clearly overloaded. If this continued, there was a risk of energy losing control. The personnel had long since been evacuated from the danger zone, and the site was meant to test artillery capable of withstanding a certain amount of pressure. Every experimental data point was a precious experience. Since a situation had already arisen, why not let the experiment continue to the end to obtain a wealth of valuable data? A comprehensive analysis would bring one closer to the truth of the situation. Gritting his teeth, Xu Teng looked at Li Rongxing seriously and said, "Sir, this experimental data is very important. We absolutely cannot miss it. The surrounding staff have already evacuated to a safe distance, and the site can withstand the impact of energy. The key point is I have also set an automatic shutdown device, so I request to continue the experiment." Not ending until the last moment. Looking at Xu Teng's determined expression, Li Rongxing couldn't help but marvel internally. Though young, his resolve is so firm. At the same time, he could analyze the situation on site in an instant and obtain valuable data under the premise of ensuring safety. "All right, let's proceed as you say. I'll continue the experiment." Similar scenes had been witnessed by many present. With a command, all the staff instantly got into action. 10 seconds. The pointer on the sensor spun wildly with peaks appearing one after another. The impact pins. Firing channels. The crystalline prisms. The whole group began to act chaotically, as if they had drunk fake alcohol. One by one, they entered a state of frenzy. A serious expression appeared on all the researchers' faces. because this meant the problem was far more severe than they had imagined. The lenses of the nanotechnology sensors began to emit eerie blue light, dazzling, yet dangerous. 20 seconds. The energy cannon showed signs of overheating. Unlike the overheating reaction of traditional firearms, the front end of the energy cannon began to show signs of melting. The phenomenon of molten iron started to appear. The once wild exterior was now completely unrecognizable. Some began to sneak glances at Xu Teng, from whom they could not see any panic. This mental fortitude is indeed impressive. 30 seconds. The site testing the artillery had been repeatedly battered by the continuously outputting energy cannon, resulting in numerous 10-meter diameter holes. This power once again refreshed everyone's psychological perception. Xiao Su so young. Could he really have created such an unimaginably powerful weapon? I heard he had only spent over a month reading in the library. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. The damage to the energy cannon had already surpassed everyone's expectations. It was clear from its exterior what it had become. All that could be seen was a glowing object emitting eerie blue light, continuously directing energy towards a distant target. Meanwhile, all the researchers, including Li Rongxing, were struggling to process it all. Because the quality of this weapon was truly exceptional. Under such conditions, it had not broken. A phrase emerged in everyone's minds made in Longwa: quality is always reliable. In the next moment, bang! The sound of instruments exploding rang out continuously. Everyone present was stunned. What on earth? These were just the sensors for remote monitoring data. Why did they all explode? Moreover, judging by the reactions on site, it was quite intense. Had the energy already reached this level? In the next moment, everyone looked towards the distance. A strong, eerie blue light appeared in their sight. Trouble. A single word echoed in everyone's mind: danger. It wasn't that we were unaccustomed to grand spectacles. Rather, we had never witnessed such a spectacle before. During a weapon test, we stood a full kilometer away from the site. Even from that distance, the blinding radiance of the blaster rifle was still visible. The rare metals specifically designed for spacecraft materials were both resilient and heat-resistant. Yet under the minimal energy setting of the blaster rifle, they couldn't withstand even a single second. Now at the 5th energy level, even being caught in the aftermath would lead to unimaginable consequences. Many turned their heads to look at Li Rongxing and Xu Teng. The former glanced at Xu Teng without a word, but his eyes conveyed everything. No matter what happens, I believe Xiao Su can handle it. The latter, though his expression was somewhat complex, showed no trace of panic. It was as if he were dealing with a trivial matter. Su Wei, however, wore a cheerful grin, muttering inwardly, "TCH, a bunch of clueless old men. What kind of challenge is this?" The next second, the blinding azure light, capable of searing everyone's eyes, instantly dimmed like a goose caught by the throat. An invisible force enveloped the azure brilliance, then like a predetermined missile locked onto its target, it shot forward. Automatic shutdown system. Rumble. A continuous series of explosions filled everyone's ears. This lasted for a full minute. Even with mental preparation, the ringing in their ears persisted. Not only that, but the intense glare from the explosion caused temporary dizziness for everyone present. When everything settled, the group, clutching their heads, exchanged glances. Shock was evident in their eyes. Even the seasoned Li Rongxing couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, is this the power of a gun? The next moment, a voice rang out. Damn, this really is the power of a gun. Turning around, it was Su Wei. Ha, a clueless old man, a mathematician claiming to have a student skilled in weaponry. His persona crumbled. Serves him right. At that moment, Li Rongxing felt an immense satisfaction. But the other weapon research experts were too absorbed to notice Su Wei's carefully crafted image shattering. Even these seasoned veterans had to admit they had never seen such a spectacle. Only one thought lingered in everyone's mind: is this truly the power of a firearm? Sizzle. After the crackling of electricity, the camera returned to normal. Through the lens, they could clearly see the testing ground, once capable of withstanding anti-aircraft artillery fire, now lay sliced like a block of tofu. Crisscrossing wounds, fierce and terrifying. Most horrifying of all was a pit over 15 meters deep, bottomless. An anti-aircraft artillery test site. Sorry, it was nothing more than that. Like a fleeting spasm, then pulling up trousers, one could confidently say it's nothing special. Below missile power, the blaster rifle was undoubtedly the supreme king. People began recalling that line from the schematic. Before witnessing the actual experiment, many research experts were skeptical. Conventional cognition doesn't change overnight. But now, having seen it firsthand, anti-aircraft artillery. What's that? In comparison, even a dog would shake its head. The power at the 5th energy level was this formidable. Unknowingly, it felt like we had skirted the edge of life and death. If it had struck a person, no, even a heavily armored tank, it would likely be a one-shot affair. If this thing had gone out of control just now. Wait. It seemed we had inadvertently been dancing on the brink of life and death. This thought first crossed Li Rongxing's mind. But it was immediately dismissed. Though it appeared we were flirting with danger, everything was absolutely safe. Because when the automatic shutdown system activated, it gathered all the energy like an inverted bowl. This was no easy feat. The energy output of the blaster rifle was too violent. The only reason it could be contained so effortlessly was that the automatic shutdown system absorbed all the energy at its source. As for how Xu Teng managed this, Li Rongxing truly didn't understand. He only recalled one detail when Xu Teng was asked during the report meeting about testing the blaster rifle at its highest energy level. Xu Teng's reply was, "I've never done it before and I don't know if it can meet the requirements." Then he added, "But I'm willing to try." In the next few seconds, he proposed the idea of an automatic shutdown system. Key point: never done it, willing to try. A few seconds later, he designed the device from scratch, comparable to a computer's processing speed. Li Rongxing looked at Xu Teng with a peculiar gaze. This man I am exceedingly satisfied with. But then a voice echoed in his mind, "He's my student." Damn, you old dog. Turning to look at the astonished Su Wei, who hadn't yet recovered from the spectacular scene. Well, it's fine. His persona crumbled today, and am pleased. The atmosphere was dead silent. No one spoke, as most were still recovering from their shock. Hey, go clean up the site. The blaster rifle is probably unusable, but the recorded data is still important. Make sure to preserve it. After saying this, Xu Teng realized something was off. Normally Xiao Zhang was very enthusiastic, but now, there was no response. He looked back, and found Xiao Zhang wide-eyed, even his double chin almost popping out. Xu Teng scanned everyone present, and saw similar expressions. They perfectly embodied the phrase, "Though I don't understand, I am deeply awed." It can't be that serious. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong with all of you? Isn't it just a blaster rifle test? Isn't this normal? Huh. Finally snapping out of it, the group exchanged glances, seeing a sense of existential doubt in each other's eyes. What do you mean, just a blaster rifle test? Not normal. You call that 15-meter pit and the numerous vicious wounds caused by mere residual energy normal? This is an anti-aircraft artillery test site, not some flimsy tofu project that breaks at a touch. The soil here is tough and durable. It had withstood countless anti-aircraft artillery tests, and you break it with one shot. Forget it. A man like Xiao Su is truly worthy of being the designer of the blaster rifle. Anti-aircraft artillery. What's that? Even a dog would shake its head. At this moment, Secretary Xiao Zhang finally reacted and hurriedly said, "All right, I will collect the explosive energy gun right now, and the experimental data will be fully preserved." In past research experiments, when failures occurred, everyone would encourage each other, motivating one another to achieve new heights in the subsequent experiments. But now, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. There were no successes to speak of, as the fifth energy scale experiment did not make it to the end. They even witnessed the terrifying consequences of the explosive energy gun going out of control. Yet to say it was a failure seemed unjust. The previous 4 energy scale experiments were extraordinarily successful. There were no issues whatsoever. The weapons were well maintained at low temperatures. However, the explosive energy gun had remained in the freezing chamber and had never been taken out. In the end, molten iron appeared, and the gun barrel had melted beyond recognition. It could still blast a hole. Below the level of missiles, it was virtually invincible in direct confrontations. Can this be considered a failure? If so, what do we call the successful experiments we conducted on those previous weapons? Many leading scientists wore complex expressions, but Li Rongxing seemed much more at ease. It was as if he had discerned something and stepped forward to pat Xu Teng on the shoulder. "Xiao Su, these are all situations you anticipated, right?" "What anticipated situations? No way." Amidst the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Xu Teng explained, "What the gentleman said is correct. Indeed, everything before us is something I anticipated. The automatic paralysis device allows the energy to be fired according to the predetermined conditions. The hole in the distance is actually a target I had already set. The gun barrel had burned to such an extent that it was unrecognizable, resembling molten iron, yet it could still hit the predetermined target. While you speak the truth, I can't help but feel as if you've subtly put on a grand show." After a moment of contemplation, Li Rongxing asked, "Xiao Su, is the reason the automatic paralysis device addresses the violent energy stemming from the source?" Xu Teng was taken aback. Indeed, he was conversing with someone at the pinnacle of research in Longhua. I hadn't even explained the principle, merely described a phenomenon, yet the gentleman could deduce it from the on-site conditions and schematic. Indeed, there are always people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. It is just as you said, sir. Xu Teng's words were filled with respect. Indeed, Xiao Su is truly remarkable. He devised a countermeasure within mere seconds. As Li Rongxing spoke this, many leading scientists also reacted. Goodness, Xiao Su thought of a countermeasure in mere seconds during the report meeting. He even immediately produced the corresponding product. Initially observing the experimental phenomena on site, I thought I was dangerously pushing the limits, But now I realized that from the beginning everyone had been clearly guided. Everything was exceedingly safe. Only the outsider Su Wei looked bewildered, watching the expressions of admiration directed at Xu Teng, his face full of questions. What are you all talking about? Did I miss something important? As the staff handled the site, the explosive energy gun returned to Xu Teng's hands. No, at this point it could no longer be referred to as an explosive energy gun. The gun body had melted and its terrifying exterior was unrecognizable. It looked like a heap of scrap metal. Yet for this pile of scrap, everyone held a sense of reverence, because the energy at the 5th scale was no joking matter. As long as it was within its coverage, it embodied the truth. Xiao Su, these are the experimental data recorded by the machine. The data monitored by the sensors will be uploaded in real time to the regional network for immediate preservation. All right, thank you. It's nothing. This is what I should do. Xiao Zhang's attitude towards Xu Teng had become increasingly respectful. After all, he was the rising star. The first 4 sets of data were smooth, while the last set showed that various peak values were constantly being surpassed. The further back one looked, the more chaotic the peak values became. But Xu Teng wore an excited expression because he knew that all truths were hidden within these chaotic peak values. Just as Xu Teng was seriously examining the data, Li Rongxing approached and patted his shoulder. Xiao Su, this experiment was spectacular. Even if there was a slight error at the end, one could say that from start to finish it was all under your control. As he recalled Xu Teng's performance during the entire measurement, he remembered the initial careful checks to see if there were any errors in the experimental equipment. As everyone celebrated the experimental data, he sensed something was amiss and firmly expressed his suspicions. He proactively suggested that the experimental personnel maintain a greater safe distance. Even during the 5th experiment, he did not express any signs of panic. The most astonishing aspect was the perfect performance of the automatic paralysis device, which contained all the energy, directing it precisely at the predetermined target. All of this was accomplished solely by Xu Teng. Moreover, the explosive energy gun itself shattered Li Rongxing's previous understanding. The devastation in the 5th test was largely due to the energy being on the verge of going out of control. In a safe test, even if the power were slightly reduced, the impact would be negligible. With this thought, Li Rongxing recalled Su Wei's character collapse. Can this truly be considered a firearm? As Li Rongxing compared Xu Teng's performance with those present, he couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that I look down on you, rather it seems that after all this research you all are not as remarkable as I thought. Researchers? From Li Rongxing's expression, they felt as if they had been subtly insulted. Where? In the end, the experiment still failed. I can't compare to you seniors. Embarrassed by Li Rongxing's praise, Xu Teng responded. Can't compare to the seniors. Li Rongxing turned and glanced at them again, shaking his head without saying a word. The previously joyful expressions of many bigwigs instantly froze on their faces. What are you doing? Don't think we don't realize you are subtly insulting us. If there are any advancements in future experiments, be sure to inform me. But now I must take my leave. Li Rongxing and many leading scientists had ongoing projects. They had originally come at Su Wei's invitation, only intending to listen to a report on new technology. Who would have thought that due to Xu Teng's outstanding presentation, the situation unexpectedly evolved into witnessing the practical test of new technology. They even inadvertently watched the entire process. During this time, everyone's phones had long been bombarded with calls. However, because the results had yet to emerge, it had been forcibly suppressed. Now it was time to leave. Xu Teng understood and solemnly told everyone, "Rest assured, I will complete the experiment at the fastest speed. Xiao Su, I believe in you. Xiao Su, keep it up." As everyone successively departed, exaggerated experimental testing situations began to circulate at the experimental base. Since ancient times, tea houses, restaurants, and canteens have always been the most convenient places for information exchange. Especially within this enclosed base, any major event would spread everywhere in no time. At this moment, Li Yue, his face flushed with excitement, was sharing the news he had heard with the surrounding audience. Let me tell you, the experimental tests conducted at the anti-aircraft gun testing ground were absolutely spectacular. A single sentence piqued the interest of those around him. Previously, those who came to the base were either middle-aged individuals or white-haired elders. Having grown accustomed to that, this time the arrival of researchers younger than them instantly became the focal point of discussion. The key was that everyone knew these esteemed individuals had initially only come to attend a report meeting. However, because the meeting was so compelling, it inevitably evolved into a live test. Everyone had heard about the power of the lightsaber Xu Teng had previously created. This time it was said to be an even more formidable energy gun. It revolutionized traditional solid projectile design and featured several energy output modes, making it a devastating weapon just short of missile level. Just hearing these tidbits made them restless with craving. If they could own such a gun, wouldn't they be the coolest person in the entire base? However, only a select few could go to the testing site. Most remained at their usual posts. Obeying orders was a soldier's duty. Throughout that day, the sound of increasingly loud explosions could be heard at intervals. To say they weren't curious would be a lie. Now finally someone in the know had arrived to recreate the scene. Come on, hurry up and talk. Don't always stop at the crucial part, or watch your back. Yeah, I hate people who only say half a sentence. One day I'm going to. Damn, you're talking about others, but you only said half a sentence yourself. Seeing everyone looking at him with eager curiosity, Liu decided not to keep them in suspense any longer. Because the energy gun has 5 energy levels, the experimental test was divided into 5 stages. Each stage lasted 1 minute with a 5-minute interval between tests. When someone asked why it was arranged this way, Xu explained this is the limit the energy gun can reach under normal testing conditions. Hearing this, the people around nodded continuously in understanding. Weapon performance testing follows a series of safety standards. You can't just pick up a gun and start firing randomly. More complex aspects included environmental requirements, rate of fire per minute, accuracy standards. Only through the most scientific testing could the gun's performance be accurately assessed. At that moment, a jarring voice asked Xu, did he take the energy gun out of the cryogenic chamber? Everyone at the base had already heard about what happened during the report meeting. They didn't really understand the schematics or anything. The most striking impression was this: when Xu tested it, he placed the energy gun inside an active cryogenic chamber set to -20 degrees. At the time, everyone's first reaction was nonsense. How could someone be so literal? Later, they heard the report meeting concluded perfectly, and the energy gun was completely unaffected. Everyone expressed, although I don't understand, I am utterly awestruck. Thus, the soaking in a hot spring experiment spread throughout the entire base. As soon as the words were spoken, someone retorted, do you even need to ask? It was a live test, a real test. Do you need to test your lunar rover on the actual moon? Does your wife cake contain an actual wife? Seeing the other person's expression change, the one who retorted realized he had hit an awkward spot and said apologetically, oh, sorry, I forgot you don't have a real wife. Damn. Seeing the two about to come to blows, Liu cleared his throat and said, for this live test, Xu did not take the energy gun out. I knew it if he didn't take it out. Wait, what did you say? He didn't take it out of the cryogenic chamber. The scene fell into an eerie silence. It was simply too shocking. A live test at -20 degrees. Is this the same -20 degrees I understand? Wait, could it really be a hot spring? At this point, some people began to doubt reality. Was the hot spring experiment a nickname, or was it an actual hot spring? Maybe I should give it a try? No, I can't lose my manhood. Liu was very satisfied with their reactions. Look at these roughnecks, already stunned by just this bit of testing. If they knew everything that happened afterward, they'd probably start questioning their existence. Actually, it seemed like everyone was already starting to doubt their existence. In fact, some people seemed to be seriously considering testing whether the -20 degrees in the cryogenic chamber was indeed a hot spring. Tisk, terrifying roughnecks. The energy output of the energy gun doubled with each level. But that was just the external manifestation. For the pressure on the internal components of the gun barrel, each increase in energy output didn't simply double the pressure. Because the internal pressure of the barrel is a given, the utilization rate of the volatile energy gas causes internal pressure changes, barrel overheating reactions, and the -20 degree low temperature. As Liu explained, these soldiers who frequently handled firearms immediately understood. Was this really an ordinary test? Listening to it, it didn't seem much different from their Hell Week training. Seeing the worried expressions on people's faces, Liu continued. Although many esteemed experts on site, even academicianly trusted Xu, they truly didn't hold out 100% hope that the test could be completed. During the first energy level experiment, everyone was so nervous their palms were sweating. Because a continuous energy output lasting 1 minute was fundamentally different from the few-second tests during the report meeting. The difference between endurance and a sprint. Everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. Through the real-time camera feed, everyone could see the situation inside the gun barrel. The firing pin struck, igniting the flame. The energy gas ignited passed through the predetermined channels, and the energy was transformed by the crystal prism. A faint blue light gathered at the muzzle, and with a bang it struck the target. The needle on the external energy testing instrument spun wildly, with peak values appearing one after another. Seeing those peaks, only one thought crossed everyone's mind: is this really a firearm? The internal nano-level sensors were extremely calm. The curve was perfectly smooth, like pushing aside someone next to you and saying a casual line, I'm too tired from working overtime today, let's talk about it tomorrow. Everyone present. Wait, something just happened there. The 1 minute passed quickly. When it ended, the scene fell into an eerie silence because no one had expected the experiment to conclude so smoothly. It wasn't until Xu said 5 minutes until the second energy level experiment that everyone snapped out of it. At that moment, only one thought emerged in the minds of everyone present: that's it. Wait. The cryogenic chamber, that's it. -20 degrees, that's it. Low temperature. No, this is a hot spring. Liu was very pleased with the reaction of the crowd. He then said, the second energy test will begin in 5 minutes. Although the first experiment was a great success, there is still uncertainty in everyone's hearts. Compared to traditional firearms, the revolutionary explosive energy gun exceeds imagination by far. Especially the continuously operating cryogenic chamber has increased the difficulty of the experiment. However, Xu remained calm and composed, instructing the staff to start the experiment, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Although it was just a few simple words, Liu managed to ignite everyone's imagination. Some began to recall how Xu Teng leisurely had breakfast in the cafeteria before the report meeting. This calmness was far from what someone of Xu Teng's age could achieve. If it were Xu, everything would indeed be effortless. This thought emerged in everyone's minds. The experiment begins, and everyone fixated their eyes on the sensor's display. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute. The external energy gauge spun wildly, while the internal energy gauge of the gun remained as calm as still water. Everything was just as effortless as the last time. As soon as the words fell, the previously tense expressions of the people began to relax. I knew it with Xu here the experiment would be simplified. But Liu shifted the topic, drawing everyone's attention once more. Just when everyone was cheering and marveling at the perfect data, Xu frowned, repeatedly reviewing the experimental data. Why is he frowning at the data? Isn't it a success? Someone cleverly grasped the key information in the conversation. On the surface, it indeed seems successful. Even the big shots from the weapons department and academicianly thought so, as the experimental data was simply too perfect. But Xu did not share this view. He keenly sensed something was amiss. Let me ask everyone a question. Hearing that there was still a question to be asked, everyone instinctively straightened their backs. The opportunity to prove themselves had finally arrived, especially in front of so many people. When the pressure inside a firearm is at a certain level, the utilization rate of internal energy increases. The nanosensors can check the internal environment of the firearm. At this point, what will the image captured by the front part of the sensor be like? At first glance, the question seemed somewhat difficult. However, upon closer analysis, it really only pertained to the increased energy utilization rate in the complex internal environment without reaching a state of equilibrium. Will the image rise, or will it remain stable like before? Once this point was understood, many people on site began to say in unison, the image will rise and become more complex. Exactly. At that time, none of the big shots, including academician Li, noticed this point, as the real-time image during the test was simply too stable. Oh, if you're saying it like that, doesn't that mean I could also design weapons? It seems those experts aren't so impressive after all. Some bolder individuals began to entertain wild thoughts in their minds. In truth, this was merely due to their absence from the scene. If they were present, they would probably only be stunned by the explosive energy gun's power, shouting in awe. Xu, however, sensed that something was off, meticulously checking the state of the explosive energy gun and whether the instruments were malfunctioning. Don't mention how confused the other big shots were. Even academician Li couldn't understand what Xu was doing. Just when everyone was puzzled, Xu explained the situation. At this moment, everyone finally began to react. Only just realizing. If it were me, I would have figured it out long ago. I apologize, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have been so cautious. In fact, I could design weapons. Image of confidence. JPG. As the next experiment commenced, everyone began to worry. Because a hidden problem began to be discovered by the crowd. In experiments, this eerie silence often heralded the arrival of unexpected events. The third experiment had no issues. The fourth experiment also had no problems. Except for the test site of the anti-aircraft gun being blasted out of increasingly larger holes, the curve remained smooth. Everyone began to doubt whether it was truly like this. Xu, however, stood firm in his belief, instructing the staff to maintain a safe distance. Thus, the fifth experiment commenced. Everyone's breathing noticeably quickened. They had previously heard a sound that seemed like it could shatter the sky. That was definitely not something an anti-aircraft gun could produce. If they didn't know that they were testing the explosive energy gun, they might even suspect that an enemy was launching missiles into the base. Was the energy at the fifth scale really that outrageous? Some boldly speculated what would happen if this thing were fired at a heavily armored tank. It seemed possible, as surely it wouldn't be able to withstand it. The moment the experiment began, something fell off. The originally smooth curve inside the gun suddenly shot up. This was just the beginning. Each subsequent second saw an increase. Some people's minds began to entertain wild thoughts again. I'm truly capable of becoming a weapon expert. Image of confidence. Xu was clearly right. The many big shots present began to feel anxious, as this indicated that a mutation had started and the experiment was facing the risk of going out of control. Out of control. Everyone's expressions turned serious. If the power was indeed out of control, that would be a normal situation. From so far away they could see the eerie blue light. The instruments began to spin wildly. The eerie blue light surged, and the energy peak broke through the limits of imagination. Even so, Xiao Su did not stop the experiment. Everyone's breathing began to tighten, and the instruments measuring energy went haywire. The eerie blue light flooding the eyes of the spectators. The experiment was about to go out of control. But at the critical moment, a bowl-shaped cover encapsulated everything. The automatic shutdown device. As the crowd marveled and began to be stunned by the more than 15-meter-wide hole, Xu Teng, the person involved, was sitting in the laboratory analyzing the data in front of him. Not long after the experiment began, he had noticed this point. Only now did he dare to confirm it. If the instruments are functioning properly and the internal structure of the explosive energy gun is also fine, then a series of internal causes can be ruled out. According to this calculation, there are only two possible situations left. One is the nanosensors added to monitor internal data, and the other is the automatic shutdown device for controlling runaway energy. While analyzing each one separately, both devices are absolutely fine, but when combined it becomes uncertain. There are many ways to solve scientific research problems. But the general process usually involves identifying the problem, formulating a hypothesis, and conducting experiments to resolve the issue. The current issue is the nanosensors and the automatic paralysis device do not affect each other when separated, but together they impact the stability of the device. Recalling the fifth energy testing experiment, Xu Teng still felt it was perilous. The instruments within the testing chamber spun wildly, and in the next moment, everything exploded. Even the instruments measuring the output energy were directly blown apart by the fluctuation of peak energy, especially the astonishingly large indigo light at the end, if not for the automatic paralysis device kicking in. It might have caused incalculable, terrifying consequences. The automatic paralysis device is definitely necessary. With it, the uncontrolled energy can be directed to the designated location from the source. This means that the energy outburst has a clear target. Without it, if the energy gun malfunctions, there is no way to resolve the issue of uncontrolled energy outburst targeting. If one is not careful, it could explode among allied forces, and everyone would instantly become targets with absolutely no chance of survival. The nanosensors are also essential. They provide irreplaceable real-time monitoring of the energy gun stability. No one wants their weapon to turn into a ticking time bomb in the next moment. So, this has fallen into a vicious cycle. Looking at this series of data, Xu Teng was engulfed in distress. No, there must be a way. I must have overlooked something. Boom, boom, boom. The door opened, and Su Wei walked in, immediately noticing the troubled expression on Xu Teng's face. After the experiment ended, all the research leaders left. Everyone had their own projects. They originally just planned to attend the reporting meeting, but inadvertently witnessed the entire experimental process. Only Su Wei remained. Compared to others, Su Wei, whose specialty is applied mathematics, did not conduct as many experiments. On the other hand, his experimental project was somewhat different from others. It didn't require massive instruments, and his project was nearing completion. So he moved most of the laboratory materials to the base here, which left everyone a bit puzzled at the time. Su Wei's explanation was, Xiao Su is my student, and as his teacher it's only right to help my student when he is in trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Su Wei with surprise. What are you talking about? You, a mathematician, how can you confidently say such shameless words? If helping students is what teachers should do, then why did I hear that when Yun Sheng called you, the most frequently said phrase was "I'm busy with the project, no time"? They exchanged glances, tacitly choosing not to speak. Xiao Su, are you still troubled by the automatic paralysis device? Su Wei, who chose to stay, would periodically check on Xu Teng. He would understand a bit about his troubles. Teacher, I really can't comprehend why there are no errors in isolation, but when combined the situation becomes uncontrollable. Xu Teng had been at the base for a full month. During this month, he created 3 energy guns, setting up experimental and control groups. One energy gun was equipped with nanorobots, another with the automatic paralysis device. The last one had both installed. During this time, many experiments were conducted, yielding a wealth of data. The first and second guns hardly exhibited any issues. Only the third gun would inevitably encounter problems. Moreover, it was no longer safe, even at the first 4 energy levels, with explosions occurring at the 3rd energy level. Xu Teng considered only installing the nanosensors to provide real-time feedback on the performance of the energy gun. But in that case, he could not guarantee that when the energy gun went out of control, it could accurately hit the designated target. Or should he only install the automatic paralysis device? That wouldn't work either, because then he would not see the real-time status of the energy gun. If it were other ordinary firearms, not seeing the real-time situation would not be a big problem. But for the energy gun, it is different. The reason is simple. The power is simply too great. It's like carrying a missile into the arena, but you don't know if it will explode in the next moment. Weapons with immense destructive power must ensure 100% safety before they can be used. Looking at Xu Teng's pleading eyes, Su Wei felt a chill run down his spine. You're asking me. You really are asking me. But I truly do not know. Although you are my student, and I publicly claim that helping you when you encounter difficulties is my duty as a teacher. However, asking someone who specializes in applied mathematics to solve a performance issue of a weapon highly praised by Li Rongxing is quite a daunting task. Of course, I wouldn't say this to you. I would only quietly grumble about it in my heart. Turning his head, he met Xu Teng's sincere gaze, which made Su Wei's heart tremble. He decided to approach it from a mathematical logic perspective. As long as he could persuade Xu Teng with strong theory, it would prove that he also understood this field. Ahem. Su Wei cleared his throat. Let me give an example. When I was working on a mathematical project, I also encountered such a troubled situation. If a problem itself is not wrong and the entire process has no mistakes, but the result is wrong, it indicates that your seemingly problem-free calculation process has overlooked something. Perhaps there's an issue with your expression, or perhaps every piece of data has been miscalculated. In short, there must be a problem in the process. I'm just casually saying this, but during this time you've focused on internal issues, such as whether the flow of the nano-robots affects the pathways inside the chamber, or whether the automatic paralysis device has some indescribable reaction with the nano-devices. However, if none of these are problematic, does the external environment have an impact? For instance, I remember that the temperature in your cryogenic chamber that day was consistently minus 20 degrees. Su Wei's words were not finished before he noticed Xu Teng was stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that he has really discovered something? I was just saying this casually. Xu Teng hadn't paid much attention until that sentence, external environment and minus 20 degrees. In an instant, it was as if a spark ignited Xu Teng's mind. Yes, the external environment minus 20 degrees. Why did I overlook this? It is well known that the higher the temperature, the more active the gas molecules become. When the temperature is lower, the gas molecules become quieter. The impact of minus 20 degrees affects not only the external space, but also the internal environment of the chamber. Simply put, the conduction of energy within the pathways has been affected. Watching Xu Teng, who was already busy, Su Wei hesitated to speak. As is well known, mathematics is the foundation for mastering other subjects in the sciences. Because possessing formidable computational abilities ensures no errors when faced with vast amounts of data, the logical reasoning cultivated through mathematics also allows for excellent problem analysis. But crafting weapons and mastering mathematics truly have no connection whatsoever. You ask me, but I genuinely have no idea about this either. Just using a random example, I listed some possible scenarios. As a result, judging by Xu Teng's excited expression, it seemed I had hit the mark directly. Could it be that I am actually a latent weapon design genius? Su Wei's thoughts were now somewhat audacious. Xiao Su, is the problem really the temperature of minus 20 degrees? Xu Teng looked up at the teacher in bewilderment, thinking, didn't you tell me this? Seeing this expression, Su Wei immediately explained, It's not that I don't know, just I have no other thoughts. I wanted to ask you again. Oh, so he wanted to test me. Xu Teng understood. Although these big shots all had eccentric temperaments and were notoriously hard to please in the eyes of outsiders. But Xu Teng didn't feel that way. Because from their interactions so far, whether it was Li Rongxing or Su Wei, as long as he explained the principles and development process of the blaster rifle, they were easy to get along with. He wondered who had spread the rumor that they were so hard to impress. Thinking this, Xu Teng said seriously, at first I indeed didn't notice the external issue because the nanosensors and automatic shutdown system were normal in all test experiments. But as soon as I placed them in the experimental group, something always went wrong. I thought then that perhaps there was a problem somewhere inside the barrel that I hadn't found. So over this month, I kept testing. Until I heard your words, just now, external temperature. Because when the two are separated with a known constant temperature, the invariants are the nanosensors and the automatic shutdown system, and the variable is whether they are combined. At the same time, low temperature reduces molecular activity. When the internal pressure of the barrel is constant, as the energy scale increases, the utilization rate of the volatile blaster gas rises, causing a drastic change in the overall internal pressure. When the two are combined, does the reduced molecular activity affect the speed of the nanosensors within the predetermined channels? The automatic shutdown device essentially controls the drastic energy changes inside the barrel. When it increases to a certain level, it automatically determines an uncontrolled reaction. So when the automatic shutdown device judges an uncontrolled reaction, a series of chemical reactions occur. But the reality is that the barrel's interior operates normally. When the two electrical control signals produce different signals, a current disorder arises in a short time. In layman's terms, I'm clearly not out of control, but you mistakenly think I am triggering a stress response. Thus, from an external perspective, the energy instantly surges to a terrifying level, unleashing a barrage at the predetermined target. In dangerous situations, it can even cause a barrel burst. At first, Su Wei listened attentively. though not fully understanding he could barely grasp it. After all, he hadn't become an academician for nothing. He had some experience along the way. Until a barrage of obscure jargon came out, and Su Wei was completely dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Why do you have to explain it so clearly? I really can't understand. Young man, have you got it wrong? I'm just an ordinary senior in applied mathematics, not a professional weapon design expert like Li Rongxing. Blah, blah, blah. But what could he do? The words were already out. He was still the young man's teacher, even if only in name. So Su Wei had to patiently listen on sentence by sentence. Cold sweat had already broken out on his back. He kept thinking to himself, please don't ask for my opinion, please don't ask what to do next, please don't ask if this is right. The next moment, Xu Teng looked solemnly at Su Wei and asked that question. Teacher, what do you think I should do next, or is my approach correct? His already tense body stiffened instantly. Turning his head slowly, he looked at Xu Teng and said in a strained tone, Xiao Su, you've actually done very well. No, not just very well. I feel that conducting the experiment this way is indeed without issue. Really? Xu Teng turned and looked at Su Wei with a skeptical gaze. Because from the teacher's expression, he sensed something was off. But he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Really? Su Wei patted Xu Teng's shoulder firmly. This student was truly terrifying. Back when Yinsheng became my student, the questions he asked me were far too easy. I could solve them casually. But Xiao Su, look at the questions you're asking. Testing your teacher with these. Does your conscience not ache? Your teacher is really just an applied mathematician, not a professional weapon expert. Thankfully, Xiao Su is a pure researcher who can't read my changing expressions. If it were that kid Yinsheng, there would definitely be a different flavor in his smile now. Recovering, Su Wei got into character, ready to easily handle Xu Teng. Xiao Su, let me tell you, sometimes you shouldn't completely rely on my opinions. If you think I'm wrong about something, don't listen. Because think about it. You drew the schematic for the blaster rifle, you made the product, and you came up with the automatic shutdown device on the spot. I'm just an ordinary old man. Have I given you much advice on this? No, not at all. Xu Teng thought seriously and nodded vigorously. Right, that's the... Wait, Su Wei began to sense something amiss. Saying it like this made him seem somewhat incompetent. After all, he was still Xiao Zu's teacher. So Su Wei tried to make amends. So although my opinions are sometimes important, they're not that important. Whether you listen or not isn't crucial. Damn, why does it still seem off? Forget it, I'm annoyed. So Su Wei patted Xu Teng's shoulder, signaling, since you figured it out, start your experiment now. I'm leaving. Watching his teacher's retreating figure, Xu Teng felt a bit puzzled. That last pat on the shoulder seemed tinged with a hint of anger. Never mind. Perhaps the professor was preoccupied with some vexing issue concerning the project. Xu Teng, however, held a crystal clear understanding. Was it plausible that the professor had been disheartened by him? Absolutely not. The professor was an academician, a towering figure in his field, whereas Xu Teng himself was merely an unremarkable designer of plasma rifles. Could he possibly have been demoralized by me? Was that reasonable? Not in the slightest. In an instant, Xu Teng's focus snapped back to the plasma rifle experiment. We've identified a viable experimental direction. This represents a tremendous leap forward compared to our earlier efforts. Now comes the critical phase, verifying whether our hypothesis holds true. In scientific research, this is merely the first step. More precisely, the first step along the correct path. History is replete with tragic experiments abandoned prematurely, their promise extinguished solely because they began on a fundamentally flawed trajectory. So rather than simulating conditions, I should conduct the experiment directly within the plasma rifle itself. Xu Teng fell into deep contemplation. The chief advantage of simulation lies in its capacity to replicate broad environmental parameters, enabling high-risk experiments without consuming exorbitant resources. Take lunar lander development, one cannot construct it on the moon itself. Instead, engineers simulate lunar conditions, matching atmospheric composition, thermal differentials, and surface terrain as closely as possible. Yet the drawback is equally conspicuous. The more complex the environment, and the more sophisticated the equipment, the less likely it is that simulation can guarantee flawless operational fidelity. For smaller-scale projects or conventional weapons, success in simulation may suffice. But this is no ordinary weapon. It is the plasma rifle capable of punching a crater over 15 meters wide in a heavy artillery test range. Without absolute assurance of safety, Xu Teng would never deploy it. On the battlefield, even a fractional failure rate would exact an incalculable toll in lives. Yet physical testing poses its own formidable challenge, the sole bottleneck being plasma rifle production. Over the past month, every test unit Xu Teng used had been hand-fabricated by himself. Experience proved that, even armed with schematic blueprints, his colleagues struggled to internalize the design at anything approaching Xu Teng's pace. Were there a progress dashboard, Xu Teng would see comprehension levels hovering near 0 points, creeping upward at a glacial, almost imperceptible rate. At this pace, years would pass before even a single functional plasma rifle could be assembled. Shall I build another plasma rifle myself? The thought flickered and vanished just as swiftly. We haven't yet isolated the precise problem. This remains nothing more than an educated conjecture. To invest further time and labor in constructing another rifle under these uncertain conditions would be profoundly inefficient. Those 3 existing rifles must remain untouched. They are vital for ongoing comparative experiments. Halting a long-running investigation over a mere hypothesis would be egregiously wasteful. If this hypothesis proves false, all prior work will have been in vain. So, might I consult Senior Brother Yun? Senior Brother Yun was the very first name that surfaced in Xu Teng's mind. Since enrolling at Huaqing University, he had learned that whenever obstacles arose, seeking out Senior Brother Yun was invariably the right choice. No matter the hour, help would always come. Over time, this evolved into an unwavering conviction. Though Senior Brother Yun lacked distinction in cutting-edge research, his reliability in every other domain was unquestionable, forged by his former career as a scientist. Just as Xu Teng reached for his phone, he remembered. He was inside the research base, and Senior Brother Yun lacked clearance to enter. But Professor Su Wei was here. In terms of authority, the professor's credentials were indisputably superior. A single ring, beep, and the call connected instantly. Is this some sacred master-disciple tradition? Senior Brother Yun also answers on the first ring. Xiao Su, do you need my assistance with something? Professor Su Wei had originally intended to say, Xiao Su, do you need me to resolve a research dilemma for you? But before the words left his lips, the chilling memory of his earlier departure surged back, the sheer dread of being intellectually overpowered. What was this about chaotic current signals? What did sluggish molecular motion have to do with nanosensor response latency? Each individual term was intelligible, but strung together the sentence dissolved into incomprehensible static. Professor, I truly do require your assistance. Listen, had he stopped there without mentioning plasma rifles, Xiao Su would still be the epitome of a thoughtful, courteous young man. But then came the next sentence. The plasma rifles available for experimentation are insufficient. I hope you might assign qualified personnel to accelerate their production. He paused briefly, gathering his thoughts, then added, and if you could personally participate, that would be ideal. Wait, what did you just say? Su Wei was momentarily stunned by the rapid-fire barrage of requests, only gradually realizing, Xiao Su is speaking about the plasma rifle project. Assigning staff to manufacture plasma rifles, and especially that final remark, I hope you'll participate. His warm smile froze rigid upon his face. That wouldn't be participation, it would be assuming command. Withdraw my earlier praise, Xiao Su isn't quite as considerate as I assumed. Ahem. To mask his fluster, Su Wei cleared his throat lightly. Xiao Su, in truth, my expertise lies in applied mathematics. Applied mathematics. Senior Brother Yun never mentioned this. I'd assumed you were a weapons design luminary. You sly fox Yun Sheng. I'll remember this. All this time, why did you never clarify the situation to your junior brother? I see now. You're exacting quiet revenge for those remarks I made about you earlier. No, I'm not. Su Wei stammered the admission so painful he could scarcely voice his own inadequacy. Though admittedly his discipline lay elsewhere. Then how? Xu Teng murmured, recalling the system's mission prompt. Its bold, unmistakable declaration, complete the task early to earn additional rewards. Though no deadline was specified, it surely wasn't measured in years. Nearly 2 months had already elapsed, almost certainly matching the system's implicit time frame. As for that tantalizing phrase, additional rewards, there was no need to speculate. Given that the system had already granted both lightsabers and plasma rifles, its premium rewards could hardly be inferior. Xiao Su, though I am no expert in weapons design, surely you know someone whose involvement would make this endeavor exponentially more efficient. Su Wei's voice carried a quiet, knowing cadence over the line. Who? In the next breath, Xu Teng grasped it instantly. Li Rongxing. Yes, if Mr. Li were to join the project. A fully functional plasma rifle might indeed be realized in record time. Compared to Xu Teng's pure thoughts, his teacher Su Wei's ideas were even more straightforward. You, Li Rongxing, have always stood at the pinnacle of the weapon design department. Along this journey, you have faced many challenges and succeeded in numerous cases. Come this time's test of the explosive energy gun is something you deserve. I want to see how you will solve this. At that moment, Xu Teng's voice came through the phone. Teacher, I don't have Mr. Li's contact information. Of course you don't, but I do. Little Su, this matter is on me. I'll contact Li Rongxing right away and let you know the results. See, the teacher is indeed as reliable as Senior Brother Yun. I merely said a sentence and the teacher took on everything. It truly is a reliable teacher-student relationship. All right, then I'll trouble you, teacher. Not a trouble at all. At the moment he hung up, Xu Teng felt a hint of doubt. Because from the teacher's words, he seemed to sense a hint of impatience. It seems the teacher is also deeply invested in the explosive energy gun. Turning around, Xu Teng went to simulate the internal environment of the explosive energy gun. After hanging up, Su Wei indeed felt as impatient as Xu Teng had guessed. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it, what on earth is going on with old Li? Why hasn't he picked up after so long? Can't he pick up the phone as quickly as I do? What if I miss something important? Hello, what's up? I'm busy working on a project. Even though Li Rongxing and Su Wei often clash, their private relationship is still quite good, so their conversations tend to be straightforward. Right, you're busy with your project, I won't interrupt you then. What nonsense. How come I heard that someone moved the entire experimental content to the base? Is that busy? You're obviously just craving Xu Teng's attention. The mask was abruptly torn off, leaving Su Wei a bit embarrassed. Good job, Li Rongxing. EY initially didn't want to set you up. But since you are this kind of person, I won't hold back. I did come to you for something, but it's not about me, it's about Xu Teng. Xu Teng. Li Rongxing was taken aback, then immediately recalled the words he had said to Xu Teng over a month ago when he left the base. If the explosive energy gun has a result, be sure to let me know. Is there really a result? But it's only been a little over a month. No, if it's little Su, maybe it really is possible. Li Rongxing's breathing became hurried and he tentatively asked, Little Su, has the explosive energy gun really been made? It's not that he hasn't seen powerful weapons, but such a formidable explosive energy gun has truly shattered his understanding. Look at you with such little ambition and you're already getting anxious. His previously proud attitude was easily subdued. The explosive energy gun has indeed been created. That suspense is killing me. Oh, Li Rongxing wanted to curse, just say it already. However, that previous issue still hasn't been resolved. Not resolved. Thinking back to that last shot that created a 15-meter hole, it was still constrained by the automatic paralysis device. Li Rongxing lost interest and even felt a hint of boredom. The weapon's power is too great if it can't be controlled. It ultimately becomes useless. But, you scoundrel, you still have a butt. Your whole family is a butt. Little Su, this time, I found a new direction. Of course, I must say that I contributed significantly to this. If it weren't for my sudden analytical insights, Little Su would definitely still have to navigate many detours. Seeing Su Wei intend to ramble on, Li Rongxing directly interrupted his preamble. Get to the point, speak plainly. Oh, uninteresting. After muttering this, Su Wei said earnestly, Little Su hopes you can participate in the explosive energy gun project, because he needs a new explosive energy gun to validate the new experiment. If successful, the explosive energy gun will be entirely free of hidden dangers. A new approach. The experiment for the explosive energy gun. Entirely free of hidden dangers. These words are indeed few, but each one has several key points. Combining these key points seems to open a new chapter in technology. But I really have projects on hand. Unlike Su Wei, Li Rongxing has several important projects in hand. They are all arranged in confidential documents and have strict orders from above. Within the set schedule, it must be completed, and even the approximate launch date has been arranged. If he is asked to set aside his current project to participate in Xu Teng's explosive energy gun, although he is willing, he cannot explain it to those above. You tell me your current project is at a critical stage, and now you want to start over in another place. You must be joking. After thinking for a moment, Li Rongxing said, the project on hand has reached a critical point. I personally cannot go, so I can only arrange for an assistant to go. An assistant? Su Wei curled his lips, wondering if Li Rongxing knew what he was saying. He is Long Dongsheng. Long Dongsheng. Hearing this name, Su Wei understood. Li Rongxing had indeed put in effort. Saying he was an assistant. Long Dongsheng seemed to have received the true teachings from old Li. Now some key information is handed over to Long Dongsheng to handle. In all this time, there has never been a report of him making any mistakes. In the team, he has always been a leading figure in the second tier. Sending Long Dongsheng over seems to present no issues. On the contrary, it indirectly expresses the importance placed on Xu Teng. Alright, as long as you believe it won't undermine your assistant's confidence, let him go. Hearing this, Li Rongxing burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? Long Dongsheng will have his confidence undermined. TCH, I hope you can still laugh in the end. After hanging up, they began to arrange their own matters. When Xu Teng learned that Mr. Li was sending over a very capable assistant, he was quite surprised. Because he knew that Li Rongxing would definitely not have the time to truly participate in the explosive energy gun project. The most likely scenario was that he would send over an assistant with a bit of experience. But this time it was an assistant who had truly received his teachings. Thank you, teacher. Little Su, you are already my student, no need to thank me. After hanging up, Xu Teng turned to look at the already constructed simulated experimental environment. The airtightness is the same and the established channels are the same. The automatic paralysis device and nanosensors are also placed in the same position, and even the adjustable energy in the back is completely the same. If there is truly something different, it is that the simulated environment cannot create a 15-meter hole. Since everything is ready, let's begin. Xu Teng could no longer contain his excitement. After all, it was a simulated environment test, and Xu Teng chose to conduct the test outdoors. Even a simulated energy output of 5 segments is not something a small indoor laboratory can withstand. Perhaps with a small mishap, the entire laboratory could be gone. When Su Wei learned that Xu Teng had applied for an outdoor testing area, he felt quite complicated inside. Whether from the perspective of a teacher or a researcher, he really wanted to be there to observe. Even if he couldn't understand it, standing next to a product that could revolutionize existing technology and watching the progress of the test would make him feel exhilarated. However, if he really went, there would be the awkward possibility of Xu Teng asking him some common-sense questions he didn't know. The situation would be somewhat embarrassing. As a teacher, yet unable to answer a single question. It was really awkward. Forget it, I'll just wait for Long Dongsheng to come before deciding. Meanwhile, Xu Teng had already started the process for the first experiment. At 2 p.m., the explosion energy gun simulation environment, the first energy scale simulation experiment begins. Through the lens, it was clear to see that the rear impact pin sparked, igniting the explosive gas, beginning its conduction through the designated experimental channel. As it passed through the narrow space of the explosion energy gun's activation module, it transformed into a powerful particle beam. The crystal prism gathered the particle beam and transmitted it to the correction gun chamber, where a ghostly blue light began to rapidly converge at the gun's muzzle. The next second, with a bang, the distant test board shattered. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 70 seconds. Various incoming data displayed that everything was normal. The recorded external energy values peaked higher than the last time. The internal gun chamber data recorded an initial significant upward fluctuation followed by a consistently smooth trend. Over the past month, Xu Teng had made some improvements to the explosion energy gun. Thus, the test duration was extended to a continuous output of 70 seconds. At first, Xu Teng was a bit worried about whether any abnormal situations might arise. For instance, if the internal gun chamber data was all smooth. But looking at it now, it turned out to be overthinking. Not only was it overthinking, but it could even be said the performance was unexpectedly good. It was simply durable and long-lasting. All the staff around turned to await Xu Teng's next instructions. Although the highest authority at the base was Su Wei, anyone with insight could tell that even Su Wei had never deferred Xu Teng's requests and fulfilled them unconditionally. Moreover, not only was Xu Teng handsome, but his research level was also commendable. Like all the readers, following his commands was not embarrassing. In 5 minutes, we will begin the second energy scale test. Okay. Many staff members began to prepare, while Xu Teng focused on the bigger picture with data, recording, and document organization being handled by dedicated personnel. It felt a bit off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Therefore, Xu Teng repeatedly reviewed the data images, furrowing his brows. 5 minutes later, prompted by the staff, the second test of the explosion energy gun commenced. At 2:06 p.m., the explosion energy gun simulation environment, the second energy scale simulation experiment begins. Unlike the previous tension, this time, Xu Teng frowned tightly. Upon learning that the environmental temperature could affect the internal molecular flow rate, potentially impacting the automatic paralysis device and the nanosensor. Following this line of thought, Xu Teng created a small device, a temperature controller also at the nano level. In simple terms, its effect was to maintain the environment's temperature in the channel between the automatic paralysis device and the nanosensor, keeping both at a normal temperature. During those 5 minutes, Xu Teng kept watching the images and finally discovered something was wrong. Although the internal environmental images of the gun chamber initially rose a bit, aligning with theoretical data. However, the real-time monitoring of the temperature controller showed no response at all. It was like you had already finished, but the other side hadn't sensed it. There were 2 possible explanations for this issue. One possibility was that the temperature controller's triggering conditions had not been met, so everything was operating normally, leading to some molecular reactions that Xu Teng was unaware of, resulting in a perfect test success of the explosion energy gun at the first energy scale. The second possibility was that in the simulated environment test, the necessity of the temperature controller was irrelevant, allowing all data to be perfectly produced. If it was the first possibility, it was clearly what Xu Teng hoped to see the most. If it was the second, the problem would be significant. Just like the previous triggering process, even the flow beneath the lens was the same smooth process. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 70 seconds. Until the moment it finished, the basic data was almost identical to the last time, with the only difference being the peak energy. At this moment, staff quietly said to Xiao Zhang, Secretary Zhang, hasn't the second scale energy experiment already succeeded? Why is Xiao Su still frowning? You're asking me? The staff member was somewhat confused by Xiao Zhang's excited reaction. How the hell would I know? I'm just an ordinary secretary. Do you think I can solve something like the explosion energy gun? Originally, Xiao Zhang wanted to bring Su Wei out for comparison, but thankfully changed his mind just as the words were about to come out. Thinking about it this way seems right. Clearly I'm just a secretary, so why would I suddenly ask you? Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Zhang received a sharp flick on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Serves you right. Do you think you're Xiao Su? If Xu Teng had not noticed the issue with the temperature controller the first time, this time the smooth data from the temperature controller was like a bomb exploding in front of him, impossible to ignore. The energy output was doubled. After all, it was still in a simulated environment, and it was also doubled. At a temperature of -20 degrees, it was impossible to be this smooth. Although he didn't want to face the second possibility, everything in front of him was continuously reminding him the second situation had occurred. Could the simulated environment really be inadequate? At this moment, Xiao Zhang approached and hesitated before asking Xiao Su, should we still wait 5 minutes before starting the third energy scale experiment? Xu Teng's expression was not right. He had a bad premonition. He involuntarily recalled the 15-meter-wide hole, feeling a bit panicked. Right, what that staff member said made some sense. I'm just an ordinary secretary. Why would I be involved in an experiment on the explosion energy gun? No, we won't wait this time. Not waiting. Exactly, let's directly start the fifth energy scale experiment. If the situation was indeed as Xu Teng suspected, the overall experimental approach had been wrong from the very beginning. Continuing step by step would be futile. It would be better to directly start from the maximum energy scale. After all, with the automatic paralysis device in place, everything would be absolutely safe. The fifth energy scale experiment. Xiao Zhang's face suddenly stiffened. Forget it. Let's not do the fifth. Let's directly proceed with the fourth energy scale experiment. While Xu Teng was speaking, he noticed Xiao Zhang's expression and thought of the staff's expressions that day. Although the experiment was absolutely safe, it seemed they all carried the shadows of the experiment, so to accommodate their emotions, it would be better to start with the fourth energy scale experiment. After all, this was also considered the minimum requirement for experimental testing. When the staff heard that the experiment was to proceed with the fourth energy scale, their expressions became somewhat stiff. Everyone couldn't help but recall the unfathomable 15-meter deep pit from the fifth scale experiment. The power of the fourth energy scale experiment wouldn't be much different. Thus, whispers began to circulate among them. Isn't there usually a break between experiments? How come we are going straight to this one? I don't know either. I've heard it's still the fourth energy scale. Fortunately, it's not the fifth energy scale. While the discussions continued, Xiao Zhang scolded, "What are you all doing? Let me ask you, what is the most important thing in the military?" The others exchanged glances and replied, "Obeying orders." Xiao Zhang then directly responded with anger, "So since Xiao Su is conducting the fourth energy scale experiment, do you have any objections? Do you think it shouldn't be this way, or what? As design and production personnel for the explosive energy gun project, haven't you noticed that many things are handled personally by Xiao Su? If there were to be any danger, as long as you look up, you will always see Xiao Su standing in front of you. And during that experiment, did you see Xiao Su move even a little until the very last moment? Wasn't it Xiao Su standing in front of all of us that day? Why was Xiao Zhang, who served as a secretary, assigned to the explosive energy gun project? It was to handle situations like this. Who wouldn't be afraid of the immense power of the fourth energy scale experiment? An accidental misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. But as someone who has gained the trust of both Li Rongxing and Su Wei, would accidents truly occur? Absolutely not. Just now, Xiao Zhang noticed the last statement from Xu Teng. He clearly wanted to mention the fifth scale experiment, so why switch to the fourth scale? Wasn't it all for the sake of the experimental personnel? That day's experiment had indeed startled them somewhat. Risking lives for research in a test wasn't worth it. Talents are always in demand. Cultivating a qualified individual requires significant funding and a long period. Although Xu Teng knew the safety of the automatic paralysis device, he couldn't convince them. The fact that it reached the minimum experimental requirement meant that conducting the experiment with the fourth energy scale was essentially the same. This was something Xiao Zhang came to understand later. Thus, seeing the hesitation on the faces of the experimental personnel made him particularly angry, truly enraged. The surrounding researchers instinctively lowered their heads. Because the reality was just as Xiao Zhang had said, upon careful reflection, until the moment the explosive energy gun went out of control, the bluish energy could be seen from a kilometer away. Yet Xiao Su didn't move an inch, standing in front of everyone in his white lab coat. Unlike the tension and chaos of others, Xiao Zu's expression was only slightly serious, with furrowed brows, as if he was contemplating something important. The crisis before him did not affect Xiao Su at all. In hindsight, it was proven that even when the explosive energy gun underwent a molten metal reaction, the automatic paralysis device still hit the target perfectly. You can experiment without fear. Just look up, I will always be in front of you. Right? With someone like Xiao Su around, what is there to fear? The people around exchanged glances, each seeing shame reflected on one another's faces. Xiao Zhang. Sorry, we didn't mean it that way. Forget it, I misspoke. In any case, I will not back down. Isn't it just the fourth energy scale test? What is this? We should directly apply for the fifth energy scale experiment. Exactly, if we don't test the fifth energy scale experiment today, we won't leave. Looking at everyone's excited expressions after apologizing, Xiao Zhang began to understand what Su Wei had meant when he asked him to bring Xiao Su a month ago. Xiao Su, this person, you can always find something different about him. He is clearly a researcher, yet he always likes to be at the forefront. Whether it's theoretical knowledge or experiments, as long as you look up, you will always see him in that white lab coat. I don't know why, but the longer you stay with Xiao Su, the more you unconsciously trust him, as if all difficult problems can be solved in front of him. Having a research talent like Xiao Su in Long Nation is truly a blessing. One day the world will hear the dragon's roar produced by the sets of equipment designed by Xiao Su. So this is what academician Su meant. Hold on. It's just a bit windy, and there's a bit of sand. When Xu Teng heard the strong request from the researchers to conduct the fifth energy scale experiment, he was taken aback. Why the sudden change? The fourth energy scale experiment has reached the minimum requirement. When Xiao Zhang heard this, he couldn't help but feel warm inside. Indeed, previously it was because we altered the requirements for the energy scale experiment. They privately discussed that the more precise the experiment, the better. The fourth energy scale might not meet the requirements, but the fifth energy scale is different. For the explosive energy gun, it will definitely meet the requirements. Xiao Zhang became a secretary for a reason. He knew how to communicate. Thus, he naturally wouldn't tell Xiao Su about the researchers' earlier performance. That would only add psychological pressure on Xiao Su. The explosive energy gun project already put a significant amount of pressure on Xiao Su, who often didn't emerge from the laboratory for an entire day. Given that, it was better to rephrase it. Xu Teng was momentarily at a loss for words. Although Xiao Zhang had a face that said, "I really didn't lie to you," the events surrounding it were likely not as simple as Xiao Zhang portrayed. Xiao Zhang wasn't wrong. We research experiments do aim for the closest precision to the experimental standards. The data brought by the fifth energy scale was absolutely incomparable to that of the fourth energy scale. At least concerning the temperature controller inside the gun barrel, this data was significantly different. Doubling the energy output under unchanged conditions would exponentially increase the utilization rate of the explosive gas. With the accumulation of a series of stages, the pressure on the temperature controller would increase far more than just double. If this time the temperature controller data in the simulated environment still showed no change, it would be enough to demonstrate that this particular approach in the simulated experimental environment was flawed, even erroneous. There was no need to waste any more time. Having realized this, Xu Teng also ceased being overly sentimental, waving at Xiao Zhang, saying, "Since that's the case, I won't say much more. You inform the staff from all departments to pay attention and immediately enter the fifth energy scale experiment." Xu Teng's expression suddenly became serious as he stated clearly, "I require all department staff to thoroughly recheck all instruments. There must be no unexpected incidents. Because this is the most crucial step in verifying the hypothesis of the explosive energy gun's simulated experiment." When Xu Teng arrived at the testing site, he discovered an unusual scene. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Little Su is about to arrive. Are the sensors on the testing board set up? All right. Not just on the testing board, but sensors have been set up all around. Even if little Su accidentally misses, he will definitely hit the board. Just as he finished speaking, someone on the opposite side slapped him on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? Little Su doesn't miss by accident. He aims carefully and hits intentionally. Surprisingly, the person who got slapped wasn't angry and chuckled, "I think you're right." The base was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and everyone was particularly motivated in their tasks. Xu Teng looked at the situation before him somewhat dumbfounded. Logically, the researchers who could enter this base were the elite among the elite, and even his senior brother Yin didn't qualify to enter. This indirectly indicated the importance and confidentiality of the research projects here. Some people's lives might be colorful, but in the Dragon Country, at least in this base, as researchers, their lives would definitely not be vibrant. It was a fixed routine of 3 points in a line. Over time, this created a rather quiet, even somewhat heavy atmosphere as they were under pressure from the final deadlines. But now, how did this atmosphere come alive? Xu Teng didn't find anything wrong. On the contrary, he felt that a more vibrant atmosphere was beneficial for research. But why did it change so suddenly? A little Su is here. With this shout, all the staff around stopped their work and stood up straight around Xu Teng. The most crucial point was that Xu Teng saw respect, admiration, and trust in their eyes. Not just one person, but a group of people, everyone. What on earth happened? Could it be because of me? Just as Xu Teng was pondering, Xiao Zhang rushed over and loudly said, "Little Su, according to your instructions, all processes have been checked. All instruments are functioning normally. Please indicate the next step of action." Was I being treated like an officer? Xu Teng tightened his white lab coat and waved his hand, saying, "The fifth energy scale experiment begins now." All right. With this word, all the researchers instantly entered the zone. Everyone focused intently on the instruments in front of them, and Xu Teng hadn't informed them how far the experiment had progressed. However, from Xu Teng's unusual actions, everyone understood that something had gone wrong with the experiment, and it was at a critical moment. The researchers present had only one thought: could the fifth-scale energy experiment of the explosive energy gun really succeed? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Unlike previous experiments, this time the explosive energy gun had directly entered a berserk state. The striker no longer stopped after the first hit. It began to strike continuously again and again like a bed that wouldn't stop bouncing. The pressure gauge inside the gun chamber spun wildly like a malfunctioning range hood. The back passage was in complete chaos. The narrow space of the explosive energy gun's activation module was constantly expanding, and the utilization rate of the explosive gas was skyrocketing. The crystal prism, which should have quieted down, spun wildly like a coin-operated carousel. All the data displayed. The fifth energy scale experiment exploded and went out of control. Only the temperature controller's reading remained calm and still like a married, middle-aged man, completely unperturbed. Wait a moment, don't let the experiment stop yet. At this moment, Xu Teng actively spoke to reassure the staff around him, as the previous failed experiments had left them with profound lessons. In such circumstances, the staff would recall the fear instilled by the explosive energy gun. If he didn't say something in advance, it could lead to panic and the experiment stopping. Since the experiment had reached this point, the data from the temperature controller would be the most crucial. Although the situation was dire, if the temperature controller could work immediately, everything could be salvaged. Therefore, the current experiment absolutely could not stop. Okay, little Xu, don't worry about us. Huh? Xu Teng turned his head to see that the expressions on the faces of the surrounding staff were extremely calm. Calm to the point that it didn't seem like they were facing a seemingly out-of-control experiment. You guys. After hesitating for a moment, Xu Teng intended to ask, but before he could speak, Xiao Zhang beside him said, "We all trust you." Turning around, he saw the surrounding staff nodding firmly. All right, since that's the case, no matter what happens, the experiment must continue. It cannot stop. Understood. Looking at Xu Teng's serious expression, all the staff recalled Xiao Zhang's words. No matter the time, as long as you look up, you will find that little Xu is always in front of you. So why should you be afraid? Indeed, we have no reason to be afraid. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed in the testing area. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, as the explosive energy gun outputted at maximum power, it was truly incomparable to any artillery. In the distance, a large hole was forming with earth and stones flying everywhere and dust filling the air. A deep blue light filled everyone's eyes. Even Xu Wei, a kilometer away, suddenly looked up in surprise and said, "Coming again." 50 seconds, the iron-water reaction occurred. Even though Xu Teng used improved materials, it still couldn't stop the iron-water reaction. The surrounding air was filled with the sounds of explosions as the generated hydrogen was ignited. Compared to the last time, this reaction was even more intense. Yet no one stepped back, for Xu Teng had not moved an inch, his white lab coat standing resolute. 60 seconds, the explosive energy gun was left with a shape barely resembling a gun shell. Even so, it continued to output, still outputting. Could it really not explode completely? Everyone once again deeply realized Xu Teng's earlier statement. If the explosive energy gun was not 100% safe, I would never let you use it. Though the experiment may fail, you can always trust little Xu. 65 seconds, in the already scrapped explosive energy gun could no longer withstand the continuous energy output. Boom. With a loud bang, the instruments shattered. The deep blue energy expanded rapidly, only to immediately burst outwards. At the peak of the energy formation, the bowl-shaped energy encapsulated the deep blue light. It compressed sharply, and the next moment it surged towards a distant target. The automatic paralysis device functioned perfectly. Boom. A few seconds later, the sound of the explosion finally reached them. Everyone looked at Xu Teng, who had a furrowed brow. For just a moment ago, Xu Teng had noticed that the temperature controller's reading had remained smooth. This meant that in the simulated environment, the experiment had no effect. Only physical experiments could be conducted. The worst-case scenario had arrived. The atmosphere at the scene fell silent for a moment. From the final results, the automatic paralysis device functioned steadily, even more perfectly than before. In the seconds before the crystal prism completely exploded, a large amount of hydrogen in the air was continuously ignited. Especially in the last second, the energy lost control, and the indigo light mass was even larger than last time. Even so, the automatic paralysis device managed to control the energy and direct it towards the designated target. In other words, the automatic paralysis device was very successful, while the experiment was a complete failure. The staff exchanged glances, looking as if they wanted to speak, but dared not. After all, Xiao Su had not yet spoken, and his brows were tightly knitted. Someone urged Xiao Zhang with their eyes. This experiment failed again. Go comfort Xiao Su. Xiao Zhang shot back. Why don't you go? Don't dare. His reluctance was clear. Xiao Zhang was left speechless, not expecting such a candid response. But, you don't dare, does that mean I do? I'm just a secretary, aren't you being a bit too demanding? Just as Xiao Zhang finally gathered his courage, Xu Teng sighed. Just as I suspected. Forget it, since the simulation experiment didn't work, let's use the real thing directly. Suspected indeed. The surrounding staff were astonished. Is this the gap between Xiao Su and me? The first two experiments were so perfect. We were still fantasizing about using the energy cannon in the future, and even planned to celebrate directly. Yet Xiao Su noticed something was wrong within those 5 minutes. Is this the reason why Xiao Su didn't wait for the experiment gap and directly initiated the 5th energy scale experiment? Isn't this a scientific experiment? Why does it feel like divination all messed up? Xu Teng turned around and saw the crowd of stunned staff around him without explaining much. He simply instructed, although the experimental approach is incorrect, save all the experimental data. Take a break. We will soon enter the production project for the energy cannon. Only Xiao Zhang reacted quickly, responding, all right, I'll prepare immediately. It has been confirmed that the simulation experiment cannot solve the issues with the automatic paralysis device and the nanosensors. Then we can only create the energy cannon for physical experiments. Relying solely on the staff inside the base clearly cannot meet Xu Teng's expected work progress. I don't even know when the assistant arranged by the master will arrive. I heard he has gained some real insights from the master. If he joins, it should speed up production, and the faster the energy cannon testing is completed, the better. The hidden rewards from the system are simply too tempting. Boom. The door opened, and 2 people walked in, teacher Su Wei and a young man. Upon seeing Xu Teng, Su Wei hurriedly approached. Xiao Su, did the experiment fail? From such a distance, Su Wei saw an even larger indigo light mass than last time. If nothing unexpected happened, it should mean the experiment failed. Yes, it failed. So I am about to initiate the 2nd experimental method. Goodness, to speak so calmly about the experiment's failure and immediately be able to launch the next experimental content. Xiao Su truly is Xiao Su. He must have already gone through the reasons for the entire experiment's failure in his mind. Is this the terrifying talent of the youth? Not in the laboratory, but on the way to initiate the next experiment. Teacher, about the assistant you mentioned last time. Oolong Dongxing, he has arrived, this is him. Su Wei quickly introduced the young man standing behind him. With a slightly high hairline and gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of elegance. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xu Teng quickly stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, welcome, I am Xu Teng. The master should have clarified everything with you before he came, right? Long Dongsheng was also sizing up Xu Teng, noting that he was more handsome and younger, and heard that he was a very pure person. From an external perspective, it seems like I am being overshadowed by Xu Teng. No problem, then let's catch up in the research project. After Li Rongxing returned from this base, some accompanying staff brought back news. It was said that Xu Teng, who currently stayed at the anti-aircraft artillery testing base, would be a future leader in scientific research. Such rumors often circulate in small groups, saying that so-and-so will achieve this or that in the future. At that time, Long Dongsheng did not pay much attention, because whenever Li Rongxing heard such words, he would refute. The current young people are really too restless. They often speak recklessly even before the research results are out. But this time it was different. Li Rongxing continued to talk about the rumor until Long Dongsheng could no longer hold back and asked the teacher. The result was a simple reply. You're asking about Xiao Su. He is indeed quite remarkable. Li Rongxing does not praise people easily because he has seen too many geniuses. A stream of genius talents and ironclad Li Rongxing. Only, this time he personally praised Xu Teng. This praise was quite a high evaluation. As a disciple, Long Dongxing couldn't help but ask, Teacher, do you think I can surpass Xu Teng in the future? Surpass? Long Dongsheng remembered that the teacher's expression froze for a moment, and finally, with deep meaning, he said, when you meet Xiao Su and work together with him, you will know. So he had always been waiting for this opportunity. Until now, he finally got the chance to join the energy cannon production project. Long Dongsheng replied seriously. That's right. The teacher has roughly told me that I am mainly here to solve the production issues of your energy cannon. Yes, that's right. In a moment, we will directly initiate the project. Would you like to take a look at the specific schematic diagram and my experimental manual first? All right. Although Long Dongsheng had already secretly planned in his heart in this energy cannon production project, he must accomplish something significant, solving all the problems that Xu Teng could not resolve in one go. Yet he still did not dare to be too presumptuous. The energy cannon project is one that even the teacher values, otherwise he wouldn't have pulled me out of the original project to participate here. However, looking at the schematic diagram and experimental manual should be a very simple matter. Su Wei had been watching with a smile beside him. As a clever person, he had already noticed that Long Dongsheng was holding back a strong desire to prove his scientific research ability superior to Xu Teng. He was older than Xiao Su, had more research time than Xiao Su. Even his hair fell out more than Xiao Zu's. How could I lose like this? Impossible. I will definitely make a stunning impact. If it were an ordinary person, that would be the case, but who is Xiao Su? Can he be considered an ordinary person? Absolutely not. Just then Xiao Zhang brought over everything Xu Teng had instructed. Thank you. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. As Long Dongxing opened the schematic diagram and experimental manual, Xiao Zhang and Su Wei stood quietly beside him. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the anticipation in each other's eyes. The thick schematic was printed while the blue experimental manual was handwritten. As Long Dongxing casually flipped through it, he discerned Xu Teng's meticulous attitude towards research from the tidy lines of text. Indeed, he was a respectable researcher. At this moment, Long Dongxing's gaze shifted to the two individuals nearby. Huh, what does this mean? Do they think I can't understand? What am I thinking? I am the leading figure of the second phase under my teacher. Can't I understand this? Let me show you the power of a researcher who sacrifices his hair to the heavens. With this thought in mind, Long Dongxing opened the first page of the schematic. Description: the primary material of the explosive energy gun is volatile explosive gas. Compared to traditional firearms, its advantage lies in not requiring traditional projectiles. It can be used under any extreme temperature and won't get damaged even without maintenance for an extended period. Using gas instead of projectiles. This is indeed revolutionary. As he continued to flip through, he was met with a general diagram of the explosive energy gun. The narrow space of the explosive energy gun's activation template, how the volatile gas transforms into a particle beam, and the process of the crystal prism, focusing the particle beam to correct the gun chamber. I can clearly understand every marking on the schematic. Strangely, when combined, I find this to be an incomprehensible tome. Wait, it must be because I glanced at it too quickly. I didn't take it seriously. Yes, that's it. Otherwise, I would definitely understand. Long Dongxing, come on, you can do this. Taking a deep breath, Long Dongxing expressionlessly opened it again. For the explosive energy gun, the airtightness of the gun chamber is extremely important. If other gases accidentally mix in, it will not only affect the density of the volatile gas, but also reduce its utilization. According to the atmospheric pressure formula PROGH. This is the most basic gas pressure formula. It seems that I can understand it not just at first glance. Turning to the next page, the tone suddenly changed. A plethora of complex formulas and massive analytical data left Long Dongxing bewildered. Wait, keep calm. If I focus, I can understand it. 1 second, 10 seconds, a minute later. I can't take this. What are all these things? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Long Dongxing's mindset collapsed. At this moment, he no longer cared about the opinions of the two people around him and directly picked up the blue experimental manual. Generally, the experimental manual records the specific procedures of the experiments, the problems encountered, and the specific solutions. In the case of not understanding the schematic, combining it with the experimental manual is indeed the best approach. When Long Dongxing confidently opened it, he was stunned. Because, although it was recorded this way, it was entirely unrelated to the issues on the schematic, but rather dealt with deeper experimental problems encountered overall. So is the experimental manual an expansion of the schematic's advanced problems? Are there really researchers like this? Am I a fake researcher? Bang! He heard the sound of his own heart shattering. So I am this incompetent. Did Xiao Su really create this? No wonder the teacher praised him. I now understand that the teacher's words were not meant to give me hope. They were actually hinting to me, don't dream. Some people are born to excel in their lifetime. Even seeing a back view is difficult. Su Wei and Xiao Zhang exchanged a glance, satisfied with what they saw in each other's eyes. Isn't he just Li Rongxing's disciple? Nothing special, still a bit lacking compared to my students. A mere assistant daring to compare with Xiao Su. Now he knows the gap. Just as Long Dongxing continued to doubt life, Xu Teng approached and asked, the production project of the explosive energy gun has begun and the staff are all in place. Have you understood the content of the schematic and the notes? Understood. Those 4 words struck deep into Long Dongxing's heart. How can I be proud? I am fragile too, you know. Thus Long Dongxing said with difficulty, Xiao Su, I need you to guide me through the content on the schematic and the notes again. I don't quite understand. Xu Teng casually replied, no problem, I'll give you a quick overview. Seeing Long Dongxing's Yemo expression, Xu Teng encouraged him. Initially, Mr. Li and many weapon designers also didn't understand much. I was the one explaining it to them. Don't worry, these things aren't too difficult. It won't take long for you to understand. So my teacher also didn't understand these details back then. Then it's fine. Long Dongxing suddenly felt capable. Because in comparison, I'm not bad either. I am indeed a genius among the leading figures of the second phase. Wait, something seems off. It wasn't until this moment that Long Dongxing realized Xu Teng was the one giving lectures to the teacher and many weapon designers. And what about me? Where am I? Reflecting on the timeline, it seems I was just struggling with a pile of chaotic data. Damn. It's better not to compare, or once compared, it's simply Forget it, no more talking. My heart hurts. Xu Teng sensed something was wrong. I originally said this to comfort him. From the looks of it, now the other party's mood was increasingly low. Did I misjudge? I definitely misjudged. Although Long Dongsheng was struck down, he quickly adjusted his mindset. While Xu Teng was lecturing, he had the earnest attitude of a primary school student. Known as the leading figure of the second tier in the project besides Li Rongxing, Long Dongsheng was indeed not empty talk. The content from the schematic and the experimental manual was digested immediately after the class. Aside from initially being struck and falling into existential doubt from every angle, Long Dongsheng was a responsible and indeed capable researcher. Having such an assistant join was indeed beneficial for the production project of the explosive energy gun. In the days that followed, Xu Teng and Long Dongsheng were practically working around the clock in the lab. The two often stayed inside for several days without coming out, eventually even moving a bed inside. Aside from eating and sleeping, this schedule accelerated the entire project's progress dramatically. In research projects, two types of individuals are actually needed. One type can lead everyone in the team in the right direction, solving numerous challenges encountered in the project. The other type can activate each person's potential within the project team, accelerating the overall pace. Xu Teng is the former, while Long Dongsheng is the latter. As he watched the explosive energy guns soon to be produced, Xu Teng pondered, could it be that these were all calculated by Mr. Li? Thinking carefully, it is indeed possible. As a big shot in weapon design, Li Rongxing has led many teams and project groups. He naturally understands what is lacking and what is needed. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the two explosive energy guns modified by Xu Teng were officially completed. Long Dongxing, with dark circles under his eyes, was so excited he could barely stand. The physical testing officially commenced. Hurry, 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 go apply for the use of the artillery testing grounds. The practical test of the energy guns is about to begin. Of course, you have no idea how hard we worked in the end. Xiao Su and Long Dongsheng even fell asleep in the laboratory. Impressive. This test experiment was even more anticipated than the last one, as the production speed of the energy guns had increased significantly. I heard Xiao Su also found a breakthrough theorizing and simulating it over and over. In the end, they were able to complete the experimental tests perfectly. Thus, everyone was filled with hope. Would the energy guns finally be in their hands? Just think about a certain hidden unit which has gradually been equipped with lightsabers, secretly practicing day by day. They even focused on practicing various tactics using lightsabers. No need to say more. Every time I think of this, a bitter tear escapes my lips, as if I had stuffed my mouth with a whole bunch of lemons. We also want good things like an energy gun, to be the brightest star on the street. The researchers in white lab coats were all excited. I heard that the success rate of this test is very high. The one who had been beaten earlier said enthusiastically, I've also heard that. No need to say more. I trust Xiao Su the most. Everyone around nodded. During this time, an idea had taken root in their hearts. The experiment might fail, but you could always trust Xiao Su. Watching the orderly staff, Long Dongsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now he finally understood why the teacher said it that way. Xiao Su was a pure researcher, selfless. If you had any questions, he would tell you. He did not have high material demands, just comfortable enough. Polite, humble. Anyone who managed to produce an energy gun, even a basic version, would boast about it for a lifetime. But Xiao Su, he had no such awareness, only thinking about how to improve the shortcomings and get the energy guns into mass production as soon as possible. His only hobby seemed to be his demand for good food. A person like this, it's hard not to win respect. Just look at the staff in front of him, many older than Xiao Su, with much longer research experience. Yet they were still cheerfully assembling testing equipment. Long Dongxing couldn't help but recall the question he had asked the teacher before. Can I surpass Xiao Su? Now he didn't need the teacher's answer. He already knew no, absolutely not. In this lifetime, it would be difficult to even see Xiao Zu's back. What does it mean to have a clear understanding of oneself? This is it. Xiao Su, everything is ready. Xiao Zhang stepped forward to report. Good, let's begin the test. The order was passed down step by step. The next moment, the entire experimental base erupted with a humming sound. The firing pin struck, compressing the explosive gas, creating a bluish glow through the designated channel. Bang! The test board was hit, and the sensors above spun wildly, with the peak values continuously rising. Waves of data kept rising, followed by a smooth image. The external energy test image was normal. The internal environment test image was normal. Xiao Su fixed his gaze on the last instrument, which recorded the temperature controller's data. The initial part of the image rose, then smoothly transitioned. The temperature controller test image was normal. 30 seconds. 70 seconds. Ding! The mechanical hand that set the time automatically released the trigger. The energy was instantly cut off. After a few seconds of silence, someone started cheering. Then, like a tide, everyone joined in the celebration. Having followed Xiao Su for so long, they already knew where the main reason lay. If the temperature controller's data image had not reacted, it would have proven that an unspeakable molecular reaction occurred between the automatic paralysis device and the nanosensors. Now everything was normal. So, haha, our energy gun project is finally going to succeed. Yes, in the future, when those mysterious units equipped with lightsabers see us, they will shed envious tears. Absolutely, finally, heaven rewards the diligent. Long Dongsheng also looked excited, which meant their hard work had finally seen hope. Although it came at the cost of his receding hairline. But it's okay, our researchers, that's normal, don't sweat the small stuff. Xiao Su waved to signal everyone to be quiet. When everyone looked over, he raised his voice and said, it's not the final experiment yet. This is just the first energy scale. There are still 4 more experiments to complete before we can celebrate. 5 minutes later, we will start the second experiment. Understood. Saying this, Xiao Su went to check the data again. Long Dongxing, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh, well, if I can see Xiao Su's back for the rest of my life, that would be pretty good. The experimental records are as follows. November 1st of 8:05 a.m., the first energy scale experiment ran perfectly. In 5 minutes, the second energy scale experiment will be conducted. November 1st of 8:1110 a.m., the second energy scale experiment ran perfectly. In 5 minutes, the third energy scale experiment will be conducted. November 1st of 8:2930 a.m., the fifth energy scale experiment ran perfectly. The energy gun passed all tests and officially submitted the production permit application. When Xiao Su wrote this on the experimental records, the entire base was already filled with cheers. Everyone was celebrating, laughing. It was even happier than when one's wife gives birth to a son. Until the end, everyone kept repeating one phrase, no repeating one person's name. Xiao Su. Xiao Su. Seeing this scene, Long Dongsheng almost shed tears, for starting today, all indicators of the energy gun had reached perfect requirements. This meant Long Country had achieved a tremendous enhancement in its firearms capabilities. Long Dongsheng trembled as he took out his phone, opening the teacher's contact. The next second, the call was answered in an instant. Dongsheng, why is it so noisy over there? Wait. Does this mean? That's right, teacher. Just as you thought, the energy gun project succeeded. Success. Success. Li Rongxing was stunned, then fell into wild joy. The new era of technology has truly begun. Where is Xiao Su? I want to talk to him. Xiao Su. When Long Dongsheng turned around to find Xiao Su, he discovered the figure in a white lab coat, standing at the testing platform, continuously conducting the final verification with the data. Even though it was a success, he still wanted to look over the overall data for a final confirmation. At this moment, Long Dongsheng recalled a saying, as long as you look up, you will always see Xiao Su. After Xu Teng repeatedly verified the experimental data, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the experimental data completely matches the theoretical data, and all the experimental images are also correct. This means there are no potential dangers. Everything is correct. The project for the energy gun has finally been completed. In the past 2 months, Xu Teng had not stepped outside the base, and he had even stayed in the laboratory. All his efforts have finally yielded results. Around him, it was already a sea of cheers. The energy gun, which subverts the concept of traditional firearms, is indeed worth celebrating. At that moment, the voice of the black technology system echoed in his mind. Ding, the energy gun task has been completed. Searching. No potential regulations have been exceeded. The host played an indispensable leadership role throughout the project, successfully turning the blueprint into real technology. Reward obtained: Red Star Energy Liquid. Note: 1 bottle lasts 3 days without spilling, unbreakable. Researchers who drank it all claimed it was good for their health. Energy points obtained 1. The next set of technology is being searched for. Please look forward to it. Xu Teng was bewildered by this series of system notifications. Compared to the last time, this time the black technology system's voice had become more frequent and even included more functions. Everything was as Xu Teng had anticipated. The system indeed had a potential time requirement. Why wasn't it mentioned? Was it because of insufficient energy? Through the virtual screen, he could see the message: energy points obtained 1. This felt more like a system that had experienced some disasters and was forced into a dormant state. The released black technology project was a task. The energy points obtained after completion felt more like charging the system for its future awakening. As for the statement successfully turning the blueprint technology into real technology, it seemed to hide something significant. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. The clues provided by these few sentences are simply too few to deduce the specific situation. However, the Red Star Energy Liquid in the small bottle made him serious. The black technology system could provide blueprints for both the lightsaber and the energy gun. Moreover, the explanations on the blueprints were always 100% accurate, definitely not the kind of deceptive introduction. This indirectly proved that the Red Star Energy Liquid was indeed as described. It really does last 3 days without spilling and is unbreakable. What is the most important thing for researchers? Time. Knowledge reserves. Neither, but rather physical health. The news of sudden deaths is just too frequent, which is a tremendous loss for a team that has worked hard to cultivate talent. If its efficacy is truly this good, then this time I have indeed struck it rich. He thought, forget it, there are too many people now still in the experiment, oh, I'll take it out when there are no people around. Although Xu Teng never withheld his knowledge in his field, he would keep everything about the system completely confidential. This was his greatest trump card. Just as Xu Teng was lost in thought, Long Dongsheng rushed over and hugged him excitedly. Xiaosu, the teacher. The teacher wants to talk to you. Turning around, he saw the video on Long Dongsheng's phone was on, and he understood. It was likely that when the experiment succeeded, Long Dongsheng could not wait to call the teacher to share the good news. It was understandable to think about it. This was a technology that subverts traditional firearms. Saying it opens the curtain to a new era of technology is not an exaggeration. After picking up the phone, Xu Teng had not yet spoken. Li Rongxing said, his face flushed with excitement. Xiaosu, this time the experiment is really successful, right? Although he had only spent a little time with Xu Teng, he understood that Xiaosu was quite cautious in this area of experimentation. Previously, he had also discovered discrepancies in data and images under perfect testing conditions. He found potential problems. This time, he would certainly still match the final data and images. Even though the people around were cheering until the last moment, he would not consider it a complete success without personally verifying it again. In Xiao Zu's eyes, the experiment was not deemed a complete success. Therefore, when Long Dongsheng called him to announce the successful result, his first thought was of Xu Teng. Only if this designer and manufacturer truly acknowledged success with his own mouth, then the experiment could be considered truly successful. Yes, just as the teacher expected, the energy gun can enter mass production. All potential issues have been resolved this time. It is genuinely absolutely safe. Haha, Xiaosu, I knew you could do it. It's our fortune to have such a pure researcher like you in Longhua. In the future, under your leadership as the new generation's leading researcher, our Longhua's strength will definitely soar again. Long Dongsheng watched in astonishment, as the number one in the weapons department. Li Rongxing had never seen the teacher so excited. No, he had never even seen him say so many complimentary words in one breath. Thinking carefully, when the teacher said so much, it was still when he was scolding his research subordinates. Crying. Envy. JPG, this time, they really stuffed lemons into my mouth. After laughing for a while, Li Rongxing's emotions were also released. As an older generation of researchers, they had experienced the most difficult times of survival in Longhua. Back then, during wars, they did not even have air supremacy. When enemy planes passed by, they could only hide. Freight trains were bombed one after another, and railroads were destroyed section by section. Even so, everyone managed to pull through. You ask, what is Li Rongxing's most profound wish in life? Does it need to be said? The younger generation of researchers has successors. Longhua's airspace flying is prohibited. Now, isn't this what they have been waiting for? Xiaosu, he had never seen such a purely dedicated researcher. Young, polite, humble, handsome. No, I can't think about it anymore. So what if you were Su Wei's student? Who told you that a good student can only follow one teacher for a lifetime? You, an ordinary person engaged in applied mathematics, how dare you say Xiaosu is your student? Thinking of this, Li Rongxing blurted out, Xiaosu, I have a project here, very important. It is about to reach the final deadline. It's that kind of top secret. I hope you can join our project. Oh my. Long Dongsheng really couldn't hold back this time and directly cursed in his heart. It's not that I, a researcher, lack quality, but the reality happening is too challenging my perception. Isn't it supposed to be a top secret project? It seems I have never joined such a project. Why did the teacher suddenly try to recruit someone on the spot? It feels like he can't wait to have Xu Teng as a student. A sour feeling, just like being stuffed with lemons. Clearly, I also participated in the energy gun project. Before Xu Teng could speak, Xu Wei, who had been quietly listening from the side, couldn't hold back any longer. How could you, Li Rongxing, be the kind of person who poaches students right in front of me? Before the experiment even began, Xu Wei had come to observe with other staff members, as it was said that the success rate of this experiment was quite high. Although his field was applied mathematics, he held a great interest in such revolutionary weaponry. The impact of the previous blue light had been overwhelmingly profound. With a fifth energy scale, one shot creates a large crater. If it weren't for the knowledge that this was reality, he would have almost thought he was dreaming. Who could refuse such a weapon with ample firepower? If he were decades younger, he might have pursued a specialization in weaponry. The most crucial point was he must keep an eye on Xu Teng. When Li Rongxing left earlier, his expression had grown increasingly unsettling. A student with such potential absolutely must not be poached by others. After the experiment succeeded, Xu Wei wanted to celebrate with Xu Teng. However, just as he approached, he overheard Li Rongxing's words. Could he endure this? Of course not. What do you mean by poaching people? In matters of scholars, how can such harsh words be spoken? Look at you, someone engaged in applied mathematics. How much help could you offer Xu Teng on the project? If you ask me, it's just a waste of time there. Although he was reluctant to admit it, there seemed to be some truth in what Li Rongxing said. No, how could he let others gain the upper hand? Su Wei explained with his neck stiffened. What do you mean I cannot provide help? While I might not be able to offer more on the project, I Yunsheng am always ready to take calls and handle matters immediately. Seeing that Li Rongxing was about to say something, Su Wei immediately interjected. The issue with temperature control this time was found by me for Xu Teng. Although it was mentioned casually, it was indeed I who found it. There is no doubt about that. Moreover, don't say that as a mathematician I can't contribute. Even you, as the top person in the weapon design department, how much help could you provide to Xu Teng's project? Li Rongxing attempted to explain, but he found that Su Wei's points were quite valid. Perhaps due to his age, Li Rongxing had never thought of using air as a material to create such weaponry. Not to mention the automatic paralysis device's internal environment monitoring, crystal prism protection, gas guidance of predetermined pathways, and the maintenance of air pressure within the weapon. This entire series of issues was resolved solely by Xu Teng. Even in the first real test of the energy exploding gun, the remarkably perfect image display and energy peak data, along with the smooth curves inside the chamber, were stunning. To him, each aspect seemed flawless. At that time, he wondered, was designing weapons really such a simple task? Especially with the black technology of the energy exploding gun, could it really pass every time? If Xu Teng hadn't pointed out, there's a problem, would they have continued testing? Li Rongxing and most of the big names in weapon design believed that the energy exploding gun was ready for actual production. It was surprising that Xu Teng was so young. Clearly, with my vast experience, Su Wei was right. Watching the speechless Li Rongxing, Su Wei couldn't help but smile. Haha, look at you, aren't you just like me? You specialize in weaponry, yet I feel embarrassed for you. So Xu Teng becoming my student, does it matter that our fields differ? Can you do what I do, taking calls instantly? Can you handle the issues Xu Teng faces immediately? Under this barrage of attacks, Li Rongxing fell silent. For a big name in weapon design and a researcher in mathematics, the differences were indeed striking. To sum it up, one wasn't as free as Su Wei. Sometimes, due to the demands of experiments, he would even turn off his phone, cutting off communication with the outside world, taking calls instantly, handling issues immediately. That I truly cannot do. Damn it, why was I defeated by Su Wei under such advantageous conditions? I refused to accept this. The staff members and Long Dongxing, who had been standing nearby, were dumbfounded. Wait a minute, aren't both of you academicians? You each have honor in your titles and are worthy of being considered respected seniors. How did it come to this, breaking each other's defenses over Xu Teng? Listen to this. They even used the ability to take calls instantly as a point of attack. Even young couples in love aren't this eager. What we say doesn't count. I'll let Xu Teng decide. We'll see if he intends to join my project or has his own plans. Thus everyone turned to look at Xu Teng, who was deep in thought. This time the pressure was on him. If it weren't for the unlocking of the black technology system, Xu Teng would naturally be willing to join Li Rongxing's project. Not because of its classified nature, but because Xu Teng, being a native of Longhua, was inherently a pure researcher. He naturally wanted to contribute a part of his strength to this land. Especially after learning more history, his thoughts became even stronger. To fall behind is to be beaten. The truth is always within range. These are lessons learned through blood. However, from the recent voice prompts from the system, the black technology system seemed to be in a dormant state. The more tasks it completed, the more energy points were added, and the shorter the time until it awakens. Although he didn't know what the system would be like once awakened from the rewards of energy liquid, it still possessed many good things. The technological blueprints provided seemed random at first glance, but upon careful consideration, there was a certain pattern. Light, swords, energy exploding guns. The technological content they represented is constantly rising. At the same time, their meanings as weapons were also different. So, does the black technology system hope that I become an all-round designer, and not just focus on one specialization? If it were before, Xu Teng would have thought the system was crazy. Although he loved research, he still fell within the realm of ordinary people. Both energy and ability are limited, until the reward of energy liquid appeared. Xu Teng suddenly realized what people often refer to as God or Creator might essentially just mean a higher level of technological advancement. To verify this hypothesis, Xu Teng decided to take a risk. Since such a powerful black technology system was still in slumber, it undoubtedly put pressure on him. To become an all-round researcher, a solid foundation must be laid. But if he joined Li Rongxing's project, the professional knowledge there would already reach the highest level of current research in Longhua. Even with the system, Xu Teng still didn't fully understand it. The blueprints for the light sword and energy exploding gun only represented a portion of weapon knowledge. He did not understand everything. Considering all factors, starting from the basics was the most important path to aspire to be an all-round designer. Having firmed up his resolve, Xu Teng no longer hesitated. Turning to look at Su Wei and Li Rongxing on the screen, both their eyes sparkled brightly, clearly signaling to those around them, choose me quickly. Standing to the side, Long Dongsheng expressed, I feel so awkward here. Obviously, I am also a designer in the project of the energy cannon. After completing the task, I realized one thing. I shouldn't be here, I should be hiding under the car. The surrounding staff widened their eyes like 24K titanium alloy, astonished. Come on, you two, start arguing. How can you say that? Just as everyone turned to look at this righteous person, his words suddenly changed. There are no peanuts, sunflower seeds, or soda. This is not the correct posture for spectating. The two big shots immediately vied for attention, and everyone's expressions were absolutely priceless, a true spectacle. As everyone speculated whom Xu Teng would choose, and whether he would proceed with Li Rongsheng's project, a plain answer shattered everyone's fantasies. Thank you for the invitations, teachers and gentlemen, but I still want to leave the base and go to Huaqing to complete my foundational courses. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Wait, did I hear wrong? Little Su rejected the simultaneous invitation from the two big shots. He said he wanted to leave the base and go to Huaqing to complete his foundational courses. Foundational courses? Even Long Dongxing, who had been drawing circles beside him, began to doubt whether his ears were malfunctioning. Lightsabers and energy cannons, both weapons, have utterly overturned traditional perceptions. Each could be classified as state secrets. The schematics and related experimental data were added to the top-secret archives. It was an undeniable fact. Even Li Rongxing and numerous big shots had purposely set aside their projects to come listen to Little Zu's report. An academician specializing in applied mathematics shamelessly brought the project to the base. Who was this all because of? Because of you, a person capable of designing lightsabers and energy cannons. My esteemed comrade Little Su. Yet now you claim you feel your skills are lacking and still wish to go to Huaqing to complete your foundational courses. Huaqing doesn't deserve you. Which teacher there can teach you? Wait. Something feels off. If you aren't continuing in this field of study, Huaqing indeed has plenty of professors who can teach you. Could it be? Long Dongsheng was startled by this sudden thought. Not only the surrounding staff, but even Su Wei and Li Rongxing were taken aback. Little Su. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Su Wei expressed his confusion. If anyone else had said they wanted to complete foundational courses, he would have thought that person was either joking or out of their mind. But this was said by Little Su, eliminating all previous possibilities. Therefore, the only correct answer is, are you planning to choose a new research direction? Li Rongxing asked on behalf of everyone. Initially, he was also bewildered by Xu Teng's statement, but after some careful thought, everything began to make sense. The foundational courses that Little Su spoke of could indeed be what they seem. This implies that after a certain period, he would choose a new direction. Combining this with earlier circumstances, he created a lightsaber for his graduation project. Initially, everyone thought Little Su would research along this path, but after enrolling at Huaqing, he spent over a month in the library. When applying for the project again, it turned into the energy cannon of conventional weapons. Hence the likelihood of Little Su saying this now must be due to that reason. No way. No way. Could someone truly be this talented? This. Censored. Everyone incredulously turned to look at Xu Teng. And the latter solemnly nodded and said, just as you think, I truly intend to switch to a new research direction. Seriously. Someone cursed internally. If it weren't for the two big shots present, they would have definitely lost control. Someone gasped in disbelief, stating they had never seen such a person in their life. Why? You must know that a person's energy is limited and as age increases. Before he could finish, Li Rongxing fell silent. Usually he would advise people this way, even geniuses could not escape this principle. However, he realized this advice truly could not be applied to Xu Teng. Limited energy. Excuse me, take a look at the lightsaber. After more than a month, you presented the blueprints for the energy cannon, and you came to listen to the report meeting, didn't you? Increased age. What are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary, unremarkable graduate student from Huaqing, just 23 years old. Oh no. The plan to persuade Little Su has failed. How frustrating. Thinking that Su Wei also failed made Li Rongxing feel a bit better. No, he is technically Little Zu's mentor. This should make him even angrier. Everyone was left dumbfounded, their eyes vacant. My heavens. What kind of tiger wolf words have I heard today? No energy. Aging. A phrase popped into everyone's mind. Excuse me, the heavens did not give birth to Xu Teng. Research is an endless long night. A true genius can act as they please. Research direction doesn't exist, and all-round research personnel take note. Long Dongxing, who was lurking in a corner, drew circles more vigorously. Why did I come here? I should not have come here. Isn't it better to revel in the title of the second-tier leader aside from the teachers? Done for. After creating the energy cannon, Little Su will challenge the all-rounder. Compared to him, I am indeed a waste. He subconsciously reached for his phone to contact his parents, asking, Mom, have I always been a waste? Although Li Rongxing couldn't believe it, the reality indeed was as such. Hence he could only awkwardly say then, "That's fine, a little Xu. If you have any questions regarding research in the future, feel free to consult me." "All right, thank you, sir." "Not a bother." Li Rongxing quickly logged off. His once steadfast Dao heart nearly collapsed this time. Can one really possess the capability to become an all-round research personnel? Well, it seems it might actually be possible. After meeting little Xu, it doesn't seem that difficult. "Then are you staying at the base today?" Xu Wei took a long time to digest this. "I'll leave tomorrow. I've been a bit tired these days, I want to rest for a while." In fact, Xu Teng cared more about the energy liquid from the system reward and was eager to give it a try. "What do you mean by researchers say it's good for the body?" "Little Xu, go rest, well handle the rest." "Thank you, teacher." "Not a bother." All the staff instinctively made way for little Xu, while Long Dongxing, who remained in the corner, muttered to himself. The dormitory assigned to Xu Teng in the base was the largest, arranged entirely to the standards of an academician. The 80-square-meter room featured a private bathroom, a meeting room, a bedroom, and even floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. The base was nestled deep in the mountains and forests, yet it boasted unique scenery. When tired from working on projects, Xu Wei liked to brew a strong cup of tea to refresh himself, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows to gaze at the landscape outside. Once when Xu Teng went to find him, he was muttering incessantly at the view outside. But for Xu Teng, his own room was even more austere than Xu Wei's. Though it had all the necessities, the majority of the space was always filled with spread-out experimental data and schematics. One day Xiao Zhang asked Xu Teng if there was anything unsatisfactory about his room. After a moment's thought, Xu Teng said, "It feels a bit too big." From then on, Xiao Zhang never asked again. Closing the door and looking at the room full of experimental data and schematics, Xu Teng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The project is finally over. To say he wasn't tired during this time would be a lie. As a researcher, sleeping in the lab wasn't something unacceptable. The hard part was the wave of exhaustion that surged up the moment the project was completed. It was the same when he made the lightsaber. This time the blaster gun was even more exhausting than the last. At that moment, Xu Teng nearly lost his footing. He slowly sat down on the sofa, and through the virtual screen, he retrieved his reward Red Star brand energy liquid. The 250 milliliters bottle contained a thick purple liquid with a thoughtful small needle poured at the bottom for intravenous infusion. So it offered me two ways to consume it. Should I drink it all, or should I inject it? Aiming at his body, he injected the energy liquid directly. As the purple energy liquid entered his body, a cool sensation filled him and the fatigue vanished instantly. Starting from his arm, he could see the purple liquid gradually flowing through his body. A refreshing feeling slowly spread. Boom. When the purple liquid reached his head, a sudden swelling sensation struck his mind, as if something inside had been instantly expanded. Pain, pain, pain. Sweat streamed down his back like a spring, and his white lab coat was suddenly stretched taut by his bulging muscles. The next second, everything returned to normal. The entire process lasted 30 seconds. Pain, 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 I finally made it through. Having obtained the energy liquid, Xu Teng was preconditioned by the note on the label. Researchers say it's great for health. He had assumed it would be a painless process, just one injection and head feel light and easy. Who knew it would almost make him cry out? But then, Xu Teng took a moment to feel it. The original fatigue is completely gone. My vision has improved, my head is no longer dizzy, and when I look at everything around me, my brain immediately enters a state of data calculation. Is this an increase in brain capacity? As everyone knows, when brain capacity increases, the brain is more developed. Though it was unclear to what extent, Xu Teng knew that compared to before, he was less prone to fatigue. His processing speed had accelerated, his body felt stronger, and even lifting the sofa around him was effortless. This black technology was something else. The energy liquid unlocked by completing the task had such effects. If the next task was also completed ahead of schedule, wouldn't there be good things again? Xu Teng began to look forward to it. Growl, growl, growl. Only his stomach still couldn't resist hunger. Still, the base's cafeteria was excellent. If given the chance, for this reason alone, he would prefer to stay at the base. Along the way, whenever someone saw Xu Teng, they'd say, "Hello, Xiao Su." Xiao Su heading to the cafeteria. "You've worked hard lately," the chef said. "He'll prepare a special meal for you." "Hey, Xiao Su, I feel like you look a bit more handsome than before." Before he could finish, another person retorted, "What are you saying? Xiao Su is handsome every day." Then turning to look, he exclaimed in shock, "Damn. Xiao Su does seem more handsome." Facing everyone's greetings, Xu Teng responded one by one. As for that last exclamation, it was probably due to the energy liquid. He had noticed it himself when looking in the mirror earlier. This energy liquid also had the effect of enhancing appearance. Now the contours of his face were even more defined. When getting his meal, everyone tacitly let Xu Teng go first. Come, come, Xiao Su, our hero, you stand at the front today." That's right, the blaster gun project owes a lot to Xiao Su. With the conclusion of the blaster gun project, everyone at the base had heard the news. Xu Teng declined the project invitations from Su Wei and Li Rongxing. Those who heard the news were stunned, repeatedly confirming if they had misheard, because these were academicians of the Dragon Kingdom. This title symbolized that on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, these individuals were at the forefront of their respective fields as research scientists. They were true research giants. If someone became a disciple of one of them, it would be something they'd brag about for a lifetime, let alone receiving a direct invitation. But Xu Teng simply refused. The most absurd part wasn't this, but that today was Xu Teng's last day at the base. Tomorrow he would return to Tsinghua University to continue his graduate studies, and he had heard he would be taking other basic courses. This left all the base personnel utterly bewildered. Studying basic courses. Was he planning to explore a new field again? A versatile research talent. When the news was confirmed, the researchers at the base fell silent for several dozen seconds. Because in comparison, some of them struggled even with data in their own field. So, am I actually just mediocre? But I never knew I was mediocre. Until Su Wei gave everyone a pep talk. I tell you, don't compare yourselves to Xiao Su. He's a genius, you can't compete. Look at him, he created a lightsaber for his graduation project, developed a blaster gun shortly after starting graduate school, and now he's aiming to be a versatile researcher. He'll probably start another research project soon. He's a genius, we can't match him. Look at me, I even feel like. After this round of consolation, everyone's mindset recovered. Yes, even academician Su Wei himself admitted he couldn't compare to Xu Teng. But then, everyone's mindset stabilized while Su Weiss nearly collapsed. The more he spoke, the more he felt his own inadequacy. Seeing everyone make way, Xu Teng didn't decline, repeatedly saying thank you as he stood first in line for the meal. The reason: he was simply too hungry. The chef at the counter beamed. Xiao Su is here. I know you love braised duck, beef, and chicken legs. The dishes kept piling up until the bowl was full. Thank you. Xiao Su, you're welcome. This is the treatment you deserve. The steaming braised duck, the tender beef simmered in pickled pepper soup, the golden, oil-drizzled fried chicken legs. Xu Teng swallowed his saliva. He was truly hungry. Xu Teng began to debone the marinated duck, mixing the rich broth into the rice balls. Taking a bite of the tender beef, he stuffed a large clump of rice, still dripping with juice, into his mouth, instantly satisfying his long, hungry stomach. Engaging in scientific research is indeed fascinating, but it is also accompanied by delicious food. Especially the generous portions served by the uncle at the base, as if he feared Xu Teng wouldn't be full. His ears perked up as whispers surrounded him, the discussions falling into Xu Teng's ears. Do you think Xiao Su can really become an all-round research scientist? If it were someone else, I wouldn't believe it, but Xiao Su, I think he really has the potential. True, you should have seen the expressions of academician Li and academician Su. They were quite something. I heard that academician Li even wanted to persuade Xiao Su, but before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent. Why did he stop? Someone asked curiously. That's because he realized that Xiao Su has far surpassed his usual understanding. After a few seconds of silence, the discussion shifted to another topic. Hey, the more I look at Xiao Su, the more handsome he seems. Do you think Xiao Su is in a relationship? What are you interested? The female researcher in a white lab coat carefully adjusted her outfit, hesitating before speaking. Look at me, oh, am I not suitable? The few people eating raised their heads to glance at her and seriously replied, no, you are not worthy. The aura she had just managed to cultivate immediately collapsed. Did I just hear them talking? They were at least 5 or 6 meters away, and they were deliberately lowering their voices. After pondering for a moment, Xu Teng guessed it was probably the effect of that bottle of purple energy liquid. His physical fitness was greatly enhanced, allowing him to hear conversations from such a distance. Other than that, the constant praise from those around him was overwhelming, and they even speculated about his romantic life. In the end, he had to pretend he couldn't hear anything, which felt a bit strange. Xu Teng finished his meal unusually quickly. He gobbled down his food, having heard that a single female researcher was planning to come over to ask for his contact information, trying to glean whether he was in a relationship. Danger. This place is not suitable for long stays. That day, the remaining time was the most relaxed Xu Teng had ever spent. He took a stroll beside the base and bid farewell to his teacher Su Wei. Originally, Su Wei wanted to move the remaining research projects to the base to witness the creation of the revolutionary energy gun. Now that the experiment was complete, Xu Teng would also be returning to Huaqing tomorrow. He no longer needed to stay here. There were still research report meetings and new projects waiting for him. Base helipad. Su Wei cheerfully told Xu Teng, Xiao Su, I've already arranged for the staff to book your flight for tomorrow. I've also notified senior brother Yun at Huaqing. He will come to pick you up. After a pause, he added, although I don't understand why you chose this path of becoming an all-round research scientist, but as a young person having ideas and strength, I support you. The future of research in Longhua indeed rests on the shoulders of young people like you. Due to the privacy issues surrounding the system, Xu Teng found it difficult to clarify his choice. Choosing the path of an all-round research scientist was also challenging for Xu Teng. However, from the blueprints released by the system, they all seemed random and leaned towards being all-round. Completing tasks ahead of schedule would yield rewards as well as energy points. From the perspective of energy points, it could shorten the time for the system to awaken. All of this made Xu Teng feel compelled to walk the path of an all-round research scientist. He faintly sensed that there was a significant event behind the system waiting for him to uncover. "Don't worry, teacher. I will work hard." With Xu Teng's assurance, Xu Wei smiled happily. This child was truly born for research, completing projects with rewards like lightsabers and energy guns, and for so long, he hadn't actively inquired about them. Material things were only necessary for him to live decently. Oh wait, this child loves good food and always eats a little more whenever there's a delicious dish. But he would never waste it. In an instant, Xu Wei recalled the most challenging times in Longhua. That group of researchers worked day and night to create a globally shocking cannon, and foreign researchers thought they were doing it for monetary rewards. In reality, the monetary reward they received for producing the cannon was only a meager sum. With a culture passed down for so long, there were always some researchers who were purely devoted. Otherwise, how could they have persevered through storms for thousands of years without losing their spark? Reflecting on this, his emotions surged, and he almost choked up. Although Xu Teng didn't ask, it didn't mean that the country wouldn't genuinely provide rewards. Today's Longhua was no longer the Longhua of the past. Xu Wei said solemnly, "Xiao Su, in a few days the state will approve your reward of 10 million, which will be deposited into your account. By the way, if your family needs any job adjustments, they can apply for transfers as well." 10 million reward. Xu Teng was momentarily stunned if it weren't for his teacher's reminder. He almost forgot that he hadn't touched the cash reward from the lightsaber yet. It seemed that he truly didn't lack money. Accommodation was provided by the school. Daily necessities meals could be paid for with a campus card at Huaqing, and at the base, it was even less of a concern. As for materials, they were always specially allocated. The approval would go up in the afternoon and arrive that night. This couldn't help but speak to the reliability of senior brother Yun. However, for the transfer of his parents' work, he still had to ask them. "Thank you, teacher. I will ask them and see if they need any adjustments to their jobs. If you need anything, just contact Yun Sheng directly. Oh, I've already instructed him, and he will definitely pick up your call immediately. I will start a new project later, and I might miss your call." When Xu Wei left, Xu Teng suddenly realized he hadn't seen senior brother Yun for a long time. He missed him quite a bit. The next day, when Xu Teng walked out of his room, he noticed something was off. All the people in the base had come out, standing on both sides of the road to see Xu Teng off. Xu Teng couldn't help but call out to Little Zhang beside him. "Little Zhang, isn't this a bit exaggerated?" The researchers inside the base were basically older than Xu Teng and had been in research longer. And how long had he been here? Just over a month. To his surprise, Little Zhang laughed and said, "This isn't something we requested, it's a spontaneous action from them. I heard you were leaving the base today, so they specially applied for half an hour to send you off." Half an hour isn't an issue. Given this, Xu Teng didn't refuse. He warmly greeted those around him. He occasionally heard comments like this: "Hey, Xiao Su is leaving you. I feel like I will never see a research scientist as handsome as Xiao Su again. I feel the same, and not only that, but I will never see a young person with such excellent research skills as Xiao Su again. Stop it if you keep talking. I feel like I'm going to cry. My heart aches." When the helicopter took Xu Teng high into the sky, he let out a sigh of relief. Why do those female researchers look at me with such strange eyes? A little over a month ago, a helicopter whisked Xu Teng away, taking with it all the project's materials and data. Half an hour later, the laboratory that had been piled high was emptied in an instant. The three slackers, Tang Haiba and his two companions, disbanded the project on the spot. When Yun Sheng notified them, the three stood dumbfounded, staring toward the direction where the helicopter had vanished. What is happening? A project that had only been underway for a few days just disappears. According to Dean Yun, that's indeed the case. Wait, do normal research projects follow such a procedure? The three immediately thought the Bao Nang gun was no ordinary project. It could even be called top secret. They had all signed confidentiality agreements. Moreover, all the core problems had been handled by senior brother Xu Teng alone. Not even Dean Yun could offer any help. Oh, I see. That explained it. After all, the three of us were merely extras. The big names had gone to brief still bigger names. It was understandable that we would be disbanded. But why did a faint bitterness remain? Tang Haiba had been someone else's child for more than 20 years. I was admitted to graduate study at Huaqing, not outstanding, but respectable. Yet after encountering senior brother Xu Teng, I learned what true despair meant. Enough, no more whining. The disbanded trio decided to share a farewell meal. Over the next month, Tang Haiba lived unusually happily. Indeed, being freed from senior brother Xu Teng's tutelage proved unexpectedly light and joyful, though a touch of resentment lingered. Having seen truly elite talent, one yearns to behold the vistas of a higher world. Huaqing could not be my terminus. The slackers quietly renamed their chat the aspiring trio. I miss senior brother Xu Teng. I wonder which great figures he's lecturing now. No sooner had he thought that than a rumbling sound rolled through the air. Who's driving a tractor on campus? Students in nearby classes were startled and turned toward the windows. What the? Plane. Really, it looks like. A Wu Ji. Why is it here again? Wait, why did I say again? A plane. Wu Ji. In the next second, Tang Haiba registered it and turned to the sky not far off. I remember senior brother Xu Teng headed in that direction more than a month ago, and now it's that same direction again. Could it be? Yes, it must be. At that moment, the once quiet aspiring trio group chat sprang to life. My God, is senior brother Xu Teng back? There's a 90% chance. So will our project continue? Although the three had been battered by Xu Teng's methods in the lab at heart as researchers, how could they refuse such a project? The bounding gun, a project that required confidentiality. In Longhua, how many people could join such a project while still graduate students? No, absolutely none. It was an honor. Though brief, those days genuinely taught the three a thing or two. I don't know, it's up to Dean Yun's arrangement, but I don't have much hope, Tang Haiba said, and the other two immediately understood. Compared to Xu Teng, the three were like gifted trinkets. They were never expected to contribute much to his project. More likely, they were being tentatively cultivated. If they could be trained, all would be well, or if not, they would be a failed investment. Xu Teng had given no sign for more than a month. If the person returning truly was him, there could be only one reason. Perhaps the project was successfully completed. Perhaps he's here to continue learning in preparation for the next phase of experiments. In that instant, Tang Haiba recalled the fear textbooks had once instilled in him. He was not the sort to be found in the library. We weren't even worthy of catching his glance. Senior brother Xu Teng is truly beyond our reach. Meanwhile, the Hua Qing class group chat began to stir. Tian Da Dida, I just saw an aircraft, classmates. Ming Tianjiu. Let me explain precisely, that was a Wu Ji, not a conventional airplane. Tian Da Dida, aren't they all airplanes? What's the difference? Shang Tian An Pai De Zui, the difference is that without certain status in the country, you have no right to board one. The Wu Ji was developed for warfare. And I can Wapiawi, so this time perhaps an academician has a project near our school. Of course, maybe someone else came to complete some arranged task. Tian Da Di, to have you noticed that Wu Ji have been appearing near our school more and more frequently. What AI de Shigua, now that you mention it, it seems to have started since new student orientation. New student orientation. Everyone thought of Xu Teng, the one who hadn't made the roster, as someone had tried to mess with him and was swept up in the aftermath. Rumor had it someone even wore a silver bracelet and was eating free meals inside. What AI de Shigua, just a hypothesis. Do you think there's a possibility that the person on the Wu Ji was Xu Teng? I must be dazed to say such a thing. Xu Teng. No one paid that remark much mind. Even if he were a graduate student not on the roster, would he qualify to be delivered to campus by a Wu Ji? Sorry, it's not that I don't believe it, it's that we're ordinary people with our experience. Him. I really don't buy it. He's just a newly admitted graduate student, at most a little more capable than us. How much difference could there be? Others ignored it. But Deng Yi took the words to heart, because over the past month she had been sending Xu Teng messages at intervals. How are your studies lately? Do you have time to eat together? None of these were replied to until she played her trump card and asked that question. I have some academic questions I don't understand. May I ask you about them? None of the messages were answered. This meant Xu Teng had not merely overlooked them, he was simply not online. But what place would go without internet for over a month and vanish for that long, without arousing classmates' attention? Watching the Wu Ji draw closer, Deng, he seemed to have an answer. Nearby areas had been cleared and a cordon established. When Xu Teng stepped down, he saw a familiar figure approaching. Junior brother Xu Teng, long time no see. Senior brother Yun, long time no see. Yun Sheng, whom other students always called stern and impartial, wore a constant smile before Xu Teng and addressed him as junior brother Xu. At every turn, he could not have been warmer. Over a month earlier, when Yun Sheng first met Xu Teng, he judged that although Xu was a genius, his youth was his greatest weakness, proof of insufficient experience. Before true heavyweights, he would be unable to produce research of consequence. Yun estimated that without 3 or 4 years, he would not draw the special attention of the higher-ups. Even granting exceptional talent. 2 years. Surely 2 years ought to be enough. And yet the time was dramatically shortened to a little over a month. Yun Sheng had no idea where Xu Teng had gone or what he had done in that month, but when the teacher personally called yesterday and asked him to pick Xu Teng up the next day, he understood the Bao Ning gun project had been completed. Knowing junior brother Zu's temperament, he would never have returned to Huaqing if it had not been finished. My heavens, complete such a technological project in just over a month. Yun Sheng realized it was not that reality had grown more fantastical, but that his imagination had been too narrow. Is scientific research really so easy? In that instant, Yun Sheng's faith in research was rekindled, and he opened the archive of his previous files. I can do it, he vowed. 10 minutes later, Yun was reduced to babbling. He wondered whether junior brother Xu still needed to return to Huaqing at all. At Zu's present level, surely no one at Huaqing could teach him. The next moment, however, the teacher's words struck a blow to his confidence, and he began to question everything. Xu is coming back to Huaqing because he wants to continue studying foundational courses. Foundational courses? Yun Sheng could not comprehend. Indeed, Zu's goal is to become an all-round researcher. An all-round researcher. All-round. The word all-round circled Yun Sheng's mind like a spell, turning and turning until his legs went weak, and he finally came to himself. The gap between a genius and an ordinary person is as wide as reproductive isolation between two species. It's all right. After all, I'm not a researcher, I'm merely a director in a managerial post, so it doesn't affect me. As long as I handle it well. The teacher told me to make junior brother Zu's enrollment special, so he can attend any professor's classes, consult any subject's materials, and go wherever he pleases. Wait, Yun Sheng discovered a blind spot. If Xu Teng attended his lectures, would that not prove that he too was Zu's teacher? And Xu Teng's teacher being Xu Wei if the two were placed on equal footing? Xu Teng noticed Yun Sheng smiling foolishly beside him and chose to speak first. Thank you for coming to fetch me today, senior brother. The pleasant daydream was broken. Yun Sheng replied composedly, not at all. It's no trouble. If junior brother Xu has any requests, just tell me directly. I'll fulfill them immediately. Resigned to being merely a tool, Yun Sheng accepted that if he could not be among the principal figures, he would gladly serve logistics. It was, he told himself, a kind of participation. I'm a little tired. I want to go back and rest first. Very well. Junior brother Xu, this way. Your dorm is cleaned every day. By the way, the teacher told me Zu's wishes. I've already arranged for your enrollment to be special. Whatever classes junior brother Xu wishes to attend, he may attend them. If he wants to consult textbooks from other disciplines, they will be made available as well. Look, senior brother Yun was always so dependable. Thank you, senior brother Yun. You're welcome. Only when Yun Sheng left Xu Teng at the foot of the dormitory building did he realize that after more than a month apart, junior brother Xu seemed to have become more handsome. Was it his imagination? No. Could doing research actually improve one's looks? How had he never heard of such a thing? Opening the single room's door, it was just as before, immaculately clean. Only upon stepping inside did he notice the kettle still held water not long off the boil. How thoughtful. The teacher said we could also arrange something regarding your parents' jobs, but we should ask their opinion first. Had Xu Wei not raised the matter, Xu Teng would never have made such a request. For Longhua, the Bao Ning gun project was indeed a major matter. Given the potential benefits, it would not hurt to make a bid for it. Only then did Xu Teng remember that he had not contacted his family for over a month. He wondered whether they were worried. He had just switched on his phone when it began to buzz incessantly. Messages arrived from Tang Haiba. Senior brother Xu, are we still going to the lab tomorrow? Senior brother Xu, did you really leave? And earlier, senior brother Xu, are you back? He opened the chat and replied, Before he could leave the window, the other party replied at once. Holy, senior brother Xu, you're amazing. Xu Teng grew puzzled. Did he possess some special quality that made people respond instantly? More buzzes. Messages from Deng. How are your studies lately? Do you have time to grab a meal? I have some academic questions I don't understand. Could I consult you? The message was dated half a month earlier. By now it should have been resolved. Xu Teng typed, if you have time, let's eat together at noon. I'll look over your academic questions then and see if I can help. She replied immediately. Okay, see you at the entrance of Zijin Canteen at noon. So quick again. Why had her academic problem not been solved in half a month? It seemed odd, but he put it aside. Xu Teng scrolled through missed call notifications. On some day, half a month ago, his parents had called repeatedly. But from the following day, the calls stopped. What was going on? When Xu Teng returned the call, it was answered immediately. Hello, son. Have you finished your project? Those words left Xu Teng stunned. Mom, how did you know? Oh, about half a month ago, some people came to our home and said you'd gone to participate in an important project and told us not to worry. At first, we thought it might be a scam, but your father said the man who accompanied them was the local bureau chief. He recognized him. So they were reassured. Moments ago, the bureau chief had even inquired about their work and whether they needed to take something easier. The bureau chief personally intervened. The first name that sprang to mind was senior brother Yun, but he dismissed the thought. It was likely the teacher who had issued the instruction. So would you like to change jobs? No, there's no need. We've been at this unit for over 10 years. Moving elsewhere means starting over with new people. Besides, you're working on a project for the state. How could we casually squander national resources? We only hope that our son Yu can add a little strength to the nation. Not long ago, I read that Longhua had been covertly sanctioned by another country. Without a nation, where is home? Knowing you contribute more to the country puts our minds at ease. The call continued for more than half an hour as his parents chattered over various trivialities. In that moment, Xu Teng felt a warmth in his heart, and he also began to look forward to the schematics the black tech system would assign next. Objective: the stars and the seas. Beep, beep, beep. Xu Teng reached out to his phone and pressed the off button. A glance at the time revealed it was 10:50. Thanks to the enhancement from the energy liquid, all his fatigue had been swept away despite only sleeping for an hour. His mental strength had returned to its optimal state. After washing his face with cold water, he gazed at the sharply defined features of his face in the mirror for a while. Xu Teng sighed. The black technology system is indeed powerful. Oh, I never imagined that even looks could be altered. Forget it, no need to think about it anymore. According to the system's past timelines, there would be no tasks released for at least half a month. I should make the most of this time to delve into foundational subjects and become a versatile researcher as soon as possible. He had arranged to have lunch with Deng Yi at 12. The dormitory was close to the Zijing cafeteria, so he wouldn't be late. When Xu Teng arrived at the cafeteria entrance, he caught sight of a striking scene. In early November in Kyoto, the weather had begun to turn cooler. Deng Yi was dressed in a white woolen coat and black knee-high boots, her tall stature drawing the attention of passing students. Hey, who is that? Judging by the looks, it should be Deng Yi. Deng Yi, the one who fiercely defended Xu Teng in the group. That's right, it's her. Simply mentioning Deng Yi's name wouldn't attract much attention, as there were many high-achieving students at Huaqing. She was not only beautiful, but also excelled in her field. However, when it came to Xu Teng, many people were genuinely interested. Since the start of the semester, no one had seen him or heard of him attending any classes. He was like a transparent person. Then could it be that Deng Yi was waiting for Xu Teng? Some people nearby began to stop and wonder who Deng Yi was indeed waiting for. A minute later, a sunny, handsome young man with sharp facial features walked over from a distance. Deng Yi turned around to take a closer look at the approaching figure and uncertainly called out, "Xu Teng. It's been more than a month since we last met. How did you get even more handsome? Just like the readers." Xu Teng smiled. "You came early again. It's fine, I just arrived too. Last time you treated me to a meal, so this time it's my turn to treat you." He sounds good. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Wait a minute. Was that handsome guy who just walked by Xu Teng? Why do some people who are already in graduate school have such great hair, perfect skin, and looks? Some began to understand why Deng Yi defended Xu Teng. The two made their way to the cafeteria counter. "Oh, young man, you haven't been here for a while." "I've been busy. Annie, please give me a serving of spicy shrimp, braised pork ribs, and crispy roast meat." "All right." After Xu Teng had finished getting his food, he turned around. The aunt saw Deng Yi and quietly asked, "So, young lady, how are things going between you two?" Hearing this question, Deng Yi's expression immediately fell. "Not good, I still can't get a grip on it." "Oh, that won't do. I'll tell you, you need to target the right symptoms." "What are his interests?" "You should align yourself more with those." "I know that." "Then tell me, I'll give you some advice." "Research." Upon hearing this, the aunt's expression stiffened, and she almost dropped the ladle. It's not that the aunt couldn't help, but the field of research was too deep. She truly didn't understand it. She then changed the topic. "Is the meal the same as before?" "Yes." Deng Yi's expression was a bit strange. Oh, why did the conversation suddenly stop mid-sentence? She took her food and sat on the other side of Xu Teng. The spicy shrimp had its shells removed, stir-fried in hot oil for a few seconds, and then topped with seasonings. The golden shrimp meat mingled with the seasonings, exuding an enticing aroma. The braised pork ribs were made from high-quality spare ribs, each piece rich, with thick gravy garnished with a sprinkle of green onions. They presented beautifully. The crispy roast meat was roasted to perfection, exuding a bit of oil. One bite was enough to fill the mouth with fragrant flavor. Xu Teng was already famished, devouring it ravenously. In fact, he was trying to mask the awkward expression on his face. Thanks to the energy liquid, he had just overheard Deng Yi and the aunt's conversation. It was at that moment he understood why his academic issues had not been resolved in half a month. The girl across from him wasn't there simply to ask about unsolvable problems, but rather it was about him. "No, I'll try again." Looking up, he locked eyes with Deng Yi, who momentarily looked flustered. "Didn't you say you had some academic problems you didn't understand? Have they been resolved now?" "Academic problems? Oh, is that what you meant?" "Oh no, I forgot to bring it." "What should I do?" No need to panic. Xu Teng was rather oblivious when it came to feelings, so he thought carefully about an excuse. At that moment, a thought struck her. "My cat can do a backflip. Oh, would you like to come home and see it?" With a spark of inspiration, she said, "I left my homework in the dorm. Do you want to go see it?" The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence for a moment. It was only after a few seconds that Deng Yi realized what she had just said. That was careless. It proved that in a state of panic, one really doesn't think straight. Ahem, let's save it for next time. Xu Teng took the initiative to break the awkwardness and focused on eating. In an instant, Deng Yi's face turned beet red. Oh no, It won't be so easy to invite Xu Teng out again in the future. In reality, Xu Teng hadn't dwelled on these matters. He was just pondering where should I start with the foundational courses. Ideally, chemistry and physics should be prioritized. These two subjects can produce new things the fastest. For example, energy. But actually, mechanical and biological fields are also viable. For instance, artificial intelligence. Ding. New WeChat message. Opening it, he saw it was a message from senior brother Yun. Su Shidi, the special scholarship from Huaqing, is about to be evaluated soon. I've applied for you, and of course you don't need to prepare anything, not even a speech on the day. Just focus on your work. All the judges here understand. When Yun Sheng processed Xu Teng's academic status specially, he had already hinted at some information to the professors. In essence, it was just one sentence. Teachers, I strongly support Xu Teng becoming a versatile researcher. If he attends your small classes in the future, please do not stop him. Who is Yun Sheng's teacher? Academician Su Wei. An academician wholeheartedly supports graduate student Xu Teng to become a versatile researcher. Anyone would understand the significant contributions this young man had made. Stopping him? That's unlikely. They might even feel a bit intimidated, fearing they hadn't explained something well. A special scholarship. Xu Teng had heard of this, but didn't know much about it. So he turned to the blushing Deng Yi and asked, "Do you know about Huaqing's special scholarship? A top-tier scholarship?" Deng Yi blinked, startled. They were enjoying their meal just fine. Why had this suddenly come up? Wait a moment. It came back to her. Xu Teng's family background was far from affluent, even somewhat strained. He had completed his undergraduate studies in Xinjiang and had now moved to Jingdu. Not only were graduate tuition fees significantly higher than undergraduate ones, but daily living expenses would also surge in a first-tier metropolis like Jingdu. So, was he aiming for the top-tier scholarship precisely to ease the financial burden on his family? Deng Yi was utterly stunned. Truly, the world of academic elites operated on an entirely different plane. While others dreamed of launching tutoring classes to earn money, Xu Teng had set his sights directly on the university's most prestigious scholarship. Was this at its core a fundamental divergence in mindset? I see. Tell me more. Deng Yi steadied her breath and spoke with calm composure. The Huaqing top-tier scholarship selects only a handful of recipients each year. Previously just a few, but recently expanded to nearly 10. On average, only one student per department is chosen. Applicants are genuine prodigies. Some published first-author papers in influential journals during undergrad who delivering keynote lectures at elite foreign universities is routine for them. Olympic champions also appear on the shortlist. Candidates first submit applications and supporting documents on the day of the defense. Each is allotted dedicated time to deliver a formal presentation outlining their academic journey. Faculty members will pose questions during the defense, and the entire process is open. Other students may attend as observers. Deng Yi paused deliberately. She'd saved the scholarship amount for last, mindful of Xu Teng's emotional state. He might genuinely be facing financial hardship these days. Compared to other scholarships, the top-tier award carries a substantially larger stipend. It used to be 10,000 yuan, now increased by 5,000, totaling 15,000 yuan. Xu Teng listened quietly, patiently awaiting Deng Yi's full explanation. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, Xu Teng asked, puzzled, "Is something else missing?" "Oh, no, that's all. Thank you." Watching his unruffled expression, Deng Yi felt a flicker of confusion. "You're applying for the top-tier scholarship, aren't you?" Why did it feel as though he were merely asking out of casual curiosity? "You aren't planning to apply." Apply. Having spent much of the pre-semester period in the library and devoting nearly all his time since enrollment to the plasma rifle project, he knew little about scholarship procedures. Had Yun Shixiang not mentioned the top-tier scholarship, Xu Teng likely wouldn't have looked into it for months. But since Yun Sheng had said he'd already filed the application and handled all follow-up matters, he'd simply asked for confirmation. As for Deng Yi's question about applying, Xu Teng reflected. Yun Shixiang had stated he'd submitted the application and resolved all subsequent formalities. That must mean the application had succeeded. "Yes, I've applied." He truly had. This was Huaqing University's highest academic honor, the very pinnacle of scholarly distinction. As Huaqing students wryly put it, when the clock strikes and the microphone switches on, we in the audience finally realize the speakers on stage are engaged in celestial combat. Why then must us mortals linger here, risking collateral damage? Someone once attempted to film the event for online sharing, but the moment the first speaker activated the microphone, she became so awestruck, she forgot her purpose entirely. Deng Yi unconsciously swallowed. She'd assumed attending the same university as Xu Teng had narrowed the gap between them. How mistaken she'd been. Others came here because they chose to. Their potential extended far beyond this institution. Deng Yi came because this was her ceiling, her absolute limit. Keep striving. Keep pushing forward. At that thought, her cheeks flushed, suddenly recalling her own ill-fated line. I left my homework in my dorm. Would you like to come take a look? Damn. Social annihilation. Just as Deng Yi spiraled into self-conscious reverie, Xu Teng spoke up. By the way, what's your major? Over the past 2 months, they'd met only 2 or 3 times. Each encounter consumed either by plasma rifle discussions or meals. Now committed to becoming a versatile researcher, Xu Teng wished to learn Deng Yi's field of study. Perhaps it would help him decide where to begin. Physics. Physics. Could you elaborate further? Though puzzled by his inquiry, Deng Yi patiently elaborated. We recently completed classical mechanics, an extension of high school concepts essentially deepening Newtonian principles. Currently, we're studying electromagnetism and quantum mechanics. Electromagnetism covers current and magnetic fields, applications of the Biot-Savart law and Ampere's circuital theorem, magnetic energy density, displacement, current Maxwell's equations, and electromagnetic waves. Quantum mechanics introduces blackbody radiation, the photoelectric effect, Compton scattering, the statistical interpretation of wave functions, and notably the uncertainty principle epitomized by Schrödinger's cat. Deng Yi rattled off the list, rapidly fearing Xu Teng might grow impatient. Yet he listened with rapt, unwavering attention, an intensity she'd never witnessed before. Then it struck her, the cafeteria Andy's advice, find what fascinates them most, and talk about it freely. That's how connection begins. With time, rapport naturally deepens. In hindsight, that earlier line, my homework's in my dorm, sounded utterly foolish. Xu Teng fell into quiet reflection. Electromagnetism. Indeed, key principles underpinned both lightsabers and plasma rifles. He wasn't wholly unfamiliar with the subject. The black text system supplied schematics, yet their underlying scientific foundations demanded personal comprehension. Weeks of intensive experimentation had honed his practical expertise, yet theoretical knowledge remained comparatively thin. In quantum mechanics' most foundational pillar, relativity. Relativity bifurcates into special and general formulations. In that era, no equation resonated more profoundly across disciplines than the epochal mass-energy equivalence. The essence of thermonuclear weapons lay in mass defect, a truth encapsulated by EMC superscript 2. Without this equation, such weapons would never have existed. Nor would the war have ended prematurely. Becoming a polymathic researcher was no simple feat. Even having imbibed the energy elixir, Xu Teng held no certainty of success. Learning progressed incrementally, from fundamentals upward. Since he'd already conducted related experiments, physics would be the natural starting point. Deng Yi's voice broke through his reverie. I've spoken so long. I still don't know your major. Mine. Same as yours, physics. At Xu Teng's gentle smile, Deng Yi's heartbeat quickened. Could happiness really come so unexpectedly? At that moment, one phrase could perfectly describe Deng Yi's feelings. Though your smile holds no wine, I'm drunk as a dog. Steady, steady. Don't get excited. Even though Xu Teng and I share the same major, I can now openly seek his guidance on academic matters. But we won't be attending classes together in the same classroom. When a campus is vast enough and studies become hectic, even relationships within the same university can feel like long-distance love. Not to mention the two of them haven't even started yet. Then, where do you attend classes? Deng Yi silently made up her mind. No matter which professor or classroom Xu Teng mentioned, she could always reply, oh, I'm familiar with that. Our classrooms are on the way, we can go together. Where to attend classes? Xu Teng frowned. This was indeed a problem. Graduate courses were divided into large and small classes. Large classes were foundational courses shared by multiple majors such as English and math. Small classes, on the other hand, were mostly for students of the same major. These were the specialized courses required for the major. Wait, senior brother Yun said my enrollment had been special cased. I can go wherever I want. You first tell me, which professor's class are you attending? When Xu Teng asked this, Deng Yi was momentarily stunned. Damn, the plan. It's not working. Damn it, how can I casually make it seem like we're going the same way? Forget it'll play it by ear. Professor Chen Duowen. Xu Teng searched his mind, but had never heard this name before. Professor Chen is a renowned figure in quantum physics. He once won the Future Science Prize for proposing a series of conjectures on photon entanglement. He has always been strict with us in teaching. In the field of quantum physics at Tsinghua, Professor Chen's words carry weight. However, his flaw is that he never allows anyone to audit his small classes. He says, as a teacher, I must focus on my students. If too many students show up, I won't have the energy. Winning the Future Science Prize. Carrying weight at Tsinghua. Xu Teng immediately seized on the key points from what he heard. In the pursuit of knowledge, several things were crucial. One was personal talent. In that regard, Xu Teng believed he had no issues. Even if there were problems, before he found that drinking Red Star energy liquid had improved his focus. Once immersed in knowledge, Xu Teng could concentrate even more. Another factor was the teacher. An excellent teacher was vital, able to explain the most profound problems in the simplest terms. The 2 points Deng Yi mentioned clearly proved that Professor Chen was a capable teacher. As for the strictness and ban on auditing, Xu Teng found it irrelevant. He just needed to inform senior brother Yun before class. Xu Teng wasn't sure if all teachers knew about his special enrollment status. It would be troublesome if he got kicked out during a lecture. Giving a heads up in advance was necessary. While Deng Yi was still introducing Professor Chen, Xu Teng suddenly asked, "Does Professor Chen have a quantum physics class this afternoon?" "Huh. Yes, the first class is Professor Chen's." Though confused with a face full of question marks, she still answered Xu Teng. "All right, then I'll go with you." Huh. Deng Yi, who was nodding, suddenly froze. According to the usual routine, after a meal the two would part ways. "See you next time if there's a chance." But what did Xu Teng just say? Attend class together. It's not that I don't want to, but Professor Chen is really strict. Previously, friends of classmates who audited were directly kicked out without any mercy. Like the impartial Dean Yun Sheng, he was privately called one of the most difficult professors to get along with. Sensing Deng Yi's worry, Xu Teng reassured her, "It's fine, I'll just ask my senior brother to handle it." Senior brother? Wait, aren't you a newly enrolled graduate student? Your senior brother probably isn't much older than you, right? Will his words really work? But then she thought again. Xu Teng's campus card was different, and he planned to apply for Tsinghua's special scholarship. Perhaps our networks are truly at different levels. Then, let's go. Deng Yi ultimately didn't ask who his senior brother was. Keeping some mystery was the most optimistic state. Yuta Building Room 308. A few people were already sitting in the classroom discussing the upcoming Tsinghua special scholarship. "Hey brother Lu, I heard you're also applying for the special scholarship." Lu Xuxing, sitting in front, turned back with a smile. "I'm just giving it a try. I meet the application requirements." The special scholarship isn't guaranteed just by applying. There's a defense session later with professors grading and competition from other departments. The pressure is real. "Oh brother Lu, you're being too modest. In quantum physics, everyone knows Professor Chen values you highly. I heard he even took you abroad to give a report to foreigners at their alma mater." Just thinking about it is thrilling, lecturing students at a prestigious foreign university. Lu Xuxing kept smiling, the corners of his mouth lifting, but he kept explaining. "It's not as exaggerated as you say. That time Professor Chen himself gave the report to their students. I was just a little sidekick he brought along, practically useless the whole time. Look at brother Lu, he's great at everything except being too modest. If you're just a sidekick, why didn't Professor Chen take me as his sidekick?" Enough. Brother Liu's special scholarship is definitely in the bag. I heard that in our physics department hardly anyone submitted applications. Those who did can't compare to our brother Lu. For over 20 years, Lu Xuxing had always been the model child of others. From elementary school, he showed academic talent, ranking first every year. So, he soared all the way. Even after entering Tsinghua, it was the same. The courses at a top university were indeed stressful, but only for others. For Lu Xuxing, they were nothing special. With proper review, he still achieved good grades. That was why Professor Chen valued Lu Xuxing. After a few interactions, the strict old professor found him decent with an active mind and quick learning ability. So when opportunities arose, he took him to see the world outside. For the Dragon Country, having a successor for scientific research was paramount. The older generation valued this greatly. Lu Xuxing indeed learned a lot from Professor Chen. But there was one girl and one guy that bothered him. The girl was Deng Yi, the one he secretly admired. The guy was Xu Teng, a name not on any roster, never seen in class, yet never heard of being disciplined. It is perfectly normal for the girl you secretly admire to have a crush on someone else. No one can guarantee that the person you like will feel the same way about you. That's why people often say that emotions are the greatest taboo on the path of competition. Instead of wasting time trying to understand others, it's better to focus on improving yourself. I understand the logic, but I just can't help it. Especially for someone like Lu Xuxing, who has always been hailed as the perfect child, it's even more unbearable. If the one you Deng Yi liked was someone of exceptional talent and virtue, Lu Xuxing would accept it. Every time I think of that, it doesn't hurt so much. But Xu Teng, who is he? A graduate student who doesn't even attend classes, and I've never heard of him participating in any experiments. What achievements could he possibly have in the future? After all, he's just a newly enrolled graduate student. No matter how extraordinary he might be, there's a limit. People like me who can follow professors abroad to broaden our horizons are already rare. And among those rare few, I've never heard Xu Teng's name. Just as I was thinking this, the classroom door suddenly swung open. A young man and woman walked into room 308. The woman was vibrant and lovely. Everyone recognized her as a classmate Deng Yi. As for the man, no one had ever seen him before. With deep, penetrating eyes and sharply defined features. He appeared unexpectedly handsome. Who is he? Did he come with Deng Yi? Could he be her boyfriend? But this is a small graduate seminar. Previously, students from other classes in the same major tried to audit the class only to be mercilessly kicked out by Professor Chen. If even students from the same major can't attend, how could a boyfriend possibly be allowed? The old professor was always strict in his academic style and would never tolerate such a situation. At that moment, someone stood up to kindly warn Xu Teng. "Hello, are you sure you're not lost?" The closer he got, the more strikingly handsome Xu Teng appeared. Wait, how could a graduate student still have such thick hair and such high good looks? Damn, heartache, lost. Xu Teng paused for a moment, then turned to look at Deng Yi. She shook her head, indicating no mistake. Oh, so the old professor really doesn't allow others to audit. But that's fine. I've already contacted senior brother Yuan, and I remember his reply. My dear junior brother at Huaching, you can attend any class you wish. If you need any materials, just let me know. So junior brother, do you have time to come and listen to my lectures? The rest of the message was normal, but that last line was a bit peculiar. Xu Teng subconsciously ignored it. How could a lecture from someone who no longer does research hold any appeal for him? He was always polite in response to others' kind reminders. Oh, thank you, but I'm not lost. Isn't this Professor Chen's class? I'm here to attend it. Huh. You know Professor Chen and you still want to take his class? You must be quite bold. Seeing that the kind-hearted person was about to persuade him further, Lu Xuxing finally spoke. He already said he's here for Professor Chen's class. There's no need to persuade him. Maybe he really does have a way. When Xu Teng first entered, Lu Xuxing didn't recognize him. Because the change was indeed significant. And by change I mean he had become even more handsome. Damn, can doing research make your hair thicker and your looks better? Had Lu Xuxing not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The final confirmation came from Xu Teng's voice. As his self-perceived rival in love, Lu Xuxing had memorized that voice distinctly. With Deng Yi standing nearby, there was no doubt. He couldn't think of anyone else who would be standing beside Deng Yi. Humph. Since you know Professor Chen and still dare to attend his class, let's see how you handle it. Lu Xuxing had already imagined several scenarios of Xu Teng being thrown out, each one more satisfying than the last, and he almost laughed out loud. Meanwhile, the classmate who had kindly warned Xu Teng looked perplexed. Lu Xuxing was never one to meddle in others' affairs unless it involved his own interests. He wouldn't even ask otherwise. This handsome guy hadn't provoked him, had he? Wait. It probably wasn't the handsome guy's fault. It was the person beside him, Deng Yi. Word had it that Lu Xuxing had always had feelings for Deng Yi. Now it was clear. Tisk tisk tsk. The girl he secretly admired now had a boyfriend. Interesting. Did he think he could steal her away? That seemed unlikely. He wasn't as handsome as Xu Teng. But when it came to academic prowess, that was another matter. After all, Lu Xuxing had accompanied Professor Chen abroad several times as an assistant. It seemed a good show was about to unfold. The surrounding students gradually caught on, casting strange looks at Xu Teng. Knowing how tough Professor Chen's classes were, you still came. Kid, you're indeed brave. Deng Yi also understood the looks from her classmates and tugged at Xu Teng's sleeve. Forget it. Maybe we should attend another professor's class. Professor Chen not only forbade auditing, but also severely punished students who skipped class. If caught, there would be consequences. Oh, it's fine. Didn't I tell you? I've already contacted senior brother. It's all right. Xu Teng turned to reassure her. Contacted senior brother. The other students found this even more peculiar. Judging by his youthful appearance, he was probably a first-year graduate student. What influence could a first-year graduate's senior brother have? Compared to Professor Chen, who had won the Future Science Prize, it seemed a bit far-fetched. Hearing this, Lu Xuxing grew even more delighted. If you weren't talking nonsense. Forget it, with a face like yours you must be talking nonsense. Professor, hurry up and get here. Someone's bragging that his senior brother's authority exceeds yours. Come and teach him a lesson. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed from outside the window. From the sound of the leather shoes, it was definitely Professor Chen. Quick, everyone sit down properly. Shoo. Stop talking. Professor Chen still adhered to the old-fashioned classroom discipline: sit properly before class, no tardiness, and he especially despised disruptions to the teaching order. As students, they knew the drill well. Hurry, let's find seats and sit down. Deng Yi quickly pulled Xu Teng to a seat in the back. The door slowly opened, and Professor Chen, with his white hair and immaculate suit, walked in with a stern expression. Just as I remembered, he would surely scold the unfamiliar student in the classroom. The others looked on with curiosity. The class was called a small seminar because it had only 10 students, and Professor Chen knew each one intimately. He could tell at a glance if someone was missing or extra. Deng Yi was extremely nervous, still clutching Xu Teng's sleeve. Just then, everyone saw the usually stern Professor Chen suddenly break into a smile and say, "Ah, little Xu, you really came." Little Xu? Who is little Xu? Wait. Something seems off. Holy crap. The stern Professor Chen actually smiled. All the students, even Deng Yi, who had been extremely nervous, were now dumbfounded. Among these 10 people, some had their mouths agape, unable to close them. Others couldn't believe what they were seeing, even secretly thinking about asking their deskmate to slap them, yet fearing the pain. But no one was more astonished than Lu Xuxing. Among this group of students, he had spent the most time with Professor Chen, knowing his habits and temperament well. His clothes were always spotless, and he valued cleanliness. He seldom smiled, having come from the era of the educated youth. He placed great importance on the etiquette between teachers and students, as well as classroom discipline. Respecting teachers and upholding their teachings was paramount. Because of this, although Lu Xuxing had gained much insight and learned a thing or two from Professor Chen, he was always meticulous, fearing he might do something poorly and incur the professor's displeasure. After all, this was a giant in quantum physics. Offending him would bring no benefit at all. As for today's warm smile and proactive greeting, "Sorry, I've never heard of such a thing." Was this even part of Professor Chen's persona? The person before them, named Xu Teng, who had never attended a class and as rumored had never been seen in the lab, was actually being greeted proactively by Professor Chen, and with a smile no less, during class. It turned out that Professor Chen's persona wasn't unshakable. It was just that I wasn't worthy. Sour as if I'd eaten a whole orchard of lemons. Lu Xuxing's face was stiff and flushed, and he even wanted to flee the scene. The others around also caught on. "Little Su." "Which little Su?" "Wait, there is a little Su." That's Xu Teng, the one Xinhua had issued several announcements about, who had never shown his face. It was him. And he was so handsome, and Professor Chen greeted him proactively. So the gap between people really could be that vast, just a tiny, tiny bit. Would Professor Chen ever greet me proactively? Xu Teng was taken aback. This situation was completely unexpected. Does senior brother Yun have that much influence? No, it must be the teacher's prestige. Xu Teng smiled and said, "Professor Chen, I'd like to study under you for a while, if that's all right." "Sure, of course, no problem at all. Welcome, welcome. Having little Su in my class is an honor for me." Although Chen Duowen was somewhat rigid in certain aspects, he was very tolerant of true geniuses. The foundation of a nation's strength lies in scientific research, with military aspects accounting for a significant portion. As a renowned professor of quantum physics, Chen Duowen had the right to know certain things. He knew that the person standing before him had accomplished roughly what in recent times Li Rongxing and a host of bigwigs from the weapons department had deliberately paused their ongoing projects for a short while, just to rush over and attend his report meeting. When the project was finally completed, Li Rongxing and Su Wei had even fought over who would get Xu Teng. Both Li Rongxing and Su Wei were academicians of Dragon Kingdom. For two individuals who represented the nation's highest level of scientific research to be vying over Xu Teng, the implication behind this was self-evident. What astonished Chen Duowen most was that despite his youth, Xu Teng had already made significant strides in one direction, yet he had suddenly decided to become a versatile scientific research talent. The key point: both of them supported him. Calling a young person supported by academicians merely promising was no longer sufficient. Describing him as a leading figure capable of ushering in a new era of science and technology would be more accurate. For someone like little Su, his future was destined for the stars and the sea. Coming to attend the class of an ordinary professor like me, tell me, isn't that an honor? In scientific research, mastery comes first. Age is not the most important factor. If you're not good, you're not good. If you're good, you're good. Hearing Professor Chen's words, Xu Teng blushed. "Not at all, Professor Chen, you flatter me." "Haha, little Su sure knows how to talk." "Well, then I'll start the lesson now." If Professor Chen's smile at Xu Teng had shocked them earlier, now it was as if they were being struck by lightning, left thoroughly stunned. Professor Chen not only welcomed him, but also spoke with a smile. Professor Chen said it was his honor, and again he spoke with a smile. Professor Chen said he was about to start the lesson now, 5 minutes after class had begun, and yet again he spoke with a smile. Deng, he was the most astonished. She was at a loss for words. Was it really just a greeting from senior brother Xu Teng? What kind of status did this senior brother hold? The key point was that Professor Chen was never easy to deal with. The senior brother wasn't the most crucial factor. Xu Teng himself was the most important. He must have solved a world-class problem to receive such treatment. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Duowen rapped on the blackboard, signaling everyone to focus. During class, no one should be distracted. Listen attentively. Distracted. Listen attentively. Listen to what? Like hell I will. Still listen. Lu Xuxing's entire mindset crumbled. There was no scene of Xu Teng being kicked out. It also meant that he really did have an incredibly impressive senior brother. The crucial point: Xu Teng himself was also incredibly impressive. So, I rise from my sickbed with a start, and the clown was me all along. Seeing the meaningful glances from his classmates, Lu Xuxing didn't want to stay in the classroom for a second longer, yet he dared not leave. He could only endure the judgment of his peers' eyes, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Research skills truly inferior to mine. No, probably, maybe, I must be living in a dream. As for Xu Teng, the person in question, he paid no attention to the reactions of his classmates. He had come to attend Professor Chen's lectures to prepare for the tasks the system would assign later. Unlike the last time, the system had stirred anew after absorbing some energy. Just now he had seen a virtual screen. Release time for the next set of blueprints 1 month from now. This was the first time the system had displayed the release time for blueprints, so during this month, Xu Teng needed to supplement his foundational knowledge. Professor Chun then began to lecture. Quantum physics is a branch of physics that studies the laws of motion of microscopic particles in the material world. It primarily focuses on the structure and properties of atoms, molecules, condensed matter, as well as atomic nuclei and elementary particles. Together with relativity, it forms the theoretical foundation of modern physics. Quantum physics comprises two parts. One is quantum mechanics, which is a physical theory at the atomic level explaining the laws of motion of matter in the microscopic world. The other is quantum field theory, which studies the fundamental laws of fields and reveals some profound issues related to the nature of matter. Deng Yi, sitting next to Xu Teng, found it a bit strange. These were all basic concepts of quantum physics. Oh, why would Professor Chen start from the beginning? Could it be for Xu Teng's sake? Glancing at Xu Teng beside her, Deng Yi asked in a low voice, "I'd like to ask, before coming to Professor Chen's class, were you actually studying quantum physics?" Xu Teng pondered for a moment, then turned back and said, "Not really. I was looking at textbooks on thermal weapons before." Deng Yi, what on earth are you talking about? Xu Teng never lies, and he has no reason to do so. This means his words are true. Huaqing University indeed offers numerous specialized courses, and its library houses an extensive collection of academic textbooks. But what on earth are these books about thermal weapons? Does the library truly stock such materials? We're all graduate students. Yet why does it feel as though a century separates us? It's not just a little gap, it's monumental. While Deng Yi was questioning her very existence, this lecture became the happiest class Professor Chen had ever taught, smiling warmly from start to finish. Professor Chen Duowen rarely wore a suit to lectures. Fastidious by nature, he abhorred any stain on his clothing. Before class, he received a message from Dean Yan. "Junior brother Su has just requested permission to attend your lectures for the coming period. We kindly ask for your guidance during this time." Junior brother Xu Teng. All faculty members had been pre-notified. The university leadership had issued explicit instructions. All courses and teaching materials were to be fully open to Xu Teng, paving his path forward. The goal? To accelerate his development into China's first truly versatile scientific researcher. While others remained in anticipation, he had already been selected. So this is the exhilaration of being chosen. Overjoyed, Professor Chen rushed home to change into a formal suit, the very one he'd worn when receiving the Future Science Award years earlier. It carried profound symbolic meaning. Hurrying breathlessly to class, he pushed open the door, and there stood Xu Teng, exactly as rumored, brilliant, humble, and impeccably courteous. Every glance deepened his admiration. "You mentioned Lu Xuxing? That's where you're mistaken. An exceptionally capable, ordinary person cannot possibly be compared with a genuine prodigy." And so, throughout the entire lecture, Professor Chen's attention remained fixed upon Xu Teng. Whenever Xu Teng wrote feverishly, he deliberately slowed his pace. Whenever Xu Teng furrowed his brow, Professor Chen's heart would skip, a fleeting fear that he might have misstated a key concept. And whenever Xu Teng's brow relaxed, a quiet pride welled within him. Perhaps this young man truly would become the first all-round scientific researcher in the history of Longhua. Meanwhile, the other students sat utterly stunned, scalps prickling with disbelief. We've never once seen Professor Chen smile. Yet the moment Xu Teng entered the classroom, he taught the entire lecture with a gentle, unwavering smile. Did you notice? He even wore a suit, something we've never witnessed before. His full attention was on Xu Teng the whole time. I nearly felt like I'd come merely as a companion learner. The students maintained a private group chat. Previously, no one dared pull out their phones during class. Now, Professor Chen's gaze held no space for them at all, emboldening them to voice their candid observations in the group. Only now did some begin to realize. Huaqing's earlier official statements, issued in response to recent incidents, had seemed unremarkable at the time. After all, the other party had initiated the defamation against Xu Teng. For a university to issue an official clarification was perfectly reasonable. Yet judging by today's events, they had vastly underestimated Xu Teng. So, someone boldly snapped a photo of Professor Chen smiling mid-lecture and shared it in the group. Cosmos Supreme, wait, what? Is that really Professor Chen? I love giant watermelons. Absolutely am. I remember clearly I once audited his class and got politely, but firmly asked to leave. He said, "I teach only a select few students. Too many would exceed my capacity to provide proper mentorship. Tomorrow I'll definitely stop gaming, Professor." Professor Chen is smiling while lecturing. I recall him as stern, deeply respectful of traditional pedagogy. Could this photo be mistaken? I love giant watermelons. No, it's authentic, I guarantee it. Wait, why is he wearing a suit too? Watch me drift. Does this suit hold special significance? I love giant watermelons. Immense significance. You remember the year he won the Future Science Award? He accepted it wearing this very suit. He reserves it solely for extraordinary occasions. Extraordinary occasion. Lu Xuxing, lurking silently in the group, turned ashen. A string of expletives rose in his throat. Unspeakable. He feared offending Professor Chen. Yet to Professor Chen, teaching Xu Teng was an extraordinary occasion warranting even this symbolically charged suit. No wonder Lu Xuxing had sensed an unusual formality in Professor Chen's attire from the moment he entered the classroom. It was all arranged for Xu Teng. I love giant watermelons. What's come over Professor Chen? Is he receiving another award today? No, that doesn't make sense. He'd wear the suit at the ceremony, not during lecture. Won't his fastidiousness recoil at the risk of soiling it? Don't ask. Don't ask. Lu Xuxing screamed inwardly, his worldview trembling. Research is exhausting, because a single student entered the classroom today. A student. Every lurking student's curiosity ignited which student could possibly command such reverence from Professor Chen. Cosmos Supreme, who? I love giant watermelons, who? Dozens of identical replies flooded in instantly. Research is exhausting. Xu Teng. Xu Teng. The one who never attended lectures, the Xu Teng named across Huaqing's multiple official statements. Then came a surreptitiously taken photo flung into the chat. What the hell? That was the first thought flashing through every student's mind, followed instantly by no. Impossible. Someone staging an April Fool's prank, mocking us all. Then they saw the photo, the flawless profile, the sharply defined jawline, the upright posture, and Professor Chen smiling serenely at the podium. Damn it. I love giant watermelons collapsed into silent despair. You refused to let me audit your class, saying you lacked the energy to mentor more students, so you dismissed me outright. Yet for Xu Teng, also a student, you donned the ceremonial suit and smiled warmly. This is the chasm. I love giant watermelons, shattered. Cosmos Supreme, shattered. Heavens will reign supreme, shattered. The replies cascaded, 99 in rapid succession. Unavoidable as a titan of quantum physics, Professor Chen Duowen held towering academic stature at Huaqing, universally known and revered among peers. The student who'd snapped and shared the photo felt quietly triumphant. Humanity shares a universal truth: when I alone am shattered, the pain is unbearable. But if I shatter everyone, the anguish divides, and even transforms into a subtle perverse delight. Watch me drift. Xu Teng looks incredibly handsome. Who broke the formation so abruptly? Dang Yi, observing silently, furrowed her brow and mentally noted the nickname. The next second, a new voice emerged in the group. I love giant watermelons. Even if Xu Teng can attend, he certainly won't understand a word. I've never heard of anyone named Xu Teng in the physics department. So if Professor Chen poses questions later, Xu Teng will undoubtedly falter. Lu Xuxing, who was originally questioning his life, believed that he could manage it again. Quantum physics was only gradually introduced in the early 20th century, and compared to classical mechanics, optics, and other disciplines, it is indeed quite young. This implies that many situations have not been perfected. For instance, a theorem is only applicable under certain conditions, while situations that exceed these conditions become what people commonly refer to as conjectures. In this territory, there are many things to explore. However, for the average person, the most intuitive feelings can be summed up in two words: difficult to understand, difficult to learn. Often just listening makes your expression grow heavy. A phrase unconsciously pops into your mind. What on earth are you talking about? Why do I feel that what you're saying is like God throwing dice filled with uncertainty? A classic example: Schrodinger's cat. The cat is placed inside a box which contains a sealed container with a small amount of radium and cyanide. There is a probability of radium decay. If it decays, a mechanism will shatter the bottle containing cyanide, leading to the cat's death. If it does not decay, the cat will survive. Traditionally understood, the cat is either dead or alive. But in quantum mechanics, it turns into another situation. Simply put, I do not know the cat's state unless I open the box. Therefore, it is both dead and alive. Do you understand? I did not understand. Lu Xuxing was utterly confused by this lesson at the time, taking a long time to explain it to himself before he convinced himself. Since then, he began to understand a phrase: the end of science is theology, and it is not without reason. No wonder many great figures in history, such as Newton, turned to study theology in their later years. Looking over at Xu Teng nearby, who was sometimes furrowing his brow and at other times writing furiously. Since the beginning, Professor Chen had already covered a lot of material, nearly catching up with the pace of the students present. What? Xu Teng, who had never been seen in the physics department, is able to digest so much on his first day of class and keep up with us. Stop dreaming. Not even God would dare to throw dice like that. Thus, Lu Xuxing started to feel excited yet cautious. Seeing you so serious now, you'll be quite embarrassed later. Dang Yi, who had been peeking, was also a bit worried about Xu Teng because quantum physics had left her completely exasperated. You torture me 1,000 times, and I treat you like my first love. The introductory classes nearly made her withdraw. Although Xu Teng had some foundation, he had mentioned that it was related to conventional weapons. Knowledge of conventional weapons has no connection to quantum mechanics, right? It shouldn't. When Chen Duowen first taught Xu Teng, he had already arranged a general order of the lecture. Because Xu Teng does not have that much time, the difficulty of becoming an all-round researcher is much higher than that of a singular researcher. Dean Yun had also made the situation particularly clear. According to Xu Teng's wishes, the goal was to teach him all the fundamental courses as quickly as possible. In this hour, Chen Duowen covered a large amount of foundational content, nearly keeping up with the pace of the seated students. I should find an opportunity to ask Xiao Su. Lecturing alone may not necessarily deepen understanding. Asking in the form of a question could enhance Xiao Zu's impression. Unfortunately, I can only be Xiao Zu's teacher for a limited time. Forget it, a short time is enough. In the future, when I meet those old friends, I can say, I was once Xiao Zu's teacher. Chen Duowen tapped the blackboard, a gesture that excited all the students in the class. Because this is a classic action of Professor Chen before asking questions. Dang, what if Xu Teng really can't answer? Other students, oh no, here it comes, the test is coming. Lu Xuxing, Professor Chen, please don't go easy, you must ask Xu Teng rigorously. Xiao Su, having just taught you so much foundational knowledge, I would like to assess you now, is that alright? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Professor Chen, why are you being so humble? Do you need someone else's approval to ask questions? Of course, Professor Chen, it's an honor to attend your class. Although senior brother Yun had secretly arranged everything, it must be said that Xu Teng indeed thought so. Every aging professor has come through those stormy years. Not only did they face external pressures, but there were also those who constantly stirred up trouble internally. To be able to wholeheartedly persist and contribute their strength for the development of the motherland. Becoming a temporary student of these professors, Xu Teng felt honored. Chen Duowen smiled, even more happily, humble and polite, with clear goals and being young and promising. There will be successors. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. So that was the feeling. Alright, Xiao Su, listen carefully. What is the main focus of quantum mechanics? When the question was asked, others could not help but think, is that it? Is Professor Chen going easy on us? The vast ocean outside is not as much water as you are letting go. Xu Teng was momentarily stunned, but still answered seriously. Quantum mechanics simply refers to discontinuity and probability. In classical physics, the states of all objects are determined, but in quantum mechanics, the position and energy of particles are uncertain. Alright, that's enough. Chen Duowen interrupted Xu Teng's intention to continue, surprising him a bit. Xu Teng's memory was remarkably good, because it seemed like Xu Teng had memorized the textbook verbatim. He had only repeated that phrase once. Xiao Su, now we will move on to the next stage of assessment. Turning around, Professor Chen began writing on the blackboard. To excite a hydrogen atom in its ground state so that it can emit the longest wavelength of the Lyman series, composed of spectral lines emitted when transitioning from an excited state to the ground state. What is the minimum energy that must be provided to the ground state hydrogen atom? The ionization energy of the hydrogen atom in the ground state is U for an excited state atom with an ionization energy of 0.554 electron volts. Its electron is moving in the N2 orbital. Seeing that set of written questions, everyone was dumbfounded. What the? I thought Professor Chen was planning to let the entire Pacific Ocean be his water, but now it seems we completely overthought it. Professor Chen is still the same Professor Chen, and he did not change much because of Xu Teng. In terms of attitude towards academia, he is always serious and earnest. Just now it was the most basic question, and now he has jumped straight to something real. In just a little over an hour, Professor Chen had primarily covered a rough outline of foundational content, presenting theorems, formulas, and basic definitions. Thus, he wrote down all the knowledge points mentioned earlier as questions. Damn, this is like teaching elementary students some knowledge required for the college entrance examination in mathematics. Then he directly pulled out real college entrance examination questions from Jiangsu and said, come on, solve these problems for me. Letting go. Not at all. This is simply raising the challenge to the maximum. Everyone was watching Xu Teng, waiting for his next move. Some began to discuss in low voices. Wow, Professor Chen is really serious about this. To be honest, this behavior has truly opened my eyes. Initially, I thought Xu Teng's senior brother had some influence, but now it seems that Professor Chen's questions are intended to put Xu Teng in a difficult position. Some students started turning to look at Lu Xuxing. Among these students, Lu Xuxing was the one who knew Professor Chen the best. Brother Lu, do you think Professor Chen is trying to put Xu Teng down? Originally, this person intended to directly address him by name, but reconsidered, thinking one shouldn't be so straightforward. After all, they would still have to meet every day. Just this subtle difference was noticed by Lu Xuxing. Goodness, Professor Chen hadn't said anything yet, and I almost went from Brother Lu to Little Lu. Lu Xuxing frowned. If Professor Chen hadn't shown Xu Teng much respect initially, he might indeed perceive this as a form of difficulty or intimidation. However, even when asking questions, he first informed Xu Teng. Could this still be considered intimidation? Absolutely not. Thus, this was undoubtedly a sign of appreciation. Indeed, it was a sign of appreciation. Professor Chen was different from other professors. Throughout his life, he maintained a rigorous attitude towards academia. He hoped that the scientific research in Long Country would have successors. Therefore, the more he cared, the more meticulously he would examine his juniors. Simply put, he wouldn't let a single drop of water slip through. So, Xu Teng was likely the person Professor Chen valued the most in his life, who can finish the basics of quantum mechanics in just over an hour and immediately start a problem set. Is this even a test? This is simply unbearable. Lu Xuxing thought to himself, if it were him, after just over an hour, he wouldn't even be able to attempt the problems. He might not even understand the meaning of some problem statements. His mind would be racing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Abba. Just thinking about this made Lu Xuxing furious. What intimidation. Just quietly observe, can't you? The questioning student initially wanted to say, little Lu, don't let a little sunshine make you shine bright. But in the end, he still managed to hold back. At this moment, Deng, sitting next to Xu Teng, became nervous. Are you really going to go up and attempt the problems? Other students also turned to look at Xu Teng, as this was exactly what they were thinking. Are you really going to go up? At least a person shouldn't be so defiant. If it weren't for having consumed the Hongxing energy drink beforehand, Xu Teng indeed wouldn't have dared to step forward. However, after drinking the energy drink, many feelings were truly hard to describe. The fundamental principles of quantum mechanics were indeed things he remembered after just hearing Professor Chen mention them once. In the eyes of the crowd, digesting the foundational knowledge taught by Professor Chen in just over an hour was completely impossible. Yet that hour had felt prolonged in Xu Teng's mind. It was as if the stored files were being played back in slow motion, enabling complete digestion until now. Impossible. I'm sorry, but I feel more than capable. Thus Xu Teng smiled at Deng. It's fine, I actually want to challenge myself as well. Challenge yourself. Professor Chen smiled, inwardly thinking, indeed, young people should attempt the unknown difficulties. At this moment, the group chat was already buzzing with messages. I love big watermelons. So, is Xu Teng unable to answer a single question? Is he pretending? The world is vast, it's hard to say. After all, if one entered through special channels, they must have some skills. Destined by heaven, I don't think. So, Professor Chen is famous for his rigor in academia. I know a senior sister who was once scolded to tears by Professor Chen. If he really asks questions, he definitely won't go easy on them. I love big watermelons, so Xu Teng is in deep trouble today, haha. Look at my drifting. You can't target Xu Teng just because he looks handsome. A bunch of dogmen. I love big watermelon frowned inwardly. Where did this stupid woman come from speaking so harshly? Kick her out. Failed to kick out. Opening look at my drifting's profile. Oh no. It's the group owner. Damn it. There are bad people among the crowd. At this moment, someone in the group shared the latest news. Research is so tiring. Just now, Professor Chen asked Xu Teng about the definition of quantum physics. If Professor Chen hadn't intervened, Xu Teng would have recited the definition from the textbook word for word. Research is so tiring. Latest news. Professor Chen posed a whole board of fundamental questions in quantum physics. Although there are some basic problems that I can't understand, Xu Teng is currently solving them on stage. Next, a candid photo was released. Xu Teng was holding chalk listing equations beside him, solving the problems. Research is so tiring. By the way, I need to explain this photo. It may look slow, but in reality, Xu Teng's speed of solving problems has already taken off. It's simply ridiculous. With this series of latest news, the group fell silent. No, it's impossible. How could there be such a person in the world? There has never been someone in the physics department who, after just over an hour of class, started to perform a basic problem set on the spot. Moreover, it was Professor Chen, who never lets up on his standards, who posed the questions. When Xu Teng picked up the chalk and walked to the first question, he realized the first question was indeed a basic one. The key to solving the first question lies in calculating based on the experimental law of the hydrogen atom spectrum. Using the Lyman series formula and the Rydberg constant, N should take the value of 2 or 3. The longest wavelength spectral line corresponds to N2. At least the energy HV lowercase provided to the hydrogen atom in the ground state is E2. Thus the result is F13, 6 eV210. 2 electron volts. The surrounding classmates stared blankly at the familiar formulas. It's not that they couldn't calculate it, but this person had only been in class for just over an hour. Some skeptics took out scrap paper to follow along. The sound of writing filled the air, and after a round of calculations, the result was indeed 2 electron volts. Bang! Everyone heard a heart-shattering sound in their hearts, their mental state completely exploding. Lu Xuxing thought to himself, damn it, why did you have to perform a miracle for us on the spot? The key isn't even here. For the second question, Xu Teng started skipping steps. That's right, skipping steps. The key to solving the problem ionization energy refers to the energy required to excite an electron from the ground state to the free state. Hydrogen atom ground state ionization energy. Stopping here, Xu Teng didn't write anymore. He simply drew a diagram next to it and filled in the blank. Ionization energy is 136, moving in the N5 orbit. Another round of writing sounds erupted. The final result. Completely correct. Everyone's mental state shattered. Why in the world could you start skipping steps from the second question and still get it right? Is there no way for us to live? From the moment Xu Teng stepped onto the platform to solve the problems, Professor Chen's gaze had been fixed on him without wavering. In Professor Chen's eyes, these problems were not difficult. They were merely basic questions designed to broaden one's thinking. Just a bit of mind-expanding problems. Little Xu should be able to handle it, right? No, I should lower my expectations further. After all, little Xu is just a freshman who has only listened to an hour of class. In probably taking this too seriously, there's no way a student this strong exists. Just as Professor Chen was trying to convince himself and figure out how to cover for little Xu if he couldn't solve the problems. He looked up and saw a series of formulas and the final correct answers. My God. The first problem was done, and Xu Teng immediately started on the second. And for the second problem, he began skipping steps. The ionization energy is 13.6, and it's moving in the N2 orbit. Another correct answer. If Professor Chen had doubts before now, they had completely turned into certainty. Little Xu has truly absorbed everything. Starting from the third problem, Xu Teng's speed had noticeably increased. Compared to the previous two, this problem required more formulas and a slight twist in thinking, because it required considering the energy brought by the incident light, A0, as the metal's work function. When the angle between the incident photon and the incident photon decreases. Professor Chen hadn't even finished his thought when he saw Xu Teng with a few swift strokes write down the answer again. Chen Duowen. The old professor began to doubt life for the first time. Wait, is quantum mechanics really this simple? No way. Thinking back to when he first learned the first lesson, how much effort he had to put in just to convince himself, and he almost fell into self-doubt from the start. Now Xu Teng was completely immersed in the world of quantum mechanics. The problems on the blackboard were like a world unto themselves, each stem a mini-boss to be conquered, and he was like a warrior wielding a sword, cutting through obstacles. His mind raced with calculations. The smallest frequency change means the largest wavelength change. Key point: according to Einstein's photoelectric effect equation, h nu w. It can be derived that the incident photon's energy h nu is greater than the metal's work function, thus proving that photoelectrons possess a certain kinetic energy. Formulas danced like sprites before his eyes, swirling around. Whichever one he needed, he just grabbed it. The chalk shortened, rapidly replaced piece after piece. When the last formula was completed, Xu Teng let out a breath. Finally done. He turned around and tossed the unfinished chalk onto the podium. Looking up, he saw all the classmates dumbfounded, some with their mouths still hanging open. What's wrong with them? Didn't Professor Chen say these were just basic problems? Did I calculate wrong? When this thought crossed his mind, Xu Teng turned back and mentally double-checked. A minute later. No mistake. This is the answer. He turned to Professor Chen, standing at the front, and said, "Professor Chen, I'm done. Please take a look." No response. Professor Chen. Professor Chen. After calling twice, Chen Duowen finally snapped out of his shock. "Oh, little Xu, you're done." Of course, Chen Duowen, who had been standing nearby, saw him finish. He just couldn't understand. Why could someone skip steps from the second problem and do mental calculations from the third, yet all the answers were completely correct? It was as simple as an elementary school student picking up the Jiangsu Math College entrance exam paper, frowning, and with a grand flourish of the pen, saying after 10 minutes, "TCH, it's nothing special. What lousy questions trying to stop me from working part-time?" He leaves with style, hiding his achievement. "Professor Chen, please check if there are any errors in the answers. I just did a mental recalculation and it should be fine." The classmates, still scribbling away at the third problem, instantly felt exhausted. "Let it all end, please." Human language. "I haven't even solved the third problem, and you've already recalculated it mentally." Chen Duowen was also left stunned by this remark. But in the next second, he was filled with excitement. This was a true genius. No problem. Before Xu Teng could react, Chen Duowen quickly said, "Little Xu, would you be willing to study quantum physics with me from now on?" All veteran researchers share a common trait, a love for talent. For them, there's no need to hold back. Whenever they see someone with extraordinary talent, they can't help themselves. Does that mean he wants to be my teacher? Xu Teng found it strange that every elderly scholar in the end hoped he would become their disciple. Before he could say anything, he heard Chen Duowen mutter to himself, "I know you have your own tasks. Forget it, it's frustrating." The bell rang. A full class period had just ended. Shen Duowen carefully packed the books from the podium into his briefcase, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked up to Xu Teng to speak solemnly. Little Xu, I won't take up any more of your time. If you want to attend class in the future, just come. Your senior brother will send you the schedule. Thank you, Professor Chun. Ah, no trouble, no trouble. Shen Duowen waved his hand and walked away muttering, what a pity, if only he were my student. But it's okay, I can brag about this to those old geezers. Witnessing the birth of a genius today, ha. Xu Teng would indeed come to the subsequent classes. However, his plans for the future needed to change. The system would release the blueprints in a month. Although it was random, the overall technological level would keep increasing. Physics had several major branches: classical mechanics and theoretical mechanics, electromagnetism and electrodynamics, thermodynamics, and statistical physics, quantum mechanics. In 1 month learning, only quantum physics was clearly insufficient. With the enhancement of the Hongxing brand energy liquid, Xu Teng wanted to challenge himself. He picked up his phone. Senior brother Yun, I need to trouble you with something. The next second, an instant reply came. Junior brother Xu, just say what you need. I'm quite helpful. Helpful. Xu Teng found it odd, as senior brother Yun's reputation among the students didn't seem to be that. Whatever, it's not important. I want to cover all the basics of physics in 1 month. Holy crap. Yun Sheng was genuinely startled by Xu Teng's words. He wiped the screen to make sure he hadn't misread. He asked again, uncertain. Junior brother Xu, are you serious? Senior brother Yun, I'm dead serious. If it were anyone else speaking to Yun Sheng like this, he would have exploded by now. A month to grasp the foundational knowledge of all branches of physics. I see you're just trying to make things difficult for me, thinking I'm Yun Dorim Sheng. Only Xu Teng has the authority to make such requests. How could my dear junior brother Xu be wrong? If someone were bound to be at fault, it would surely be my own Yun Sheng's fault. Rest assured, junior brother Xu, I will compile all the course schedules for the professors shortly. Oh no, I will notify all the professors from the physics department to come for a meeting so they can reasonably arrange their schedules, ensuring that junior brother Xu has a full course load every day. If anyone else heard that they would have a full course load every day for an entire month, they would definitely lose their minds and question their life choices during class. Xu Teng is different. On the contrary, thinking about this matter will only invigorate him. The more knowledge he encounters, the more humble he becomes. He realizes that the mountain of scientific research is endless and one can never reach its summit. If you think you've reached the end, it's merely a limitation of your understanding. Thank you, senior brother Yun. Not a problem, I will definitely arrange all the course schedules tonight and send them to junior brother Xu. After sending the message, Yun Sheng began calling the various professors. Each professor's schedule had been set at the beginning of the semester, so adjusting it now would be a troublesome affair. But he knew that each professor would be willing to help. Xu Teng is a research talent that even academicians value. Senior brother Yun, as reliable as ever. Putting away his phone, Xu Teng looked up to see his classmates staring at him as if he were some kind of monster. What's wrong with you all? Isn't class already over? Why are you looking at me? Looking at me? Hey, this guy, you can't seriously be unaware of what just happened, can you? Now they understood that the entire class earlier was specifically conducted by Professor Chun for Xu Teng alone. Although a bit absurd, it was still within the realm of everyone's understanding. There are countless geniuses in this world, truly one more or less does not matter. However, the standard answers to the quantum mechanics questions on the blackboard were simply too shocking. I nearly thought I wasn't living in reality, but rather in a television drama. Someone awkwardly laughed and approached to greet him. Oh dear, my hearing seems to be malfunctioning. If it weren't for Brother Zu's reminder, I still wouldn't have known class was over. Brother Xu. Xu Teng was taken aback by this title. Immediately someone else reacted. Oh, me too. Thanks to Brother Zu's reminder, is Brother Xu coming to class tomorrow? Directly asking for Xu Teng's contact information would likely be met with rejection. So they decided to approach from the side. Tonight, senior brother Yun would organize all the schedules, but as for whether Xu Teng would come to class tomorrow, he truly did not know. It's possible he might. That means he will definitely come. Then brother Xu, see you tomorrow. Goodbye, brother Xu. The weather has turned cold recently, so make sure to take care of your health and not catch a cold. After Xu Teng's performance, everyone knew that if this trend continued, Xu Teng would undoubtedly become a big shot in the research field in the future. If there is a big leg to hug, why not embrace it? As for Lu Xuxing, sorry, this little Lu is not someone I'm very familiar with. And Lu Xuxing took advantage of the chaos to slip away. It's not that I never thought about resisting, but it's just that I realized I didn't have time to resist before I ended up failing. Where are you going? Xu Teng asked Deng Yi, who was still sitting in her seat lost in thought. Oh, I still have to go to math class later. Deng Yi answered instinctively. Oh, okay. Seeing Xu Teng packing his things, she couldn't help but ask, where are you going? To the library. Xu Teng had already planned everything in his mind. Senior brother Yun's arrangement of courses for the professors would take some time. Even at this time tonight, it was still a tight schedule for him. Going to the library beforehand was the best option. There are staff members arranged by senior brother there, and once he decided to start studying the foundational courses of physics, senior brother would definitely prepare the relevant materials. Reflecting on the countdown of 1 month in the system felt more like a reminder to Xu Teng, from now on your tasks will become increasingly important, so don't be deceived by your current achievements. Only researchers who continuously ascend to greater heights will go further. Watching Xu Teng's back dang, he felt a complex mix of emotions. The gap between her and him was widening constantly. She silently said to herself, "Come on, I hope to one day stand beside him. Even being a helper would be an honor." When the trio of slouches changed their group name to the Inspiring Trio, something shifted in their hearts. At least for Tang Haiba, it was this way. Getting into a top-notch graduate school is not an easy feat. Among so many classmates, standing out is even harder. Originally, Tang Haiba planned to slack off for 3 years in graduate school, trying to see if he could secure a civil service job, until he joined Senior Brother Zu's project. That was when he truly felt the charm of scientific research, to the extent that he sighed in his heart. Wow, can researchers actually be this cool? Civil service. What is that? A true man will definitely choose research. The energy weapon that overturns traditional firearms concepts has appeared in real life. Damn, how cool. As long as you have one, you'll always be the most handsome guy on this street. Not to mention, if we could build mechs or warships, honestly, which man could refuse these? From that moment on, this idea firmly rooted itself in Tang Haiba's heart. So, he spent every day in the library. The longer he stayed, the more he could feel the charm of learning, immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Just like falling in love, where both genders engage in some indescribable behaviors. However, Tang Haiba always chose to sit in the same spot as before, because beside him was Xu Teng. Hey, I really miss Senior Brother Xu when he wasn't here. Now that he's back, I don't dare to reach out first, fearing that I might disturb him. I can only sit a bit closer to the spot where Senior Brother Xu used to sit, hoping to catch him at some point. Forget it, I shouldn't wish for too much. But damn, I really want to participate in Senior Brother Zu's research project again. Just as Tang Haiba was lost in thought, a staff member holding a pile of books came over. I know this person. He's the staff member who helped Senior Brother Xu collect books last time. Tang Haiba's mind was racing. From the walking route of the management personnel, they are coming this way. He turned to glance at the surrounding seats. The position next to me is the best, both in terms of lighting and chair comfort. Holding so many books, so. Just as Tang Haiba was turning his head, a familiar figure suddenly walked in Senior Brother Xu. He excitedly stood up and waved, saying, "Senior Brother Xu." Xu Teng was taken aback for a moment. This chubby guy looked so familiar. Then he remembered who it was, the assistant brought by Senior Brother Yun. Tang Haiba. Due to the loud voice, people around cast dissatisfied glances. Sorry, I accidentally disturbed everyone. Tang Haiba quickly apologized. The chubby guy had an average appearance and liked to be overly dramatic, although the man walking over was somewhat handsome. However, in research, looks are generally inversely proportional. The more handsome a person is, the less likely they are to be strong in research. The people around immediately lowered their heads again. The management personnel holding a pile of books was looking back at Xu Teng, asking for his opinion on where to place the books. Since he encountered an acquaintance, he decided to stand next to Tang Haiba, pointing to that empty seat. After a bit of tidying up, Xu Teng had just taken a seat. Tang Haiba lowered his voice and asked, "Senior Brother Xu, is that project from last time finished?" Having signed a confidentiality agreement, he was still quite curious about the progress of the experiment, even if the trio had disbanded on the spot. "Yes, it has been completed." "Ah, it really has been completed." Tang Haiba felt a slight sense of loss. The simplified version of the energy cannon in the lab had completely overturned his understanding. The complete version must be able to create a pit with a single shot. He remembered that the energy cannon had 5 energy scales, while the simplified version was only at the first energy scale. He really wanted to know how powerful the 5th energy scale was. Then, just as Tang Haiba was about to ask another question, he suddenly noticed the book Xu Teng pulled from the pile, New Concept Physics Course Quantum Physics. What does this mean? I remember the energy cannon is a thermal weapon. Am I seeing things? There is a significant difference between thermal weapon equipment and New Concept Physics Course Quantum Physics. Rubbing his eyes, he realized everything was indeed correct. Then he looked back at the pile of books. Optics Course 4th edition, College Physics, 3rd edition, Electromagnetism. It was dazzling, like a hodgepodge. Why does he need to read so many textbooks? Wait a minute. Tang Haiba realized that these textbooks encompassed all the foundational courses of the physics major. My God. The last time he saw Senior Brother Xu, it wasn't this outrageous. But after completing the energy cannon project, it seemed Senior Brother Xu had gone to further his studies at a higher institution. Studying all the courses together. Is this even something a person can do? Xu Teng turned to look at Tang Haiba. Wasn't this guy supposed to say something to me? Why isn't he saying anything? Seeing Xu Teng's gaze, Tang Haiba swallowed hard. Senior brother Su, are all these things you need to study during this time? Yes. Wang Defa. A normal person would find it quite troublesome to face a division of physics. But senior brother Su is just starting to study everything together. At this moment, Xu Teng quietly said, to be precise, it's within this month. Tang Haibao. Critical hit, heavy injury. No, I can't be the only one suffering in this world. Tang Haibao opened the motivational trio's group messages. I saw senior brother Su. Really? Only my son can lie. Unfilial son, how can you talk to your father like this? After sending, Tang Haibao sent over the photo. With clear contours, his profile was outstanding. It was undoubtedly senior brother Su, but the other two had some doubts. Why does he seem to be a bit more handsome after this period? Wow, it's really senior brother Su. I feel like senior brother Su is a bit more handsome. Is it just my illusion? No, senior brother Su is indeed a bit more handsome. Tang Haibao internally complained that it was because they weren't present. If they were sitting in his seat, they would realize their senior brother was even more handsome. However, I don't want to discuss this with you guys right now. Tang Haibao typed, take a look at what book senior brother Su is reading. He deliberately chose a good angle to capture all the books. 3 seconds later, I was shocked. I just noticed that the book senior brother Su is reading is the foundational courses for all majors in college physics. I showed it to my friends, and they said this person is posing for the photo. If it were someone else, I might think so too. But you have to know this is senior brother Su. So, based on the results of the photo, is senior brother Su really going to study these? Only at this moment did Tang Haibao leisurely type. That's right, to be precise, it's within a month's time. 23 HFA, sorry my fingers suddenly went crazy, couldn't control them. Sorry my cat suddenly jumped on the keyboard. Peeking, Tang Haibao felt very satisfied. Indeed, the great man's saying is true, pain must be shared. Once shared, it becomes nothing. Xu Teng, immersed in the sea of knowledge, was completely oblivious to his surroundings, like a sponge madly absorbing the knowledge from the textbooks. It was only now that Xu Teng realized how effective the energy liquid was. His focus had increased exponentially, and he understood the difficult formulas very quickly. After reading it several times, he could even rederive the formulas, and his brain's computational ability had been enhanced. He could mentally calculate many data. The textbooks were flipped through page by page, and the nearby Tang Haibao was left dumbfounded. Is college physics really this easy? As Xu Teng pulled out a new book, Tang Haibao could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped forward to take a look. Complex formulas, obscure theorems, the wording in the textbooks felt very off. Indeed, it was a familiar taste. It wasn't the textbooks that were simple, it was senior brother Su who was strong. When Xu Teng reached for the side again, he realized he had finished the textbook. Looking up, he saw the clock nearby. It was already 9 in the evening. Unconsciously, more than 5 hours had passed. He was a bit hungry. Turning his head, he saw Tang Haibao staring at him with a dazed expression, looking like a fool. What's wrong with you? Oh, I am fine. Has senior brother Su finished? Yes, I'm going to eat. Want to join me? At that moment, the questioning Tang Haibao shook his head. Eating. Sorry, I'm really not interested. I still need to ask my parents if I'm truly a waste. While Xu Teng was eating in the cafeteria, his phone rang. Junior brother Su, the class schedule has all been arranged for you. You can go to class tomorrow. Looking at the densely packed schedule, there were 30 days with no rest days. Taking a sip of hot porridge, Xu Teng felt warm inside. Senior brother Yun is indeed reliable. With so many courses scheduled, senior brother Yun and those professors must be exhausted. Thank you, senior brother Yun. You've really bothered him, and please also convey my apologies to those professors. Haha, okay. When Yun Sheng looked up to convey junior brother Zu's thoughts to them, the professors sitting in the room quickly said, Little Su is really polite. Yesterday Chen Duowen was bragging in front of me about teaching Xu Teng. Ha, didn't expect it, I also got it right away. With little Su around, the future of scientific research is in good hands. That evening, all students of the physics department received an urgent notice. Due to an unexpected situation, all classes for the physics department students will be changed over the next month. The revised schedule has been distributed to each class committee, so please communicate the situation promptly. As soon as the news broke, the group chat exploded. I was just having a late-night snack and playing games when my roommate notified me about the schedule change. I laughed at him, thinking, how could someone so big be fooled so easily? Me too. I was kissing my partner, crossed out eating, when I kept hearing my phone vibrate. Dude upstairs, you're showing off too much. Fury from the single dogs burned him out. At first I thought it was some scammer who got into the group, but then I was blinded by that red document with the red seal. I never imagined my schedule would jump around like a stock market chart. While everyone was mocking each other, one statement caught everyone's attention. Oh my god, I just collected all the schedules for the physics department. Guess what I found? Hurry up and say it. I hate people who speak halfway. In my life, if you see me, you must gather 7 pieces and summon the dragon. No, it's not that. I actually found that all the schedules for the physics department this month are packed. That's right, you heard me correctly. Even the 2 weekend days are full of classes. No way, absolutely impossible. Someone immediately refuted. I've been alive for over 20 years, what haven't I seen? Do you think professors don't need free time? Do you think they don't need to publish papers? You can't really think that some professors only teach, right? Everyone expressed disbelief, and when a curious person actually went to collect the schedules, after cross-referencing, their eyes widened like copper bells. With hands flying over the keyboard, brothers, I can't believe this situation is real. But there's one thing I must tell you. That is, the fact is indeed like this. One by one, images started to be uploaded. At first, these were the schedules of the subordinate majors of the physics department that were adjusted, and finally, there was a large Excel sheet that calculated all the schedules using formulas showing that starting today, all physics courses were fully scheduled for a month. The most absurd part is that all the images are clear and unblemished, allowing all details to be viewed clearly. The disgruntled commenters found no details to complain about. The group fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone was downloading the photos to view. Then it erupted. I'm stunned. I've really never seen such a schedule before. This is something that has never happened since the establishment of hacking. Oh, by the way, baby, I know you're watching. Swearing is my fault. Blame me for not being able to hold back. Why are you this dog of a person again? Kick him out quickly. When they clicked in, the other party is an administrator. You do not have this permission. Damn. At that moment, a message popped up. Let me guess, do you think this could possibly be because of someone, perhaps someone named Xu Teng? As everyone was shouting randomly, suddenly a sentence analyzing the cause stood out. Xu Teng. Who is Xu Teng? Oh, I remember that Xu Teng who has never shown himself. Him? No way, didn't we hear that he has never attended classes? Right, even in the laboratory, no one has ever seen him. How could such a major event suddenly be related to him? Meanwhile, the students of Professor Chun who were eavesdropping suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. Although this analysis seems ridiculous, it does have some logic. Professor Chun, who never accepts other students, is also an exception today. Moreover, all attention was on him, and today's entire class was specially taught for Xu Teng. Actually, well, today I saw Xu Teng in class. Most people were stunned by this sentence, as what happened in the quantum physics class had not yet fully spread. Wait, is it the Xu Teng we're talking about? That's right, it's him. Someone suddenly became interested. Tell me what happened today. I feel like I missed something big. Xu Teng came to our Professor Chen's class. Wait, is that the one who kicks people out? I remember someone trying to crash his class and got kicked out before. The person who was eavesdropping nearly turned black with anger, as this was a big deal in the physics department. Most were talking about it with great interest. Yes, that's the one who kicks people out, but today Professor Chen not only didn't kick anyone out, but when he entered, he was wearing the suit he wore when he won the Future Science Award, and the first thing he said was, "A little Sue, you're here." I know someone is going to start arguing with me, but just wait until I finish speaking. Someone deleted all the words they were about to type. If I want to see how long you can keep this up. Not long after Professor Chen started the class, but it was the most basic quantum mechanics course, yes, the very basics. We didn't know what Professor Chen meant at first. Until more than an hour later, when Professor Chen started asking Xu Teng questions and giving Xu Teng problems on the blackboard, we realized that Professor Chen was actually teaching just for Xu Teng. You heard me right, it was a class just for him. The most outrageous part is what follows. Xu Teng, who had only listened to a little over an hour of class, started solving problems. That's right, he was solving problems right there. What kind of problems are you solving? Can you be even more outrageous? Someone couldn't hold back. Images were immediately uploaded showing a man solving problems on the blackboard while Professor Chen watched. This is the situation on site. Some might think, oh, what could Xu Teng, who only listened to a little over an hour of class, possibly write? The result was absolutely wrong. We thought the same until another image was uploaded showing Professor Chen smiling and patting Xu Teng on the shoulder. Everyone knew that Professor Chen was a serious old man. He generally wouldn't smile unless he was particularly happy. For him, apart from academic matters, there were no other things that made him happy. The critic deleted all their comments and quietly put down their phone. Because this person had predicted all my predictions with reason and clear images. There was simply nothing to criticize. Everyone in the physics department was dumbfounded. This is quantum mechanics. A very young major, an extremely unreasonable major. But a person named Xu Teng, in just 1.5 hours of class time, crushed all the foundational problems. He even made the serious Professor Chen pat him on the shoulder and praise him. Is this really the same age group as us? So these courses were really adjusted for him, right? Are the mortals of the physics department ready to welcome a genius? He is really coming tomorrow. Ding, ding, ding. Xu Teng extended his hands from the covers to turn off the ringing sound. Compared to others, Xu Teng's life was rather monotonous. Either engaged in research projects or on the way to start one. With no other recreational activities, his daily routine naturally became much more regular. Going to bed early and rising early. As for you asking if such a life is not too dull, I'm sorry, the joy of completing the light sword and energy blaster projects is far beyond the thrill of winning a game. After finishing his morning routine, he scrolled through messages on his phone. Today is about optics, theoretical physics, and classical mechanics. If others saw the dense lineup of courses, they would have complained endlessly. But Xu Teng wouldn't have. Fixing his appearance in the mirror, he thought, only 29 days left, I can't waste any time. After finishing breakfast, Xu Teng hurried to the classroom. The weather in Kyoto in November had turned quite chilly, truly freezing. In the faint distance, he seemingly heard voices discussing him. Hey, do you think Xu Teng will go to the physics classroom today? He probably will. Didn't you see the group chat is buzzing? After all, someone said they saw him in quantum mechanics class yesterday. I still don't believe it. How could the school change the schedule for just one person? That's crazy. Come on, do you not see that huge red announcement? It's obvious. As the debate continued, an incongruous voice interrupted. Wow, that guy is really handsome. What the hell, why is there always someone admiring handsome guys? Is this really the time to admire handsome guys? That person turned around stunned for a moment. He really is handsome, but don't you think he looks like Xu Teng? At that moment, someone recalled it did resemble Xu Teng from that photo's silhouette. So, is it really for Xu Teng? Today will be quite exciting because Huaqing has never lacked top scholars. If a top scholar feels unconvinced and wants to compare notes with him, hiss, that would be thrilling. Having realized this, he looked up and no longer saw Xu Teng's figure. A few of them exchanged glances and said in unison, let's go sneak into the class. Not all professors at the Physics Academy are as strict as Professor Chun about allowing audit students, especially since all the class schedules were modified last night. Therefore, today's first class is bound to be exceptionally lively. Everyone is curious if the schedule change is really because of Xu Teng. Can someone really answer all the foundational questions of quantum physics posed by Professor Chun correctly within an hour? Rongchuan Building Room 405. There was still some time before class began, but Professor Lu Deming had already arrived. It is quite rare for university professors to come to class early, especially since Lu Deming, like Professor Chen yesterday, was dressed in a formal suit. He was pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing at his watch. However, today's unusual phenomenon was not limited to this. There were also other things. For instance, the lecture hall, which could accommodate 200 to 300 students, was already overflowing. Students kept arriving. Wow, why are there so many people today? TSK tisk, I even see students from other majors here. The strangest part isn't this, but that the front row of seats is completely empty despite the crowd. The front row was left unoccupied by everyone's consensus. It's reserved for the legendary Xu Teng, who is rumored to be coming. Many people stared at Xu Teng's photo for over 10 minutes last night just to memorize his appearance, so they could recognize him immediately when they met. Since it wasn't time for class, yet everyone was discussing among themselves. If the rumored Xu Teng actually shows up, who do you think is stronger, him or Li Yuxing? Li Yuxing recognized as the top scholar in optics. He achieved impressive results at the undergraduate level while others had to take exams to enter Huaqing's graduate program. But he was directly admitted. It's hard to say, but if you only look at reputation, then Li Yuxing is certainly stronger. But if you think about the implications of the schedule change, if Xu Teng indeed appears in this class, someone continued, it would mean the schedule was changed for Xu Teng. Even the official side had to accommodate him. What does that make Li Yuxing a student who was merely recommended? The last person quickly added, doesn't that just make him an ordinary student? Initially, Li Yuxing was quite happy when he heard others discussing him. But by the end, his expression darkened. Damn it, if you can't speak properly, then just don't. No one treats you like a mute. Actually, Li Yuxing is different from people like Lu Xuxing. Lu Xuxing, who had it too easy since childhood, is the typical kind of other people's child, so he has a bad attitude. Hearing that someone is better than him will make him feel jealous. Whereas Li Yuxing gradually transformed from a poor student to a top scholar, his rich life experiences allowed him to genuinely respect true strength. He also wanted to see what kind of genius Xu Teng is, the one who has never been on the list, never attended class, yet has never been marked down. Bang! At that moment, the door was pushed open. In the next instant, the previously noisy classroom fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the young man entering. This perfect profile, sharp features. Indeed, it was Xu Teng. As Xu Teng stepped into the classroom, he felt a bit bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why are so many people looking at me? And their gazes were intense, filled with a hint of expectation. A little Xu, you're here. Professor Lu Deming immediately recognized him and greeted him enthusiastically. Everyone had seen Xu Teng's photo, and upon seeing the real person, Professor Lu felt a deep surprise. Why does someone who is a graduate student still have so much hair, and how can someone who is so skilled in research also be so handsome? He's simply a natural blend of talent and good looks. Seeing Professor Lu enthusiastically approach him, Xu Teng hesitated and asked, am I late? On the schedule there are professors' names, and Xu Teng knew the professor's name. Hey, what are you talking about, little Xu? You're not late at all. Professor Lu pointed to the time on his watch. There's still 10 minutes before class starts. We all just arrived early. Xu Teng looked over and confirmed it was indeed still 10 minutes before class. But for some reason the atmosphere on site suddenly became strange. Especially Lu Xuxing, who secretly came to see the commotion, originally hoped to see Xu Teng embarrass himself. But judging by Professor Lu's level of enthusiasm, he realized he would never witness that in his lifetime. Even if Xu Teng couldn't solve any problems, what does it matter? No worries, dear Professor Lu will help you save face. Here he comes again. The fear of being dominated by quantum mechanics is about to resurface. This familiar prelude. If it were a usual day, starting class 10 minutes early would be unheard of. But this time, with the main character Xu Teng present, there was no reason to delay. Turning his head, Xu Teng glanced at the rows of seats ahead and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Being the center of attention for so many people was quite a pressure for him. As Xu Teng took his seat, Professor Lu straightened his suit and slowly began. Now let's start the class. In the classification of university physics, optics is a relatively easy subject to learn because it does not require too much calculation. Even if you can memorize the formulas and conclusions, you can still keep up with the material. However, optics is also a rather difficult subject to grasp because it often requires abstract understanding. The key to mastering optics lies in remembering 6 main points: wave properties, interference, diffraction, polarization, quantum properties, geometric optics, and modern optics. Among these, the most important experiment in light interference is the double-slit experiment by Young. These are all fundamental concepts. All the students present began to realize that the course had indeed changed because of Xu Teng. All the professors probably had been invited to teach Xu Teng. In the minds of others, this foundational knowledge merely served as a review. But for Xu Teng at that moment, he suddenly felt something. He thought of the energy beams refracted through the crystal prism of the energy gun and the particles confined within the lightsabers. Energy points acquired 1. Hearing the sudden system notification, Xu Teng was stunned. He had previously been troubled over how to acquire energy points, but didn't expect this would work too. Achievement unlocked: knowledge integration. Knowledge integration achievement. It seemed that his analysis had been entirely correct. The blueprint released by the high-tech system had hinted at wanting him to become a versatile researcher. But why is that? Could it be related to energy points? It seemed urgent to acquire more energy points and awaken the high-tech system, because Xu Teng always felt there was some secret behind this. Thus his attention became even more focused. All the surrounding classmates were in awe. The hands that had been taking notes without stopping the sound of pages flipping. Someone initially felt a bit sour. It's just pretentious. If it's just this, I could do it too. Yeah, I heard that Lu Xuxing from quantum physics is also a total genius. If he had been given the chance yesterday, Xu Teng wouldn't be the center of attention. Lu Xuxing, overhearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment and kept thinking, could you please shut up? But the person was not finished and turned back to say something. Isn't Xu Teng just average? Everyone's gaze turned towards him, and Lu Xuxing angrily retorted, shut up. Meanwhile, Li Yuxing internally questioned, can he really keep up? Though optics is simple, it is merely relative. In the Young's double-slit experiment, there is one formula for bright fringes and another for dark fringes. The distinction in the formulas for bright and dark fringes is bright fringes are represented as 2K, while dark fringes are 2K1. Yes, the difference is just an additional 1. Formulas of the same nature often differ by just this little bit. Memorizing them individually isn't too difficult, but if dozens of formulas are all mixed together, remembering them clearly would be quite a test of mental strength. Especially from the beginning until now, Xu Teng had never flipped back through the book. With a slap of the eraser, Professor Lu tightened his suit and said, Xu Teng, I'd like to assess your understanding of the knowledge points. Is that okay? What the? Is Professor Lu being so humble? The other students were shocked. But in Lu Deming's eyes, this was not a big deal, because in research the capable take precedence. He viewed Xu Teng as someone of a similar standing to himself. What an honor. All right, then I'll begin. Turning around, Lu Deming started writing on the blackboard. 2 geometrically identical tips, one formed by air and glass, and the other formed by air sandwiched between glass. When illuminated perpendicularly with the same monochromatic light, the one with larger spacing of interference fringes is. Questions were written down one after another. All the students watching fell silent. Everything happening now was just as Professor Chun had described last night, showing no mercy. These questions had evolved just a slight bit from the basics. In any case, some struggling students truly didn't understand. They recognized the words on the page, but combined together, they felt like gibberish. Li Yuxing pondered, is he really going to go up? This is no joke. The book only flips forward, never backward. As they were all thinking, Xu Teng stood up, and that figure captured everyone's attention. The first question, with 2 quick strokes, he wrote down the answer. The spacing of the air tips in the glass layer is larger. Completely correct. The second question. The third one. Everyone was astonished by Xu Teng's performance, as if there had been no thought or hesitation. Some were rustling papers. Hurry, you calculate the third question, I'll calculate the fourth. Damn, how is he already on the sixth question? As more people joined the rapid calculation team, they finally kept up with Xu Teng's speed. One by one they were relayed. The second question was correct, the third question was correct. All of them were correct. Everyone looked around in confusion at each other. It seemed we were witnessing something incredible. Haha, great. Xu Teng is truly a genius. Professor Liu silently thought to himself, vowing that this was the happiest day of his life. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. Xu Teng, I won't delay you for your next class then. Alright, I appreciate your help during this time, Professor Liu. Not at all, it's no trouble whatsoever. Liu Deming hummed a happy tune as he left. Watching Xu Teng's departing figure, everyone finally reacted. Hurry, follow him, the next class is about to start. Charge, charge, charge. Slow down, or you'll lose your seat. Thus on that day, an unprecedented situation occurred. Students from the physics department, and even other majors followed one person to the classroom. Xu Teng stopped, they stopped. Xu Teng walked, they walked. Throughout the day's classes, everyone felt the pressure coming from a genius. So this is what a true genius is like. And this day was just the beginning. Over the next month, everyone went from doubt, shock, and disbelief to questioning life, and ultimately numbness. On the final day of the course, all the professors gathered together. Xu Teng, you have completed all your foundational courses. According to your request, starting from today, you need not come to class tomorrow. I truly appreciate all the professors' help during this time. It's no trouble, those students will just need time to adjust their mindset. Just as he was bidding farewell to the professors and returning to his dorm, the long-awaited system voice finally came. Ding, new blueprint unlocked, ion energy shield. Ion energy shield. Xu Teng, filled with curiosity, began to scroll down to view the introduction of the shield. Ion energy shield. The carrier is a wristwatch which can be worn on the wrist during normal times. When not in combat, the shield enters a charging state, and when activated, it immediately forms an energy dome that can block any form of attack. Activation state. Each time it blocks an attack, it will consume energy from the shield, and the status of the shield's percentage can be checked in real time at the top left. When it shows 0, it will immediately break and enter a new charging state. If the attacks exceed the shield's limit, the ion energy shield will instantly shatter. The above introduction pertains to the use and general state of the ion energy shield. Today's mainstream armor is primarily bomb shields and bulletproof vests. Bomb shields are mainly used for maintaining public security. Bulletproof vests are mostly used in the face of terrorist attacks and military activities. However, even with these, one cannot be completely protected from attacks. Let's not even mention bomb shields. The materials of bulletproof vests cannot stop all types of bullets. For instance, against the bullets from a Desert Eagle handgun, one can defend from long-range shots. But against rifle, snipers, or even Gatling guns under continuous fire, survival becomes nearly impossible. The introduction of the ion energy shield by advanced technology states that as long as the shield has not exploded, it is absolutely safe. Other products claiming absolute safety may be counterfeit. However, the system's introduction cannot be wrong. Xu Teng, imagine the scenario on a battlefield engulfed in flames. Quick look, someone is coming, hit them hard. Tat tat tat, bang bang bang. After a fierce barrage, the smoke cleared and the person remained unharmed. At this moment, the opposing team was stunned and the captain shouted, brothers, run. There's a cheat on the other side. This really can't be hit. Whoever wants to come. Indeed. Just thinking about it is exciting. In comparison, what are bomb shields and bulletproof vests? The ion energy shield is the future of the battlefield. Xu Teng scrolled down and still hadn't seen any relevant technical introductions. Sure enough, the next line is it. Technical core. The energy shield is an advanced defensive technology that applies a charged particle field covering the surface of an object. It can redirect the impact of attacks on the object's surface, ranging from solid projectiles to directed energy flows. Blueprints incomplete. Energy missing. The more he looked down, the more Xu Teng's brows slightly furrowed. Because compared to the previous 2 times, this energy shield is very different. Although the advanced technology has unlocked the blueprints, it has only unlocked a significant portion, such as the general shape of the shield and the operational state of the charged particles on its surface. The details regarding how charged particles redirect attacks, the charging state when inactive, and how to display the shield status in real time are not shown in the blueprints. More importantly, the missing energy is not addressed here. Indeed, the advanced technology system has not provided the blueprints for the energy required by the ion shield. Energy has always been the most fundamental and crucial aspect. To this day, the ion shield has not appeared, with energy being the main reason. It seems that as the blueprints continue to unlock, relevant technical blueprints will also be missing. Perhaps this is also the system hinting at me to become an all-around researcher. I just don't know if this is intentional by the system or if the blueprints contained within were originally missing. So no matter how formidable the system's introduction of the ion energy shield is, the first step is to solve the issue of missing energy. Solar energy, wind energy. These are not within consideration. Deep in thought, Xu Teng suddenly had a bright idea. Over the past month, he had reviewed all the fundamental knowledge of physics. If there is an energy source to consider, it must be the tokamak device. The tokamak is a ring-shaped container that utilizes magnetic confinement to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. In essence, the center of the tokamak is a circular vacuum chamber surrounded by coils. When electrified, the tokamak generates a massive helical magnetic field inside, heating the plasma to very high temperatures to achieve nuclear fusion. Other energy sources are not only slow, but also lack power. However, when it comes to nuclear fusion, it is not only fast, but also extremely powerful. Historically, there was something called Little Boy, which changed the course of war. The representative weapon of nuclear fusion, the hydrogen bomb, has a power comparable to that of Little Boy, even slightly stronger. Having realized this, Xu Teng's eyes brightened. It seems I need to find senior brother Yun again and fill out an application form. At this moment, Yun Sheng was constantly checking his phone from time to time. He had already heard from the professor that Xu Shidi had completed all foundational courses in physics. In that moment, his expression was somewhat dazed, murmuring, "I thought Xu Shidi would be strong, but I never imagined he would be this strong." In just a month, all the professors in the physics department had the same final assessment of Xu Teng. If given a little opportunity in the future, he will surely become a leading figure in the new era of research. Moreover, the time required will not be long. Just as Yun Sheng was about to sigh, the atmosphere among all the professors began to shift strangely. It seems that being a teacher for a short while to someone like Xiao Su is a fortunate thing. Certainly, perhaps in the future history of physics, Xiao Zu's name will be mentioned with a note added, studied for a month at Hucking Physics Academy, and the names of his teachers are. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Indeed, my thoughts were the same. Perhaps I can ride on his coattails to gain some fame. For us professors, being able to add our names, even if just in a corner of the history of physics, is something to be very happy about. And so some began to feel pleased. No way in this room could it be that no one has yet been a teacher to Xiao Su. Feeling a bit sour, Yun Sheng suddenly realized he seemed to have been subtly mocked and looked up, casting a cold glare at the surrounding professors. The cheerful atmosphere fell silent immediately, and everyone was quiet for a few seconds. Chen Duowen, I suddenly remembered my wife just called me to go home, so I'll head out now. Lu Deming, my grandson is crying at home, and I need to go back quickly. Everyone slipped away extremely fast. Just as the office door was not fully closed, Yun Sheng heard their uncontrollable laughter in the hallway. Yun Sheng, damn, these old men are too much. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone rang, and Yun Sheng originally didn't want to pay attention due to feeling a bit annoyed. Yet his eyes caught sight of a message from Xu Shidi, who had been awaiting news. So he immediately opened his phone, fingers flying over the screen. The message was sent back in an instant. Xu Shidi, feel free to give any requests. If he were facing others, Yun Sheng would naturally not utter such words. After all, he is the president of Huaqing and a student of academician Su Wei. But facing Xu Teng, who has already created a lightsaber and a blast energy gun and is embarking on an all-encompassing research path, it's a different story. What? You say I was in a bad mood just now? No, my perspective was too narrow. It's because Junior Su did not contact me that I was feeling down. Although Yin Shixiang's words sounded a bit strange, Xu Teng chose not to dwell on it. I am preparing to start a new project, and this time I need new materials. A new project? Yun Sheng was taken aback so soon. It's not like the last physics class just ended today, and the professor who was showing off in front of me hasn't walked far yet. Can someone really have the ability to engage in research projects immediately after learning knowledge? Woe is me, if only I could have been as strong as Junior Su back then, I wouldn't have fallen to Huaqing to become the president. Alright, what materials does Junior Su need so much? You say I will write this project application form. If I remember correctly, Junior Su has studied optics, quantum physics, nuclear physics, and theoretical mechanics. Based on the lightsaber and blast energy gun project, I'll take a bold guess. Just as I thought of this, a message from Xu Teng came through. Let's prepare the materials for nuclear fusion first. Oh, nuclear fusion. Wait, Yun Sheng felt that he might be seeing things and misread the words. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. No mistake, it really is nuclear fusion. Wang Defa. Yun Sheng suddenly realized that it was actually himself who was not bold enough. Initially, I thought the guess would be for some small project research. For instance, surface atomic structure, electronic structure, and surface vibration in theoretical physics, floating particle light scattering detection technology, and laser interference detection technology in optics. But what did our dear Junior Su propose at the start? Nuclear fusion. Good heavens, this is currently an absolute hot topic in physics research. Because nuclear energy is not only clean energy, but also provides enormous energy. Nuclear fusion reactions occur continuously within the sun, which is also why after so many light years the residual light energy can still support the growth of all living things. Therefore, achieving absolutely controlled nuclear fusion in the future has always been the goal. Wait, can this really be done just by studying the basics with the professor for a month? Yunsheng's breathing became somewhat rapid due to excitement. The next moment he began to doubt life. Clearly I am not a researcher, yet every second I spend with Junior Xu makes me question my existence. Okay. Yunsheng trembled as he typed. So, may I ask what exactly is Junior Xu's project this time? The ion energy shield. The ion energy shield. Not long after a document was sent over, the material application form required a project description. With Xu Teng's current status, even a blank project description could get the materials approved. But whenever it comes to anything related to research, Xu Teng takes it seriously. He always carefully completes the project description. Project Ion Energy Shield. The following is a description of the shield's status. Ion Energy Shield. The carrier is a wristwatch which can be worn on the wrist at ordinary times. When not in combat, the shield enters a charging state, and when activated it immediately forms an energy dome that can block any form of attack. Status: when activated, each time an attack is blocked, the shield will lose energy, and the percentage status of the shield can be viewed in real time on the upper left corner. When the display shows 0, it will immediately break and enter a new charging state. If the attacks blocked exceed the shield's limit, the ion energy shield will immediately shatter. After reading through the segments, Yunsheng's breathing became heavy. The current peace is merely temporary partial. Outside the borders, wars often break out, and conflicts frequently occur within the border areas, with soldiers sacrificing from time to time. For them, armor becomes a critical matter. Blast shields, bulletproof vests. They can only resist a portion of the damage and are relatively heavy. But the ion energy shield is different. With a wristwatch-like carrier, it is convenient to wear. The most crucial point is that the level of protection is absolutely sufficient. This is the first time he has seen such a hardcore shield. Technical core: the energy shield is an advanced defensive technology that applies a charged particle field covering the surface of objects, capable of diverting attacks on the object's surface from solid projectiles to directed energy streams. What the heck is this? A charged particle field covering the surface, diverting attacks on the object's surface. Why is it that I recognize each word, but when combined, I don't understand? But it's fine, and none of this diminishes my shock. As expected, nothing simple comes from Junior Xu's hands, just like the previous projects. Currently, although lightsabers can be produced, the efficiency is low. Only one can be produced in a month. The blast energy gun technology has not yet been fully mastered and is still in the process of refinement. If the ion energy shield could be produced as a physical object, it would definitely become another highly sought-after item by soldiers. Especially for soldiers in peacekeeping organizations abroad and those stationed at the borders, each shield is something that can protect their lives. You mentioned blast shields and bulletproof vests. Sorry, those are products we have phased out. We only sell them to you after use. Sly? JPG. Junior Xu, I will write the material application form right away. Are you starting the experiment tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. I'm too tired today, or I need to rest a bit. After a month of intense courses and organizing the diagrams just released by the system, Xu Teng's mental energy has reached a point of exhaustion. He desperately needs rest to recover his energy. Junior Xu, you've worked hard. I'll take care of your health. Not at all. It's also a hassle for you, Yin Shixiao. Not a hassle. Just after finishing the conversation with Xu Teng, Yunsheng nervously dialed the teacher's phone number. Beep, beep, beep. Before the beeping finished, the phone was answered by Su Wei. Speak quickly, oh, I'm busy. There was no sound from the receiver, only heavy breathing could be heard. What does this mean? Running late into the night. Just as Su Wei was about to hang up, he heard Yunsheng's trembling voice. Teacher Su, Junior, is going to start a new project again. Su Wei's first reaction was so soon, because he remembered that Xu Teng's requirement was to study the basic physics course for a month. Although he was not clear why the requirement had to be set for a month. But he remembered that today is the last day of that month. Just finishing the basic course, and he's going to start a project. It wouldn't be some basic project, would it? No, Yunsheng wouldn't be so breathless over a basic project. Could it be? His eyes lit up as Su Wei also began to breathe heavily. You. Hurry up and tell me. What project is it? Dead man, don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and say it. Su Shidi just applied for the materials for nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion. Su Wei was taken aback. He then gasped in surprise. Although I specialize in applied mathematics, that does not prevent me from knowing that this research direction is quite impressive. Wait a minute, hasn't he only studied the most basic physics courses this month? Damn, is this the pressure of genius? Everyone else is learning the basics, yet it doesn't hinder the fact that I am still better than you. I understand. Now, Su Wei replied tremulously. If someone else said they learned the basics to do something like this, he would think they were joking. But if it's Xu Teng, perhaps a popular research project could really be solved. Teacher, this is not the main point. Not the main point. Can't you say everything at once? Unintentionally, Su Wei also started to tremble. Then what is the main point? Teacher, I just sent you the document. Before Yunsheng could finish, Su Wei hung up. With an excited heart, he opened the document with trembling hands. Project Ion Energy Shield. Ion Energy Shield. So nuclear fusion is just a side project. It is not the main focus of research. Let's continue reading. Technical core. The energy shield is an advanced defensive technology that utilizes a charged particle field covering the surface of an object capable of deflecting attacks directed at the object's surface, from solid projectiles to directed energy flows. What is this? Su Wei was completely bewildered. Li Rongxing once said, even if Su Wei is an academician as Xu Teng's nominal teacher, he really cannot understand the professional terminology and a series of diagrams related to Xu Teng's project. But what does that matter? Students are supposed to be better than their teachers, right? Confident. JPG. It turns out, the reason for studying nuclear fusion is solely to solve the energy issue of the shield. Also, this ion energy shield is quite impressive. It deflects the direction of attacks, so as long as the shield's resistance value is full, no one can ever hit me. Haha, indeed impressive. My student truly lives up to the name. Su Wei instantly felt invigorated and immediately began filling out the material application form. Half an hour later, he started uploading materials through special channels and instructed the logistics staff to ensure that the nuclear fusion materials were delivered to the designated location overnight. Just as Su Wei finished everything and prepared to sleep, he suddenly realized something. Oh wait, there's still something I haven't done. He picked up his phone and took a picture of the project files, beginning to send to Li Rongxing. My student has recently applied for a new project, and I heard he also wants to research nuclear fusion issues. To his surprise, the other party replied instantly. Although it was just 3 question marks, Su Wei sensed a strong hint of jealousy behind them. As a teacher, I can only help to this extent. It's getting cold, I'm going to sleep now. Shameless old thief. You can easily go to sleep, but what about me? At my age, how can I possibly fall asleep? That night, truck after truck rolled into the Hucking campus. Hey, look, another truck has arrived. Calm down. As a physics student, can't you be a little less ignorant? In this month, if there's any group of students who have faced the biggest shock, it would definitely be the students from the physics department. Xu Teng is no longer just a simple name. There are even some underachievers who privately refer to Xu Teng as Xu Shun and are preparing to worship him before the exams. Wow, look, I just saw so many trucks entering the campus. The boyfriend lying in bed remained unfazed, even growing proud. I'm telling you, this is our Hucking's signature project. As a physics student, I have long been unperturbed. I heard something sensational happened recently in your physics department, and all the top students from other majors have lost their composure. That's right, let me tell you. Forget it, you come up here and do it yourself. Hate you. The next day, all the students in the physics department noticed a strange phenomenon. The class schedule had returned to normal. The most crucial point was that everyone who had been auditing physics classes found that Xu Teng was nowhere to be found. Whoa, I heard Xu Shun is so handsome, I specially skipped class to see him, but he actually disappeared. Yeah, I'm so sad too. At this moment, Xu Teng was already standing in front of the laboratory where the explosive energy gun experiment had taken place. Yun Shixiang, you came so early. Yun Sheng suppressed the impulse to yawn and smiled. Su Shidi, the materials you need are ready. He then turned and let Tang Haibo step forward. This is the assistant I found for Shidi. Tang Haibo shyly smiled. Good morning, Su Shixiao. This morning at 5, Yun Sheng made 3 phone calls each to the 3 people who had previously assisted Xu Teng. Su Shidi, this experiment doesn't require as many assistants as the last one. I have a feeling that just one will suffice. Whoever answers the phone will be the one. The first 2 calls didn't go through, but Tang Haibo's phone rang and was picked up immediately. Hello, who is it? Yun Sheng, you previously assisted Su Shidi. I wanted to ask if you would like to join again. Huh. Su Shixiang is starting a new project again. I remember yesterday was the last day of the basic physics course. During this time, everyone had heard about Xu Teng's performance in the Hucking Physics Academy. Thus, whenever they had free time, they would audit a class. There was no other intention, they just wanted to see what kind of remarkable person Xu Teng was. As a result, everyone walked in smiling, but left with expressions of doubt about life. Only Tang Haibo, squeezed among the crowd, almost shouted, "Look, the person on stage, I participated in the explosive energy gun experiment with him." But he was still so excited that his face turned red without saying a word, because he had signed a confidentiality agreement. When he heard Yun Sheng's question, Tang Haibo was almost jumping with joy. Shixiang starting a project again. Of course I will go. What's the point of taking civil service exams? Research is the most romantic future for real men. Steady. Who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't hold back. Haha, Dean Yun, I'll be right there. So, it was the same confidentiality agreement and the same laboratory. Xu Teng recognized who he was and smiled in response. Good to see you again, welcome. Not at all, Su Shixiang is being too polite. Seeing this, Yun Sheng directly yawned and said, Su Shitty. Then I'll take my leave first, I won't disturb your work. Shixiang, goodbye. Thank you for your hard work, Shixiang. He also noticed that Yun Sheng probably hadn't slept all night. Haha, it's fine as long as it doesn't delay the progress of Su Shitty's project, that's good enough. Boom. As the door opened, all the materials were presented in front of Xu Teng and Tang Haiba. Each type of material was carefully labeled. Yun Shixiang, you truly are reliable. Nuclear fusion officially entered research. Nuclear fusion, also known as fusion reaction or thermonuclear reaction. The basic process of the reaction involves allowing two atomic nuclei to attract and collide under specific conditions, such as extreme temperatures and high pressure, leading to their mutual fusion and the creation of a new heavier atomic nucleus. According to Einstein's mass energy equation EMC superscript 2, a large amount of energy is released during the formation of a new atomic nucleus. Furthermore, the raw materials for nuclear reactions can be derived from water, and the resulting byproducts are relatively low in pollution. Therefore, compared to conventional energy sources, nuclear fusion possesses significant advantages, although its drawbacks lie in the stringent requirements for the reactions and technology. If mishandled, an energy-producing laboratory can instantly become the epicenter of a disaster. Tang Haiba looked at the materials scattered throughout the lab, constantly reassuring himself. Stay calm, I must stay calm. This isn't a dream, I am indeed involved in a top-secret project. Indeed, I have once again become Senior Brother's assistant, and I must perform well. As a graduate student, who else can repeatedly participate in top-secret projects within just a few months? No one can. Only I can, having it all in the end. Just as Tang Haiba was lost in thought, Xu Teng turned around and called out, Tang Haiba. Hey. Tang Haiba, coming back to reality, revealed a shy smile and said, Senior Brother Xu, just call me Junior Brother Tang. All right, Junior Brother Tang, please help me gather the materials we will need next. Xu Teng handed over a piece of paper. Sure, I guarantee I will complete the task. Xu Teng still preferred to set up the equipment himself. Leaving it to his junior brother made him somewhat uneasy. Nuclear fusion reactions have 3 generations of evolution. Deuterium-tritium fusion is merely considered the first-generation fusion, with advantages of cheap fuel but disadvantages of neutron production. The issue with neutrons in fusion reactions is that they can interact with the walls of the reactor, necessitating replacements after a period of time, which can be quite costly. Shortly thereafter, the second-generation fusion emerged reactions between deuterium and helium-3. This reaction itself does not produce neutrons, but as it contains deuterium reactions can produce neutrons, albeit in very small quantities. Compared to the first generation, the advancement lies in the fact that the first-generation fusion devices must be placed in remote locations. In contrast, the second-generation fusion devices can be situated in the heart of bustling streets. Soon after, the third-generation fusion appeared, helium-3 reacting with helium-3. The advantage is that this type of fusion produces no neutrons whatsoever. While Xu Teng was deep in thought, Tang Haiba had already gathered all the materials and said with a flattering tone, Senior Brother, I have prepared all the necessary materials. Shall we start building the equipment? The atmosphere had built up to this point, and Xu Teng decided to test his assistant. I want to ask, do you know the conventional methods of achieving nuclear fusion? Oh, is Senior Brother Xu testing me? He has finally decided to put me to the test. Tang Haiba puffed out his chest, took a deep breath, and confidently stated, I know there are typically 3 methods to achieve nuclear fusion. The first is gravitational confinement. The second is inertial confinement, such as using lasers for confinement. The third is magnetic confinement fusion, which generally utilizes tokamak stellarators and magnetic mirrors. Compared to the other 2 methods, this one is regarded as the most promising. Just as Xu Teng was preparing to ask why, Tang Haiba interjected, take the third method for example. The center of a tokamak is a ring-shaped vacuum chamber surrounded by coils. When energized, the tokamak generates a massive helical magnetic field inside, heating the plasma to extremely high temperatures. Thus, as long as the current is sufficiently large and the coils are strong enough, there is no need to consume excessive energy. As Tang Haiba finished this statement, another voice suddenly echoed in Xu Teng's mind. Ding, the badge's fusion effect has been triggered. Triggered items, energy cannon, nuclear fusion. What's the effect of the badge? Xu Teng was stunned. When he participated in the basic physics course, he received this badge as a reward from the system. Initially, he thought it was merely an accessory provided by the system. However, it seems there might be unexpected effects. A second after the voice stopped, the details of the energy cannon came flooding back. When volatile energetic gases are ignited, they enter the narrow space of the energy cannon's activation module, transforming into powerful particle beams. The advantage of the tokamak device is that when current flows through the coils, they heat up rapidly, increasing the temperature to the level required for the reaction. Thus, I can integrate the narrow space of the energy cannon's activation module with the tokamak device. The previously blocked thought process suddenly expanded, and countless inspirations began to pour in like a spring. Indeed, considering the entire reaction device, this approach is certainly feasible. The narrow space of the energy cannon's activation module can withstand powerful particle beams. From this perspective, it should certainly be capable of handling strong currents. Compared to the violent fifth energy scale of the energy cannon, what is the power of a mere small current? It's nothing. Even if you have been here before, exerted yourself, and tried your best, I still don't feel a single difference. Xu Teng's eyes brightened, and under the effect of the badge's fusion, a model gradually took shape in his mind. Only Tang Haiba was left dumbfounded beside him. What is happening to senior brother Xu? What did I say? Wait, let me think. The tokamak device, yes, that's what I was referring to. But isn't this device something that even those with a basic understanding of physics have heard of? I haven't done anything else. Seeing the excited expression on Xu Teng's face, Tang Haiba felt a sense of dread. Why does it seem like senior brother Xu has discovered a blind spot, while I'm still in the dark, completely unaware of what is happening, with a face full of question marks? Why do I feel increasingly desperate the closer I get to senior brother Xu? 3 seconds later, Xu Teng's expression gradually returned to normal. At that moment, a voice from the high-tech system echoed in his mind. Ding, the badge's fusion effect has ended. Welcome to trigger it next time. This high-tech system is surprisingly polite, just like a waiter. But it doesn't matter, that's not the point. The key is that during the time the effect was triggered, Xu Teng had already found the solution. Xu Teng looked up at the dazed Tang Haiba and said, "Junior brother, you have really helped me a great deal." Tang Haiba, what did I just do? I didn't do anything, did I? I merely recited knowledge that everyone already knows. At this moment, Tang Haiba felt a bit bewildered. Yet he dared not speak or move. He silently watched Xu Teng continuously assembling materials, afraid to disturb him. Everything was just as Tang Haiba had guessed. The device chosen by Xu Teng was indeed a tokamak device. The definition of high temperature is anything above 1000 degrees. Once an ordinary person enters this temperature, their entire body will begin to undergo carbonization. The temperature required for nuclear fusion is ultra-high. The essence of nuclear fusion is to split atomic nuclei apart through heating. However, the distance between atomic nuclei is at the femtometer scale, which leads to a significant repulsive force between them. To overcome this repulsive force, immense kinetic energy is required. Under these conditions, the temperature necessary for nuclear fusion is typically above several million degrees Celsius. No, you heard correctly, it's several million degrees Celsius. Ordinary equipment cannot withstand such temperatures, nor can it reach such heating levels. Thus, the advantages of the tokamak device became apparent as the current passing through the massive coils would react continuously, increasing the temperature. After repeated cycles, the temperature would rise under the magnetic effects of the current. But our laboratory seems unable to withstand such high acceleration. Tang Haiba silently thought to himself. At this moment, Xu Teng, who had already constructed the rudimentary tokamak device, turned around and said, "I guess you are thinking that even if we assemble the device, the laboratory cannot provide such high acceleration." Tang Haiba's eyes widened. No way could senior brother Xu possess the ability to hear others' thoughts. How come I didn't know about this? Let me quiz you. Do you remember the general process of the explosion energy gun? Explosion energy gun. Although I don't know why senior brother Xu brought this up. But Tang Haiba still lowered his head and pondered. The explosion energy gun essentially utilizes volatile explosive gas, then passes it through the narrow space of the starting module to form a particle beam. Wait, it seems like I missed something. Rewind, quick rewind. Starting module, narrow space. Turning back, I saw the coils related to nuclear fusion, where the temperature increases through the magnetic effects of the current. In an instant, inspiration struck. Senior brother, are you suggesting that we modify the narrow space of the starting module of the explosion energy gun on the tokamak device? Xu Teng nodded with a smile. He didn't expect that this Tang Shidi was not bad. With just a little hint, he understood the situation. If that's the case. Tang Haiba's eyes lit up. The magnetic effect of the current is related to the number of turns in the coil and is directly proportional. To speak in more detail, the more turns I make in the coil, the stronger the magnetic effect of the current becomes, and the faster the temperature rises. The key point is that the number of turns in the coil is actually limited and cannot be infinitely wound, which creates a practical bug. However, the narrow space of the starting module of the explosion energy gun is a super-fast reaction device. Without it, the volatile gas passing through here wouldn't turn into a super-fast particle beam. It turns out both require. It is indeed possible to combine the two devices. Damn, senior brother Xu is truly strong. Is this what a genius looks like? Someone who can finish the basic physics course in a month and make all the physics majors feel inadequate while earning praise from professional professors. Following senior brother Xu is indeed a wise choice. No matter how the experimental process turns out, you can always trust senior brother Xu. Seeing Tang Haibao's eyes light up, Xu Teng understood. He had figured it out. So do you now know what I am working on? I know, Tang Haibao replied with a smile. Not everyone engaged in research is selfless, nor is everyone willing to share their insights with others. Because even in research there exists competition behind the scenes. Knowledge has already entered an era of payment. Yet senior brother Xu, despite being so strong, never hides his knowledge. Just like in the earlier situation, if it were another senior brother, they might not say a word. If you can understand, that is your fortune. If you cannot understand, it means you simply lack the connection. Thinking of this, Tang Haibao couldn't help but choke up and asked senior brother Xu, "Why are you willing to teach me?" Xu Teng, who was assembling the equipment, was taken aback. He looked up and asked, "Why do you ask that?" "Why? Huh? Yes, why did I ask that? In the Dragon Nation's culture, which has been passed down for thousands of years, isn't it always about education being without discrimination? Perhaps I've heard too much about academic disputes that lead to falling outs." Tang Haibao murmured, "Because it is rare to meet someone like senior brother Xu." Rare? Xu Teng was stunned and reflected on it. In fact, many negative phenomena have appeared in the academic community, such as vying for the first author position or major experiments falsifying data, publishing it in authoritative journals. Later, other laboratories repeated the experimental steps, but couldn't produce the data in the paper, publicly raising questions. In the end, it concluded with the suicide of the advisor, hastily ending a farce. However, where there is darkness, there must be light. Even if it's just a little, it can surge forward like a mighty tide. Xu Teng wished to be that ray of light. Reflecting on this, Xu Teng smiled and said, "But your statement implies there are other types of people as well." Patting Tang Haibao on the shoulder, he encouraged, "As for why I am willing to teach you, it is simply because you are my assistant. That alone is sufficient reason. If you still want to ask, I only want to say there were predecessors who fought on the battlefield for a lifetime to prevent our generation from going to war. Since there were such people in the early years of the Dragon Nation, there will be such people in the later decades and centuries as well. I just want to complete the ion energy shield. You just happen to be here wanting to learn, and I just happen to understand. In 1,000 words, it boils down to one: without a nation, where is home? The scientific research of the Dragon Nation must have successors." The last few words, though not loud, resonated deeply. Tang Haibao felt his nose tingle, and he burst into tears. He began to understand why Xu Teng was different from their group. A person who is pure about research will not concern themselves with worldly affairs, such as money, entertainment, and other chaotic matters. Civil service. Sorry, the true romance of a real man lies in doing research. Dean Yun and the big shots behind him respect senior brother Xu for reasons beyond just research. Looking at Xu Teng, who was assembling the final starting module, Tang Haibao thought to himself, "No matter what happens, you can always trust senior brother Xu, because he is light." On the other side, not long after Yunsheng left the laboratory, his phone began to ring. Who is it calling me so early in the morning? Don't they have any sense of public decency? Yunsheng muttered discontentedly, fumbling in his pocket for the phone. Just as he was about to hang up, he saw the name in his contacts, Teacher, and instantly he was startled awake. "Teacher, why are you calling me so early?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Wei. "Has the material we applied for yesterday arrived? Has it delayed Xiaozu's experiment?" Yunsheng, who had originally been smiling, had his expression contort wildly upon hearing this. "Sure enough, I am still so naive. I knew I shouldn't have held out any hope. Ever since Su Shidi appeared, I, Yunsheng, have become a mere tool. While comparing this, it turns out that only Su Shidi cares for me. At least he would comfort me, reminding me to rest early. The materials have arrived and Su Shidi is already preparing for the experiment. I just came out of the laboratory. That's good." Hearing this, I felt relieved. Su Wei seemed to think of something and hesitated before asking, "You didn't delay Xiaozu's experiment, did you?" "Damn. I'm losing my composure. You used to remind me to take care of my health, but now you only ask if I delayed Xiaozu's research. Am I really such a person in your eyes?" Oh wait. Yunsheng suddenly realized that he genuinely could not understand Xu Teng's experiment. Initially, he didn't even understand the schematic of the energy gun. What can I say? I'm just an ordinary disciple of an applied mathematics academy. There are indeed many professional things I don't understand. I see. It seems that if I stay here, I will only hinder Su Shidi's research. Having come to this realization, Yunsheng felt a sharper pain in his heart. Thus, like a fish that has lost its dream, he said, "No. I didn't delay Su Shidi's research. I just finished counting the materials and came out." "You counted the materials overnight." Su Wei seemed to have grasped the key point. Yunsheng's breathing quickened. "Indeed, teacher still loves me." Well, this one night, just as Yunsheng was about to cast a spell, Su Wei directly interrupted him. "That's good. Yunsheng, Teacher, did you call me early in the morning just to annoy me? Su Wei was silent for a moment on the phone, then hesitantly asked, is it true that Xiao Su only started the experiment after you left? Though Yunsheng found it a bit strange, he still answered seriously, yes, that's right. Sensing that teacher had another meaning behind his words, Yunsheng curiously asked, teacher, what did you call to ask? It's just that last night I had a brief discussion with Li Rongxing about Xiaozu's project. Discussion? Yunsheng frowned slightly. Teacher, isn't your wording a bit too euphemistic? From what I know of you, shouldn't you be bragging madly? Although Li Rongxing was very angry, he mentioned a key point: using nuclear fusion as the core energy for the shield. The idea is good, but there are many difficulties. The most critical point is how to achieve artificial control. To be more specific, how to reach the temperature required for nuclear fusion reactions. Even tokamak devices using magnetic fields for acceleration require huge coils and extremely high voltage. You know, I actually know a little about these things. No, you don't understand at all. In reality, you are just an ordinary academician of applied mathematics. Yunsheng began to dismantle his own argument in his mind. So, I was wondering if I should get Xiao Su a different laboratory or something. Watching there seems to lack the voltage level and probably can't provide such strong voltage. Huh. What teacher said seems to be correct. In Yunsheng's brief research career, he learned that different places have different electrical voltage levels. In some areas, the voltage may be high and not easily subject to blackouts. In others, the voltage is relatively low and the priority isn't so high, occasionally experiencing power outages. And nuclear fusion indeed requires such high voltage levels. Just as Yunsheng was about to turn back to the laboratory, Su Wei said, actually, it's not a big deal. After all, this is only the first day. What kind of researcher sets up all the equipment on the first day? That's right, how could that be possible? Yunsheng echoed in his mind. Immediately after, the two fell into silence. In front of other researchers, these situations are indeed impossible. But both of them recalled the energy gun project. It was the same back then. They thought it would take a long time, but when they went to check, Xu Teng had already begun testing the simple energy gun. Yunsheng even personally tested the energy gun's performance, and the hard testing board felt like paper in front of the first energy scale. Thus, with this thought, both of them couldn't help but say simultaneously, how about we go take a look again? Others can't do it. But Xu Teng is not someone just anyone can compare to. Okay, you go take a look, they'll wait for your call. All right, teacher, I'm going right now. In the laboratory, Xu Teng was currently assembling the last piece of the puzzle. As it was the first test, he planned to make a simple version, so Xu Teng didn't spend much effort. A silver-white circular device lay on the table with a permanent magnetic pole inserted in the center of the ring, while the outer part of the silver-white ring was surrounded by coils. The coils provide a parallel magnetic field to accelerate the plasma current in the vacuum inside the ring. This is the most basic tokamak device. However, now, there were also narrow white space modules on the outside of the coils, which were the starting modules of the energy gun. Of course, these starting modules weren't placed randomly because the current in the energized magnetic field has a direction. Random placement would only weaken the kinetic energy of the plasma current. The direction of all starting modules was meticulously calculated. Looking at the pile of white paper spread across the table, Tang Haiba felt completely numb. Because he had witnessed firsthand how Xu Teng calculated the direction of over 100 energy gun starting modules in just 10 minutes. Indeed, there were over 100 pieces, and each starting module had a different angle. Xu Teng's calculation speed had completely refreshed Tang Haiba's understanding. He doubted, is there really someone in the world who can achieve such a level of computation? But precisely, his esteemed senior Su really did it. Phew, it's finally done. When the last starting module was placed, Xu Teng let out a sigh. Now, it was truly time to start the experiment. Xu Teng gestured behind him, signaling the experiment could begin. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, still no response. Turning around, he found Tang Haiba, frozen eyes vacant and mouth agape. For Tang Haiba, this moment was far beyond his imagination. For ordinary researchers, projects span months or even years, but here with senior brother Su, research. Sorry, but following senior brother Su wasn't that difficult. After all, he had assembled all the equipment on the very first day. Wait, why did I say again? Junior brother. Tang junior brother. Tang junior brother, wake up. Oh. Tang Haiba's eyes finally cleared from their daze. Looking at Xu Teng, who kept calling him, his thoughts returned. Now in the lab, the first ignition of nuclear fusion was about to begin. He had to leave a good impression on senior brother Su. That way future research projects would be plentiful. Tang junior brother, are you feeling unwell? Xu Teng saw him standing in a daze and thought he might have caught a cold from lack of sleep. Oh, no, I'm fine. How could I be unwell? It's your incredible operation that stunned me. Before this, I had never seen anyone manually calculate the positions of over 100 templates in just 10 minutes. It seems senior brother Xu had been holding back in his basic physics lessons. We'll go pull the switch. We need to power this up. Unlike other methods of controlled nuclear fusion, the tokamak device operated through magnetic confinement. Externally, it simply required power to be supplied. Okay, I'm on it. Tang Haiba's voice brimmed with excitement. This was a nuclear fusion project, even if it was just a small auxiliary energy project. But that didn't diminish its status as a world-class project. Tang Haiba, an ordinary first-year graduate student, could actually participate in this. What an honor. And the experiment before us had a high chance of success. With a heart full of excitement, Tang Haiba pulled the switch. The silver-white tokamak device gradually lit up. For easier experimental distinction, Xu Teng had coated the tokamak coils with white conductive phosphorescent powder and the activation modules with blue conductive phosphorescent powder. In Xu Teng's plan, the experiment was divided into 3 parts. The first part was to activate the tokamak device and observe its operation through the white phosphorescent powder. That was the sound of current flowing through the coils. Click, click, click. Continuous sounds rang out as streaks of white light lit up on the tokamak device. Some white lights flickered a few times before stabilizing into a constant glow. Now, only the last white light remained. Tang Haiba and Xu Teng turned and stared intently. Senior brother Xu, you can do it. ITLL work. Xu Teng's breathing quickened. According to theoretical calculations, the power-up should be fine. Click. The last white light illuminated. Nice. Tang Haiba pumped his fist and shouted. The first step of the experiment succeeded perfectly. In classroom 308 of Rongchuan, building, the people upstairs suddenly noticed the lights flickering. What's going on? Unstable voltage. I've never seen this before. It's nothing minor issue. Look on the bright side, let's rule out the first wrong option. The school's voltage can't possibly fail to support someone running an experiment. Before he finished, crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds erupted. Everyone looked up to see the white light tubes above them explode. The metal contacts of the tubes were scorched black. The student who hadn't finished speaking looked embarrassed. In the lab, Xu Teng looked up and asked, how long has the first part been running? 1 minute. Good, let's move to the second part. The tokamak experiment wouldn't immediately start the second part upon the success of the first, because the device needed time to run for observation. 1 minute was the limit state Xu Teng had theoretically designed. In his theoretical design, he had accounted for the school's voltage. Though the tokamak in the lab was a small device, its power consumption was enormous. Beyond 1 minute, the power supply elsewhere on campus would be affected. As for why they weren't at a research base, the experiment hadn't reached that stage yet. Even with special channels, helicopters flying, Xu Teng transporting experimental devices, mobilizing personnel, all these required time. Every task issued by the Black Tech system had implicit time constraints. If necessary, it was more efficient to conduct part of the experiment at Tsinghua, submit a report, and move once everything was set up. The second part of the experiment, after the first part succeeded, activate the blaster gun, start modules on part of the coils to accelerate further. Tang Haiba stood before the power switch, hand on the blue button, and shouted, senior brother, I'm ready. Good, start the second part immediately. Tang Haiba pressed the blue button without hesitation. Click, click, click. Blue lights illuminated at every other coil unit. In this part, the voltage would be reduced, and every other coil's blaster gun start module would be activated. Because according to theoretical formulas, this approach would generate a massive helical magnetic field inside the tokamak. When the magnetic field formed, the plasma current in the internal vacuum tube would accelerate dramatically under the effect of the electromagnetic field. If the voltage remained as in the first part, there was a risk of instant loss of control. The experiment had to proceed step by step. Maxing out the power would place enormous strain on the device. This time the experiment's sound grew more violent. Will it lose control? Watching the blue glow from the blaster gun start modules, Tang Haiba felt uneasy. Because the blaster gun had left a profound impression on him. Through the instruments, he could see the internal temperature rising sharply. Just then the lab door opened. All along the way, Yunsheng kept trying to persuade himself. How long has it been since I left the laboratory? How could it possibly be so quick? Even if the experiment I conducted wasn't about an ion energy shield, it was still a nuclear fusion experiment aimed at solving energy issues. That's a nuclear fusion experiment, not something that can be completed easily. I remember that even a small-scale nuclear fusion experiment requires 1 or 2 days just to set up the apparatus. Unconsciously, he arrived within the laboratory's vicinity. Hiss! Hearing this sound, Yunsheng looked up. Not far away, the street lamp flickered a few times as if the voltage was insufficient. Immediately after, in the next second, it exploded. What? It exploded? How could the school's voltage be unstable? Suddenly, Yunsheng seemed to realize something. The expression on his face grew even more peculiar. No way. Could it really be junior brother Xu? Upon reaching the laboratory door, he pressed his fingerprint, and the door opened with a loud bang. Rushing inside, Yunsheng was left dumbfounded. Because he had specifically looked up information while organizing materials earlier, he had quickly brushed up on the knowledge of the tokamak device. Before him, this silver-white ring was exactly the tokamak device described in the materials. The bright white light and the roaring power source in the distance. My heavens! Didn't the teacher just convey to me Li Rongsheng's thoughts? Junior Z's idea is indeed good, but the nuclear fusion project is still a world-class challenge, even now. A world-class challenge. You're telling me this is a world-class challenge. Then what is this device in front of me? In that moment, Yunsheng felt a bit skeptical. It's not that I don't trust the expertise of all you great figures, but after seeing Junior Brothers' Us project, I wonder if you are both herding cattle and conducting research at the same time. Because Junior Brother Xu completed the experimental project in less than an hour, and judging by the situation on site, the experiment is proceeding very smoothly. Even though Yunsheng was merely a disciple proficient in applied mathematics, he could still see that this tokamak device was different from others. The silver-white coils had blue devices on top, and each blue device was positioned differently. This is the components from the energy cannon. The bluish light was something he had only seen recently in the energy cannon project. The moment he saw the blue device, it reminded him of this. Why did Junior Brother Xu install this? He unintentionally turned his head and saw the rising temperature on the instrument and the blue device lighting up every second. This can be paired together. He understood Junior Brother Xu had modified the energy cannon's device onto the tokamak, and the effect was remarkable. Trembling, he picked up his phone and began to type awkwardly with unsteady hands. Teacher, Xu. Junior Brother Xu, the experiment has started. I am on site, afraid to disturb them. Unlike Yunsheng's excitement, Xu Teng was intently focused on the temperature curve of the instrument, calculating the data on site in his mind. The rate of temperature increase is much faster than that of a purely tokamak device. Looking at the voltage time product of the plasma current on the other side, as the activation of the energy cannon's startup module occurs, the speed is rising at a nearly proportional rate. This indicates that the kinetic energy of the plasma current inside the instrument has not been diminished and has been consistently increasing. This also reflects that the experiment has been proceeding in accordance with theoretical calculations so far. In other words, it's very safe. The last energy cannon startup module is about to be activated, and if everything can stabilize for 2 minutes, we can move into the third phase of the research. Tap. The final blue light was also lit. In that moment, the voltage time product instrument of the plasma current and the internal temperature instrument both began to soar wildly. The buzzing sound grew louder, and the silver-white instrument's surface began to show spots of black. Tang Haiba involuntarily swallowed hard, for he knew what this meant. At the same time, due to Senior Brother X's modifications to the tokamak device, it was enduring damage it shouldn't be subjected to during this time frame. Is the device going to explode? Just as Tang Haiba had this thought in his mind, Xu Teng pressed a red button. Poof, poof, poof. With the sound, the black spots on the surface of the instrument began to disappear. What the hell is this? Tang Haiba was dumbfounded. He had been standing right next to Xu when Senior Brother Xu was assembling the device. Why had he never known that the red button had this function? This is inspired by the energy gun project. Xu Teng turned to explain. He had already thought of this when he decided to modify the tokamak device. The energy gun's activation module would cause the temperature to rise rapidly, leading to a dramatic increase in internal pressure, which meant that the original tokamak might not withstand it. With the achievement of the badge integration, Xu Teng connected the particle beam from the energy gun, which could actually be used as an offensive measure. Naturally, it could also serve as a maintenance method to eliminate the black spots in the material. Maintaining a pressure balance within the material would prevent it from being damaged. Thus, in the last 2 minutes, the two of them, along with Yunsheng standing in the corner, kept a close watch on the progress of the experiment. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The device moved slightly, and both Tang Haiba and Yunsheng tensed up, while Xu Teng remained calm. At 1 minute and 35 seconds, the device stabilized. 2 minutes. The experiment was successful. Tang Haiba turned to Xu Teng, who immediately said, proceed to the third part of the experiment. In fact, what Xu Teng was conducting was not merely a simple nuclear fusion experiment. According to the current experimental conditions, there had been a significant breakthrough in the global challenge of nuclear fusion experiments. From the blueprints provided by the cutting-edge technology, it could be considered that the energy support for the ion energy shield was basically complete. Although only 2 minutes had passed on the battlefield where chaos reigned, a single soldier activating the shield could completely charge directly from the front line of the battlefield to a position not far from the command post under maximum power of the vehicle. The straight line distance between 2 points is the shortest. Other armors need to avoid fire coverage points. However, a single soldier equipped with the ion energy shield is different. He would take off his earplugs and politely say to you, "What are you talking about?" As a qualified soldier, do I need to avoid someone else's fire coverage point? Can't I just charge in directly with the ion energy shield? The acquisition of the badge integration was unexpected. The modified tokamak device also meant that if the third part of the experiment succeeded, the ion energy shield would gain even more powerful energy support. Could this be abandoned? Of course not. Just as Xu Teng announced the success of the second phase of the experiment, a new message came into Yunsheng's phone. The experiment has begun. When Su Wei received this message, he briefly thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Because, how long has it been since yesterday? When Li Rongxing mentioned it yesterday, Su Wei had looked into it and found that the best device for nuclear fusion is the tokamak. It would still take some time to set up the equipment after all. After all, in the past month, little Su had only learned basic physics. He wasn't exactly a student of a big shot. So, how are the experimental results? Su Wei nervously swallowed. Logically, there shouldn't be any experimental results yet. But, this is little Su. With the results from the previous explosive energy gun project, he dared to make bold guesses. Even if there hasn't been much progress, there should be some conclusions, right? Very, very perfect. Oh, so it turned out to be perfect. I knew little Su would definitely have some conclusions. Wait, perfect? Su Wei finally reacted. You're not lying to me, are you? Do you know what you're talking about? This is a nuclear fusion experiment. He was just about to say there's no way you could joke like that. Teacher, I'm not lying to you. The experiment is indeed very perfect. Seeing that mere words couldn't convince the teacher, Yunsheng directly stepped forward to take photos. The internal temperature gauge, the plasma current's volt-second count, and most importantly, the modified tokamak device. After looking at those pictures, Su Wei was astonished, then began to fall into a frenzy of joy. Haha, little Su is simply born for research. The experiment has actually been perfectly achieved, so is little Su starting to create the ion energy shield. Su Wei personally filled out the project application form. He naturally understood that Su Wei's reason for conducting the nuclear fusion experiment was merely to generate a powerful energy source for the ion energy shield. No, it seems that Junior Su still plans to conduct the next phase of the experiment. Next phase of the experiment? Su Wei was a bit puzzled. Didn't the energy source already come out? At this moment, Yunsheng's message came through. From the situation on site, the blue lights on the modified tokamak device haven't all lit up. Junior Zu's subsequent experiment should be aimed at making them all light up. Blue lights. It was only now that Su Wei noticed that the tokamak device Yunsheng sent was indeed different from the information he had. What are these things? How could little Su modify the device after just a month of basic courses? Can a genius really do whatever they want? Based on my observations, the blue light parts on the device are components from the explosive energy gun. Components from the explosive energy gun. When Su Wei saw this sentence, he was stunned. Damn, a genius can really do whatever they want. Clearly, they are not even in the same project. One is an attack, the other belongs to defense. And this can be modified. Moreover, it has successfully completed the experiment perfectly. No. With such joy over having a genius disciple, I absolutely cannot be happy alone, or I must let that old guy Li Rongxing share my joy. Su Wei typed, I got it. Yunsheng looked at the message, momentarily stunned. Why did it seem like the teacher was particularly calm this time? When Su Wei closed the chat window with Yunsheng, he opened another one with trembling hands. Haha. In the next second, Li Rongxing. Yesterday, Su Wei had informed Li Rongxing about the new project. He knew today was the time for Xu Teng's new project to begin. Although he was somewhat skeptical that Xu Teng would complete the nuclear fusion project so quickly. But internally, he still held some expectations. What if there really are some results today? After all, this is a nuclear fusion project which theoretically is the cleanest energy, the most powerful, and has the most abundant raw materials. The raw material is water, also known as the boiling water experiment. Just as he was about to ask Su Wei about the progress of the experiment, he was greeted with a loud ha. This person must have a little issue. Who starts a conversation like that? As a researcher, can't you control your psychological emotions a bit? Su Wei, who sent those 3 words, kept telling himself deep down, stay calm, must stay calm. Don't let your hands shake or you won't be able to type anything. But the moment he touched the keyboard, his hands began to tremble with excitement. I'm telling you. Little Su this time, experiment Q. Li Rongxing looked at this text and felt overwhelmed. Good job, old man. Can't you even type? What's wrong with the experiment? In fact, Li Rongxing vaguely guessed that for researchers of their age, the excitement wouldn't be that intense. If nothing significant had occurred, there would absolutely be no situation of emotional loss of control. And today, little Zu's new experiment was launched, and the first project was to solve the energy problem of the ion energy shield. So, nuclear fusion was the first to be experimented with. It's nuclear fusion, and Su Wei's excitement indicates. Has nuclear fusion really been solved? No, it's not that I don't believe it. It's just that I've never seen such a scene. If it could really be solved so quickly, even the smallest nuclear fusion device would be a tremendous breakthrough. Little Xu has completed the experiment on nuclear fusion. Just now Yunsheng sent me a message. Of course, Little Xu modified the tokamak device a bit. Then several pictures from the site were sent to Li Rongxing. The silver-white ring was still inlaid with several blue halos. The blue parts on it are components from the explosive energy gun project. Little Xu modified those components onto the tokamak device, allowing the experiment to achieve perfect success. So, I have to say my student is impressive. I wonder what you guys are doing in research every day. Looking at your research speed, I'm starting to suspect that you are grazing cattle in the wild while conducting research. Su Weiss messages completely bewildered Li Rongxing. Heavens, a modified device. Using a component from the explosive energy gun project. The experiment is perfectly successful. Are you kidding me? But those instruments, those glowing blue lights, all told Li Rongxing that this was the real situation. Each piece hit him hard, leaving him shocked. Is research really this simple? This truly opens up the curtain for a new technological era. At this moment, in the Hucking lab, Tang Haiba pressed the blue button under Xu Teng's indication. If successful, the issue of energy for the ion energy shield will be completely resolved. Unlike the second phase of the experiment, the third phase proceeded as follows. Activate the tokamak device by first introducing a portion of the voltage, thereby triggering all plasma accelerator activation modules. Once experimental stability is achieved, restore the voltage to its nominal level. If no anomalies occur within 5 minutes, the prototype energy system is deemed successful. As for why Xu Teng dared not apply full voltage from the outset, it was because the plasma accelerator activation modules were extraordinarily potent and amplified by the magnetic coils. They could instantaneously accelerate ion currents. Otherwise, during the second phase, the temperature sensors and volt-second instruments measuring plasma current would not have surged uncontrollably, spiking erratically as though intoxicated. More critically, over 100 such modules had been precisely positioned. According to theoretical calculations, the plasma current accelerated continuously from the moment it entered the device. Had full voltage been applied immediately, Xu Teng genuinely feared the heavily modified tokamak would catastrophically fail before he could even press the emergency cutoff. Senior brother Xu, I'm beginning now. Tang Haiba called out from a distance. With Xu Teng's silent nod, Tang Haiba pressed the white button beside him. The ambient noise subsided as only half the rated current began flowing into the device. Click, click, click. One by one, blue lights illuminated along the coils, signaling activation of the modules. Unlike the second phase, a faint cobalt blue current now emerged, coiling delicately around each activated module as they powered up sequentially. What is this? The phenomenon before him surpassed Tang Haiba's comprehension. Why were the activation modules themselves conducting electricity and emitting that eerie cerulean glow? Instinctively, Tang Haiba recalled the plasma accelerator project he joined 2 months earlier. The faintest energy setting of those devices emitted the same ghostly blue luminescence capable of shattering test plates outright. What if this very blue radiance posed a danger to human tissue? Yunsheng, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, not out of concern for the device's structural integrity. After all, nuclear fusion materials were merely rare, not irreplaceable. Uranium, plutonium-239, and deuterium and tritium were difficult, but not impossible, to procure. No, his worry lay solely with Xu Teng's safety. True genius was exceedingly rare to cultivate. A mind like Xu Teng's, he had never encountered a second such individual in his entire life. Should I warn him? Just as Yunsheng prepared to act, he suddenly recalled something Su Wei had once told him. In the lab, no matter how anomalous events appear, so long as Xiao Su remains still, everything unfolds precisely as planned. The dangers you imagine aren't dangers at all. Xiao Su has already accounted for every contingency, every safeguard meticulously implemented. The experiment might fail, but Xiao Su's judgment was infallible. Click. With that final chime, all activation modules ignited simultaneously. Silver-white halos shimmered in counterpoint to luminous golden rings, mesmerizing yet perilous. Surrounding instrumentation spun wildly. Temperature gauges and volt-second integrators tracking plasma current soared relentlessly past their nominal peaks. This exceeds standard fusion parameters by a wide margin. Both Tang Haiba and Yunsheng stood frozen, eyes wide, mouths agape. Though one served only as an assistant and the other as an unremarkable disciple of the Academy of Mathematics, both routinely consulted simulation software and technical databases. Damn, no wonder he's my senior brother. Damn, no wonder he's my junior brother. In unison they swore, exchanged a startled glance, then turned back, riveted to the experiment. Cobalt light now swirled ceaselessly around the toroidal chamber. Upon closer inspection, minute black specks flickered across the silvery inner wall. Yet in the next instant they vanished, erased entirely. The internal pressure remained perfectly balanced. Thus, the experiment continued squarely within predicted parameters. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Their expressions tightened. This was nuclear fusion after all. That single compact unit housed staggering energy density. And with the accelerators still driving the plasma ever faster, the thrill surpassed even the most violent roller coaster descent. The sole reason they held their tongues and waited patiently was Xu Teng's silence. So long as senior brother Xu issued no command, all remained under absolute control. Teng junior brother, press the black button. Restore voltage to the level used in the first experiment. Oh yes. Teng Haiba responded instinctively. His mind registered the instruction, revert to the initial experimental voltage. Huh. What did that mean? Was the current voltage merely half the intended value? As an assistant, Teng Haiba had not been briefed on the full procedure of Phase 3. He only knew the phenomena unfolding before him already bordered on terrifying. Yet the voltage was still insufficient. Under different circumstances, he might have hesitated or even refused. But this was Senior Brother Xu. You can always trust Senior Brother Xu was no empty slogan. It was an unwavering conviction shared by every researcher who had ever collaborated with Xu Teng. Yunsheng stood utterly dumbfounded. They were about to double the voltage. That was the final operational intensity. My, if this power source succeeded, how formidable would the resulting ion energy shielding be? And if other subsystems also performed as designed, even the fifth-tier output of the plasma accelerator would likely be fully absorbed by this shield. Was this truly just what the specifications described? A personal scale shield optimized for infiltration and decapitation strikes. A personal shield. I apologize. Yunsheng simply lacked the frame of reference. Judging by its behavior, this shield could probably withstand even small-caliber missiles. Activate the shield. Nullify all incoming fire. Wield a plasma accelerator in one hand, a dormant lightsaber at the waist. A single operator mission. Forgive me. I am the battlefield's divine scourge, the next-generation mobile arsenal. At that thought, Yunsheng's eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation. This experiment must succeed. Teng Haiba gritted his teeth and pressed the black button. Voltage surged, doubling instantly. Boom. Before the three observers' eyes, the cobalt light no longer merely encircled the torus. It thickened, spreading outward like serpentine tendrils writhing violently. Nearby metallic objects detonated in rapid succession. Director, could there be any issues? I have a slight concern. Yunsheng turned to see Teng Haiba's pale green face and thought to himself, what do you mean by a slight concern? It's clearly a massive one. But if you ask me, I don't know. Yet I said, what are you doing? Look at Xiao Sui hasn't said anything yet. Hasn't said a word. What danger could there possibly be? If you weren't stuttering when you spoke, I would definitely believe that you, Director, are not nervous at all. The flickering blue light was mesmerizing. But thinking of the high temperatures from nuclear fusion, I instantly felt that this enchanting aura was far too dangerous. In theoretical calculations, the startup module being too close to the charged coils of the tokamak device would generate a magnetization reaction. To put it simply, as the experiment proceeded, the external startup module would also become charged. A weak current would increase alongside the output current, leading to the situation before our eyes. Unlike the other two, Xu Teng remained calm, because he still had a backup plan. Under the badge of integration, the automatic paralysis device had also been modified, with it present losing control. Impossible. In the energy weapon project, even with the fifth energy scales chamber in such a bad state, it still fired energy at the predetermined target. 30 seconds. 1 minute. The plasma current running at full throttle raced through the vacuum pipeline like a wild horse. No matter how hard it pushed, it could not break the device. The expressions of the two people around began to relax from the situation on site. Aside from the blinding blue light, everything seemed quite normal. Overall, there seemed to be nothing else different. Exchanging glances, they both saw trust in each other's eyes regarding Xu Teng. After hesitating for a while, Yunsheng walked up to Xu Teng and softly asked, Junior Xu, how long does this experiment need to run? Ordinary nuclear fusion experiments are usually measured in seconds. Even the best recorded time in the logs was Long Kingdom's 1,000 seconds, which is about 16 minutes. But that was for large-scale equipment experiments and was still an ordinary nuclear fusion experiment. Xu Teng had modified it with over 100 startup modules placed on the coils. It looked quite impressive. And now it is the third part. Yunsheng slightly calculated in his heart that this level of experiment would surely reach its limit in just over a minute. Who would have thought? Running for 5 minutes? Just over 1 minute and 30 seconds. 5 minutes. Yunsheng was a bit confused, and in the next second. 5 minutes. Even as a disciple of an application mathematician, he understood what these 5 minutes meant. If successful, today would witness the miracle of the birth of new energy. Buzzing. This is the sound of excessive voltage load. Bang, bang, bang. This is the sound of surrounding metallic objects cracking under the influence of static electricity. 3 minutes. The blue electric snakes began to extend outward and blue particles started to appear in the air, indicating that the neutral particles were beginning to be ionized. Tang Haiba curiously raised his hand to touch. Pop, pop. The blue particles exploded directly in his hand, leaving strands of black lines on his palm. Pain. This was his first feeling. The second feeling was, is this stuff providing energy for the shield? Senior brother, are you sure you're not lying to me? This ionization ability can assimilate even the neutral particles in the air. If you say this could directly be used as a small-scale explosive, I would believe it. Once the energy breaks free, the nearby area would surely turn to ashes. Yun Sheng was also dumbfounded. Indeed, what his mother said was true: the more alluring, the more dangerous. Ionization phenomenon. Xu Teng began to frown secretly. This was a situation he had not anticipated. The speed of energy increase was simply too rapid. At this moment, Tang Haiba stepped forward and asked, Senior Xu, should we stop the experiment? Looking at the instrument that was madly recording data, Xu Teng shook his head and said, No, continue. The time is not up yet. Okay. Time passed little by little. Besides Xu Teng, the other two felt that time was passing exceptionally slowly. Clearly measured in seconds. Why is that? Usually when men and women exercise together, time flies by. For minutes and 50 seconds. At this moment, the surrounding air began to exhibit blue electric current phenomena, and some data recording instruments started to explode. Fragments of glass flew everywhere. What surprised Yun Sheng and Tang Haiba was not just this. It was that despite the chaos around them and the surging blue currents, the modified tokamak device remained steadfast. Indeed, it had not shattered until now. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought Xu Teng was a sorcerer bestowing a buff upon the device. 55 seconds. The two exchanged glances, seeing joy in each other's eyes. We're about to succeed. However, Xu Teng, who had been staring at the instrument data, furrowed his brow, because at this moment the temperature began to plummet. Something's wrong. The device is still operational, the voltage hasn't dropped, and everything appears normal on the surface. The temperature should remain stable or slightly increase. If it plummets, it means the experiment has begun to spiral out of control. Just as this thought emerged, all the blue lights of the activation module suddenly converged at a single point, as if a black hole were absorbing light. Oh no! Junior Xu, run, there's danger. Tang Haiba and Yun Sheng instantly reacted. Even if all the experimental devices in the entire laboratory exploded, Xu Teng could not be harmed. Because he was a leading figure among the younger generation of scientific research in the Dragon Kingdom. The two quickly moved to Xu Teng's side, intending to carry him away. But Xu Teng still wore a calm expression, turning to reassure them. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Fine. The two turned around to see the most surprising scene of their lives. The blue light concentrated at a point just as it was about to release energy. Bang! A red beam shot out from the tip of the modified device, which then encapsulated all the blue light like a bowl. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of energy-dense explosions continued, yet could not break through the walls of the red bowl. Tang Haiba and Yun Sheng stared dumbfounded at this scene. What the hell is this? This is too powerful. Then the two reacted. Junior Xu, is it a ring that locks a bad one? The experiment is completely under control. Xu Teng sighed. From the situation on site, the experiment still failed. But it was not a complete failure. Meeting the puzzled gazes of the two, Xu Teng began to explain. This is the automatic shutdown device for the explosive energy gun project, which I modified for the nuclear fusion project. After all, it's an experiment at school. Oh, don't worry, I wouldn't start if it wasn't absolutely safe. So everything in the experiment is really under the control of junior brother Xu, or senior brother. In those final seconds, the blue light was about to explode, yet it was handled well by Xu Teng. It's truly safe to conduct experiments with these geniuses. The two exchanged glances only to see Xu Teng's furrowed brow. Standing nearby, Yun Sheng and Tang Haiba wore complex expressions. Judging by the situation on site, Xu Teng had succeeded in the nuclear fusion project. He had modified the tokamak device extensively, and the second part of the experiment had already met the requirements for ordinary nuclear fusion. However, from Xu Teng's initial experimental requirements, this experiment was a failure, albeit only in the final few seconds. Sighed. Xu Teng sighed again and said, Junior brother Tang, please tidy up the scene. There are shards of broken glass everywhere. Be careful not to cut yourself. The experimental data from earlier has been saved. I still need to analyze the real-time data to see where the final issue lies. Hearing Xu Teng's words, Tang Haiba quickly replied, Senior brother Xu, why are you being so polite? I can't help much with the data. But rest assured, I will clean the area thoroughly. Looking up at the clock on the wall, he added, I'll go get food for you. What would you like to eat, senior brother? Food, eh? Checking the time, it was already 1150. Was it that quick? Just some soy sauce duck and fried chicken legs and a portion of mung bean porridge. Okay. Tang Haiba's voice was quite servile. On the other side, Yunsheng said, then I won't disturb junior brother for further data analysis. I still have some information to report to the teacher. Senior brother, you've worked hard. Not hard at all, not hard at all. Just as Yunsheng stepped out of the laboratory, he eagerly pulled out his phone to call Su Wei. Beep beep. As soon as the ringing started, the call was answered. Quick, tell me, how did the experiment go? Su Wei hurriedly asked. From the moment Yunsheng relayed the experimental situation to him, he had grown curious. This was a nuclear fusion project. According to Li Rongxing, whoever could resolve this issue would significantly elevate the country's technological standing and energy. With abundant resources and tremendous power. If he hadn't known that Xiao Su was in the experiment, he would have been unable to resist making a call. Teacher. Su. Junior brother succeeded. A seemingly simple sentence, yet Yunsheng struggled to get it out. Succeeded? Truly, succeeded. What happened? Hurry. Clarify it for me. Actually, during the latter half of the third part of the experiment, Yunsheng had learned everything through his communication with Tang Haiba. Thus, Yunsheng could say that the nuclear fusion experiment had already been successful. When Yunsheng told Su Wei everything he knew in detail, he then heard the sound of inhalation intensifying from over there. I originally thought Xiao Su just wanted to conduct a regular nuclear fusion experiment. As a result, Xiao Su was working on a new generation of energy. Moreover, did he actually solve the ordinary nuclear fusion experiment's problems in just one morning? Li Rongxing, you still say that your group of researchers weren't just slacking off while doing research. It's not that I don't believe you, but your progress is just hard to believe. Xiao Zu's assistant is merely a first-year graduate student. And what about you? You are a group of genuine high-end research talents. No, I can't hold back any longer. This good news must not be kept hidden, or it should be shared with that group of people. Ahem ahem. Yunsheng, you did very well. The teacher is tired now and needs to rest well. Just after saying this, Yunsheng looked confused. What are you talking about, my teacher? You're not the one doing the experiment. Oh right. You are still an academician of applied mathematics, so how are you tired? Just as Yunsheng was about to say something to remind his teacher to take care of his health, the phone call was abruptly ended at light speed. Yunsheng. He suddenly seemed to understand something. It appeared that the teacher wasn't tired but was eager to share the joy with someone. Thinking this way, I seem to be a Yuntool person, Sheng. Whoa. At the moment Su Wei hung up the phone, he immediately opened the contacts and found Li Rongxing's number. Beep, beep, beep. In less than a second, the call was connected. This is the fastest Li Rongxing has ever connected a call in history, as he knew today was Xiao Zu's experiment. Although nuclear fusion is undoubtedly a world-class problem, he had just discussed it with this ordinary academician of applied mathematics last night. Yet in his heart, he still hoped to hear about a breakthrough in Xiao Zu's experiment. Before he could even speak, he heard Su Wei's triumphant voice. Li Rongxing, you still say that your researchers aren't slacking off while doing research. Li Rongxing. What are you talking about? Although we often argue, isn't it too provocative for you to say this right from the start? Just as Li Rongxing was about to counterattack, Su Wei anticipated his reaction. Let me tell you, don't think about retorting. My student Xu Teng has officially solved the nuclear fusion problem today. Solved it? Damn. It seems this is truly not something I can retort against. But, are you actually serious? Don't speak. I know you want to ask me if it's true. I'll show you a few pictures. Su Wei interrupted Li Rongxing's spellcasting once again. When Yunsheng entered the laboratory, Xu Teng had already begun the second phase of the experiment. So from that moment on, the entire experiment was recorded by him. Swish, swish, swish. Pictures were being transmitted one after another. Internal temperature instruments, plasma current volt-second meters. The blue glow of the explosive energy gun's activation module in the third part of the experiment, along with the ionization phenomena occurring in the air at the end. What is this? Li Rongxing was bewildered. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the tokamak device, but the one in the video seemed to be more than just a simple apparatus. It seemed to have undergone certain changes. Moreover, that blue glow felt so familiar. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. Wait a minute. Blue. Explosive energy gun. Li Rongxing was stunned. Did Xiao Su merge the two projects together? Is this what genius looks like? What? Doing as one pleases? Li Rongxing fell into deep thought. The explosive energy gun was a weapon development project, while nuclear fusion was a purely physical engineering endeavor. How could these two be combined? To clarify this, the incoming images were gradually enlarged. From the exterior, there was a silver-white ring, which was a typical tokamak device. If there were any additional elements, it would be the blue apparatus surrounding the outer surface. What is this? Upon further magnification, the narrow spaces came into view, and Li Rongxing suddenly understood. He had seen the schematic diagram before. Even after returning to his own project, he occasionally took out the drawings to compare with the notebook printed by Xiao Su. As for the entire narrow space of the explosive energy gun, there was only the ignition module section. If he remembered correctly, it ignited volatile explosive gas to accelerate the particle flow. So, can this really be combined? With this realization, Li Rongsheng's eyes widened like copper bells. The explosive energy gun had at least hundreds of small components, which was also the reason they had never fully digested the technology. Among those hundreds of components, could one really be modified to fit a tokamak device? Li Rongsheng inhaled sharply. Is this the creative thinking of young people, eh? That's a bit terrifying, isn't it? No, wait. The ignition module could indeed accelerate the particle flow. That was because in the explosive energy gun it was fixed and the particle flow came through a predetermined channel. Who can't do linear acceleration? But on a tokamak device for nuclear fusion, the energized coils are disordered, or rather the direction is constantly changing. When the spiraled magnetic field passes through the ignition module, it has a specific direction. If the directions are the same, the kinetic energy will accumulate. If the directions are opposite, the kinetic energy will weaken. This means all ignition modules need to be placed in designated positions, otherwise the plasma within will not heat to a sufficient temperature. In fact, the temperature may even drop further. But the second part of the experiment was perfect. After a moment of shock, Li Rongsheng trembled and said no. It can't be. Clicking to examine closely. Just as he had guessed, each ignition module, upon careful observation, showed different positions. So all the more than 100 ignition modules were placed in their designed locations. And the Hucking Research Laboratory didn't have a supercomputer to process the data. Could it be that Xiao Su calculated all of this by himself? Li Rongsheng was truly stunned. Not to mention the third part of the experiment, the air had been ionized. Those active blue molecules were firmly under Xu Teng's control from start to finish. Hey, why aren't you talking? Aren't you usually very impressive? No, last night you were quite impressive, even spreading knowledge about nuclear fusion to me. Why are you suddenly quiet? Have you been hit hard? At that moment, Li Rongsheng slowly said, I think you're right, we researchers seem to be. Indeed, putting cattle out to graze while doing research. Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Enjoyable. You say I'm just an ordinary applied mathematics researcher, but what about you? Aren't you just a researcher who lets cattle graze? Ba? In the Zijing canteen, Tang Haiba, who had cleaned up, was lining up at the window. At this moment, people around began to talk to each other. Hey, I'm telling you, it seems the school's voltage is a bit strange today. Indeed, during our physics class, a lamp tube exploded directly. What's this? I'm telling you, wasn't there a large shipment of materials to a laboratory recently? Today when I passed by there, I saw that all the lamp tubes in the vicinity were black, even from hundreds of meters away. Black? Does that mean they all exploded? Yes. I found it strange. Even if the school had a heavy voltage load, it shouldn't be a problem unless... Unless what? Hurry up and say it. If you keep dawdling, your butt will hurt. The threatened man paused, his butt tightening, as if he thought of something terrible, and quickly said, unless the school's laboratory is conducting experiments with a particularly high electricity consumption, like nuclear fusion or something. Tang Haiba, who had been eavesdropping, felt his heart tighten and his body stiffened. Cut it out, nuclear fusion. Don't joke with me. The power consumption here is impossible to sustain. Even a small-scale one wouldn't be feasible. Another person retorted, exactly, small-scale nuclear fusion is also impossible unless a modified device appears. Cut it out with the modified tokamak device. Why don't you fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? If that could be done, the nuclear fusion project would have succeeded long ago. So we can rule out one erroneous answer. Someone is conducting small-scale nuclear fusion with a modified device at the school. Hearing this, Tang Haiba, who had initially been stiff, instantly relaxed, almost bursting into laughter. The misunderstanding was resolved. At this point, it was Tang Haiba's turn to get food. Auntie, I'll have a serving of soy sauce duck grilled chicken leg and a bowl of mung bean porridge with sugar added to the porridge. All right. The men behind began discussing again. There's another strange phenomenon today. The physics class schedule has all reverted to normal. Exactly, even that Su Shun who tormented all the physics majors didn't come. Hey, what a pity. I also heard he didn't attend class. I was hoping he would torment those top students a bit more. So was I. The key is I heard Su Shun is particularly handsome. At this moment, another man pondered and said Su Shun didn't attend class today, and there was a problem with the school's voltage. Do you think there's a possibility? Possibility. The other two exchanged glances and understood. Are you saying that after Su Shun finished all the basic courses in physics, he modified the device at school and then conducted small-scale nuclear fusion experiments? Another person added, so the unstable voltage at the school is related to him. Yes, that's exactly it. He was pleased to see the two catching on. Right, you big-head ghost. Don't joke, a month of basic courses to conduct small-scale nuclear fusion experiments with a modified device, what are you saying? First of all, this is impossible. Secondly, this is definitely an erroneous answer. Yes, this is a plot that even TV dramas wouldn't dare to air. At this point, the aunt handed the food to Tang Haiba. Student, here's your food. Hey, got it. Turning around, Tang Haiba stood tall, looking back at the three with a proud gaze as he stepped forward. The other three. Don't you think this little fatso seemed a bit proud just now? Exactly as if he were conducting small-scale nuclear fusion experiments with a modified device at school. Exactly what a dream. Along the way, Tang Haiba walked back to the laboratory with a smile. Of course, he had overheard the conversation among the several boys earlier. The modified device and the research on small-scale nuclear fusion are indeed not my work. However, I have participated in the project. Isn't it an honor for a first-year graduate student? Ding, ding, ding. After fingerprint unlocking, the laboratory door swung open with a loud bang. Tang Haiba called out from inside. Senior brother, your meal is ready. It's time to eat. Good. The fragrant sauce-coated duck, golden and crispy fried chicken legs accompanied by a few red chili peppers for garnish wafted steam. Xu Teng mixed the rice ball with the golden chicken leg, took a big bite, and the delicious flavor burst in his mouth, mixing it with the sauce-coated duck. The hunger in his belly completely dissipated, leaving only a sense of satisfaction. If we talk about hobbies, Xu Teng had two. One was gourmet food, and the other was scientific research. After finishing his meal, adhering to the principle of not wasting, he drank the mung bean porridge and turned to Tang Haiba to say, "Thanks for bringing the meal, junior brother." While packing up, Tang Haiba immediately replied seriously, "Su, senior brother, what are you talking about? It's not a bother at all. But has senior brother figured out the reason yet?" When Tang Haiba joined Xu Teng's project team again, he made a silent resolution. This time he would learn as much as possible. New technology can change people's lives. Although he would never become someone like Su senior brother in this lifetime, having the opportunity to join Su senior brother's team was worthwhile. Because I have participated in those research projects that can change the future, which is also a very cool thing. In the entire project, Tang Haiba's role was that of an assistant. In other research projects, being a first-year graduate student as an assistant would not be taken seriously. Whether one could learn something depended entirely on luck. Even if you ask questions, others might not answer you seriously. But Su senior brother was different. He had always been a selfless person who would never hold back as long as you were willing to learn. Hearing Tang Haiba's words, Xu Teng was taken aback. It seemed that junior brother wasn't this enthusiastic during the previous project involving the explosive energy gun. Is he eager to learn more? Xu Teng smiled slightly. The reason has indeed been analyzed. At this moment, Tang Haiba's heart raced. Damn, so fast. Senior brother's efficiency is impressive. I clearly only stepped out for half an hour to get some food. Just as he was about to ask, Xu Teng said, "Don't say anything yet, let me quiz you." "Quiz me." "Calm down, this is senior brother's test. It's a chance to earn some favor in front of him. I must seize it." Tang Haiba adjusted his attire and said seriously, "Senior brother, please go ahead. I am just asking a question. There is no need to be so serious." In the entire experiment, which areas do you think had problems? Problems? Tang Haiba fell into recollection of the entire experiment. In the first part of the experiment, the activation module was not engaged, and the only abnormal situation was that it consumed too much electricity. For the overall experiment, the voltage could not be considered a problem. In the second part of the experiment, half of the activation module was activated, and after the entire experiment, the only oddity was that small black dots began to appear inside the silver-white ring. It startled him at the time. After all, this was a nuclear fusion experiment. A tiny error could lead to unexpected results. In the end, Su senior brother pressed a switch eliminating the black dots, so it couldn't be counted. Then it must be the third part of the experiment. All activation modules were activated. The voltage was first halved and then raised to normal levels. The previous parts had no issues. Until blue light appeared, and the surrounding air even showed signs of ionization. Blue particles exploded in his palm. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. "Senior brother, I think I figured out the reason." "Oh, what is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Haiba eagerly replied, "The ionization phenomenon." After saying this, he looked at Xu Teng with an expectant face, like a student hoping for a teacher's affirmation. "Correct, it is the ionization phenomenon." After receiving Xu Teng's confirmation, Tang Haiba smiled happily. "Do you know the specific reason?" Everything came too suddenly, and his smile froze on Tang Haiba's face. He shook his head and thought to himself, "Sigh, I really shouldn't get too excited. Well, I need to be humble like Su senior brother." Xu Teng stood up swiftly, pulled out a small blackboard, and began drawing the modified tokamak device with chalk. The reason for the failure in the third part can be roughly stated as electromagnetic induction, which led to the ionization phenomenon of the air. The tokamak device essentially relies on charged coils to create a huge spiral magnetic field inside, with the purpose of heating the plasma to a very high temperature. But Xu Teng circled the activation module surrounding the coils and asked, "What is the purpose of this device?" "I understand this." Tang Haiba immediately answered eagerly, "The narrow space is meant to accelerate the plasma in the vacuum tube more effectively." Correct. From one perspective, it is to increase the kinetic energy of the plasma. At this point, Tang Haiba recalled the pile of white papers on the table aimed at increasing the kinetic energy of each plasma passing through the activation module. Senior brother Xu calculated all of this purely by hand. If it were just one activation module, there wouldn't be much of a problem being too close to the charged coils. But what if over 100 activation modules were all activated and were so close to the charged coils? This statement reminded Tang Haiba, because he personally pressed the button to activate the modules. He knew that those blue lights were fluorescent powders that would show color when electrified. "So," Tang Haiba murmured, "as the voltage begins to rise with more activated modules, they would attract each other with a weak current. The blue light grows thicker, and eventually ionization phenomena will also occur in the air. So that's how it is." Tang Haiba understood, and his eyes instantly brightened. "Damn, senior brother is really impressive. Indeed, no matter how the experiment goes, even if the results are not good, you can always trust senior brother Xu." Looking up, Tang Haiba's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Senior brother, I understand now. Shall we start?" This gaze. Xu Teng was taken aback, and then a smile unconsciously crept across his lips. This is interesting. After all, Xu Teng had interacted with many researchers along the way, yet rarely could he witness such an excited expression. The most memorable occasion was during the sprint phase of the energy cannon project, working late into the night in the laboratory with Long Dongshen. That was the first time he had seen such a gaze in someone else's eyes. Well, let's get started. For Xu Teng, engaging in scientific research was his passion. Tired? Not at all. Men have many hobbies, raising paper doll wives, rushing towards unknown images, and in the future being able to pilot a Gundam. Speaking of which, no man can refuse a Gundam, just like everyone hoped to become a light when they were young. Tang Haiba skillfully ran to the side to prepare new materials. Though he was an assistant with dreams, he currently lacked the strength and could only assist. When faced with new challenges in research, the general process is as follows. Analyze the experimental process and identify the reasons for failure. Once the reason is found, further design new experiments to resolve the issue. Now the reason has been identified. The distance between the startup modules and the coils was too close, which could lead to air ionization. The reason Xu Teng was determined to ensure the third part of the experiment ran perfectly was to obtain a powerful energy source. With it, the ion energy shield's endurance could be extended. On the battlefield, every second counts. Each second represents a living life. Thus, the voltage intensity cannot be altered. It must first input at half strength, then return to its original state. The startup modules cannot be reduced either. Each piece is essential for plasma acceleration. If any are missing, the desired speed cannot be achieved. The distance between the startup modules and the coils is fixed, as each position of the startup modules is calculated and the angles are specific. If even a slight movement occurs, the plasma passing through the narrow space will not gain kinetic energy, but rather lose it. After analyzing it this way, Xu Teng discovered that many factors needed to be kept constant. So, what should we do about this? Xu Teng fell into deep thought. "Senior brother, the materials are ready." After a moment of silence, Xu Teng replied, "Good. What's wrong with senior brother? Didn't we already find the reason?" Turning to look at Xu Teng, he found him staring blankly at the ceiling. "Oh, the lights are a bit too bright. This could harm senior brother's eyesight." Tang Haiba walked over and adjusted the switch to dim the lights a bit. Xu Teng looked up and shielded his eyes with his hand. Why did the light change in brightness? As he said this, Xu Teng's eyes lit up again, repeating the light. In an instant, he turned his gaze sharply towards Tang Haiba. "What the hell? Senior brother, why are you looking at me like that? It's a bit scary." Unexpectedly, Xu Teng smiled and said, "Junior brother, you really helped a lot." "Helped a lot? What did I just do?" "In my memory, I think I just turned off the light." This is possible. Based on the earlier analysis, Xu Teng was troubled by the fact that the modified tokamak device and the startup modules could not be altered. That's right, even a slight positional shift is not permissible. The change in the brightness of the overhead light had drawn his attention to it. It is well known that incandescent bulbs contain inert gases which serve to provide protection. If ordinary air is filled inside an incandescent bulb, the tungsten filament can easily break under prolonged illumination. That moment of brightness change made Xu Teng think of the protective gas inside the incandescent bulb, inert gas. Inert gases have stable chemical properties and are difficult to react chemically. The inability to change anything indicates that ordinary air would certainly cause ionization in the third part of the experiment. What if the surrounding area were filled entirely with inert gases? even with the energized coils and the startup modules. It seems this could completely resolve the issue. Because wasn't the success of the energy cannon project due to the inclusion of inert gas? Tang Haiba, who had been pondering for a long time, finally asked the question he had always wanted to. Senior brother, may I ask what you just thought of? Oh, just the inert gas. Inert gas. Seeing Tang Haiba's confused expression, Xu Teng patiently explained. I see. After hearing this, Tang Haiba's eyes lit up as he silently marveled. Senior brother is indeed too strong. If he hadn't explained it to me, I would never have thought of it. It was just a matter of clearing the materials and turning off the lights. Oh, the solution to the experiment has emerged. Scientific research has always been difficult, it's just that senior brother is too incredible. For other researchers, even if they know the solution, creating a sealed space on the modified tokamak device to install it is no easy task. The entire process is not an easy feat. But that applies to other researchers. Xu Teng, however, is the one who personally created the energy cannon and the lightsaber. It is well known that if a researcher is not a craftsman, then they are not a good researcher. Thus, in the time that followed, Tang Haiba watched in amazement as Xu Teng sketched out the sealed space device, perfectly calculating all the dimensions. Then, polishing, welding, installing. The entire process was smooth and elegant. Not a single material was wasted, nor was there any excess. A line suddenly appeared in Tang Haiba's mind. Whether precise or not is the difference between slaughtering and surgery. Even if Senior Xu were not to engage in scientific research, he could become a legendary craftsman in the craft industry. All done. When Xu Teng reached to wipe his sweat, a towel was extended towards him. Looking up, he saw Tang Haiba smiling shyly. Though I can't help senior brother with anything else, this is my specialty. Thank you. Well, enter the new experiment in 3 minutes. Sure. After wiping off his sweat, Xu Teng placed the modified device on the table. He pulled out a sheet of white paper and began a new round of calculations. This time, he was calculating how much inert gas should be injected into the device for optimal results. Although inert gas can provide protection, it cannot be added indiscriminately, because this would affect the acceleration effect of the startup modules in the narrow space. Tang Haiba quietly observed the complex formulas appearing on the white paper. Silently marveling to himself, Senior Xu can calculate and even personally polish and manufacture products. He is truly advancing further and further on the path of all-around scientific research.